Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2800 to Chapter 2870. At the same time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu chose a bridge path and continued forward. Time passed bit by bit, and the two walked for more than 10 days before they saw the end of the bridge. And at the end, it was pitch black, and they couldn't see the surrounding scenery at a glance. The two figures stuck close to each other and moved forward carefully. At the end of the bridge, the two landed. At this moment, the surrounding seawater was emptied, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of them, preventing the seawater from entering. What entered their eyes was a barren land. At the bottom of the sea, it was a barren land. Mu Yun and Ji Fu both became cautious. "Where the hell did you run off to?" Ji Fu couldn't help but ask, "What happened just now?" Mu Yun said seriously, "The catalogue just now may have opened a passage. The Endless Ancient Emperor's Endless Blood Palace has 5 outer cities and 7 inner guards. The core is the Endless Blood Palace. 12 passages." Mu Yun revealed a thoughtful look and said, "Perhaps, these 12 passages lead to the other 4 outer cities, where the 7 Blood Imperial Guards are, and 1 leads to the Endless Blood Palace." Hearing Mu Yun's guess, Ji Fu also nodded when she thought of the 12 passages. "Be careful." Mu Yun said again, "If it's the other 4 outer cities, we won't be in great danger, but if it's the place of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, or even the Endless Blood Palace, then it's dangerous." Mu Yun had gone to Wujian Ancient Mountain before. In the inner area, the 9 great wild beasts surrounded the 4 directions. Inside was Wujian Ancient Emperor's Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. However, after 1,000,000 years, no one in the entire 9th Heaven realm went deep into Wujian Ancient Mountain. The second-class forces didn't go, and even Di Yuan, the 9th Heaven Emperor, was indifferent. It could be said that that place was not something he could enter. And Endless Ancient Emperor was equally famous as Wujian Ancient Emperor. If it really led to the Endless Blood Palace, it was not something he and Ji Fu could go deep. Perhaps the rebound of a formation was enough to completely kill the two of them. "Be careful." Mu Yun looked ahead and said, "This place is strange." Ji Fu also nodded at this moment. The two walked on the barren land, carefully and slowly. It was dark in front of them. The surrounding seawater was squeezed out. It was as if there was a bowl above the two of them. The surroundings were quiet, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were so nervous that their backs were sweating. "It's just a broken tile." Ji Fu heaved a sigh of relief and looked down. Mu Yun squatted down and looked at the tiles. Up ahead, there were many scattered tiles. Mu Yun casually picked up a tile. The tile shattered and turned into dust. A wave of origin energy dissipated. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. "This?" Ji Fu was also surprised at this moment. "I've heard from my father that there are some powerful and terrifying people who can make dead things lose their vitality." Let dead things lose their vitality. It sounded contradictory, but it was just like this tile. It was a dead object, but it also had its own structure. When Mu Yun picked it up, the tiles instantly turned into ashes. It was obvious that someone had used a powerful force to shatter it from the inside. "The Supreme Divinity can't do it?" "I can't." Ji Fu shook her head. Mu Yun didn't say much and continued to move forward. Slowly, the two of them stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in silence. At this moment, what appeared in front of the two of them was a stretch of ruins. An endless stretch of ruins. There were broken walls, broken tiles, broken stones, collapsed houses, and messy walls everywhere. A desolate aura seemed to have pervaded the entire land at this moment. Mu Yun and Ji Fu felt it deeply at this moment. The two of them stood there, as if they were part of the ruins, insignificant and immeasurable. "What is this place?" Ji Fu looked at the endless ruins in front of her, and her eyes were dull. It was such a vast place, but it looked so dilapidated. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have been destroyed by someone. Mu Yun stepped forward and entered the ruins. Ji Fu followed at this moment. Looking around, she became more and more shocked. At this moment, what appeared in front of the two of them was a passage in the ruins. It stretched for millions of feet, and the end couldn't be seen. It was as if a giant stick had fallen from the sky and smashed down. Something's not right. Mu Yun looked to the other side. At this moment, she flew up and hovered in midair. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura condensed from head to toe. Jifu also followed at this moment. What's wrong? Look. Mu Yun pointed below. Jifu looked down with a surprised expression. In shock, she unconsciously covered her small mouth. This? At this moment, looking down from the sky, the huge ruins were not destroyed by a powerful battle intent. Instead, it was scattered by a palm. On the ruins, the trace of a palm print was still so clear at this moment. Who could release such a domineering and tyrannical palm? Look there. Jifu stretched out her hand and pointed into the distance. The two of them flew over and landed. A stone tablet fell among the ruins. Blood Imperial Guard. On the stone tablet, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. It looked as if it had been ravaged by countless years. This is the place of the 7 Blood Imperial Guard. Jifu looked around. The 7 Blood Imperial Guard, as the heart and abdomen of the endless ancient emperor, was actually shattered by a palm. What in the world had happened? The two of them were speechless for a long time. At this moment, they did not know what to say. It was only after a long time that the two of them regained their senses. It might not be the residence of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards. It might be one of them. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and asked, why? Mu Yun was not asking Jifu, but Guai. Guai said slowly, there has been no news about the ancient emperors and ancient gods. Back then, Yi Xiaoyao only found some clues. However, you have also seen it. Be it ancient emperor Wu Jian or endless ancient emperor that you met. It's not that the ancient emperors have holed up, but more like, they were beaten up by someone. Had he been beaten to the point of cowering, who could make the ancient gods and ancient emperors hold up? Heaven-sealing immortal emperor? It shouldn't be. Guai shook his head and said, at that time, heaven-sealing immortal emperor was also helpless against these ancient gods and ancient emperors. At my wit's end? Mu Yun did not understand. The immortal emperor was an invincible existence in the Kanglan world and could control all living things. Even the titled gods and titled emperors in the Kanglan world could not be compared to the immortal emperor. No one can be sure about the primordial era and primordial era. Those ancient gods and ancient emperors are not as weak as you think. Moreover, in short, it's quite complicated. I can't remember much now. Guai said with some distress, according to Yi Xiaoyao's guess, there should have been a great battle between the gods and emperors in the primordial era and the primordial era. However, whether it was the gods and emperors themselves or others who fought them, I'm not sure. It's too long ago. Guai sighed. The primordial era spanned tens of millions of years. The primordial era spanned tens of millions of years. The primordial era was tens of millions of years ago. Even titled gods and titled emperors had a limited lifespan of tens of millions of years. The time span was too long. There were many things that no one knew. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, if the primordial era doesn't appear, who can compete with it? In that era, the 4 great origins, the world tree, and the primordial 13 treasures were born. Could the immortal emperor of the current era really surpass that era? Mu Yun had always thought that the immortal emperor was invincible in the world. He was the true ruler and the peak of martial artists. However, was that really the case? The higher one's realm was, the more one knew. He was no longer the little martial artist who was limited to the human world. Let's look around. Mu Yun sighed and said, maybe we can find something. Okay. The two figures looked around. This place was already in ruins. There was nothing special about it. Mu Yun arrived in front of a palace by himself. The roof of the palace had long been overturned. Only the 4 walls were left in a mess in the ruins. Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the broken walls. She could not calm down. No matter how invincible you are, when someone is stronger than you, everything will be a fleeting cloud. Mu Yun stepped into the main hall, and a murderous intent hit her in the face. That murderous intent seemed to have stayed here for millions of years. When she faced it directly, it was still unbearable for Mu Yun. Suddenly, waves of power poured into Mu Yun's body. In an instant, Mu Yan's eyes turned red and were filled with a cold murderous intent. Damn it! Cursing in a low voice, the origin power in Mu Yan's body rolled out, suppressing that murderous intent. You've been dead for so long, and you still want to infect me? Mu Yan shouted in a low voice, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. Ah! A roar sounded, and Mu Yan punched out. Bang! The entire main hall completely collapsed at this moment. In an instant, Mu Yan's face turned red, and she sat on the ground, panting. What's wrong? Jifu rushed over at this moment. When she saw Mu Yan fall to the ground, she hurried forward. I'm fine. I was almost tricked. Seeing the redness in Mu Yan's eyes gradually fade, Jifu roughly understood and said, It's not a trick. Perhaps it's an obsession left behind by a powerhouse who died. You and I are both supreme martial artists. After all, we're a little weak. It's normal that we can't bear it. Mu Yan nodded. Eh? At this moment, Jifu was looking forward. Just now, Mu Yan's punch had caused the main hall, which was already in ruins, to collapse with a loud bang. However, the wall in the middle of the main hall did not collapse at this moment. Instead, cracks began to appear, revealing traces of green light. Mu Yan and Jifu looked at each other and approached the main hall. What's that? Jifu stretched out her palm and gently removed the fragments from the cracks. Gradually, the green light won. As the light floated, a powerful suction force pulled Mu Yan and Jifu. The two of them wanted to resist at this moment, but they didn't have the ability to. Their figures flashed, and they disappeared in the green light. At this moment, at the bridge of the ruins, a figure stood still, and one of them spoke. Immediately, hundreds of figures saw this scene and focused their gazes on it. Gradually, everyone trembled when they saw the ruins. The leader was a young man with a stocky build and a strong aura. His eyes were flickering with black light. It was Xianxia from the Fierce Spirit sect. This time, 11 parties entered, and the other parties moved out one by one. 11 paths were occupied by 11 parties, and the other path was occupied by several third-class parties. Mu Yan and Jifu had nowhere to run. They would definitely die. No matter which side they encountered, the two of them would not be able to escape. At this moment, hundreds of people rushed into the ruins. Xianxia shouted, Check the surroundings carefully. Don't miss any place. Xiongfang, Xiongyu, you two guard the bridge and prevent Mu Yan and Jifu from escaping. The rest of you, follow me. Olive. A sudden, the figures began to disperse. This time, for safety's sake, the Fierce Spirit sect's early stage and mid-stage supreme disciples did not come down. They had already confirmed that Mu Yan was a late-stage supreme, and Jifu was a peak supreme. Those early-stage and mid-stage supreme disciples would only be courting death if they came down. Since that was the case, they might as well form an elite team. When they saw Mu Yan and Jifu, they would definitely die. At this moment, hundreds of figures dispersed in the huge ruins and remained cautious. Not only Xiongxia's team, but the other parties also became cautious and cautious. This time, as long as they caught Mu Yan and killed her, they would really make a big profit. All the warriors suffered a big loss. This time, they all became cautious. Even if they did not know which path Mu Yan and Jifu took. However, everyone became cautious. If they met them, they would be rich. At the same time, Mu Yan and Jifu entered the green light and disappeared. The next moment, the two appeared in a dojo. The huge dojo was empty. There were rows of houses around, and a huge fighting arena appeared in the center. It was more than 10,000 feet long. The rows of houses did not seem to have anything special. Mu Yan and Jifu entered. The next moment, their spirits suddenly trembled. Invisibly, their bodies suddenly stopped at this moment. He didn't stop himself, but was stopped by someone else. At this moment, the two of them were standing at the edge of the arena. But in the next moment, an invisible force sent the two of them to the center of the martial field. At this moment, both of them felt a murderous aura. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on one of the walls at the edge of the martial field. Male, realm, late-stage supremacy. Female, realm, peak martial saint. What was going on? Mu Yan and Jifu were both stunned. A battle of life and death. Begin. Lines of words appeared on the stone tablet. Mu Yun and Ji Fu's faces changed slightly. A battle of life and death, what was going on? Maybe we accidentally triggered something. Ji Fu hurriedly said, a battle of life and death, you want us to fight to the death? It can't be. Mu Yun was a little confused at this moment. Ji Fu used to be a Jizuan realm expert, but her cultivation had been sealed. Given that she was a Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivator now, wouldn't it be a walk in the park for her to deal with him? Moreover, if the two of them were really fighting to the death, how would the victor be determined, one life and one death? What would happen if the outcome of the battle was decided? Mu Yun was a little confused at this moment. However, at the next moment, their hearts were filled with battle intent. From the bottom of their hearts, they urged their bodies and began to move. Boom. A series of roars sounded at this moment. Oppressive auras came from all directions. Mu Yun and Ji Fu could not control their bodies at all. Senior brother Xianxia, I found them. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. In an instant, several figures rushed into this place. The person in the lead was Xianxia from the Fierce Spirit sect. People kept coming here. Not long after, hundreds of people gathered here. The figures stood there, looking at Mu Yun and Ji Fu who were standing in the air. Xianxia sneered at this moment, it seems that my luck is not bad. 12 passages, one randomly selected, and they actually met Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Xianxia laughed and said, Mu Yun, hand over what you have and I will spare your life. At this moment, the hundreds of people following beside him also laughed heartily. Their luck was too good. Moreover, these hundreds of people were all in the late stage, peak stage, perfection stage, and great perfection stage. When they met Mu Yun and Ji Fu, these two people had no way to escape. Idiot. Mu Yun sneered and said, want to kill me? Are you qualified? I am now accepting the inheritance. After the inheritance, I will kill you like killing a dog. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu. There was something wrong with these two people. Quick, stop them. Xianxia shouted and took a step forward. The rest of the people also rushed out at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, a series of buzzing sounds could be heard. Suddenly, hundreds of people's auras appeared in the arena. What's going on? Xianxia was suddenly stunned at this moment. At this moment, everyone lost their ability to move. Hunting mode begins. A line of words appeared on the stone tablet again. Hunting mode, what the hell? Mu Yun and Ji Fu were also confused at this moment. This place was extremely strange. But at this moment, suddenly, a disciple's eyes were red, and he directly attacked the person beside him. Guahi, what are you doing? Xianxia roared at this moment. Senior brother, I don't know either. It's just that I suddenly want to kill someone. That disciple said painfully. I also. Voices sounded at this moment. Suddenly, dozens of figures started killing at this moment. The arena was suddenly in chaos. Is this your doing? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu with hatred at this moment. You are brainless. When you heard the inheritance, you rushed over without thinking. Mu Yun sneered and said, we also don't know what this is. Since you came in with us, let's kill to our heart's content. Mu Yun smiled slightly at this moment. Xianxia was boiling with anger. At this moment, the disciples beside him, for some reason, couldn't help but kill their fellow disciples. These idiots. Xianxia roared and attacked Mu Yun. No matter what, he had to leave and kill Mu Yun now. Bang. A bang sounded at this moment. Immediately, a disciple attacked Xianxia. Feng Lu, what are you doing? Xianxia roared. Feng Lu was also a peak supreme martial artist of the Fierce Spirit sect. He wasn't here before, and only recently arrived at the Antarctic Sea. I also don't want to. Feng Lu scolded at this moment, damn it, this place is making us kill each other. The two of them didn't say much and suddenly started fighting. At the same time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu both had a violent desire to kill in their hearts at this moment. That desire tempted the two of them to kill the people beside them. In this place, only the two of them were in a team. The others were all disciples of the fierce spirit sect. Since they couldn't fight back, they would kill. At this moment, Mu Yun was constantly punching. Jifu also displayed her peak supreme martial artist strength. More than 100 people were fighting in the arena. No one noticed that a row of numbers had appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet. 127 people. And under 127 people, there was a number 3. At this moment, the killing continued. Over 100 people were fighting. Regardless of whether they were friends or foes, they would kill each other directly. When a disciple won, another person would attack. It had completely turned into an extremely chaotic and tragic battle. Damn it! Xianxia looked at the disciples beside him falling down one after another, his face filled with grief. These were all outstanding earthly martial artist disciples of the fierce spirit sect. Mu Yan's lips curled into a grin. Awesome! Devouring one person after one death. Too awesome! Right now, Mu Yan's only concern was whether or not only one person would be able to survive in the end. That was the most troublesome thing. Bang! Bang! In the arena, the sound of battle shook the sky. Figures fell down one after another, and the corpses gradually turned cold. Mu Yun and Jifu were also panting at this moment. The killing intent that affected everyone seemed to follow some kind of rule. Peak Supreme martial artists were fighting against Peak Supreme martial artists. Peak Supreme martial artists were fighting against Peak Supreme martial artists. This was indeed a little strange. Everything seemed to be controlled by someone. At this moment, more and more people died. Gradually, there were only 7 or 8 figures left in the arena. Mu Yun and Jifu were panting. On the other side, Xianxia's face was also pale, and his body was covered with blood. It was unclear whether it was his own or others. The rest of the Peak Supreme martial artists and Peak Supreme martial artists all stood still, their eyes red. Damn it, damn it! Xianxia was furious at this moment. He was too careless. If not for Mu Yun's provocation, he could have sent someone to investigate first. But now, it was too late to say anything. I'll kill you. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and Jifu fiercely. But at this moment, the other 4 people directly attacked him. What are you doing? Xianxia roared. Senior Xianxia, we have no choice. The few disciples said, we can't control it, so we let it to you. Damn it. Xianxia looked at them and shouted, in that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, he used all his killing moves. At this moment, Mu Yun and Jifu stood still, looking at each other, a battle intent sprouting. I can't stop it. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. In that case, let's have a fight. Jifu also smiled and said, in the end, I'm a Peak Supreme martial artist, so I'm still taking advantage of you. Be careful, don't get killed by me. N. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the 2 figures suddenly collided with each other. Jifu waved her hand, and the ancient mirror appeared. Mu Yan's tyrannical punch was launched at this moment. The next moment, the 2 supreme celestial bodies appeared at the same time. Jifu's supreme celestial body was 2,000 meters tall. But at this moment, Mu Yun was 3,000 meters tall. This scene stunned Jifu. Mu Yun's supreme late-stage aura was true, but how could her supreme celestial body be so tall? Thunder slash. With both hands chopping out, Mu Yun's source power was turbulent. Boom. An explosion sounded at this moment. At this moment, no one could hold back. This strange place caused the few of them to go berserk. Go to hell. Violent origin force fluctuations spread out, and a 10,000-meter tall figure was suddenly released, squeezing in all directions. At this moment, Xianxia completely erupted. Boom. Xianxia completely erupted, and a violent roar sounded. Several figures collapsed one by one, falling to the ground with a rumble, turning into broken limbs and bones. At this moment, only Mu Yun, Jifu, and Xianxia were left in the arena. At this moment, the scene was a little strange. The 3 of them stopped fighting. At this moment, the berserk aura gradually disappeared. The 3 people's spirits were restored, and they were no longer tempted by the killing. Xianxia looked at the corpses on the ground, his eyes red. These were the outstanding disciples of the fierce spirit sect. But today, they were all dead. And they died in the hands of their own people, killing each other. On the contrary, Mu Yun and Ji Fu didn't die. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Because of these two people, their gains from this trip had disappeared. And now, their disciples had died tragically because of this. Xianxia roared angrily. You deserve to die. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were also panting. The desire to kill that drove them dissipated at this moment. But the next step was the most dangerous. Xianxia alone faced several supreme great perfection and great perfection disciples of the same sect, and they were all killed by him. This guy was so strong that it was a little too terrifying. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Is there a problem? Yes. Ji Fu nodded and said, you can too. If we join forces, we may be able to kill him. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. Now, there was no need to think about escaping. There was no way to escape. This time, they would kill. Eliminating one of the 12 major sects was good enough. Mu Yun said slowly, you hold on for a while. Huh? I'm going to advance. Okay. The two were discussing at this moment, but Xianxia was about to explode. These two bastards didn't treat him as a human being. One of them was a supreme great perfection, and the other was a supreme great perfection, yet they were so arrogant. You're courting death. Xianxia was enraged. Both of his fists punched out, and with a loud bang, he ferociously attacked. Ji Fu nodded. Her figure flickered, and with the ancient mirror in her hand, she charged towards Savage Bear. At the same time, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. Over 100 people died in this battle. They were all existences ranging from late stage to full-fledged supreme being. An endless stream of essence, energy, and spirit had already filled his entire body. Once he digested this surge of energy, he might be able to reach Jizuan realm pinnacle. There was a hint of calmness in Mu Yun's eyes. Boom. The sound of Ji Fu and Xiong's battle lingered in his ears. Mu Yun's figure remained motionless as she sat upright on the ground. Bang. Gradually, the sounds of battle within the arena became louder and louder. At this moment, Xiong's every move was ruthless. It was as if his entire body was releasing an endless amount of power. Even though they had fought for a long time, Xiong appeared to be even braver and fiercer than before. Instead, he did not appear to be someone who was completely exhausted. At this moment, Ji Fu's avatar was shaking. Damn it! Ji Fu cursed in her heart. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Xiong had been fighting for a long time, and because he was the strongest, he received the most attacks. It was impossible for a true full-fledged supreme being to still have such an abundance of source energy and such a powerful attack. Little girl, you're courting death by competing with me. Xiong sneered. Every disciple of my fierce spirit sect nurtures a fierce spirit that accompanies their life. The more blood they see, the stronger the fierce spirit, and the stronger the strength they feed back. Therefore, I, Xiong, become more powerful the more I fight, unless my physical body can't withstand the limit of source energy. However, you can't understand the strength of a full-fledged supreme being's physical body. What's there to be proud of? Ji Fu snorted at this moment. If it wasn't for her strength being sealed, she would have killed a large number of such people with a single blow. Are you done? Ji Fu shouted at this moment and looked at Mu Yun on the other side. However, Mu Yun did not respond. Count on him? Xiong sneered. He's merely a late-stage supreme being. So what if he has advanced? However, he's the same as you. Today, the two of you will become my, Xiong's, prisoners. At this moment, Xiong was very happy in his heart. Many disciples died, but Mu Yun and Ji Fu fell into his hands. These two people will die without a doubt. This time, he became the biggest winner instead. Xiong grinned at this moment. Ji Fu cursed in a low voice. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Fu waved her hand. In an instant, a ray of light emerged from the ancient mirror in her hand. Bang. The ray of light exploded. Bang! 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 From the ancient mirror, palm prints suddenly rushed out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, attacking Xianxia. "You're courting death." Xianxia was fearless. He took a step forward and punched out. Crackling sounds could be heard as the palm prints collapsed one after another. At this moment, Xianxia was like a god of death, unstoppable. The most barbaric posture destroyed everything. Fierce spirit swallows the sky. With a low roar, Xianxia stepped out and attacked. In an instant, a ray of light seemed to appear behind Xianxia. The illusory blue light was a human figure, almost the same as Xianxia. And the illusory light, at this moment, opened its mouth and swallowed Jifu. Seeing this scene, Jifu's face changed. The aura released from Xianxia's body was close to that of an earth venerable. This was a force. From the very beginning, Xianxia had condensed such a force, and now, it had accumulated to the peak. Damn it! Jifu snorted. This guy was too hateful. Die! Xianxia fell with the force of wrapping the sky, punching Jifu. Boom! In the arena, the roar was loud, and the ground trembled. Smoke and dust billowed, and the earth and stones cracked. Two figures were hidden in the flying dust, unable to be seen. Puff! Suddenly, the sound of vomiting blood was heard. Jifu's figure staggered and retreated to the side of the arena. The martial artist's chest was on the ground, and his face was ugly. On the other side, Xianxia's burly body was proud and upright, and his momentum was threatening. At this moment, Xianxia was like a god of war. Jifu smiled bitterly. She understood that if Xianxia fought with her in the beginning, even if she was a peak supreme, she could kill him. But now, Xianxia had condensed an invincible force in the continuous battle, and combined with the evil spirit sect's secret technique, he was indomitable and invincible. She was no match for him at all. "Mu Yun, if you don't wake up, I will die." Jifu shouted at this moment. "This guy, how long does he need? So what if he wakes up, you will all die." Xianxia stepped out at this moment, and his momentum condensed to the extreme. Like a violent bear, he waved his fists and directly flew up and smashed down. Seeing this scene, Jifu's face turned cold. "Looking down on me, too hateful." Jifu held the ancient mirror and immediately rushed out. "Courting death." Xianxia shouted and stepped out. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard at this moment. The earth rumbled, but at this moment, Xianxia's figure was constantly retreating. A muffled sound of thunder was heard at this moment. Xianxia's whole body was like a muffled thunder that spread throughout his body. Looking ahead, Xianxia's face changed slightly. "Sorry." A figure appeared in front of Jifu at this moment and said with a wry smile, this time it was a little abrupt and delayed some time. Jifu was a little sluggish at this moment, looking at Mu Yun in front of her. Peak of Supreme Being. 10,000 meters Dharma body. Jifu was a little lost in thought. Mu Yun's aura was indeed at the peak of Supreme Being, and the fluctuation of origin power was rich, but it had not reached the complete Supreme Being realm. But when the Dharma body was released, it was 10,000 meters tall. This was really a little inconceivable. The Dharma body of a peak Supreme Being warrior was no more than 2,000 meters, this was the law. Mu Yun had broken this law. At the same time, on the other side, Xianxia was also a little surprised. He was actually repelled by Mu Yun. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun's Dharma body, and his eyes narrowed. "Good lad, the Supreme Being Dharma body that you cultivate is not simple. Peak of Supreme Being realm, the Dharma body condensed to 10,000 meters, you are qualified to fight with a complete Supreme Being." Mu Yun clenched her fists at this moment. This time, the essence, energy, and spirit of hundreds of late-stage and complete Supreme Being warriors were completely devoured by her before she reached the peak of Supreme Being. It was too difficult to condense the Dharma body of this lightning divine body technique. But now, it was enough. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia, hooked her finger, and said with a smile, "Give it a try?" "Humph." Mu Yan's arrogant attitude made Xianxia's eyes become fierce. Kill. As soon as the words fell, Xianxia charged out. The Supreme Being Dharma body, the two were equal. But Mu Yan was at the peak of Supreme Being realm after all, and her origin power was abundant, not as strong as his. And now, his aura was condensed to the limit. How could he be afraid of Mu Yan? Fierce spirit pouncing sky. Xianxia roared angrily, and his figure was as fast as lightning, directly charging at Mu Yan. Boom. The earth rumbled. At this moment, Xianxia was really like a human-shaped violent bear, and his aura was unparalleled. Lightning slash. At this moment, Mu Yan's hands turned into blades and slashed out. Clang. In an instant, the two figures collided with each other, emitting the sound of metal clashing. At this very moment, both of them retreated. Fierce Bear's face was full of astonishment. His indomitable aura was actually forcefully blocked by Mu Yan. This guy. Mu Yan waved her hands and smiled. Lightning divine body technique. It was indeed domineering. The fierce bear pressed forward with indomitable will. He was even more indomitable than the bear. The thunder and lightning Dharma body was domineering and powerful. In the end, it was hard to say who was more ferocious. Come on. Mu Yan said with a grin. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the ferocious spirit behind him suddenly pounced onto the ferocious bear's hands. It transformed into a dark green light that pervaded the ferocious bear's fists. Dark lightning shield. Mu Yan clenched her fists, and a shield appeared in front of her. The power of lightning condensed into a shield. Shield of dark lightning. It was not only for defense, but also for attack. Boom. The two figures collided once again, and the rumbling sound rang out again. At the sight of the arena, Jifu was also shocked when she saw the scene. Mu Yan's realm increased very quickly. It was not only fast, but also stable. The strength of this Supreme Being Dharma body was too terrifying. For a moment, Jifu even felt that not only was Mu Yan's Dharma body terrifying, but she herself was also terrifying. She was a peak supreme martial artist, but she had the aura of a peak supreme martial artist. Most importantly, Mu Yan had advanced too quickly. In just 2 to 3 months, she had advanced from a peak supreme martial artist to a peak supreme martial artist. Perhaps Mu Yan would be able to reach earthly venerable after this trip. At the same time, Xianxia was also shocked. Mu Yan's cultivation was indeed a little strange. She was only a peak supreme martial artist, but her Dharma body was too strong. Why did one cultivate a Dharma body? It was to have a strong physical body. And now, Mu Yan had a strong physical body. Just this point alone made Mu Yan invincible in the peak supreme martial artist realm. It would be fine if that was all. Xianxia was shocked to discover that the fluctuation of origin power in Mu Yan's body was also extremely strong. The sovereign Dharma body this fellow cultivated was very powerful. Otherwise, it was impossible for a peak supreme martial artist to have such a strong ability. At this moment, Xianxia was a little confused. No. Xianxia suddenly shook his head. I am the strongest. The aura that I gathered with great difficulty cannot be disturbed by Mu Yan. Otherwise, I will be exhausted. Xianxia shook his head and snorted, I am the strongest. No one can compare to me. He needed to abandon any trace of cowardice. Otherwise, he would have endless troubles in the future. He could not retreat. He needed to fight with indomitable will. Xianxia shouted in his heart and waved his hand. Xiang, enter my body. Boom. A roar sounded. In the next moment, Xiang's strength increased from head to toe. He was not an earthly venerable, but he gave off an invincible sovereign aura. An unbelievably strong power spread throughout Xiang's body. At this moment, Xiang seemed to have become an invincible figure. It was an invincible aura, an invincible aura. Jifu hurriedly said, this fellow has been fighting all the way. He has already gathered an invincible aura. Only by breaking his invincible aura can we defeat him. That's simple. Mu Yan smiled and said, let's meet force with force and beat him to death. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she punched out with both fists. Boom. Two figures were currently in the arena, one fist after another, colliding violently with each other. Blood gradually flowed out. Some belonged to Mu Yun, and some belonged to Xianxia. However, at this moment, Xianxia looked more like a monster. His hair and beard were all spread out, blood was flowing, and his eyes were crimson red. Ah! A roar rang out at this moment. The fierce bear felt as if it was about to collapse. She couldn't kill Mu Yun no matter what. He was the strongest. Why couldn't he kill Mu Yun? Xianxia muttered to himself. He wanted to ask the heavens and earth, but there was no one he could ask. Mu Yun was now even more domineering and imposing than him. Lightning split sky. With a swoosh, Mu Yun's figure was as fast as lightning. With a bang, she exploded. A crack spread out at this moment, as if space itself was being torn apart. Bang! The violent impact tore Xianxia's body apart at this moment. A muffled thunder exploded and fell at the same time. With a rumble, Xianxia's body shattered. The swaying Dharma body also exploded at this moment. The Dharma body collapsed. The physical body broke apart. Xianxia's figure fell completely. Mu Yun stretched out her hand and grabbed. A soul was imprisoned in Mu Yun's palm. Bastard, bastard. At this moment, Xianxia kept roaring angrily, but what he got in return was only Mu Yun's merciless suppression. I'll be able to advance further after I devour you. Mu Yun sneered and clenched her fist lightly. With a bang, Xianxia's figure completely exploded at this moment and turned into ashes. At this moment, Jifu also saw the scene. She sized up Mu Yun and only felt incredulous. Mu Yun's growth was too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, Mu Yun opened her eyes and exhaled. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body was condensed to the extreme. Peak Supreme Martial Artist. But now, Mu Yun didn't look like a Peak Supreme Martial Artist, but more like a Peak Supreme Martial Artist. How are you? Mu Yun looked at Jifu and asked. I won't die. Jifu waved her hand and said, if you were any later, it would be over. Mu Yun smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he was deliberately delaying, but this time, after devouring hundreds of people, it was really not that easy for him to refine his sovereign Dharma body to 10,000 meters in one go. You're really strange. I'm getting more and more curious about you. This is the first time I've seen your cultivation level rise so fast. Jifu smiled and said, if you can get some strong expert's inheritance, I'm afraid your cultivation speed will be faster than others. That would be really terrifying. Jifu knew. Her little senior sister had been decided by the sex upper echelons to use the inheritance left behind by a sex ancestor to help her grow. Originally, she was 2 realms lower than her, but now, she was gradually catching up. But even so, it took hundreds of years. If it was Mu Yun, perhaps Mu Yun could digest the inheritance of an invincible expert in a few years, and her cultivation level would be terrifying. Inheritance. Mu Yun smiled. This kind of thing was impossible to think of. Firstly, inheritance was too difficult to find. Secondly, as a 9-fate emperor, it could be said that the most powerful inheritance he had was the heaven and earth. His body would reject the inheritance of others. The people of the Fierce Spirit sect are completely finished this time. Mu Yun exhaled and said, but it's not over here yet. Huh? Mu Yun looked around and said, this place is an extremely powerful formation. There must be an expert controlling it from behind. Senior, I accidentally found you just now. Can you come out and meet me? Mu Yun looked around and shouted. Someone's here? Jifu was slightly stunned and looked around cautiously. Indeed, the new generation excels the old. The land of Kanglin is full of talents. A gentle voice sounded at this moment. An illusory figure appeared out of nowhere on the stone tablet. The figure that appeared was in a blood-red robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was unique, and it made people feel an invisible pressure. You're the one who did this? Jifu looked at the illusory figure and snorted. I'm already a dead man. I don't have such great ability. This place is called the Blood Battle Arena. Back then, my disciples used to fight here. Fight with life and death? Mu Yun could not help but ask. That's right. Fight with life and death. The illusory figure said slowly, only by fighting with life and death can the strongest warrior be chosen. You're one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, right? Mu Yun looked at the illusory figure. Haha. The illusory figure smiled and said, the successor of the Thunder Emperor is indeed not simple. I'm one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, Xue Wenqiong. The successor of the Thunder Emperor? Ji Fu looked at Mu Yun curiously. This guy is the successor of the Thunder Emperor? Of course, she knew about the Thunder Emperor. In the Kanglan world, a powerful titled emperor died under the Thunder Tribulation because he was obsessed with the Thunder Dao. He was also the first titled emperor to die in such an unbelievable way. I'm not the successor of the Thunder Emperor. Mu Yun shook her head and said, I just got the opportunity to cultivate his lightning divine body technique by chance. Xue Wenqiong was not surprised to hear this. He smiled and said, the Thunder Emperor is stubborn and has always been extremely confident in his Thunder Dao. This person is quite biased. To be able to make him impart the lightning divine body technique to you, your identity must not be simple. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and did not say much. Xue Wenqiong smiled and said, I'm already a dead man. I don't care about these things. Then why did you come out? Ji Fu raised her head and asked. The two of you have won on this battle arena. According to the rules of the 7 Guards Palace, you should be rewarded. The shadowy figure smiled and said, what do the two of you need? Are you that kind? Ji Fu said cautiously, if that's the case, I want to recover my peak strength. I can't do that. Xue Wenqiong smiled and said, if I was alive, I could do it. Now that I'm a dead man, I'm just a remnant of my strength. The person who sealed your strength should be an expert who has explored the realm Dao. However, I can help you recover a portion of your strength. Xue Wenqiong said and pointed with his finger. Suddenly, prosperous and complicated seals appeared all over Ji Fu's body. Buzz. Buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. Soon, Ji Fu's figure was bound by rays of light. What about you? Xue Wenqiong looked at Mu Yun. I want to ask a question. Mu Yun looked at Xue Wenqiong and said, since you are the guard of the Endless Ancient Emperor, where is the Endless Ancient Emperor? Where are the ancient emperors and ancient gods from the Primordial Age and Primordial Age? Are they really dead, or are they hibernating? If they are hibernating, what are they plotting? Mu Yun said everything at once. Slowly, Xue Wenqiong looked at Mu Yun. You are indeed not a simple person. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a peak honorable to know all this. Can you answer me? Xue Wenqiong smiled and said, in fact, I am not too sure. However, the ancient gods and ancient emperors of the 2 eras were forced to hide. As for how many of them are still alive, I am not qualified to know. For billions of years, there were only the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor and the free and unfettered Divine Emperor. Are there only 2 Divine Emperors? Mu Yun asked again. This question. Even if the ancient gods and ancient emperors were alive, they would not be able to answer you. Xue Wenqiong shook his head and said, billions of years ago was the Primordial Age. Who knows how long the Primordial Age was? Whether there were divine emperors in the past, perhaps the 4 great origins, the 13 primordial treasures, and the world tree would be the clearest. Mu Yun was still doubtful. Then let me ask another question. Mu Yun looked at Xue Wenqiong and said slowly, who killed Ji Xiaoyao? The free and unfettered divine emperor was invincible. The heaven-sealing divine emperor controlled the heavens. Naturally, it was the heaven-sealing divine emperor who killed him. Xue Wenqiong said matter-of-factly. You are lying. At this moment, Mu Yun's voice was powerful and resonant. The unfettered God Emperor was no weaker than the heaven-sealing God Emperor when he was at his peak. Someone helped the heaven-sealing God Emperor, and from what I know, it was the ancient gods and ancient emperors. As Mu Yun's words fell, Xue Wenqiong's figure trembled. At this moment, Mu Yun deliberately released a smokescreen. Let's see how this guy will deal with it. I really don't know about these things. Xue Wenqiong slowly said again, it seems that you are indeed unique. You are not just a simple supreme. Mu Yun sneered and did not say anything. This guy was unwilling to say anything. The ancient gods and ancient emperors also have their own ideas. Could it be that they want to work with Di Ming to exterminate the 10,000 races? Mu Yun said again, I heard a rumor that Di Ming wants to control the 10,000 realms completely, so he is preparing to exterminate the 10,000 races and then establish a new world. As soon as this was said, Shui Wenxiong could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? That's impossible. Shui Wenxiong smiled and said, the heaven-sealing divine emperor does not have that ability, and there is no need for that. Mu Yun was puzzled. Yi Xiaoyao had told him these words. Yi Xiaoyao would not lie to him. Unless Yi Xiaoyao was wrong too. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, how did Yi Xiaoyao know? This was the information he had gathered from Di Ming's every move. If it was fake, then Di Ming deliberately used a smokescreen to confuse Yi Xiaoyao. Mu Yun suddenly felt that things were getting more and more wrong. He originally thought that Yi Xiaoyao was killed because he could not defeat Di Ming. However, that was not the case. Someone secretly helped Di Ming. He thought that Di Ming wanted to exterminate the 10,000 races and establish a new world order. Now that he heard Shui Wenxiong's words, Di Ming could not do it. Then what was Di Ming's purpose? He was already the strongest god emperor in Kanglin world. What was there to be dissatisfied with? At this moment, Mu Yun was a little irritated. There are some things that are far from what you and I can understand and see through. Shui Wenxiong waved his hand, and a ray of light fell. This Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword is an Earth-grade supreme artifact. It is enough for you to use until the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Shui Wenxiong smiled and said, this is your reward. Secondly, I can give you a choice. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. What choice? Mu Yun asked. This is a 9 elements Dharma body pill. Shui Wenxiong waved his hand and a wooden box appeared. Inside the wooden box, there was a pill that was flickering with a faint light. There shouldn't be any left in this era. This pill isn't very precious, but it's worth a lot to you. Shui Wenxiong said seriously, since you entered from the outside world, you should have crossed the Guardian Emperor Bridge. Guardian Emperor Bridge? It should be the path they had taken before. Mu Yun nodded. Shui Wenxiong continued, the Imperial Guard Bridge leads to the 5 cities, 7 Guards Palace, and the Endless Blood Palace. Take the wooden box and head to the other 7th Guard Palace. Once you arrive, the box will automatically open. When the time comes, you'll be able to get the 9 elements Dharma body pill. You'll be able to reach the Great Circle of the Paragon Realm in an instant. In fact, the medicinal effects of the pill will even help you reach the Great Circle of the Paragon Realm. When Mu Yun heard this, she was not overjoyed. You want me to run errands for you? Mu Yun smiled and said, no problem. However, let me guess why you want me to run errands for you. As one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, you're already dead. You're just a remnant consciousness here. You can't leave even if you want to. It's not easy for you to meet me. You hope that I can run errands for you. It's nothing more than passing on information or confirming something. For example, confirming whether the other 6 Blood Imperial Guards are still alive. Once Mu Yun said this, a smile bloomed on Shui Wenxiong's face. You're smart, and you're not an ordinary person. Shui Wenxiong smiled and said, however, sometimes, it's not a good thing to be too smart. It seems like the Endless Ancient Emperor is still alive, just like the Wujian Ancient Emperor. Not only is the Endless Ancient Emperor not dead, his subordinates should still be alive. However, I'm curious. How did the 9th Heavenly Emperor, Di Yuan, allow the 2 ancient emperors to do as they please in his 9th heaven realm? Mu Yun looked at Shui Wenxiong. Di Yuan. Shui Wenxiong smiled and said, there are some things that I don't quite understand. However, the heaven-sealing divine emperor should have made some deals with the great emperors. Moreover, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace and the Endless Blood Palace have not come out of the mountains or caused any trouble for so many years. They have nothing to do with each other. Mu Yun nodded. I'll take the 9 elements Dharma body elixir. Shui Wenxiong nodded when he heard this. This little girl has an extraordinary background. She has a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline in her body. It's strange. Shui Wenxiong smiled and said, moreover, it's rare for a first-level Supreme God to be sealed to the peak Supreme God realm. Ancient Emperor's bloodline, which ancient emperor? Mu Yun asked hurriedly. I don't know either. Shui Wenqiong said again, alright, it's time for all of you to be on your way. As for me, it's time for me to be on my way too. After he finished speaking, Shui Wenqiong's figure gradually became illusory. Mu Yun looked at the Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword and the 9 Elements Dharma Body Elixir in her hands and fell into a daze. On the path of his rise to power, all the monsters had appeared. Wujian Ancient Emperor. Endless Ancient Emperor. There were also some existences that he did not know. Come on. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic this Kanglan world was, the more he could reap the benefits from it. Who said that the 9-Fate Emperor must be a fish on the chopping block? Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and recovered the aura in her body. In this battle, she had reached the peak Supreme God realm, and her Dharma body was 10,000 meters strong. A perfected Supreme God realm Dharma body was also 10,000 meters. In terms of Dharma body, a perfected Supreme God was no match for her. However, a perfected Supreme God was more powerful in origin power. Recovery. Speed and accumulation strength. It was not something she could compare to. At this moment, Mu Yun calmed down. The Dark Lightning Divine Body technique was indeed powerful. This time, if she encountered a perfected Supreme God again, she would have the strength to fight. Slowly, time passed by bit. In Mu Yun's body, strength was constantly accumulating. She also became more and more proficient in the Dark Lightning Slash, Dark Lightning Shield, and Dark Lightning Sky Split. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded at this moment. As the buzzing sound faded, a figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Ji Fu, who was dressed in a light muslin dress, gently landed on the ground with her feet. How is it? Looking at Ji Fu, Mu Yun asked. I'm a perfected Supreme God now. Ji Fu grinned. Her figure spread, and a 10,000-meter tall Supreme God realm Dharma body appeared behind her. Majestic and powerful. This Shui Wenqiong didn't lie. Mu Yun nodded. Let's go. Ji Fu spoke at this moment. It's time to settle the score with those guys. Cough cough. Mu Yun coughed dryly and said awkwardly, are you sure? Although you're a perfected Supreme God now, those geniuses are all top perfected Supreme Gods. How many of them can you fight against alone? Looking down on me? Ji Fu snorted. I can kill 3 top Supremes of the same level. Mu Yun really couldn't believe it this time. Previously, Ji Fu said that a perfected Supreme God would have no problem fighting a perfected Supreme God, but she was suppressed and beaten. Now, she said that she would have no problem facing 3 of them. No matter how one listened to it, it didn't sound convincing. Seeing Mu Yun's expression, Ji Fu snorted. You don't believe me? Do you know this ancient mirror? Ji Fu snorted. The 9ing mirror is very powerful. The stronger I am, the more powerful the ancient mirror will be. You don't believe me? No. Mu Yun said frankly. I'll prove it to you. Just as Ji Fu finished speaking, suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. There's someone here. More than 10 figures suddenly rushed in at this moment. The leader was a young man. His hair and beard were all fluttering, and his aura was extremely domineering. Who are you? The young man looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu and shouted. Have you seen Mu Yun and Ji Fu? Before the 2 could answer, the young man immediately asked again. I'm Ji Fu. Ji Fu took a step forward and put her hands behind her back, looking like an otherworldly expert. You are? The young man was stunned, but then his face lit up with joy. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Then I'll kill you. The young man snorted. Wait. Ji Fu took a step back and shouted, who are you people? I'll let you die with some understanding. The young man snorted. My name is Lu Tongming, and I'm from Yenyue Pavilion. You killed Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan, right? Since you dared to kill my Yenyue Pavilion's disciples, then you should be prepared to be killed by my Yenyue Pavilion. Hearing this, Ji Fu was relieved. Since that's the case, then it's easy. Ji Fu chuckled. I'll kill you and be done with it. Jifu looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Mu Yun, look at my ability. If you look down on me again, I'll beat you up. As soon as she finished speaking, Jifu flew up. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. In this group of more than 10 people, there were 2 Perfection Stage Supremes, 4 Perfection Stage Supremes, and 7 Peak Stage Supremes. Okay, I'll help you guard the exit. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed and appeared at the entrance. At this moment, the 2 of them, one at the front and one at the back, actually surrounded the group of people. Lu Tongming was furious. A Peak Stage Supremes. A Late Stage Supremes. Where did they get the confidence to do this? But in the next moment, Lu Tongming was stunned. Jifu made her move, and a powerful aura was released at this moment. Perfection Stage Supremes. This woman, Jifu, was a Perfection Stage Supremes. No. This was very different from the information they received. It was impossible for these 2 people to raise their cultivation to such a level in just half a day. The information was wrong. Damn it. Lu Tongming looked at the person beside him and immediately said, let's work together and kill this woman. The 7 of you, go and kill that brat. Yes. Immediately, Lu Tongming and the other utmost perfection realm martial artists charged towards Jifu. The other 4 Perfection Stage Supremes were holding the line to prevent Jifu from escaping. At this moment, the remaining 7 people charged toward Mu Yun. 7 at once? Mu Yun raised her eyebrows. Didn't that woman say that she's going to destroy your group? Why are you still looking for me? You're courting death. At this moment, the man in the lead charged toward Mu Yun. You're the one courting death. Mu Yun's face turned cold. Without saying anything, she directly punched out. Evil Thunder Slash. Under the power of thunder, the shadow of the fist smashed out with a loud bang toward the Peak Stage Supremes. Boom. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. At the entrance of the arena, the remaining 6 people were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Yun's punch directly penetrated the Peak Supreme disciple's abdomen. One punch, exploding. At this moment, Mu Yun displayed the Peak Supreme realm. The powerful aura left the disciples dumbfounded. The situation was completely wrong. Not only was Mu Yun a Peak Supreme, her strength could instantly kill martial artists of the same level. Who could withstand this? Damn it. Lu Tongming's expression also changed when he saw the scene. What was going on? They were clearly 2 extremely dangerous disciples, but when they arrived at the entrance of the sect, they became nothing to worry about. What a joke. Feng Hui, He Yuan, the 2 of you go and kill that kid. We'll take care of this. Yes. Immediately, 2 ear-piercing sounds rang out at this moment. Feng Hui and He Yuan were 2 of the 4 martial saints at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Their figures flew quickly and charged in front of Mu Yun. Back off. Feng Hui said directly. The remaining 6 people spread out at this moment and looked at Mu Yun covetously. This kid was a little strange. Feng Hui glanced at He Yuan. No need to hint. At this moment, Mu Yun hooked her finger, looked at the 2, and said with a smile, come at me together. At this moment, Feng Hui and He Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. This kid was too arrogant. This kind of presumptuous was simply courting death. Humph. Feng Hui snorted coldly and directly punched out. The huge shadow of the fist extended for thousands of feet and covered Mu Yun at this moment. You're courting death. Mu Yun did not hold back. Her hands turned into knives and directly slashed out. At this moment, a series of explosions rang out. Boom. One move collided. Mu Yun's figure retreated. At this moment, Feng Hui's face turned pale and his footsteps staggered. It's not over yet. Mu Yun suddenly said. Suddenly, a series of muffled thunder sounded in front of Feng Hui again. Get lost. At this moment, He Yuan took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. The muffled sound of thunder exploding was immediately blocked. However, the 2 people standing close to the 2 of them were not so lucky. The muffled sound of thunder reached their eardrums, producing a rumbling sound. Their eardrums kept ringing as they were shaken to death by Mu Yun. Of the 6 supreme martial artists, only 4 were left. Damn it. At this moment, Feng Hui and He Yuan approached. Seeing their 2 junior brothers die tragically, the 2 of them were enraged. This Mu Yun was very aggressive. Too powerful. His cultivation level was 1 level lower than theirs, but his explosive power was stronger than theirs. How did this brat manage to cultivate it? But now was not the time to think about this. They did not charge towards Mu Yun. Instead, Mu Yun charged towards them. Calamity lightning slash. Xiaoqin used his hands as sabers, and a tyrannical lightning attributed aura gathered and unleashed. A rumbling sound rang out as the earth rumbled. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body became restless. Dark lightning shield. An invisible shield appeared in front of Mu Yun. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. It was as if at this moment, everyone felt an extreme pressure in their hearts. Break! Mu Yun stepped forward bravely, and the aura of her entire body condensed to the extreme. Boom! The entire arena was filled with endless rumbling sounds. At the same time, on the other side, Jifu was facing Lu Tongming and He Yuan. Although her attack was not as domineering as Mu Yun's, it was steady and full of powerful vitality. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing more than 10 people. They did not retreat or defend at all. Instead, each of them displayed their abilities, and the aura of their attacks soared. At this moment, Feng Hui and He Yuan were simply dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? Mu Yun's attack was really too domineering. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body seemed to contain the power of lightning, mighty and invincible, and unreasonable. How did this brat cultivate to this level? Everyone was extremely surprised at this moment. I'm not playing with you anymore. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a sneer. Lightning sky split. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure soared into the sky at this moment. She raised her hands, and at this moment, lightning surrounded Mu Yun's body. At the same time, Mu Yun was like the god of lightning, containing a powerful and unparalleled aura. Slash. As soon as she finished speaking, the earth rumbled and exploded. Feng Hui and He Yuan, 2 supremes at the peak stage, and the other 4 supremes at the peak stage, were resisting with all their might. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care. Bang, bang, bang. A low explosion sounded, and the 6 figures released their avatars at this moment. Their strength was squeezed to the extreme, and they had no choice but to release their avatars. In an instant, 2 4,000-meter-tall avatars and 4 2,000-meter-tall avatars appeared. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun laughed sinisterly. Do you think that you are the only ones who have Supreme's avatars? Mu Yun smiled indifferently. Boom. At this moment, an avatar suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun. It was 10,000 meters tall. The 10,000-meter-tall avatar was no different from where Ji Fu and the others were fighting. Impossible. Feng Hui's face was pale at this moment. How can a peak supremes condense a 10,000-meter-tall avatar? It's absolutely impossible. Feng Hui was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Mu Yun actually had a 10,000-meter-tall avatar. How was this possible? Absolutely impossible. This exceeded the limits of supremes. Rules are dead, and people are alive. What does condensing an avatar depend on? It depends on the avatar technique and the strength of the physical body. It's impossible for you, but it doesn't mean that it's also impossible for me, Mu Yun. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun smashed her fist down. Boom. The earth shattered, and cracks appeared at this moment. The bodies of Feng Hui and the others completely exploded. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and landed. Comfortable. After this battle, Mu Yun felt even more comfortable with the power flowing through her body. The devouring power was activated, and the essence, energy, and spirit of the 6 figures were completely devoured by Mu Yun. A comfortable aura made Mu Yun sigh softly. At this moment, the avatar was sublimated. 12,000 meters. It was 6 times more powerful than a late-stage Supremes, but it was not just 6 times more powerful. Mu Yun clenched her fists. Eh? At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. She felt that 10,000 meters away, her extremely powerful essence, energy, and spirit were also carried by the devouring power and flew to her side. It seems that I didn't lie this time. Mu Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Not bad. A voice sounded at this moment. Jifu flew over at this moment, looked at Mu Yan, and said with a smile, "It seems that you are now not much different from a supreme's imperfection. You are not bad either." Of course. Jifu smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let's prepare to do something big next." Something big? Yes. Jifu said with a grin. Her innocent and harmless appearance was quite stunning. Think about it, Jifu said. If the two of us join forces, Yi Fufeng, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, and the other so-called geniuses are no match for us, right? Continue. Among the 12 Emperor Guard bridges, there must be a few that lead to the other 4 cities. Like Blood Moon City, those cities have a lot of supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid. After robbing them once, let's do it a second time and block their way. Mu Yan's eyes lit up when she heard Jifu's words. There are hundreds of them. Aren't you a supreme divine array master? Jifu said with a smile. Mu Yan smiled when she heard this. It's definitely not a problem for me to deal with those few supremes in perfection. You stall those guys and force them to hand over their treasures. If they don't hand them over, kill them. If they hand them over, we can consider letting them go. It's a pity that there are only 2 of us. If we can block all 12 paths, no matter who comes out of each path, we can stop them. The treasures in the outer area of the Endless Blood Palace will all belong to us. Mu Yan's eyes flickered when she heard this. It's not good to be too greedy. Since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's start robbing. Okay. Jifu looked at Mu Yan's anxious expression. This guy is even more anxious than me. The 2 of them quickly left the place without stopping. At the same time, in the ruins, Shui Wenqiong's figure appeared again. The bloodline of the ancient emperor. The legacy of the lightning emperor. Shui Wenqiong looked in the direction that the 2 of them left and sighed. The Kanglan world is indeed full of geniuses. I wonder how many of the ancient emperors and ancient gods are still alive. Shui Wenqiong muttered, "Are the 6 of them still alive? It's a pity that I, Shui Wenqiong, can no longer follow the emperor to conquer the world." Shui Wenqiong was one of the 7 blood imperial guards. Back then, he had followed the endless ancient emperor until his death. But now, things had changed. A bridge was born in the Blood Moon City. The bridge led to the 4 directions of the Blood Fiend Sea. No one knew how the bridges and paths were preserved under the sea for millions of years without rotting. But at this moment, everyone gradually found out the secret. There were 12 paths that led to 12 different places. Together with the information that they had previously grasped. The 4 outer cities. The 7 blood guard halls. There was another path that led to the Endless Blood Palace without a doubt. The 11 forces entered separately. Together with the other third-rate forces, they completely occupied the 12 bridges. At this moment, on one of the bridges, a group of people returned at this moment. How unlucky. A curse sounded at this moment. It's actually a dead end. As the curse sounded, the crowd of about 100 people sighed softly. Yi Fufeng was furious. As the son of the Extreme Emperor Palace's elder, Yi Fufeng was a complete earthly supreme. He had led the earthly supreme team this time, but he was robbed by Mu Yun. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost what he had gained. Now, he had chosen one of the 12 paths, and it was a dead end. At the end of the path was a stone wall that could not be opened. Yi Fufeng was not only sure that he could not open it, but even an earthly venerable expert could not open it. How unlucky. Brother Yi, it's still early. If we return now, we will definitely meet others. A disciple said, with our strength, it's not impossible to rob others. Hearing this, Yi Fufeng's face lit up. Good idea. Although Jin Lei and Huadong Tian are separated, if we rob them, the other party will get the news and rush over immediately. The people from the Antarctic Sea are stronger in the sea. It can't be them. Yi Fufeng thought for a moment and said, the people from the Yenyue Pavilion are all dead. It's hopeless. Then it's Xianxia from the Fierce Spirit sect, Wu Ta Gan from the Wuda clan, and Man Yuan from the Sky Barbarian sect. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yi Fufeng who blocked the bridge to rob. Yi Fufeng quickly decided on a dead end. These three parties were currently the best to deal with each other. As for those third-rate forces, Yi Fufeng did not expect them to obtain anything good. After making up his mind, Yi Fufeng smiled and said, I'm a supreme divine array master after all. I'll set up a formation, wait for them to fall into the trap, and rob them of their good stuff. Big Brother Yi is wise. Big Brother Yi will definitely succeed. At this moment, everyone was congratulating him. The group of 100 people left at this moment. Slowly, two figures appeared under the bridge. Why didn't you use that moon-slashing ghost formation just now? Zhifu said unhappily. Rob them? Mu Yun was speechless. Have you forgotten that we robbed these guys previously? They didn't get anything this time. What are we robbing? The air? Zhifu patted her head. She forgot. Yi Fufeng, this poor guy. Chase after them. Mu Yun smiled and said, Yi Fufeng is a supreme divine array master. Let's take the net after robbing the others. Wiping them all out is the right way. Zhifu's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's right. Immediately, Mu Yun and Zhifu moved out. At this moment, the two of them were perfected supreme and peak supreme. Zhifu could completely crush martial artists of the same realm. Lu Tongming's strength had already proven this point. As for Mu Yun, she was at peak supreme and could kill martial artists of the same realm as her, as well as perfected supreme. How many martial artists of great perfection supremacy were there this time? There were only a few elites among them. Zhifu alone was enough to deal with them. As for the others, there were many of them, but what was the use of having many people? When the supreme divine array enveloped them, they would be trapped no matter how many people there were. At that time, Mu Yun would take action and kill them one by one. It would not be a problem. At this moment, the two of them seemed to think of themselves as a team of 200 people and were full of anticipation for the next action. Martial artists from various forces entered the 12 Emperor Guard bridges. At this moment, Yi Fufeng sent a few disciples who were faster to scout for information. Finally, they chose a path. Yi Fufeng did not know that Xianxia of the Fierce Spirit sect had died. This time, Yi Fufeng found the location of the other two parties. Heavenly Barbarian Sect, the Wuda clan. Yi Fufeng murmured, the Wu Ta clan was originally on the decline and seemed to have fallen from the top 3 clans. But 1,000 years ago, a high priest suddenly appeared in the Wu Ta clan and revived the entire clan. That high priest is very mysterious. Even Patriarch Utak is respectful to him. Yi Fufeng pondered deeply for a moment and said, since it's like that, then we'll choose the Primal Abyss. The people from Sky Barbarian sect are all idiots. They think that they're invincible because they practice the Berserker body art. This time, I'll use the formation to surround them. Go. As Yi Fufeng spoke, his speed flashed and he led 100 people towards the passageway that the Sky Barbarian sect disciples had entered. At this moment, there were two figures following behind them like specters. It was Mu Yun and Zhifu. It seems that Yi Fufeng is prepared to take down the Primal Abyss. Zhifu said calmly, the Sky Barbarian sect's Berserker body art is quite capable. Yi Fufeng is full of confidence. It seems that his attainments in formations are not shallow. Maybe after killing him, you'll be able to obtain a few Supreme Divine Array diagrams and increase your attainments in formations. Mu Yun nodded. Zhifu was right. Mu Yun could rely on the execution of the heavens painting to hide her aura. Zhifu also relied on the Nining mirror in her hands to prevent Yi Fufeng and the others from discovering her. The two of them followed closely, not too far and not too close. Gradually, Yi Fufeng and the others stopped in the middle. This position was just right for an ambush. On the spacious bridge, Yi Fufeng looked at the people behind him and said, be careful. If you let the prey escape, I'll hold you responsible. This time, the young prince is personally leading the team. If we don't gain anything, then it'll be embarrassing. The young prince that Yi Fufeng was referring to was Huang Fengqing, the leader of the Extreme King Palace team. Earth supremacy. At this moment, the people of the Extreme King Palace started to get busy. Yi Fufeng stood in the middle of the bridge. Lines of formations appeared between his fingers. At this moment, Yi Fufeng sighed inwardly. In terms of formation attainments, he was much better than Mu Yun. But on that day, Mu Yun and Ji Fu actually thought of patching up the gap and connecting the entire city Lord Manor's formation to imprison and intimidate them. But he didn't expect that. Actually, Yi Fufeng knew that it wasn't that he didn't think of it, but that he didn't dare to do it. If he really did it, then the entire Blood Moon City's supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid would be his. But after leaving Blood Moon City and reaching the sea, the young Prince Huang Fengqing wouldn't be able to protect him. He didn't dare, but Mu Yun did. Perhaps this was what it meant to be barefooted, not afraid of wearing shoes, but Mu Yun's actions had offended the 12th third-tier forces. This brat hadn't appeared yet. If he did, he would definitely die. Yi Fufeng didn't know. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were looking at him from 1,000 meters away. How is it? Ji Fu didn't understand formations and was puzzled as she watched Yi Fufeng set them up. 5 beginner-level Supreme God formations. Mu Yun exhaled and said, "These 5 beginner-level Supreme God formations are definitely not a problem to trap 5 peak perfected Supremes." As Mu Yun finished speaking, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Good opportunity. If Man Yuan and Yi Fufeng fought, Man Yuan would most likely be at a disadvantage. At that time, he would be able to reap the benefits. You wait here first. I'll go back and make some preparations. Okay. Hearing this, Ji Fu became cautious. Mu Yun's figure gradually disappeared. Yi Fufeng had really put in a lot of effort at this moment. Time passed bit by bit. Both parties waited like this. Yi Fufeng waited for Man Yuan and the rest of the Sky Barbarian sect to appear. As for Mu Yun and Ji Fu, they waited for the two parties to completely fight. Yi Fufeng, who was hidden in the formation, moved his eyes at this moment. They're here. As soon as he finished speaking, the bridge was silent and peaceful. Yi Fufeng looked ahead with a slight smile. They're finally here. At this very moment, at the forefront, there were about 70 to 80 figures. They formed a team and appeared on the other side of the bridge. The person in the lead was Man Yuan of the Sky Barbarian sect. At this very moment, Man Yuan's aura was exceptionally terrifying and carried a cold, murderous aura. Not only that, but the dozens of people around him were also filled with murderous aura. Many of them had terrifying injuries on their bodies. However, all of them had an excited expression. Seeing this scene, Yi Fufeng was even happier. These fellows were so proud and had serious injuries. They must have obtained something good. Step by step, Man Yuan's team stepped into the formation that Yi Fufeng had set up. Man Yuan, what did you obtain? Why don't you tell me? Yi Fufeng, who was dressed in white, walked out and smiled faintly. Yi Fufeng. Seeing Yi Fufeng, Man Yuan's expression was cautious. What are you doing here? What am I doing? Yi Fufeng smiled and said, of course, I'm waiting for you. At this moment, Man Yuan suddenly understood. Yi Fufeng, are you trying to learn from Mu Yun and rob us? Hearing this, Yi Fufeng smiled faintly. That's right. Rob. At this very moment, Yi Fufeng pointed his finger. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, 5 rays of light rose into the sky. Waves of vigorous heaven and earth energy merged into the large formation. Hundreds of figures appeared one by one in the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Man Yuan's face darkened. Yi Fufeng, have you made up your mind? Nonsense. Yi Fufeng snorted. Mu Yun is a paragon divine array master and a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. How dare she rob us? Why can't I rob you? The Extreme Emperor Palace is not afraid of the Sky Barbarian sect. Hearing this, Man Yuan's face darkened. This bastard really dares to say such things. It seems that the Extreme Emperor Palace has been developing steadily in the North Sky Mountain origin all these years. Do you really think that you're invincible among the third-grade sects? Man Yuan snorted and shouted, it's just a formation. Both our people are inside. Even if you want to attack, you have to be careful. Also, do you think that I will let you control the formation wholeheartedly? Man Yuan shouted, and then his figure charged out swiftly. Kill. Yi Fufeng shouted at this moment and immediately said. Man Yuan, hand over the supreme treasure you obtained, and I will let you go. Otherwise, even if I have to pay a painful price today, you will die without a doubt. Dream on. Man Yuan laughed and held a long spear with both hands. His entire body was surging with battle intent, giving off a feeling that he was invincible in the world. At this very moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were watching from afar. Tisk, these so-called Paragon Divine Array Masters are just SOSO. Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but ask, can you kill the two of them? Of course. Ji Fu said solemnly, if it wasn't for you, I would have already killed my way out. Mu Yun was taken aback. Me, was this a joke? He was a peak paragon and could kill a perfected paragon. How could Ji Fu despise him? The two of them didn't say much and just watched the battle. At this very moment, the people of the Sky Barbarian sect were killing ferociously. The people of the Extreme Emperor Palace weren't inferior either. In addition to the support of Yi Fufeng's formation, the people of the Extreme Emperor Palace quickly gained the upper hand. At this very moment, Yi Fufeng said again, Man Yuan, you have fallen into my trap. Admit defeat willingly. Do you have to force me to kill you? As long as you hand over what you obtained on this trip, I will definitely let you go. You are really daydreaming. Man Yuan sneered and punched out. Boom, instantly, a loud explosion sounded. Although Paragon Divine Array Master Man Yuan was injured, those injuries didn't seem to affect his performance in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Fufeng was multitasking. He controlled the formation to fight with Man Yuan, but he couldn't take him down. However, Yi Fufeng wasn't in a hurry. He just needed to continue waiting. After his subordinates dealt with the people of the Sky Barbarian sect, these guys and Man Yuan were nothing to worry about. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios both want to be a fisherman at this moment. Man Yuan's aura was terrifyingly powerful. When Mu Yun saw this, he stopped underestimating Su Mo. He was a peak supreme being. He originally thought that he was invincible in the same realm and that killing a perfected supreme being wouldn't be a problem. Hence, he thought that he could deal with a perfected supreme being as well. However, after seeing how powerful Yi Fufeng and Man Yuan were, he felt that he had overestimated himself. Both of them were peak perfected supreme beings. They had reached the limit of supreme being. They were very powerful. Martial artists of this realm couldn't be understood with a simple sentence or two. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat as he looked ahead. When these people fought, each of their moves was deadly. However, what surprised Mu Yun was the Sky Barbarian sect's martial artists. For some reason, the Sky Barbarian sect's martial artists gave off a domineering aura. It was as if they were fighting with all their might even though they were severely injured. It was a terrifying feeling. Although the Extreme Monarch Palace's martial artists had the advantage in numbers, they were still injured. However, they had lost more than the Sky Barbarian sect's martial artists. Seeing this, Man Yuan sneered. Yi Fufeng, do you still think that you can take me down? Damn it. At this moment, Yi Fufeng also realized that something was wrong. The Sky Barbarian sect's disciples were fighting bravely at this moment. What had happened to this group of people? Humph, you're just a shameless scoundrel. Man Yuan sneered. We're risking our lives for a chance to become stronger, but you're hiding here like a coward. You want to be a fisherman? Then you have to see if you're qualified to be a fisherman. Yi Fufeng was completely enraged. Man Yuan, do you really think that I can't kill you? Yi Fufeng was furious. It would be strange if he wasn't angry after being sneered at by Man Yuan. Both of them were peak supreme beings. Who was afraid of who? Moreover, Man Yuan had fallen into his trap. If Man Yuan escaped, how could Yi Fufeng establish himself in the Extreme Monarch Palace in the future? How was he going to establish his authority in North Tianshan? Yi Fufeng roared and took a step forward. Boom, in an instant, the 5 supreme god arrays started to glow and rumble. For a moment, light radiated in all directions. Thud 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 thud. All of a sudden, giant hands appeared within the 5 formations. The gigantic hands seemed to break out of the ground and charged in all directions, grabbing one Sky Barbarian sect disciple after another. The disciples of the Extreme King Palace rushed out one after another at an extremely fast speed. Boom, a series of explosions could be heard. This unexpected event caused Man Yuan's face to sink. You're courting death. At this moment, Man Yuan was even more furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Yuan's killing intent wreaked havoc. The two of them immediately clashed. How indecisive, Jifu couldn't help but be speechless at this moment. If this continues, when will it end? It's almost over, Mu Yun said at this moment. How do you know? Yi Fufeng's formation is gathering power. These 5 formations aren't simple elementary supreme god arrays. When the 5 of them are connected, they can erupt with a very strong killing intent. However, it needs to gather power, so it couldn't be displayed earlier. Mu Yun was also very surprised at this moment. This Yi Fufeng's attainments and formations were indeed not simple. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching carefully. At the same time, the two of them were less than 1,000 meters away from the two sides. Large amounts of essence, energy, and spirit of the dead martial artists were being devoured by Mu Yun. Eh? At this moment, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Something wasn't right. Something was very wrong. Mu Yun could clearly feel it at this moment. The number of dead disciples from both sides added up to more than 30 to 40 people. And the devouring power was unleashed. After the disciples of the Extreme King Palace died, the essence, energy, and spirit provided to him was no different from the peak and perfection supremes. However, the disciples of the Sky Barbarian sect. No, it increased by a lot. The essence, energy, and spirit of a Sky Barbarian sect disciple was devoured by him. It was equivalent to a perfection supremes. It was too strange. The bodies of those Sky Barbarian sect disciples seemed to have been irrigated by a force and were reborn. At this moment, Mu Yun was calm and collected as he continued to devour. Even if he told Jifu about this, Jifu wouldn't be able to understand. Mu Yun couldn't tell Jifu that he could devour other people's cultivation to raise his own realm. Yi Fufeng, you deserve to die. Man Yuan shouted angrily. Man Yuan, are you still not willing to hand it over? Is your life more important, or is your treasure more important? When he heard this, Man Yuan shouted loudly instead, stop trying to bewitch me. Mu Yun didn't kill us that day because he couldn't do it. If I give you the treasure, will you let me go? Don't treat everyone as an idiot like you. You don't know what's good for you. Yi Fufeng couldn't be bothered to say more. Taking a step forward, Yi Fufeng waved his hand. All of a sudden, a terrifying ripple rose from the 5 formations. Suddenly, a giant palm soared into the sky. Yi Fufeng flew up, and the giant palm floated in front of him. Man Yuan, you're courting death. As soon as Yi Fufeng finished speaking, killing intent surged. Boom, in an instant, the giant palm slammed down. The power of the 5 large formations completely condensed together. This wasn't the attack of one elementary supreme divine formation, but 5. The combined power of 5 elementary supreme divine formations. It was no different from 5 great perfection supremes attacking at the same time. In an instant, the giant palm slammed down, and the figures standing around Man Yuan collapsed one by one. Rumble sounded continuously at this moment. At this moment, countless people felt a powerful killing aura. PFFF, suddenly, Man Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Yi Fufeng, you're courting death. Today, Man Yuan had said this more than once. Yi Fufeng's face was slightly pale, and he sneered. Am I courting death or are you courting death? You know it yourself. Then give it a try. Yi Fufeng was also somewhat strenuous to control 5 large formations at the same time. Moreover, Man Yuan wasn't an ordinary great perfection supremes, but an extreme supremes. It wasn't that easy to kill Man Yuan. At this moment, Man Yuan's body was covered in blood and flesh. It was extremely terrifying. Haha, at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded. Oh, Huadong Tian, I didn't expect that we would be able to see such a good show by trying our luck. As soon as the hearty laugh sounded, the sound of something breaking through the air floated past the place where Mu Yun and Ji Fu were hiding and rushed forward. Seeing the 2 people in the lead, Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, the people from the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan had arrived. This was getting interesting. Ji Fu snorted and said, why are these 2 bastards here? This is troublesome. Yi Fufeng and Man Yuan are about to die, and we're going to be fishermen. Why are these guys here to cause trouble? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This time, it's not just the sandpiper and the clam fighting. Hearing this, Jifu curled her lips and said, there are almost 10 great perfection supremes now. I can't handle them alone. Besides, I can handle them, but can you handle 300 to 400 experts? Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Why do we have to fight them head-on? Jifu was slightly taken aback. All along, the feeling that Mu Yun gave her was that she was cautious in doing things. But now, Mu Yun felt that she had become bold. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength was constantly increasing. The supreme celestial body was originally 12,000 meters, but now, it had reached 14,000 meters. This time, it only devoured a few dozen people. But the result was very different from the previous time. Among the few dozen people, 20 of them were from the Sky Barbarian sect. The essence, energy, and spirit contained in the bodies of the Sky Barbarian sect's disciples were simply terrifying. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. There was definitely something wrong with this group of Sky Barbarian sect's disciples. Jin Lei. Huadong Tian. Seeing the arrival of the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan, Yi Fufeng's expression changed. They were about to succeed, and Man Yuan would definitely die. But at this moment, there was a mishap. Why are these fellows here now? Yi Fufeng's eyes were cold at this moment. Man Yuan was even more cautious. The Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan were from the Western Mountains. There was no relationship between the Western Mountains and the North Sky Mountain origin. TSK. Why are you guys fighting so fiercely? Jin Lei mocked. Could it be that you guys got something good and didn't distribute it evenly? Did you guys fight? Come, let me see what's the good stuff, and I'll distribute it with you guys. How about it? Jin Lei, this has nothing to do with the Golden Horned Beast clan. Yi Fufeng snorted. How can you say it has nothing to do with us when you guys are fighting so fiercely? Huadong Tian mocked, is it because of the uneven distribution that you guys are fighting? We'll help you. At this moment, Man Yuan was rather speechless. What's wrong with these geniuses from the various third-tier forces? Why did they learn from Mu Yun? Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, are you guys going to participate in this too? Of course. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian took a step forward, unwilling to pass on their responsibilities. The two of them had no intention of retreating. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and frowned. These fellows had really learned from him. If that's the case, then let's fight. Around Yi Fufeng, the 5 grand arrays changed rapidly, and a battle intent sprouted. Yi Fufeng, don't be stubborn. Jin Lei sneered, you're a beginner Supreme Divine Array Master, but don't forget that it's not easy for you to control 5 grand arrays at the same time. You must have used up a lot of energy when you fought with Man Yuan just now, right? You're too arrogant to want to fight with us now. Yi Fufeng's face was even colder. These two bastards. They were about to take down Man Yuan and become the fisherman. Yi Fufeng couldn't take it lying down. If that's the case, let's fight. Yi Fufeng snorted coldly and didn't retreat. Swoosh, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Man Yuan, where are you going? Seeing this, Huadong Tian, Jin Lei, and Yi Fufeng's faces changed. Man Yuan couldn't run. This guy might have gotten some benefits. If he ran, they wouldn't get anything. In an instant, the two of them rushed out. However, how could Man Yuan not run? He would be a fool if he didn't run. This group of people was obviously targeting him. If he didn't run now, he would die. If he retreated there, he might have a chance of survival. Man Yuan was extremely fast. The remaining 30 to 40 Sky Barbarian sect disciples followed closely behind. Yi Fufeng didn't care about Huadong Tian and Jin Lei. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian didn't want to give up and rushed out. At this moment, the 4 sides that looked like they were going to fight suddenly turned into running away. At this moment, Mu Yun and Jifu walked out. What should we do? What can we do? Mu Yun smiled and said, chase after them. Man Yuan's group isn't simple. I have a feeling that although they didn't get any treasures, they got some opportunities. The fortunate encounters that these fellows have obtained are related to their martial path, which can help them advance further in the future. Jifu didn't say much. Let's go and see. Muyan smiled and said, it's such a good show. It'll be a pity if we can't see it. At this moment, Muyan's aura surged. Jifu was slightly stunned. This guy improved again in such a short time. Could it be that Muyan could help me improve my strength by watching the battle? Thinking of this, Jifu suddenly shook her head. Impossible. How could it be? If that was the case, then Muyan was too terrifying. She should have reached the ultimate god level long ago. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the Emperor Way Bridge. Man Yuan's figure was extremely fast as he rushed inside. The Sky Barbarian sect disciples followed closely behind, and the distance between them widened. Yi Fufeng led 70 to 80 people from the Extreme Emperor Palace and chased after them. Behind them were Jin Lei and Huadong Tian, leading the warriors of the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan. The four sides had turned into a chase. Muyan and Jifu followed behind at a leisurely pace. Although the two of them had their own methods of concealing themselves, it would be troublesome if the people in front suddenly had the intention to leave someone behind. They traveled for half a day. Suddenly, a magnificent palace appeared in front of them. However, it was different from the palace ruins that Muyan and Jifu had seen before. Most of the palaces here were well preserved. Only a portion of it looked extremely old. It was covered in cracks, as if it had suffered the erosion of time after being exposed to the wind and sun. Man Yuan didn't say anything and directly charged in, and his figure vanished. The Sky Barbarian sect disciples behind him followed closely behind. At this moment, Yi Fufeng stopped and looked at the group of palaces. This place was indeed extraordinary. That kid Man Yuan really obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter here. However, Man Yuan didn't kill his way out. Instead, he turned around and returned. There might be some unique places here, and they had to guard against it. Not long after, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian also arrived. Yi Fufeng looked at the two of them and said, let's not fight among ourselves first, shall we? Otherwise, it won't be worth it if we give others an opportunity to take advantage of us. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian sneered but didn't say anything. Of course, they didn't want to fight with Yi Fufeng now. If the three sides worked together to eliminate Man Yuan first, the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan would still have their battle power. By then, Yi Fufeng's side wouldn't be able to defeat the two sides. At this moment, each of them had their own thoughts. Isn't this the place of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards? Jifu and Muyan stood at the back and looked ahead. The architectural style of this place was almost the same as the place where Xue Wenxiong's Blood Imperial Guard resided. It seems that this is the residence of another Blood Imperial Guard. Muyan nodded. He thought of the 9 elements Dharma body elixir in his arms. Xue Wenxiong said that as long as he found the residence of another Blood Imperial Guard and took out the elixir, the wooden box wrapped around the elixir would open automatically. The 9 elements Dharma body elixir was his. At the same time, Yi Fufeng, Jin Lei, and Huadong Tian didn't wait any longer. If Man Yuan could enter, so could they. Instantly, the three of them led their people and rushed in. The palaces hidden at the bottom of the sea and the bridges were related to an ancient emperor. At this moment, the mysterious veil of the Blood Fiend seas seemed to be gradually unveiled. Muyan and Jifu waited quietly for a long time before moving into the palaces in front of them. Rumble. Just as the two of them were about to enter the palace, a rumbling sound could be heard. Someone had started fighting at this moment. Immediately after, a scream suddenly sounded at this moment. Man Yuan, you're courting death. It was Yi Fufeng's angry roar. Rumble. In an instant, a roar sounded in the main hall. A figure rose into the sky. It was Man Yuan. At this moment, Man Yuan stood proudly in the air. Power gathered all over his body as he looked around. Yi Fufeng, you want to learn how to rob from Muyan? Why don't you take a look at your own ability? Ability? Yi Fufeng snorted. I ask myself, my ability is stronger than yours. Yi Fufeng snorted and instantly attacked. The two of them fought in the air above the main hall. Great perfection supremes with a 10,000-meter Dharma body and surging origin power, their attacks had a strong murderous aura. Rumble sounded continuously at this moment. Man Yuan grinned and punched out. Die. Boom. A deafening sound was transmitted at this moment. Man Yuan's figure was already in front of Yi Fufeng in the next moment. He pointed a finger. There was a bang. Yi Fufeng's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated and smashed into the main hall below. At this moment, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. However, the main hall below Yi Fufeng was intact. You. Yi Fufeng's face turned pale. Something was wrong. In this short period of time, not only did Man Yuan's injuries recover, but even his strength had increased tremendously. If the two of them were evenly matched before, he could suppress Man Yuan with the help of the array. But now, even with the help of the array, he couldn't face Man Yuan. What did this guy go through? How did he become so different in such a short period of time? Yi Fufeng, do you really think that you can defeat me? Man Yuan sneered at this moment. I just don't want to completely fall out with you. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Humph. Yi Fufeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, are you still going to watch? Yi Fufeng sneered. I can't defeat you, so I'll just retreat. It won't be that easy for Man Yuan to stop me. But you. Yi Fufeng, why do you have to provoke us? A figure walked out. It was Jin Lei. Jin Lei grinned. You're the one who started this. We don't want to get involved. Looking at Man Yuan, Jin Lei said again, Man Yuan, your battle strength wasn't so exaggerated before. If you tell us the secret of this place and share it with us, we won't care even if you kill Yi Fufeng. Okay. Man Yuan said happily. In that case, I'll kill this person first and then tell you the secret of this place. Man Yuan, do you really think we're fools? Huadong Tian took a step forward and said slowly, you can't kill him. Tell us now, and I promise that we won't get involved in the matter between you two. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Man Yuan sneered. Who doesn't know who you are, why beat around the bush? Why don't you two join forces with Yi Fufeng and see if you can defeat me, otherwise, get out of my way. Man Yuan's hair and beard fluttered in the wind, looking unrestrained. Yi Fufeng scolded, why are you still worrying about this? This guy is obviously different. If he breaks through to the earthly venerable realm here, all three of us will die. Hearing this, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian no longer hesitated. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures charged out. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Seeing this scene, Man Yuan laughed loudly. 3 pieces of trash. Do you really think you can kill me? While laughing, Man Yuan immediately charged out. The 4 figures collided with a loud bang. Fortunately, the ancient palace below was extremely sturdy. Even though the 4 of them were complete earthly venerables, the aftermath of their battle did not spread to the main palace below. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another as figures charged out continuously. At this moment, everyone could feel that the 4 of them were using their true abilities. Look over there. Mu Yun did not pay attention to the battle at this moment. Her gaze stopped at a spot in the main palace. There, the disciples of the Sky Barbarian sect were guarding the main palace. Mu Yun also noticed that the 30 to 40 disciples of the Sky Barbarian sect weren't in a good state. However, after a few of them entered the main palace and walked out, they immediately became spirited and their auras changed greatly. Something strange was happening in the main palace. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay. Jifu followed closely behind Mu Yun. The 2 of them moved quickly and arrived in front of the main palace. At this moment, the disciples of the 4 sects had already started killing. The Sky Barbarian sect had the least number of disciples, with only 34 of them remaining. However, each of them was as ferocious as a tiger. It was not difficult for them to fight against 3 people of the same realm. Although the 3 sects had many disciples, they could not take down 30 to 40 people in a short period of time. When Mu Yun and Jifu joined forces, even complete earthly venerables had to retreat. The place was chaotic. The 2 of them concealed themselves slightly and charged into the main palace. Who is it? In the main palace, the three disciples of the Sky Barbarian sect suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu. It's you. Previously, when they were robbed by Mu Yun and Ji Fu, everyone had a deep impression of them. Now, the two of them suddenly appeared here. Just as the three disciples were about to shout, Mu Yun and Ji Fu charged out instantly. Mu Yun was a peak earthly venerables and was not inferior to a complete earthly venerables. As for Ji Fu, she was a complete earthly venerables. The two of them joined forces and charged towards the three. The three peak earthly venerables were momentarily dazed. Mu Yun and Ji Fu would not be distracted. The two of them joined forces and unleashed their killing moves. Their murderous aura flourished at this moment. 3 groans were heard. The two of them did not kill immediately. Instead, they used their powerful strength to intimidate the 3 of them. If you dare to speak, I'll kill you directly, Ji Fu suddenly said. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold as he looked at the 3 of them and said slowly, "Answer my questions." "What are you doing?" The 3 of them sat cross-legged around a blood pool. Their auras flowed in their bodies as if they were absorbing energy from the blood pool. "Do you know what you're doing?" One of the disciples shouted coldly. "Mu Yun, you've offended the Sky Barbarian sect. You'll definitely die. Your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will also be finished." Bang! Mu Yun waved her hand. The disciple's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and died immediately. I said, "Answer whatever you ask." Mu Yun looked at the remaining 2 and continued, "Do you understand?" One of the disciples immediately said, "We found this blood pool when we entered this place. It contains an endless amount of energy. It can refine the Dharma body and help condense it. At the same time, it can increase the strength of the body. It has great benefits. We killed many puppets here and were seriously injured. However, we recovered immediately after absorbing the energy from the blood pool. However, the blood pool here cannot dissipate. Moreover, we cannot take it away. Therefore, we can only absorb it to the limit and leave." The disciple spoke one sentence after another like a bullet. At this moment, Mu Yun was also stunned. The blood pool contained the energy to condense the Dharma body. Moreover, these people did not seem to have any problems absorbing it. Ji Fu stopped the 2 of them. Mu Yun looked at the blood pool. The blood pool was 10 meters long and wide. It was said to be fresh blood, but there was no smell of blood in the surroundings. Bang, bang. 2 bangs were heard. Ji Fu killed the 2 of them directly. Looking at the blood pool, Ji Fu smiled and said, "How extravagant." "What do you mean?" "A blood pool refined from the blood essence of earthly venerables. Moreover, it's not just 1, but thousands of them." That was terrifying. Those earthly venerables all had earthly venerable real bodies when they were alive. Ji Fu said, "The blood of an earthly venerable contains the power of the real body. The power of the Dharmakaya can be preserved even after death. A single drop of a sovereign's blood essence is enough to transform a sage completely. Even a martial monarch can undergo earth-shaking changes, let alone a blood pool formed by the blood essence of an earthly venerable." Ji Fu looked at the blood pool and explained. "However, I can't always rely on the blood pool to cultivate." "Why?" "This earthly sovereign essence blood contains their paths when they were alive. Although it is a fragmented path, absorbing too much of it will still affect one's body. It will be dangerous if one becomes possessed when making a breakthrough." Mu Yun nodded. "However, I can use this blood pool to reach the earthly venerable rank," Ji Fu said with a smile. "Who?" At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the main hall. They were the Sky Barbarian sect disciples. When that disciple saw Mu Yun and Ji Fu, his expression immediately changed. "It's you guys." In an instant, that disciple escaped. "Mu Yun and Ji Fu are here." That disciple's roar spread throughout the entire ancient hall. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Mu Yun. Ji Fu. She actually dared to appear here, Ji Fu urged, "Quickly set up the formation. As long as you can hold them off for half an hour, I will definitely reach the earthly venerable rank. At that time, these 4 guys will be fish on our chopping board." "Okay." Mu Yun didn't waste any time. Jifu immediately took a step forward and came to the side of the blood pool. At the same time, the four figures had stopped fighting. As Mu Yun waved her hand, lines of formation runes were released at this moment. Mu Yun? Man Yuan shouted, Man Jianxian, did you see clearly? It's the two of them. Man Jianxian insisted. This time, the four of them really didn't have the determination to fight. What was Mu Yun? At this moment, Mu Yun wasn't a human in their eyes, but a moving treasure. Hundreds of millions of sovereign spiritual liquid. Hundreds of thousands of drops of sovereign spiritual liquid, such a Mu Yun made them so envious that their eyes turned red. Are we still fighting? Man Yuan looked at Yi Fufeng, Jin Lei, and Huadong Tian and asked. Not anymore. Jin Lei shouted almost immediately, kill Mu Yun. He was really aggrieved. Originally, in the Blood Moon City governor's mansion, his harvest was the least. But as soon as he appeared, he was robbed by Mu Yun. This bastard still dared to appear now. Yi Fufeng was panting at this moment and snorted, capture Mu Yun first. At this moment, everyone completely stopped fighting. Mu Yun was the target of public criticism. Regardless of anything else, Mu Yun had to die. Hearing this, Man Yuan looked at the hall behind him. Huh? But at this moment, Man Yuan's expression changed. That bastard is setting up a great array. As soon as he said this, Yi Fufeng hurriedly flew over and stopped in front of the hall. How can this be? Yi Fufeng's expression changed slightly. From when Mu Yun was discovered to now when they decided to attack together, only a few sentences had passed. Mu Yun actually set up an array. Was a Supreme Divine Array Master powerful? Very powerful. But there were also shortcomings. An array wasn't set up casually. Yi Fufeng clearly understood this point. He was a beginner Supreme Divine Array Master. If it was to set up a level 6 Ancient Divine Array, it would be a piece of cake. But setting up a Supreme Divine Array wasn't that simple. Otherwise, no matter how strong Man Yuan was, if he wasn't a Supreme, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, Mu Yun had set up a Supreme Divine Array in a short period of time. Damn it! Jin Lei shouted angrily when he saw this. Mu Yun, come out and face your death. A low roar echoed in the air. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Jin Lei. Mu Yun's voice echoed in the hall. She laughed and said, what's wrong, are you here to give me treasures again? What good things do you have this time? I don't just want Supreme Spiritual Liquid and Supreme Divine Liquid. What's the point of hiding? Huadong Tian snorted. Come out if you have the ability. Let's fight to the death. You have more people. How would I dare? Mu Yun smiled and said, come in if you have the ability. As soon as she said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. This bastard is too hateful. Yi Fufeng, aren't you an array master? Break his array. Man Yuan said hatefully. The four of them were fighting fiercely just now, but now that they saw Mu Yun, they hated her to the core. I know. Yi Fufeng waved his hand and began to break the array. Mu Yun stood in the hall with a solemn expression. After all, Yi Fufeng was like him, proficient in arrays. He was only familiar with the foundation of the Moon Beheading Ghost Array, but Yi Fufeng was proficient in many elementary Supreme Divine Arrays. Mu Yun carefully felt the Moon Beheading Ghost Array dissipating. It seems like half an hour isn't enough. Mu Yun muttered and took out the wooden box. Senior. Holding the wooden box, Mu Yun stood in the hall and said slowly, Senior Xue Wenqiong asked me to bring this wooden box. If you are here, please respond to Senior Xue Wenqiong. Mu Yun waited quietly. But slowly, there was no response. It can't be fake, right? Mu Yun muttered in her heart. Crack. At this moment, the wooden box suddenly opened. The 9 elements Dharma body elixir appeared in front of Mu Yun with a faint silver light. As expected. Mu Yun muttered in her heart. Xue Wenqiong asked her to bring it over to deliver a message. Xue Wenqiong wanted to know if the other Blood Imperial Guards were dead. It seemed that the message had been delivered. It's up to you. Mu Yun looked at the 9 elements Dharma body elixir in her hand. If this elixir helped her break through immediately and reach the perfected Supreme Realm, There was still some hope of holding back the four of them. Mu Yun swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a powerful force raged in her body. It was the aura of a Dharma body. It was compatible with Mu Yun's Dharma body and flowed into her internal organs, limbs, and meridians. Slowly, Mu Yun's Dharma body was increasing. 14,000 meters. In almost the blink of an eye, it reached 16,000 meters. Moreover, it was increasing continuously. 16,000 meters was not the limit. Slowly, time passed bit by bit. The growth of Mu Yun's Dharma body also passed bit by bit. 17,000 meters. 18,000 meters. 19,000 meters. Mu Yun could clearly feel that his Dharma body was getting closer and closer to 20,000 meters. Reaching 20,000 meters was a new opportunity. Just a little more. Just a little more. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Buzz. In an instant, her Dharma body grew again. 19,999 meters. She was only one step away from reaching the perfected supreme realm. But the key was that at this moment, the medicinal effect of the 9 elements Dharma body elixir had not reached the point of breaking through. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a little regretful. If she could reach the perfected supreme realm, she would have a 20,000-meter Dharma body, which was incomparably powerful. It would be even more powerful than a 10,000-meter Dharma body. Before reaching 20,000 meters, there would not be a qualitative change. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled. Crack, crack, crack. At the door, the hall began to make cracking sounds. Mu Yun smiled bitterly at this moment. Ji Fu, you have to hurry. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. Now that Ji Fu was recovering her strength, if she was disturbed, she would definitely suffer a backlash. But the array in front of her was about to collapse. If they fought in the hall, it would definitely affect Ji Fu. It was better to fight directly. Although she had not reached the perfected supreme realm, she was just a little bit away. It was not impossible to devour a few people. Die. A loud shout came from within the formation. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure walked out, and her fist slashed out like a knife. Evil thunder slash. The rumbling of thunder sounded at this moment. Mu Yun threw a punch at Yi Fufeng. At this moment, Yi Fufeng was trying his best to break the array. He did not expect that Mu Yun would actually come out at this moment. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating in a sorry state. Mu Yun stepped out of the hall step by step, stood in front of the door, and looked at the martial artists around her. Are you looking for me? Faint words came out of Mu Yun's mouth. Mu Yun, you still dare to come out? Die. When Jin Lei saw this scene, he was immediately furious and directly attacked. Huadong Tian and Man Yuan did not talk nonsense at this moment. The 3 figures surrounded Mu Yun and attacked him. You're not qualified. Mu Yun punched out. Thud. Thunder slash attacked again. The 3 figures surrounded Mu Yun, not afraid of her attack at all. Swish. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure suddenly flew out. She dodged the 3 and went straight for Yi Fufeng. Bastard. Yi Fufeng was furious. Originally, when Man Yuan suddenly became strong, he was already injured after a round of beating. Just now, Mu Yun suddenly appeared and attacked him. He suffered a heavy blow. Now, this bastard thought that she had him and specifically targeted him. At this moment, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, and Man Yuan were eager for Mu Yun to kill him and reduce their trouble. Yi Fufeng, I'll kill you first. Mu Yun didn't hide it at this moment. She sneered, either die or get lost. You can try and see if they will save you. Save? Yi Fufeng understood very well that it was already good enough if these 3 didn't take the opportunity to kill him. It was impossible for them to save him. Mu Yun, you win. Yi Fufeng snorted, I'll take my leave. Leave, where are you going? Man Yuan stopped Yi Fufeng at this moment and snorted, Mu Yun wants to die. You also want to die. Man Yuan, don't push your luck. If he stayed, Mu Yun would kill him. The other 3 could quickly stop Mu Yun, but they didn't. What were they waiting for? They were waiting for him to be killed by Mu Yun. Now, he wanted to leave, but Man Yuan didn't let him. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. Mu Yun will definitely die. It's the same whether you're here or not. Man Yuan sneered, since you dared to ambush me today, then prepare to die. Man Yuan, you forced me to do this. Yi Fufeng was furious and didn't leave. If Man Yuan didn't let him leave, he couldn't leave at all. Yi Fufeng snorted coldly and immediately attacked. Man Yuan's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid at all. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. Among the crowd, a figure fell to the ground and his body exploded. Mu Yun! Jin Lei roared at this moment. At this moment, they were only focused on watching the battle between Man Yuan and Yi Fufeng, and they had forgotten about Mu Yun. Not only did this fellow not run away, he even launched a sneak attack on someone. Why are you calling me so affectionately? Mu Yun grinned at this moment. Do you really think I'm no match for you? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura surged. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. An aura rose from Mu Yun's body. In an instant, a thick aura filled the entire ancient palace. The Supreme Being had broken through the limit of 19,999 meters, reaching 20,000 meters. Full circle of Supreme Martial Artist. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that her body was being nourished by the Dharmakaya, and her whole body was extremely comfortable. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, come. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Do you think you can challenge a Supreme Being who has reached perfected Supreme Being? Jin Lei roared and punched out with both fists toward Mu Yun. Boom! In an instant, Huadong Tian also rushed forward, and the three figures were engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, Man Yuan was suppressing Yi Fufeng, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. At this moment, the surrounding people were also watching the battle cautiously. Yi Fufeng was entangled, and no one could continue to break Mu Yun's moon beheading ghost array, so the crowd had nothing to do. Mu Yun was treacherous. If they didn't keep a close eye on her, she might really run away. At this moment, everyone was extremely cautious. Golden Thunder Origin. A low roar could be heard. Suddenly, a tyrannical power was released from Jin Lei's body, and it contained a strong metallic aura that spread wantonly. With a wave of his palm, power was released continuously from Jin Lei's body. Streams of powerful life force spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt that Jin Lei was like an unstoppable golden sword that was piercing toward Mu Yun. Dark Thunder Shield. Mu Yun stood in midair and waved her hands. In front of her palms, an azure thunder shield condensed. The rumbling of thunder resounded within the lightning shield. Boom! A dull sound could be heard. At this moment, the earth seemed to be trembling completely. Mu Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Dark Thunder Sky Split. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Jin Lei. Boom! Jin Lei's burly body fell to the ground with a bang under the thunderbolt. At this moment, Jin Lei's face turned cold. Damn it! Too damn it, Mu Yun's physical body was extremely strong. Moreover, her Dharma body was even more unpredictable. Be careful. Jin Lei reminded Huadong Tian. I'm going to fight with my original body. Jin Lei didn't wait for Huadong Tian's reply, and roared. Heh! A deafening sound could be heard. In the next moment, Jin Lei's body suddenly became thousands of feet long. It was covered in scales from head to toe, giving it the appearance of a Pekingese. It looked ridiculous, but it carried a ferocious aura. On top of his head, in front of his forehead, there was a horn that was shining with golden light. It made people feel that Jin Lei was bathed in a sacred golden light at this moment. Mu Yun, die. What was the most powerful attack of the Golden Horned Beast clan? Golden Horn. The golden horn on top of the head was something that every Golden Horned Beast clan warrior would use all their resources to polish since they were young. It was incomparably sharp and as tough as iron. Its attack and defense were top-notch. Seeing this, Huadong Tian's expression changed slightly. Jin Lei, as the leader of the Golden Horned Beast clan's supreme-level geniuses, did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Mu Yun, die. Jin Lei roared and took a step forward. On top of the golden horn, a golden light turned into a golden spear and pierced toward Mu Yun. Dark Thunder Shield. A shield condensed in front of Mu Yun and blocked the fierce attack. Bang! A low collision sound could be heard at this moment. Mu Yun's figure retreated, and cracks appeared all over her body. Faintly, even her soul was shaken. Strong! Mu Yun exclaimed in her heart. Jin Lei, who had revealed his true form, could be said to be very strong at this moment. It was inconceivable. This was the strength of the Divine Beast clan. The Divine Beast clan was invincible. At this level, the bloodline of the beast race didn't actually have a high or low bloodline. However, some of the Divine Beast clans gave birth to top-notch experts, such as the titled gods and titled emperors. It was these clans that became the overlords of the beasts. These overlords of the beasts called themselves Heaven and Earth First Class. This was the reason why there were 9 classes. The first class was the strongest, and the 9th class was the weakest. As time passed, the human forces gradually began to judge the strength of a clan based on this arrangement. The Golden Horned Beast clan was the top of the 3rd-class beast clans, which meant that there were invincible divine masters in the clan. A powerful physical body and terrifying attacks. Jin Lei saw the surprise in Mu Yun's eyes. He grinned and said in human language, "Kid, how can you understand the 3rd-class beast clan?" Mu Yun's eyes flashed with a ferocious expression. Slowly, faint green light appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Dragon transformation body. Mu Yun did not show the appearance of a true dragon, but gathered the power of the dragon on the surface of her body. It was just a 3rd-class beast clan, how could it compare to the dragon clan? Mu Yun's eyes were cold and disdainful. A long sword appeared in her hand at this moment. Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword. Earthgrade Supreme Divine Artifact. It was enough for her to use until she reached the Heavenly Master Realm. With a sword, Mu Yun slashed at Jin Lei at an extremely fast speed. As long as she destroyed Jin Lei's golden horn, this guy would be a piece of trash. Boom. 2 powerful auras were released at this moment. The vigorous power was released one after another. At this moment, Mu Yun's attack became fierce and domineering. Although the Chixing Heavenly God Sword was an Earthgrade Supreme Divine Artifact, Mu Yun did not feel any discomfort when using it now. On the contrary, power condensed all over her body, and an extremely comfortable feeling was released from her body. That was the aura released by the Chixing Heavenly God Sword. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. This sword was quite unique. Slash. With a slash of the sword, a sword mark suddenly flashed out. Dong. A dull sound was heard at this moment. Jin Lei's huge body retreated at this moment. Are you okay? Huadong Tian spoke at this moment. Otherwise. No need. Jin Lei said. A mere perfected Supreme Divine Master, if I can't take him down, how can I face to return to the clan? Jin Lei was indeed very angry. When he was robbed, he was the first one. At that time, Mu Yun was merely a late-stage Supreme Divine Master. In the blink of an eye, how long had it been, it was still the Blood Fiend Sea. Now, Mu Yun had reached the perfected Supreme Divine Master realm. If he was surpassed by Mu Yun, Jin Lei would really find it hard to accept. Golden light replenishes the sky. Jin Lei shouted in a low voice, and a tyrannical sharp aura was released from the golden horn, sweeping in front of him. At this moment, cracks appeared on the incomparably sturdy roof of the main hall. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the Dark Thunder Shield appeared. But under the golden light, the Dark Thunder Shield was defeated. But immediately, Mu Yun's eyes were fierce, and she took a step forward. Bang! The sound of an explosion was heard, and the ground was constantly flickering at this moment. Mu Yun walked out step by step, and the green light on her body became more and more flickering. The power of the dragon. No matter how arrogant the 3rd-grade beast clan was, could they be as arrogant as the 1st-grade dragon clan of the Kanglan world? Dong. A dull sound was heard at this moment. Mu Yun's eyes did not change, and she directly slashed out with her sword. The Chixing Heavenly God Sword became incomparably flickering at this moment. The light was agile, and the sword wind was straight. Slash. A sword mark was directly slashed on Jin Lei's horn. There was no fanciness, and no moves to speak of. Mu Yan's sword directly hit Jin Lei's golden horn. A cracking sound was heard. At this moment, Jin Lei's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure kept retreating. Jin Lei. At this moment, Huadong Tian took a step forward and hurriedly followed. At this moment, the light on Jin Lei's body dimmed, and with a rumble, he smashed down. Huadong Tian stood in front of Jin Lei, and looked at Mu Yun covetously. Trash. Looking at the defeated Jin Lei, Mu Yun coldly snorted, holding the Qixing heavenly god sword in her hand, like a god. Relying on a divine weapon, what kind of ability is that? Huadong Tian snorted. I said that he is trash, and you are not happy? At this moment, Mu Yan's speed was already at her fastest. Their fists and palms collided, and a low explosive sound was heard. Mu Yan's figure retreated again. On the other side, Man Yuan's attacking figure also stopped at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely surprised. They had already witnessed Man Yuan's strength just now. Especially when Jin Lei, Yi Fufeng, and Huadong Tian joined forces to attack Man Yuan, they couldn't suppress him at all. But now, Mu Yun was only at a slight disadvantage against Man Yuan. This guy was incredible. Jin Lei gnashed his teeth in hatred. This bastard, how long has it been, and he has become so terrifying? Jin Lei cursed angrily. It has been less than half a year since we entered Blood Moon City at the bottom of the sea. Huadong Tian said seriously, in half a year, he went from early-stage supreme martial artist to perfected supreme martial artist. Half a year. This was a terrifying speed. After all, even they were protected by the third-class sex-like treasures. Heavenly treasures were inexhaustible. But it still took more than 1,000 years. This speed was already heaven-defying. But compared to Mu Yun, it was not worth mentioning. It was already not easy for ordinary warriors to advance by one small realm in 10,000 years. Ordinary geniuses took a few thousand years. Top geniuses also took 1,000 years. Mu Yun took half a year. And she had crossed 5 small realms in half a year. If they didn't kill this guy today, the earthly venerable would not be able to enter the sea, and they would be killed by Mu Yun. Let's do it together. Jin Lei said coldly. Mu Yun must die. The speed was too fast. No need. Man Yuan waved his hand and snorted, I alone am enough. Yi Fufeng, you go and break the array. Man Yuan said coldly, when the array is broken, Mu Yan's head will fall to the ground. Yi Fufeng nodded. There was a companion beside Mu Yun, a woman named Shi Fu. That woman did not appear. And Mu Yun took the initiative to provoke. Perhaps she was trying to buy time for that woman. At this moment, Yi Fufeng walked to the front of the main hall. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly when she saw this. Mu Yun, instead of worrying about that woman, why don't you worry about yourself? However, Man Yuan refused to let go of Mu Yun. Boom. A loud explosion rang out at this moment. Man Yuan's attacks became fierce and overbearing. At this moment, Mu Yun had no choice but to go all out. Man Yuan, do you really think you can suppress me? In fact, I am suppressing you right now. Man Yuan said confidently. Really? Mu Yun snorted. He couldn't let Yi Fufeng break the formation. Otherwise, if Shifu's cultivation path was interrupted, the consequences would be incomparably severe. Although the time he spent with Shifu wasn't long, Shifu was still his partner. It was just like when he first met Qi Lingyue. At least for now, he couldn't allow these people to disrupt Shifu's cultivation. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's face flashed and a fierce glint flashed across her eyes. Man Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. Slash. The next moment, the sword radiance covered the sky and the earth, suppressing Man Yuan. Xiao Rua said, Sui Meng. Man Yuan smiled slightly and did not care. He had already seen through it. Although Mu Yun's methods were strange, the divine weapon in her hand was powerful. However, there was no matching sword technique. Therefore, although the Qixing heavenly god sword was powerful, the power released by Mu Yun was limited. At this moment, Man Yuan's expression did not change, and his expression was slightly cold. Heaven-breaking divine fist. A fist smashed out. Boom. In an instant, the huge fist shadow was completely shattered at this moment. Man Yuan's eyes changed in shock. Something was wrong. Mu Yan's sword was too weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Yan had exploded with such power just now. The next moment, an extremely dangerous aura spread all over his body. This is a real slash. Mu Yan's heaven's eye was suddenly released at this moment. Numerous space blades were cut open, hidden in the broken sword energy, and all of them swept onto Man Yuan's left fist. Sizzling sounds were heard, and Man Yuan's left hand, together with the fist glove, was cut open at this moment. It was a forceful cut of his vitality. Ah! Man Yuan shouted, not only in pain but also in anger. Blood spurted out. Mu Yan's figure retreated at this moment, panting. This guy's physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Even if he relied on the space power of Heaven's Eye to cut with the sharp blades, he still felt like a hard stone to chew. Bastard! Man Yuan completely went berserk. Attack together, kill her. Man Yuan shouted loudly. Swish. Huadong Tian, Jin Lei, and the nearly 10 great perfection supreme martial artists led by the 4 instantly surrounded her. Now, even great perfection supreme martial artists did not dare to approach Mu Yan. Only great perfection supreme martial artists. Suddenly, 13 great perfection supreme martial artists surrounded Mu Yan at this moment. Man Yuan, Jin Lei, and Huadong Tian were the leaders. The remaining dozens of great perfection supreme martial artists and hundreds of great perfection supreme martial artists all made way and surrounded her. Are you preparing to use the human wave tactic? Mu Yan sneered. Kill. Man Yuan was furious at this moment, and he didn't care about the human wave tactic. As long as he could kill Mu Yan, he would do anything. Instantly, more than 10 figures charged forward. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Mu Yan grinned as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Tai Chi Dao. Yin and Yang transformation. Mu Yan muttered in her heart, and her aura condensed once again. The eyes of Man Yuan, Yi Fufeng, and the other 2 turned cold when they saw this scene. This fellow had yet to unleash his full strength. Now, he still had energy to spare. So many of you are bullying a person whose cultivation base is lower than yours. Aren't you ashamed? A voice suddenly appeared at that instant. At the entrance of the palace, the formation shattered, and a beautiful figure stepped out. It was Ji Fu. At this moment, Ji Fu's entire body carried a trace of coldness. Streams of energy surged within his body. An aura that made people unable to stand straight was revealed. Earthly Venerable God Realm. Ji Fu took a step forward and said with a smile, You still call yourself a third-class prodigy? Are you worthy of being called a prodigy? As soon as these words came out, Man Yuan, Yi Fufeng, Jin Lei, and Huadong Tian's expressions changed. Damn it! How did this woman improve so quickly? She reached the earthly venerable realm just like that. Mu Yan and Ji Fu were both abnormal. One reached the earthly venerable realm and the other reached the perfected venerable realm just like that. Retreat! Yi Fufeng's face turned pale as he waved his hand. Can you run away? However, in the next moment, Ji Fu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fufeng. With a point of her jade finger, Yi Fufeng couldn't move at all. Ji Fu pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Die. As soon as her words fell, bang. A loud explosion rang out at this moment. Yi Fufeng's body exploded with a loud bang. However, Ji Fu was still smiling and didn't have any complacency. It was as if killing Yi Fufeng was as easy as flipping her hand. To her, it was just a small matter. At this moment, Mu Yan could clearly feel the terrifying aura in Ji Fu's body. Earthly Venerable Realm. It had completely surpassed the Sovereign Realm. Even a perfected Venerable Realm was not worth mentioning in front of an Earthly Venerable Realm. Sovereign Celestial Body. Earthly Venerable Real Body. There was a huge gap between the two. The celestial body was more similar to an armor worn by a martial artist, while the real body was an armor formed by the martial artist himself. The gap was self-evident. At this moment, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, and Man Yuan's faces were pale. Earthly Venerable Realm experts. The leaders of the various forces were Earthly Venerable Realm experts. However, those earthly venerable realm experts were unable to enter this place. Now that Ji Fu had reached the earthly venerable realm, she was the strongest person in the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the martial artists from the three forces didn't dare to move. Old rules. Ji Fu looked at the three of them and said slowly, "Hand over your treasures and I will spare your lives." Dream on. An extreme monarch palace disciple shouted coldly. No, 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 it's not a dream. At this moment, Ji Fu waved her hand, and a palm print slammed down. The disciple of the Peak Nine Heaven's supreme realm let out a cry of agony before he died. This scene made everyone's face turn cold. Yi Fufeng is dead. The people of Extreme Monarch Palace are worthless. Ji Fu's toes touched the ground, and she flew towards the dozens of people from Extreme Monarch Palace. At this moment, those Peak Venerable and Perfected Venerable Realm disciples were like children in front of Ji Fu. They had no resistance at all. The smell of blood filled the air. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, and Man Yuan's faces were pale. Ji Fu was deliberately killing people for them to see. I don't have time to waste with you. Ji Fu turned around and looked at the three forces. Give everything to Mu Yun. Damn it. Robbery. They were robbed again. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This bastard is too hateful. Ji Fu didn't care about this. Mu Yun grinned and looked at the three of them. Here. At this moment, Man Yuan didn't say anything and threw out a ring. They couldn't stay here for long. In the next moment, Man Yuan left with his men. Ji Fu didn't stop them. At the same time, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian's faces turned purple. They were fooled again. They were fooled by Mu Yun and Ji Fu again. Here. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian threw out their spatial rings. Mu Yun and Ji Fu snatched all their spatial rings. They entered Bloodstar City, one of the 5 outer cities, and obtained many treasures. They returned with a full load. But now, they were plundered by Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Wait. Ji Fu suddenly spoke when she saw the two of them wanting to leave. What else do you want to do? Jin Lei said unhappily. I said, hand over everything. Do you understand? Ji Fu said indifferently. Hand over the spatial rings of the people around you as well. Jin Lei's face changed when he heard this. Don't waste time. Ji Fu shouted. Immediately, the people around Jin Lei handed over their spatial rings one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun was carefully inspecting. You're careful. Mu Yun looked at Jin Lei and asked with a smile, you didn't keep the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid you obtained, but you kept them with your companions instead? But no matter how careful you are, it's useless. Mu Yun smiled. Without strength, it's useless to hide. Jin Lei said indifferently, can we go now? Yes. Ji Fu said. Jin Lei left with everyone without saying anything. Huadong Tian's face was gloomy. This time, it was different from the previous time. He and Jin Lei led their men into a bridge and discovered an outer city. Although it was not as well preserved as Blood Moon City, they found a lot of sovereign spiritual liquid, sovereign divine technique, and sovereign divine artifact in the City Lord Mansion and Deputy City Lord Mansion. This time, it was different from the previous time. The two of them had divided the things in the outer city. But now, it was taken away again. Damn it. It's too despicable. The two of them took hundreds of people and left immediately. Damn it. Damn it. Jin Lei's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because he was hurt, but because he was angry. He was so angry that he exploded. Again and again, he was robbed by Mu Yun and Ji Fu. When had he, Jin Lei, ever suffered such grievances? Too despicable. On the other side, Huadong Tian's chest was heaving up and down. Obviously, he was angry. The warriors of the two clans looked gloomy. The loss in this battle was too great. In front of the main hall, Ji Fu's figure landed. Mu Yun walked up and said with a smile, these two fellows seem to have excavated an ancient city. They have so many good things. Ji Fu nodded. Suddenly, her face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. She spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened to you? I'm fine. Jifu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "That blood pool is strange." Blood pool? Mu Yun looked into the main hall. The two of them entered the main hall together. Jifu looked at the blood pool and said, "The energy inside is enough to raise one's cultivation and strengthen one's body. However, the energy in the blood pool is mixed. If one absorbs too much, it will affect one's body." Mu Yun nodded. No wonder Jifu didn't let those guys stay. There won't be any side effects, right? No. Jifu nodded and said, "It just needs to be condensed and take some time." Mu Yun nodded when he heard this, but his gaze was fixed on the blood pool. This place was indeed strange. "In that case, you cultivate here. I'll take a look," Mu Yun said and approached the blood pool. "Be careful." Jifu reminded her, "This blood pool is not that simple. If you rely on the blood pool to cultivate, you must not integrate your own energy into it. Otherwise, you will be affected by the evil spirit in the blood pool. You may even become a murderous demon." "Okay." As Mu Yun spoke, he exhaled and approached the blood pool. Waves of rich qi and blood flowed into Mu Yun's body. Huh? At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. It was a very rich power of the blood pool. It was like the energy transformed from the essence, qi, and spirit that he had devoured. Mu Yun's expression changed. The power of devouring was activated. Slowly, the energy in his body condensed. Devouring was activated. Purification was activated. The two forces acted at the same time. Mu Yun only felt that his body seemed to have undergone layers of transformation. It was feasible. Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Devouring qi and blood and purifying qi and blood. He could completely drown the evil spirit. And the energy that entered his body became the purest qi and blood energy. Comfortable. It was different from how Jifu absorbed the power within. Xiaoyu said, "Follow my dream." He could use the devouring power to seize it, and then use the purification power to transform it into the purest power, allowing his body to be nourished to the greatest extent. Mu Yun's expression changed at this moment. Joy. Ecstasy. At this moment, there was a hint of a smile in Mu Yun's eyes. Very good. In this way, he could devour blood and qi to increase his cultivation. Moreover, the power contained in this blood pool was abundant and powerful. Not only him, but the many divine cloud guards connected to the dark seal of life and death, as well as Qi Shi, Lu Baiyue, and the others, could also receive feedback from the seal. At this moment, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. The devouring power was completely activated at this moment. At this moment, the power in Mu Yun's body kept gathering and flowing. The previous consumption was constantly replenished at this moment. Mu Yun kept devouring and purifying. At the side, Jifu was surprised when she saw the scene. Mu Yun had no scruples. There would be a big problem. I've already made it very clear just now. Didn't this guy understand? Jifu was in a daze at this moment. But as she continued to look, Jifu realized, although Mu Yun was devouring, there was no situation of blood and qi floating in his body. It seemed that the murderous aura contained in the blood and qi didn't cause much damage to him. How did this guy do this? Jifu was a little puzzled at this moment. But even if she didn't understand, now was not the time to ask. Jifu retreated from the main hall and guarded the entrance, slowly eliminating the influence of the murderous aura in her body. In the main hall, Mu Yun was devouring with open arms. Gradually, his sovereign Dharma body condensed to 20,000 meters. Under the supply of blood and qi, it became more solid. In fact, during this period of improvement, relying on the devouring power, if his realm increased too quickly, his control of power would decrease. Mu Yun also noticed this problem. But now, he suppressed his Dharma body, stabilized it, and shrunk it layer by layer. At this moment, Mu Yun began to hone his control and was not in a hurry to release the power into his Dharma body. Slowly, the 20,000-meter-tall Dharma body became more and more crystal clear and real. However, it was too wasteful to use such an endless supply of qi and blood for his own cultivation. At this moment, a tree seemed to appear in Mu Yun's mind. With him as the center, the branches spread out. That was the soul imprint that was controlled by the dark seal of life and death. The four commanders were Luo Tianxing, Hua Shanming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng. And the other 262 divine cloud guards, including Qi Shi, Lu Baiyue, Yu Xian of the Spirit Cat clan, and Xiong Fengyu of the Moonlight Bear clan. These people were thousands of miles away. However, due to the connection between their souls, they suddenly felt that the power within their bodies was transforming. Yes, Alliance Master, Yu Xian suddenly said. Xiong Fengyu and the others nodded in agreement. Mu Yun had said it when she signed the life and death seal with them. The mark was not only a control, but also a gift. Mu Yun's improvement would allow them to improve greatly. While Mu Yun was away, their cultivation had increased rapidly, and they had already reached the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. And now, from within his soul sea, streams of energy were being transmitted to him, along with Mu Yun's thought transmission. Absorb. These two simple words made the few of them hurriedly sit cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, the 266 divine cloud guards also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate carefully. The aura within their bodies was constantly rising. It was as if at this moment, everyone had been bestowed with power by the heavens. Luo Tianxing and the other two commanders' cultivation levels were constantly rising. The four of them who had already reached the Supreme Being realm during this period of time were transforming. Perfected Supreme Being. The other 262 divine cloud guards also broke through to the late stage and peak stage of the Supreme Being realm. Qi Shi and Lu Baiyue's Dharma bodies grew stronger and reached the perfected Supreme Being realm in one go. Yu Xian and Xiong Fengyu reached the late stage of the Supreme Being realm. For a time, within the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, streams of powerful energy soared into the sky. Supreme beings broke out of the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. This scene was too shocking. Previously, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had unified the eastern wilderness and produced dozens of imperial emperors. And now, there were hundreds of supreme beings. What had happened? Some people were extremely shocked. Seeing this, Zhou Qiyan nodded slightly. It seems that the young master has obtained some opportunities. At the side, Shan Yuanke put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said lightly, perhaps he's already close to the earthly Supreme Being realm. His speed is quite fast, but compared to me, he's too slow. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with disdain. But Shan Yuanke did not care. It was the truth. He had broken through the seal and reached the first level of the ultimate God realm. Mu Yun had left for more than half a year, and she was only at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. The difference was too big. Zhou Qiyan smiled and said, I've already recovered to the early stage of the heavenly Supreme Being realm. When I reach the first level of the ultimate God realm, we can compete. So fast? Shan Yuanke could not help but ask, didn't you just recover to the early stage of the earthly Supreme Being realm? How did you reach the early stage of the heavenly Supreme Being realm in one go? My Supreme Being Dharma body was broken. It was also a kind of opportunity. On top of that, a new Supreme Being Dharma body was born. Instead, the broken foundation of the Dharma body was pulled out and quickly recovered. Shan Yuanke, when the time comes, let me see the secret techniques of the Shan Yuan family. Hee hee. Shan Yuanke laughed and could not be bothered with Zhou Qiyan. Who was Zhou Qiyan? He was one of the human emperor's bodyguards. The human emperor was a monster. Zhou Qiyan and Ren Gangang were originally the personal osteopyram of the Bone Clan leader. Later on, they became Mu Qingyu's bodyguards. Under Mu Qingyu's training, they were extraordinarily strong. Fight with him? Shan Yuanke did not think he had a long life. But if Zhou Qiyan could not beat him, it would be hard to say if Mu Yun could. Shan Yuanke, it's time to cultivate. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. When Shan Yuanke heard that voice, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In a flash, he disappeared. Wife, I'm coming. Shan Yuanke disappeared like a wisp of smoke. When Lu Baiyue saw this, he could not help but say, this guy is like a walking pile driver. A walking pile driver. Zhou Qiyan looked at Lu Baiyue strangely. Why are you looking at me like that, am I not? Lu Baiyue said slowly, he has been hanging out with Qi Lingyue all day. I don't see him improving at all. On the other hand, Qi Lingyue has improved by leaps and bounds. I admit that Qi Lingyue's talent is not bad. But it is impossible for her to reach the peak of the supreme level so quickly. And from the looks of it, she will continue to improve. Zhou Qiyan smiled faintly and said, Xianyuan Ku is of the Xianyuan bloodline. Under the guidance of Emperor God Xiaoyao, the Xianyuan ancestor of the Xianyuan bloodline lived with the 9 great wild beasts. Over time, he developed the 9-guard divine art. It was unavoidable that he was tainted with a trace of beast instincts. Beast instincts? Lu Baiyue smiled gently and shook his head. He did not say much. Lu Baiyue. Zhou Qiyan suddenly said, I don't care what happened between you and the masked moon pavilion. But I need to tell you that you know everything about the young master. If you don't know, then don't know. The young master is willing to seek justice for you. To put it bluntly, he wants to cultivate a confidant. If you betray the young master, I will spare you and kill you. Lu Baiyue's figure paused. If Mu Yan can help me take back everything I lost, what's wrong with being a slave or servant? Lu Baiyue's words fell, and he walked away. Zhou Qiyan did not say much. The people Mu Yan had subdued were a little messy. Lu Baiyue, Qi Shi, Yu Xiayun, Xiong Fengyu. These people were all controlled by Mu Yan's life and death seal. There was no need to worry about big problems. It was just that the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was still a mixed bag of good and bad people. It could not be completed overnight. The Divine Cloud Guard needs to be improved. Zhou Qiyan muttered to himself, only the Divine Cloud Guard can be the young master's confidant. They will never betray the young master, and will never betray the master. At the same time, at the bottom of the Blood Fiend Sea, Mu Yan exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. Inside her body, a tyrannical power surged and lingered. The shadow of the Dharma body was faintly discernible. 30,000 meters. 10,000 feet tall. Great perfection, supreme realm. Mu Yan's eyes were shining at this moment. Great perfection, supreme realm. The top of the 6 supreme realms. From leaving the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance until now, she had reached the peak of supreme realm step by step. 10,000 feet Dharma body. The peak of the first level of the Dark Thunder Divine Body technique. Mu Yan's eyes were cold at this moment. Blood pool. Looking at the blood pool, Mu Yan felt a little regretful. There was still a lot of power in the blood pool, and it was endless. It would be a waste not to absorb this power. Panga Spirit. Here. Panga Spirit appeared at this moment. Its aura was unique from head to toe. Great perfection, supreme realm. You come out first, I have something to do. As Mu Yan spoke, she closed her eyes and suddenly jumped into the blood pool. The next moment, the Zhu Tian painting unfolded in the blood pool. An endless devouring power was displayed. Inside the Zhu Tian painting, the world was changing. The world tree was growing taller. The world tree, which was originally 2,000 meters tall, reached 5,000 meters at this moment. And inside the Zhu Tian painting, within a radius of 2,000 miles. At this moment, after the expansion of the power of the blood pool, it continued to increase. Finally, the edge of darkness spread to 3,000 miles. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yan gradually became a transit point, transforming the power in the blood pool into the Zhu Tian painting. The world tree grew taller. The rich power of the world spread throughout the world of the Zhu Tian painting. The Zhu Tian painting, with the existence of the world tree, gave birth to the power of the world, and was the origin of power. In addition to the power of the 9 attributes that Mu Yan had condensed in the past. This was a new world. A world that belonged to Mu Yan. And Mu Yan had been carefully managing it. Perhaps, in the future, the world of the Zhu Tian painting could evolve into a great world. Mu Yan also had the intention to do so. Bit by bit, it condensed. Mu Yan's figure disappeared from the blood pool and appeared in the world of the Zhu Tian painting. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and a cool breeze blew. This world was no longer so unstable. The mountains, rivers, earth, and sky had become incomparably stable because of the fusion of the gods painting and the blue sky yellow springs diagram. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Here, Mu Yan was the king. If this world could give birth to life, then it would be a true new world. At this moment, Mu Yun was also looking forward to condensing her own world in the future. Bastard! A curse sounded at this moment. Old man Lu, you still won't give in? Mu Yun looked at the heaven and earth furnace that was bound by a section of the world tree's exposed roots on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. What, you're not willing? The world tree has increased again, and the power that imprisons you continues to become stronger. Following Xiaoli's words, Xiaoli, this heaven and earth furnace can be said to be your body, but I already control 20% of this body. If this continues, sooner or later, I will control 100%, and you will die. In your dreams. Old man Lu snorted. Kid, don't let me seize the opportunity, or you will die without a doubt. Even if Guai is here, what can he do to me? I'm not at the peak, and neither is he. What a stubborn old man. Mu Yun giggled. When I rescue my mother in the future, the peacock god fan will be able to unleash its true power. With my mother's strength, plus the peacock god fan, the world tree, and the origin of time and space, old man Lu, you will really die. Faced with Mu Yun's words, old man Lu didn't say anything more. Mu Yun didn't care either. After leaving the main hall, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. It was as if light was gathering in her eyes, and she could release an intimidating aura at any time. At this moment, Jifu also stood up and looked at Mu Yun. It's really different. Seeing the shrewdness in Mu Yun's eyes, Jifu smiled slightly. Supreme Great Perfection Realm. Jifu smiled. I was wondering if you could go further this time, but now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Mu Yun replied, compared to you, it's much slower. How can it be the same? Jifu couldn't help but say, you should have known that my strength was sealed, but you climbed up step by step. Reaching supreme great perfection in such a short time, Mu Yun, are you interested in joining a second-class force? Second-class force? The top existence of the ninth heaven realm. Mu Yun smiled and shook her head. Jifu didn't mind and chuckled. You are welcome to find me at any time. If your ninth heaven cloud alliance is in trouble and can't resist, you can find me. But I'm not helping you without a price. If you are willing to be my retainer, I will protect you. Forget it. Mu Yun shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to join Heaven Realm. Jifu didn't take a third-class force. But what about the Emperor's Pavilion? Emperor T's Emperors T have a Emperor. TTT. This breakthrough was not only due to the effects of the blood pool but also the power of the 9 origin Dharma body pill. Supreme Great Test. Supreme Mu Yun felt that his advancement was fast enough. For the rest of the time, he couldn't be in a hurry to improve. Strength was not only a matter of cultivation realm, but also battle prowess. Although some people's realms were high, if their strength was not up to par, they would only have strength in vain. TTT. SS God TS, it's time to leave. Mu Yun smiled and said, otherwise, I'm worried they will attack the 9th Heaven Cloud Alliance. Although the 9th Heaven Cloud Alliance had Xianyuan Ku, a supreme god, there were very few heavenly venerables, earth venerables, and supreme experts. If the 12 third-class forces were to get angry, they would be in trouble. Let's go. The two of them left the place together. Slowly, a figure stepped out from the ancient palace. The opening of the Sea City outer world. Is it Lord Blood Emperor's idea? Shui Wenqiong, in the end, you still died. The voice muttered before it slowly disappeared. Along with it, the figure also disappeared. Mu Yun and Jifu walked along the bridge and prepared to return to Blood Moon City. They would leave the blood fiends see through the passage. Wait. Mu Yun stopped Jifu and looked ahead. Something's wrong. Mu Yun's expression changed as he looked ahead. What's wrong? Something's wrong. I feel that something is wrong. Mu Yun stared ahead carefully. Mu Yun waved her hand. Boom. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The two of them collided and each took a step back. Fongxing, your Fong family's array master is not that good. Didn't he still find out? A displeased voice could be heard. Mu Yun and Jifu looked at the person. Jean Lei. Jifu sneered. Jean Lei, you really don't give up. You came back again? Are you going to send another wave of people? Jifu's eyes were filled with contempt. Little girl, you will suffer later. Jean Lei snorted but did not dare to step forward. After all, Jifu was an early-stage Earth Venerables. He was a perfected supreme and was no match for her. It was not easy to escape earlier. Jean Lei thought about it and scolded himself for being stupid. Jifu broke through to the early-stage Earth Venerables and only killed Jifufeng and let them go. Mu Yun had just used this method. At that time in Blood Moon City, Mu Yun also killed Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan and let them go. That was because Mu Yun could not kill them. Jifu must have let them go because she had just broken through and her realm was not stable. He had suffered the same loss twice. Jean Lei felt very angry. So now, he turned around and returned. Mu Yun, Jifu, this time, it's not you who robbed us. It's us who robbed you. Man Yuan also walked out at this moment with a strong aura. Slowly, a few figures walked out one by one. Antarctic Sea. Zhu Yaotian, the leader of the Candle Dragon clan, and Pai Lingchen, the leader of the Rhinoceros clan. Zi Sun, the eight-winged purple python clan. Fong Xing, the Fong family, and Qiao Tianzi, the Qiao family. The martial artists of the five forces gathered at this moment. Moreover, Zi Sun, Fong Xing, and Qiao Tianzi had different auras. Earth Venerables. The three of them had finally taken that step and become earthly venerables. At the same time, besides Jean Lei, Huadong Tian, and Man Yuan, Wu Taigan of the Wu Ta clan also came at this moment. However, Wu Taigan looked at Mu Yun with a strange expression. The high priestess wanted to help Mu Yun, but Mu Yun robbed them without saying a word. Not long ago, the high priestess only replied with 4 words. Who asked him to rob? Wu Taigan almost vomited blood. Who asked him to rob? Then the Wu Ta clan had come for nothing. What was the relationship between Mu Yun and the high priestess? At this moment, the 3 forces of the North Sky Mountain origin, the Masked Moon Pavilion, the Extreme Emperor Palace, and the Fierce Spirit Sect, had all their experts killed. They were almost powerless. However, the 5 forces of the Antarctic Sea and the 4 forces of the West Mountain origin all gathered here, waiting for Mu Yun and Jifu. Such a big lineup. You really think highly of us? Mu Yun looked at the hundreds of people and sneered. Think highly of you? Man Yuan sneered and said, Mu Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered and said, Man Yuan, do you dare to fight with me? Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Man Yuan took a step forward with a murderous aura. Mu Yun was too arrogant. Did she really think that she could be his opponent? Man Yuan sneered and punched out. Mu Yun was too lazy to say anything at this moment. She directly responded with a punch. Boom. The 2 figures collided, and a rumbling sound burst out at this moment. A powerful airwave rushed out. Mu Yun's figure was as still as a mountain. Man Yuan's face turned pale, and he retreated. He looked at Mu Yun with a horrified expression and said, Complete supremacy. This time, not only Man Yuan, but Jean Lei and Huadong Tian were also stunned. Mu Yun improved again. How long had it been since they left and returned? Mu Yun actually improved again. At this moment, everyone felt that their hearts had suffered a great blow. Mu Yun reached complete supremacy. This was too fast. Come on. Looking at Man Yuan, Mu Yun sneered and said, Aren't you very arrogant? You think that you're the pride of the Sky Barbarian sect. Why don't you dare to speak now? You. Man Yuan's face turned cold, but he did not act rashly. Mu Yun was at the peak of supremacy. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was not killed by the 3 of them. Now that she reached complete supremacy, she had improved by another level. He alone was not a match for her. Although it was hard to admit, this was the truth. At this moment, everyone was immersed in disbelief. Zi Sun, Fong Xing, Qiao Tianzi, Wu Ta, the 4 of you, kill that Jifu. Jean Lei, Huadong Tian, Zhu Yao Tian, Pai Lingchen, and I will kill Mu Yun. Man Yuan said in a deep voice. Man Yuan, you're not as skilled as others. This is not the place for you to give orders. A cold snort was heard. Zi Sun of the 8-winged purple python clan looked indifferent and snorted. You're not qualified to order us to do anything, right? Hearing this, Man Yuan's face turned pale. He snorted and stopped talking. Fangxing, Xiaotianzi, Wu Ta, the four of us will attack and kill Ji Fu. As for Mu Yun, leave it to them. Okay. Fangxing and Xiaotianzi both nodded. Wu Ta scratched his head at this moment. You guys go ahead. I won't participate. Wu Ta said seriously. I'm just here to watch the show. Wu Ta, what do you mean? Fangxing said again. Watch from the sidelines, are you going to reap the benefits? No. Wu Ta waved his hand and said, I won't participate in any battle. As for the final benefits, I won't take a share. Everyone was shocked when they heard Wu Ta's words. What was the Wu Ta clan thinking? There were hundreds of them besieging Mu Yun and Ji Fu. No matter how heaven-defying they were, it was still impossible for them to escape this calamity. But the Wu Ta clan was actually planning to give up? You'd better remember what you said. Fangxing and the others did not care anymore. The Wu Ta clan only had 100 people. They did not have the ability to reap the benefits in the end. Kill these two. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, figures flew out. Zisun, Fangxing, and Xiaotianzi were early-stage earthly venerables. They immediately attacked Ji Fu. Can you do it? Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu and asked. You should worry more about yourself. As soon as Ji Fu finished speaking, she immediately attacked. They were only early-stage earthly venerables. Did they really think that Ji Fu, would be afraid? Mu Yun's face turned cold. The Qixing heavenly godly sword appeared in her hand. In an instant, Man Yuan, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, Zhu Yao Tian, and Pai Lingchen surrounded her. 5 complete supreme venerables surrounded Mu Yun. This time, no one would be careless. Otherwise, if Mu Yun escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom. Suddenly, a roar was heard at this moment. Just as, dream, Shao and I said, Sheng. The earth rumbled. At this moment, the bridge seemed to be under great danger. Ji Fu, Zisun, Fangxing, and Xiaotianzi immediately fought. Holding the ancient mirror, Ji Fu's eyes became cold at this moment. Facing Zisun and the other two, she was not afraid at all. At the same time, Mu Yun charged toward the other 5 people. He was also charging forward. In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought fiercely. At this moment, Mu Yun pointed the Crimson Star Heavenly Godly Sword. Relying on the power of the sword, she circled back and forth between the 5 people. Ji Fu was the same at this moment. For a while, the two sides were unable to determine the winner. Damn it. At this moment, Zisun also felt that although Ji Fu had broken through the earth stage like them, her strength was very strong. But her own strength was extremely strong. Moreover, the ancient mirror in the woman's hand was very powerful. From time to time, it would burst out dangerous attacks, and blocked the 3 people's attacks many times. If they could not take her down, it would not be a long term solution. Zisun shouted at this moment. Give me a hand. A low shout was heard. Zisun stepped back. Behind her, hundreds of clansmen suddenly stepped out and formed a matrix. Break! Zisun shouted. At this moment, hundreds of clansmen stepped out at the same time. Boom! A strong murderous intent was released at this moment and gathered on Zisun. Then, a strong murderous intent erupted. Zisun let out a low shout and attacked. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded at this moment. Zisun's eyes became fierce. At this moment, Ji Fu waved the ancient mirror and blocked the attack. Fangxing and Xiaotianzi saw this scene and immediately rushed out. Boom! The earth rumbled, and sounds were constantly heard. Ji Fu was attacked by hundreds of earth-winged purple pythons. While she was distracted, Fangxing and Xiaotianzi attacked again. Ji Fu was hit hard in succession. Her face turned pale and she retreated. Humph, again. Zisun snorted at this moment. I'll attack, you guys kill. Okay. Fangxing and Xiaotianzi immediately nodded. If this continued, Ji Fu would not be able to hold on. They had heard that earth-winged purple pythons could attack together. It was only today that he realized how powerful he was. It was rare to see hundreds of supreme martial artists attacking together to injure an earthly venerable. At this moment, Jifu began to fall into a disadvantage. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. On the other side, Mu Yan also gradually became worried. He had the protection of the dragon body, the Crimson Star Heavenly Godly Sword, and the Dark Thunder Divine Body Art that he cultivated was extremely powerful. These 5 people couldn't do anything to him. If this dragged on, he would definitely be able to kill 2 of them. But now, what Jifu suffered was not only the attacks of 3 people, but also the power of the array formation. The attack of the 108 winged purple pythons wasn't a formation, but a battle formation, a joint attack. This kind of battle tactic was very powerful. Jifu was in the early stage of the Earth Venerable rank. She really could not withstand it. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. This was not the way to go. What to do? Mu Yan thought about it. His movements gradually slowed down. This kid can't take it anymore. Man Yuan snorted. Immediately, the 5 people's attacks sped up. Mu Yan, on the other hand, became slower and slower. For a moment, everyone was moved. Mu Yan and Jifu were like annoying lice, disgusting them again and again. Not to mention that they robbed them. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian were robbed more than once. Now was the time to take revenge. Kill the 2 of them. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. At this moment, Jifu finally couldn't take it anymore, and her figure retreated. Now. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were cold. She waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, a spell formation descended from the sky. Moon Beheading Ghost Formation. Immediately, the formation surrounded Man Yuan and the others. In this moment, Mu Yan swung her sword and attacked. Not only the Crimson Star Heavenly Godly Sword. Heaven's Eye, Space Blade Slash. Tai Chi Dao, Yin and Yang converged. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Furnace also smashed out. Boom. Suddenly, within the formation, Mu Yan attacked so quickly that none of the 5 people could react. A scream sounded at this moment. Man Yuan's head was directly smashed open by the Heaven and Earth Furnace, but he didn't die. But in the next moment, the space blade swept over and completely minced his body. Man Yuan's eyes were filled with horror. But at this moment, he couldn't say a word. His soul was directly minced by the space blade. Dead. At the same time, Mu Yan's Tai Chi attack was aimed at another person. Zhu Yao Tian. The Tai Chi Dao could be said to be Mu Yan's most domineering attack. It immediately made Zhu Yao Tian's eyes blur. The Qi Xing Heavenly God Sword slashed out at this moment. Zhu Yao Tian was directly cut in half. At this moment, the scene was incomparably silent. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, and Pai Lingchen were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Mu Yan's thunderous counterattack directly killed Man Yuan and Zhu Yao Tian. It was too fast. The moment the formation appeared, they lost sight of Mu Yan's figure and aura. In the next moment, they only felt that Man Yuan and Zhu Yao Tian's life aura disappeared. Dead. 2 Perfection Stage Supremes had died just like that. What should they do now? Run. The 3 almost risked their lives to break Mu Yan's formation and escape from Mu Yan. But at this moment, Mu Yan was panting as she watched the 3's actions. Mu Yan's figure flashed, and she immediately entered the moon-slaying ghost formation. In the next moment, Mu Yan appeared in front of Jifu. She pulled Jifu up and immediately retreated. What are you doing? Go. Mu Yan shouted in a deep voice. I'm not going. Jifu said unyieldingly. Are you waiting for death? Mu Yan said calmly, 3 earthly venerables combined with 100 people's joint attack. You can't withstand it. As for the others, I can't either. Mu Yan wasn't lying. Zi Sun, Fang Xing, and Xiao Tianzi, together with the 100 people from the 8-winged purple python clan, would be finished if they attacked a few more times. As for him, the fierce attack just now killed Man Yuan and Zhu Yao Tian, which consumed a lot of his origin power. If he provoked them, hundreds of people would join forces to attack. The 2 of them would be exhausted to death. Now that Man Yuan and Zhu Yao Tian were killed, it was the best time to leave. Trash. At this moment, Zi Sun, Fang Xing, and Xiao Tianzi's expressions were ugly. 5 complete earthly venerables besieged Mu Yun alone, but Mu Yun could set up a formation at this time and kill 2 of them instead. These 5 people were called the top earthly venerables of the 5 forces, *T geniuses. Chase. Almost instantly, Zi Sun, Fang Xing, and Xiao Tianzi led people to chase after them. At the same time, Pai Lingchen also hurriedly led people to chase after them. On the other hand, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian were a little dazed. Dead. Zhu Yaotian and Man Yuan died not far from them. If Mu Yun had chosen them, they would have died without a doubt. They had worked so hard to reach complete earthly venerables and were only 1 step away from earthly venerables. It was not worth it to die at this time. Retreat. Jin Lei said in a daze. Brother Jin Lei. A golden-horned beast clan warrior shouted, "We can kill her." Are you going to die? Jin Lei shouted, "Can't you see that Zhu Yaotian and Man Yuan are dead, or do you think you are stronger than those 2? The moment he said that, the golden-horned beast warrior fell silent. Mu Yun was too strong. 5 complete earthly venerables besieged her, but Mu Yun killed 2 of them and escaped with Ji Fu. But they were unwilling to give up just like that. Let's go. Huadong Tian also gave up at this moment. They were scared of being killed. They were really scared. The first time, they were blocked by Mu Yun in the city lord's mansion of Blood Moon City and couldn't leave and hand over everything. The second time, they were blocked by Mu Yun and Ji Fu in the ancient palace in front of them and had to hand over everything they had. And the third time, Mu Yun killed Man Yuan and Zhu Yaotian in front of them. This person was too terrifying. If this continued, they would really go crazy. The 2 of them immediately retreated with their clansmen. They stopped chasing. Let those earthly venerables chase. At this moment, Wu Ta Dang, who led close to 100 people from the Wu Ta clan, shook his head when he saw this scene. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian were scared of Mu Yun and had lost their courage. From today onwards, the 2 of them would be terrified whenever they mentioned Mu Yun. Perhaps Mu Yun would become their nightmare. What should we do? Follow them. Wu Ta Dang shook his head and said, Uncle Wu Ta Shan sent news that the high priest said that we just need to protect Mu Yun from death. This guy even stole our. One of the Wuda clan warriors said unhappily. I don't know what the high priest means, but this is the high priest's idea. Just do as he says. A warrior snorted, what if he robs us again? So be it. The high priest said that if Mu Yun doesn't die, they will help us activate our physiques and help all of us become earthly venerables. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Becoming earthly venerables was too tempting. Let's go and take a look. I have a feeling that Zi Sun and the rest might not be able to kill Mu Yun and Huadong Tian. Okay. The Wu Ta clan warriors immediately followed Wu Ta Dang and left the place. At this moment, Mu Yun brought Ji Fu into the ancient palace. How are you? I'm fine. I've used up too much origin power. Ji Fu's face was pale. She was not afraid of the 3 earthly venerables. However, Zi Sun joined forces with 100 earthly venerables and unleashed the power of the battle formation. It was impossible to guard against it. This guy was quite capable. Let's hide inside first. Mu Yun looked at the ancient palace in front of her. She brought Ji Fu into the depths of the ancient palace. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to arrive at the ancient palace from before. Mu Yun stood in front of the blood pool. Senior. Mu Yun spoke directly. I know that you are one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards and have a close relationship with Senior Xue Wenqiong. Senior Xue Wenqiong asked me to deliver the news and gave me a 9 elements Dharma body elixir. I will remember it. However, because we delivered the news here, our enemies have caught up with us and blocked our escape route. Senior, please help us get out of this dangerous place. Mu Yun seemed to be talking to the air. The main hall was empty, and no one responded to him. Mu Yun continued, I don't dare to complain. However, it's true that the 2 of us ended up in this predicament because we delivered the news to you. Senior, if you are not willing to help, can you let us leave this place? After Mu Yun finished speaking, she waited quietly. Buzz. Slowly, a buzzing sound was heard. As the buzzing sound was heard, a pool of clear water suddenly appeared in the blood pool. As, dream, Xiaoli said, dream. The clear water glowed faintly and formed a passage. Jifu looked at the passage and was stunned. This works too, aren't the ancient people too easily fooled? Mu Yin cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, senior." As his words fell, Mu Yin no longer hesitated. He pulled Jifu up and entered the pool. However, in the next moment, Mu Yin was stunned. This pool passage led to the surface of the sea. However, at this moment, a strong suction force pulled the two of them to the bottom of the passage. F***ck. You tricked me. Mu Yin cursed one last time and was pulled into the passage with Jifu. Their figures disappeared. Gradually, a virtual figure appeared. "Little guy, you have a glib tongue." The virtual figure said indifferently, "If you have a fortuitous opportunity, you might have a fortuitous encounter. As for those people behind, since this place is already so lively, I, Shui Fanxing, will make it even livelier." After saying that, the virtual figure disappeared. Not long after, figures arrived one after another. Zisun, Fang Shuihan, and the others arrived one after another. Where are they? Everyone dispersed and looked around. After entering the main hall and seeing the passage beside the blood pool, they became cautious. It seems that these two people have already thought of a way out. At this moment, Xianxia said indifferently, "Two bastards." This time all the prodigies were extremely sullen. Along the way, it seemed that they had been led by the nose by Mu Yun and Jifu. From the moment they entered the Blood Fiend Sea until now, they had almost obtained nothing. On the contrary, Mu Yun and Jifu had become the richest now. How hateful. At this moment, all the cultivators' eyes were cold. Enter. Zisun of the Eight-Winged Purple Python clan was the first to break the silence. "If we let these two people go today, they will definitely cause a huge uproar in our territories in the future." When Zisun said that, Fangxing, Xiaotianzi, and Pai Lingchen all nodded. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian, those two trash, are scared out of their wits. They don't even dare to appear now. How shameful. Pai Lingchen sneered. They even called themselves supreme prodigies of the two clans. They are complete cowards. The four of them looked at each other and entered one by one. At the same time, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian led their men back to where they came from. Mu Yun was too terrifying. Jifu was terrifying too. If they had continued to stay there. This experience was truly soul-stirring. At this moment, the two people. Not only did they not gain anything, they also lost many of their clansmen. Jin Lei. A voice. Jin Lei almost cried when he saw who it was. ING. At this moment, Jin Lei's face was sullen. On the other side, the leader of the fire-scaled lion clan, Huixing, had also arrived. "Why are you the only ones retreating?" Huixing was puzzled. Huadong Tian sighed and said, "We joined forces to kill Mu Yun and Jifu. In the end, Mu Yun killed Man Yuan and Zhu Yaotian. Mu Yun is too terrifying. She is now a complete sovereign. Zisun, Fangxing, and Xiaotianzi have all reached the early stage of earthly venerable. They are searching for Mu Yun and Jifu. Jifu has also reached the early stage of earthly venerable." Huadongtian's words left everyone dumbfounded. "Brat, say it again." Suddenly, a muffled shout rang out at this moment. A figure strode over and stood in front of Jin Lei and Huadong Tian. "Man Zhongshan, they were killed by Mu Yun. Why are you releasing such a strong murderous aura on my people?" Jin Yongchen said unhappily. Man Zhongshan suppressed his aura and looked at Huadong Tian. "Man Yuan is dead?" "Yes." Hearing this, Man Zhongshan was infuriated. Man Yuan was the most outstanding disciple among the martial venerable disciples. The Man family had a high status in the heavenly barbarian sect. Man Yuan was appointed as the successor. But now, he was dead. More importantly, he was the leader this time. Man Zhongshan's eyes turned cold. "Zhu Yaotian is also dead?" A rather cold voice was heard. The earthly venerable leading the team from the Candle Dragon clan was Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression did not change when he heard the news, but his words were filled with anger. It was obvious that he was furious. "What a good Mu Yun, what a good Jifu!" Man Zhongshan snorted. I will not return to the heavenly barbarian sect if I don't kill these two. At the same time, Deacon Chao Peng of the Masked Moon Pavilion, Elder Shi Cho of the Fierce Spirit sect, and young Prince Huang Fengqing of the Extreme Monarch Palace arrived. Without saying anything, the three of them left immediately. Yu Linglong was killed by Mu Yun. Xiong had lost contact with her for a long time. Yi Fufeng was also killed by Mu Yun. These three parties hated Mu Yun to the core. At this moment, they were too lazy to ask anything. They only needed to find Mu Yun and kill him. At this moment, Man Zhongshan and Zhu Yi also left with their people. At the same time, Fang Shuihan of the Fang family and Xiao Liangxia of the Qiao family did not stay for long. Gradually, all parties left. Jin Yongchen and Hu Xing looked at each other. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian. Jin Yongchen said. Take the honorable disciples out first. Leave the rest to us. Uncle Chen, this place is extremely vast. The place where the 12 bridges connect is too mysterious. If we don't have enough people. Don't worry. Jin Yongchen said again. I don't know why. But the restrictions were suddenly lifted. Earthly venerables can enter. I've already reported to the clan, and the clan leader has agreed to send 300 earthly venerables here. The other parties will also send earthly venerables here. This place is already a battleground for earthly venerables. 300 earthly venerables. Jin Lei's expression changed when he heard this. Earthly venerables were mobilized, and 300 of them. The Golden Horned Beast clan was a top existence among the third-class forces. There were no more than 10 ultimate venerables. There were no more than 100 heavenly venerables. There were about 3,000 earthly venerables. They sent out 1/10 of them in one go. Jin Yongchen continued. This can't be helped. Mu Yun and Jifu have too much supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid on them. If we can get them, we might be able to give birth to 100 heavenly venerables. At that time, it won't be a problem for the Golden Horned Beast clan to dominate the Western Mountains. Those two are more precious than the treasures here. Hu Xing also continued. It's too dangerous for you honorable venerables here. In order to snatch it, everyone will definitely fight. At that time, no one will care about your identity. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian's eyes dimmed. When they first entered the sea, they were the strongest here. Who didn't give way to the top honorable geniuses of the 12 major forces, but now, they were not enough. On the contrary, Jizun was faintly at the bottom. However, Mu Yun had reached complete honorable venerables. With his speed, he would probably reach earthly venerables here. Jifu was also at the beginning stage of earthly venerables now. These two people were getting more and more powerful. Their realms rose sharply, and robbing became easier. I'm not leaving. Jin Lei suddenly raised his head. With a determined gaze, Jin Lei looked at Jin Yongchen and said, Uncle Chen, I'm scared out of my wits by Mu Yun. If I don't see him dead, I might not be able to step into earthly venerables in this lifetime. If I stay here, I'll either die or break out of my cocoon and become a butterfly. I want to stay and be with you. Jin Lei's gaze was determined. Uncle Chen, I've made up my mind. Jin Lei was still determined. All right then. Jin Yongchen said again. In that case, pay attention to your safety. We'll go and find Mu Yun and Jifu now. This time all parties will do their best to find Mu Yun and Jifu. Jin Yongchen looked ahead and said, when the time comes, if one party finds Mu Yun, it'll be fine. If all parties work together. Jin Yongchen was very worried that the situation that Jin Lei encountered would happen. Now, all parties wanted to kill Mu Yun. But they did it for the hundreds of millions of sovereign spiritual liquid and tens of thousands of sovereign divine liquid on Mu Yun. Once they found out, they might fight with each other first. When the time comes, Mu Yun might take advantage of the situation and escape. When she entered, Mu Yun was at the initial stage of honorable venerables. Now, she had become a complete honorable venerables. Such a fast speed of advancement was already suspicious. No matter what, the secret on Mu Yun was more worthy of attention than the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid. No matter what, the 12 parties had made up their minds this time. The Blood Fiend Sea area became more lively than before. At this moment, Mu Yun and Jifu, who were planning to leave, were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in a daze. They were tricked. Mu Yun deeply felt that she was tricked by one of the 7 blood imperial guards. That guy didn't send her out, but to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Mu Yun and Jifu stepped on the ground and looked around. The scenery was beautiful, and the mountains, rivers, and forests were accompanied by roars from time to time. Both of them felt that it was unreal. Where is this? They followed the passage in the hall and continued to sink. They were sucked here. Then, they saw this scene. This was too unimaginable. The Blood Fiend Sea area, 10,000 meters under the sea. The Blood Moon City and the other 4 big cities existed. The 12 bridges were connected to strange places, which involved the city lords of the 5 big outer cities and the 7 blood imperial guards. Now, both of them actually appeared at the bottom of the sea. The scene they saw was like the ground. It was endless and full of fantasy. Is this a dream? Jifu murmured. No. Mu Yun looked around. After calming herself down, she looked around carefully. It was certain that the 2 of them had been brought down here by one of the 7 blood imperial guards. It was like falling into hell. After one hell, there was another. Could there be more in this world? Mu Yun said. We can't stay here for long. Let's find a place to hide first. Okay. Mu Yun and Jifu immediately left. It didn't take long for several figures to appear where Mu Yun and Jifu had been standing just now. This group of people was Zi Sun, Fangxing, Xianxia, Pai Lingchen, and the others. At this moment, the 4 sides had completely joined hands and didn't separate. Could it be Xue Tongtian? Xue Tongtian, hearing Zi Sun's words, they were puzzled. Zi Sun looked around and said, although the 8-winged purple python clan is a 3rd-tier clan, we are not as strong as the 8-winged black serpent clan. Follow, dream, WW, Suiming, calm, but it has existed for a very long time. It has stayed in the Blood Fiend Sea for quite some time. The Blood Fiend Sea is located in the deepest part of the Antarctic Sea. It occupies a very large area and has always been a dead zone. It is said that the Endless Ancient Emperor recruited many disciples here and established the Endless Blood Hall as a super faction. Zi Sun looked around and continued, the Endless Blood Hall is divided into 3 heavens. The first is called the Bloodnet Land, and it is the outermost area of the Endless Blood Hall. The second is called the Bloodnet Sky, and it seems to be a purgatory. The third is called the Bloodnet Sky, and it is said that the Endless Ancient Emperor lived there. Zi Sun's expression was solemn. Of course, this is only a rumor. After all, it has been 1,000,000 years, and no one can say for sure. If the ancient gods and ancient emperors were really so powerful, it is impossible for them to disappear one by one. But in my opinion, the 5 outer cities and the 12 bridges that we went to at the beginning were all outer regions of the Endless Blood Hall. It should be the first heavens, the Bloodnet Land. This place is most likely, the Blood Heavenspan lands. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became nervous. This meant that they might have entered the deeper parts of the Endless Blood Hall by chance. They did not know how strong the Endless Ancient Emperor was back then. But he was still a titled emperor. It was not something that supremes like them could guess. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. Everyone knew this. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, Zi Sun exhorted, this place may have a great opportunity, but we have to see if it is something that we can obtain. Everyone nodded. Zi Sun's words were true. This place contained great opportunities. However, it also meant that there was an even greater danger. Alright, everyone, let's split into 2 groups. Zi Sun said. My clansmen and I can combine our attacks. Jifu is not a match for us, so Pai Lingchen and I will head east. Fangxing, Xiaotianzi, your Fang clan and Xiao clan have always cooperated well. You 2 will head west. If there's any news, contact someone immediately. Everyone knows how terrifying Mu Yun and Jifu are. No one objected to Zi Sun's words. In front of his eyes was an unreachable mountain peak that faced the east and west. If they continued walking, they would eventually find Mu Yun and Jifu. After making up their minds, everyone spread out. At the same time, the earthly venerables of the 12 forces also began to search in the depths. A new world began to unfold at the bottom of the sea. However, Mu Yun and Ji Fu did not change. Now, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. In fact, that was the case. Everyone hated these two names to the core. However, Mu Yun and Ji Fu didn't care at all. At this moment, at the foot of a mountain in the secret land, Mu Yun and Ji Fu stopped and recovered their breaths. Ji Fu's injuries weren't light, and she had used a lot of sovereign spiritual liquid, so she wasn't worried about wasting it. On the other hand, Mu Yun slowly consumed the powerful strength she had gained from the devouring power. The two of them hurried, and neither of them rested. Gradually, the two of them calmed down. Ji Fu heaved a sigh of relief. The 8-winged purple python clan's joint attack is powerful enough. One day, I'll get back at them. Ji Fu was unconvinced. For the time being, let's think about how we can escape from the pursuit. Mu Yun said, if they can split up, we'll have a chance. Otherwise, if they stay together, we can only keep running. When Mu Yun said this, she didn't have any grievances about escaping. It was different from when she and Qi Lingyue were in the seamless ancient mountain. That was really escaping. They were chased until there was no way to escape. This time, they could at least resist. Moreover, the most important thing was that they had snatched too many things this time. Supreme divine arts, divine weapons, sovereign spiritual liquid, divine liquid, and so on. These were the most precious things. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance couldn't transform without these things. This place is strange. We have to be careful. Ji Fu looked around and said, the Endless Ancient Emperor was also a titled emperor back then. The outermost areas are considered Mau Mau Rain. This place is the most precious. Let's see if we can make another fortune. Mu Yun also nodded. As they got more and more things, Mu Yun also looked forward to it more and more. I wonder who threw us down. If I know who it is, sooner or later, I'll beat him up. Mu Yun muttered. The two of them moved at this moment. Perfected supreme martial artist. Early stage earth venerable. The two of them also became bold at this moment. They looked around cautiously. The two of them were also gradually mesmerized by the surrounding scenery. This place was really unlike the bottom of the sea. It was like land with different shapes and sizes, and there were flowers and plants of different appearances. Moreover, there were many valleys in front of them, and the scenery was pleasant. The surrounding origin power and heaven and earth spiritual energy were also extremely vast, very suitable for cultivation. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around in a daze. What a good place. It's really a paradise. Ji Fu couldn't help but say, if I can cultivate in seclusion here, that would be great. Often, under the beautiful appearance, there is hidden help. Suddenly, before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, a loud shout sounded at this moment. Who can save me? The voice was filled with anxiety, but there was also a hint of immaturity. Suddenly, at the entrance of a valley, a figure, like a leopard cat, was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Uncle, little sister, save me, please? The immature voice sounded in their ears. Immediately, a roar sounded in the valley. With a rumble, an explosion suddenly sounded in the valley. The ground cracked at this moment, and the entrance of the valley was directly smashed into pieces by a slap. Rumbling sounds sounded one after another. In the valley, a 1,000-foot figure walked out with its feet. What kind of divine beast is this? When Ji Fu saw the giant beast's appearance, she was shocked. Its body was 1,000 feet tall, its legs were upright, and its arms were hanging by its side. It looked like an ape, but its entire body was covered in golden hair, and its head was like a lion's. It was extremely strange. I don't know either. The child who ran to Mu Yun and Ji Fu's side was about 3 or 4 years old. When he spoke, his voice was childish. The little boy's small face was very delicate, introverted, and young. However, his eyes were rolling, and there was a hint of slyness in them. He was very likable. Little sister, you killed that guy. That big guy is terrifying. I'm no match for him. The little boy hurriedly said. Seeing the little boy's cute appearance, Jifu couldn't help but squat down and scratch his head. However, Jifu's expression stiffened and became strange. One-step Imperial Emperor. Jifu almost blurted out. This little boy was really too immature, but he was actually a one-step Imperial Emperor. Did he start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? Little sister, I'm so scared. The little boy couldn't help but approach Jifu. He opened his arms and wanted Jifu to hug him. Facing such a cute and lively child, Jifu couldn't help but hug him. However, the little boy lowered his head in fear and buried his head in Jifu's chest. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's expression was strange. Damn it. Little wolf. He was taking advantage of her so blatantly. Uncle, hurry up and kill that big guy. The little boy suddenly said, that big guy definitely can't beat you. Mu Yun frowned. Little bastard. Calling him uncle and calling him little sister Jifu. How shameless. Mu Yun despised him in her heart. Hee hee. Jifu couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, you have such a sweet mouth. What's your name? Where are your parents? Why are you here? My name is Xianfeng. The little boy giggled and said, little sister, you have so many questions. My mother said that I can't tell others too much, and I can't say my father's name either. Hee hee. Mu Yun sneered. Is your father a god? You can't even say your name. Xianfeng snorted. If I can't say it, I can't say it. Uncle, why aren't you going to kill that big guy? There are so many herbs in the valley. I can pick them and refine pills for you. Amazing. Jifu tapped Xianfeng's little nose and smiled. You know how to refine pills? Of course, I have the divine pattern elixir body. My mother said that I will become an alchemist more powerful than her in the future and can help my father beat bad guys in the future. Divine pattern elixir body. Hearing this name, Mu Yun and Jifu were both stunned. They had never heard of this so-called divine pattern elixir body. Guai, do you know? It's a little familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it before. Guai was also confused at this moment. But this little guy is very strange. Refining pills can help him improve his cultivation. Once Guai said that, Mu Yun looked at little Xianfeng in surprise. It seemed that this little guy's background was really not simple. Uncle, go quickly. That big guy will call for his companions soon. You won't be able to defeat him. Xianfeng hurriedly urged again. Mu Yun touched her forehead helplessly. This little brat, I really want to give him a beating. Got it. Mu Yun took a step forward. Her speed was extremely fast. The long sword in her hand flashed, and she quickly attacked. Ah, uncle is so weak. He's only a supreme being. Xianfeng couldn't help but say. Is a supreme being very weak? Very weak. Every day, Earth supreme beings and heavenly supreme beings come to my house to chat with my mother. My mother doesn't even meet them, but they still come. It's so annoying. Xianfeng giggled and said, My mother said that those people are toads who want to eat swan meat. But my mother also said that my father used to be a toad. If my mother doesn't let those toads eat it, how can she let my father eat it? Jifu was dumbfounded. This little guy's brain circuit is so strange. Haven't you seen your father? Jifu asked again. Nope. Xianfeng said sadly. My mother said that when she sees my father, he will definitely be very, very powerful. Auntie also said so. Auntie? Jifu was dumbfounded. You have an auntie? Yes, Auntie is very good to me. If anyone dares to bully me, Auntie will beat them up. Auntie is very powerful. Xianfeng continued to speak, beaming with joy. At the side, Jifu was confused as she listened. Sui Meng. Calm. This little guy was not young, but he was very knowledgeable and looked down on supremacy cultivators. Jifu thought for a long time, but she could not figure out where this little guy came from. Second-class force? That was impossible. Even if it was a second-class force, how could they nurture a child who looked down on everything? Second class, a name flashed across Jifu's mind. Heavenly Secret Pavilion. First-class forces were spread out in the 9 heavens. Only Heavenly Secret Pavilion did not care about supremacy. Could Xianfeng be from Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Xian lineage? Heavenly Secret Pavilion did not seem to have Xian lineage. For a moment, Jifu was also curious about little Xianfeng's background. At this moment, Mu Yun was going all out to deal with the strange divine beast in front of her. Mu Yun could feel that the divine beast was a perfected supreme, but its attack and defense were on par with her. It was unbelievable. Even so, Mu Yun still killed it after spending some time. While panting, Mu Yun's figure landed. "Let's go," Mu Yun said as she looked at Ji Fu and Xianfeng. "Uncle, we can't go. There are so many herbs in there. They are all good herbs for refining pills." Little Xianfeng could not help but say, "There aren't any outside. There are so many here. Do you want your life or the herbs?" "Yes," little Xianfeng said seriously. "Then let's go." Mu Yun flew away without saying anything. Ji Fu carried little Xianfeng, and the two hurriedly followed. The three figures did not take long. Suddenly, several figures landed in front of the valley. "Did we hear wrongly?" The leader of the group, a perfected supreme, asked doubtfully. "No, we didn't." A person beside him pointed at the valley and said, "There are traces of battle." "It's Mu Yun and Ji Fu," informed Brother Pai Lingchen and Brother Zixuan. "We'll go after them." "Okay." At the same time, Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and little Xianfeng, who had suddenly appeared, fled. "Sister, why are you running?" Xianfeng could not help but ask. "Someone is after us." "Little big sister, you're so strong. Will you still be hunted down?" "Yeah." Jifu smiled and said, "The people who are chasing us are even stronger." Little Xianfeng pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Then let me go, I don't want to go with you." Little Xianfeng said seriously, "I'm here to pick herbs, not to run away. It's not safe to be with you guys." As soon as he said this, Mu Yun staggered and almost fell to the ground. Wasn't this little fellow a little too realistic? They had just saved his life. The three of them found a place to rest. Mu Yun pulled a long face and looked at little Xianfeng. "Where are you from?" "You can't tell me." Little Xianfeng blinked and said, "If I tell you, you'll kill me." "Do you think we won't kill you if you don't tell us?" Mu Yun said with a fierce expression. "Ah, if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have saved me just now." Mu Yun was speechless when she heard this. "That's right, so even if you tell us, we won't kill you." "Ah, I still can't." Little Xianfeng said again, "Anyway, I can't tell you. My mother said that when I'm outside, I have to keep a low profile at all times, like my father, who is strong and low profile." "Who's your mother?" "Uncle, you're so silly. I already told you not to tell us." Mu Yun was completely speechless at this moment. This child was asking for a beating. It was just that bullying a child was not honorable. "Then let me ask you, how did you get here?" Jifu said with a smile. "I held a needle, and with a blink, I came in." Little Xianfeng chuckled and said, "That needle is very useful. Wherever it pierces, a path will be drawn out. I directly crawled in and arrived here. I saw a lot of herbs and was just about to pick them when that big fellow shouted loudly. It scared me and Snowball." "Snowball?" "Yes, that's it." As Xianfeng said that, a head suddenly popped out from his chest. Xianfeng smiled and said, "Snowball, come out. They're not bad people." Instantly, the little fellow came out and stood on Xianfeng's shoulder. The little fellow was snow white and was the size of an adult's fist. When it curled up there, it really looked like a ball. Moreover, if one looked carefully, it looked more like a little puppy and was very cute. "It's so beautiful. What kind of divine beast is it?" "I don't know." Little Xianfeng rubbed Snowball's head and said with a smile, "The old man said that Snowball was originally an egg, but when I was born, Snowball was born too. Then, it came into my body and was unwilling to leave, so the old man let Snowball follow me." Mu Yun and Jifu were speechless for a moment. A little fellow of unknown origin. A white-furred beast of unknown breed. Little Xianfeng. "Just call me Xianfeng." Little Xianfeng grinned and said, "I'm not young anymore. I'm already more than 100 years old." More than 100 years old? Mu Yan's eyes widened at this moment. A child more than 100 years old? Are you a giant baby? Seeing Mu Yan and Ji Fu's surprised expressions, little Xianfeng said in distress, I don't know why either. Other children are taller and stronger than me after a few years, but I'm the only one who's growing slowly. They all said that my father is not a human but a beast. Only the descendants of beasts can grow so slowly. But my mother said that my father is a human. Mu Yan smiled and said jokingly, maybe your father is not a human? Achoo. As Mu Yan finished speaking, a sneeze sounded. Who said that? Mu Yan pinched her nose with a strange expression. Little Xianfeng, on the other hand, stared at Mu Yan with resentment. Don't talk about my father. Bad uncle, my father is a human and a great hero. In the future, he will definitely lead countless powerful people to come and fetch me and my mother on dragons and phoenixes. Humph. Little Xianfeng snorted and turned away. Mu Yan was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this little fellow's father had already become a legend in his heart. Ji Fu pursed her lips and smiled. Don't tease him. He's so cute. Ji Fu smiled and suddenly said, look at the two of you. There are some similarities between your eyebrows. Maybe he's your son, Mu Yan? I don't want such a son. I don't want such a father. Almost at the same time, Mu Yan and Xianfeng both spoke. My father is not that weak. My son is not that stupid either. Ji Fu covered her mouth and laughed when she saw this scene. What should we do next? Mu Yan looked around and said, Xianfeng, it's very dangerous here. Take out the needle you mentioned and pierce the passage. Then, let's go out, okay? I can't. Xianfeng shook his head and said, that needle will break after one pierce. The old man is very bad. He only gave me one. Who is the old man you're talking about? Is it your grandfather? He doesn't deserve it. Xianfeng snorted and said, the old man is very weak. My mother said that my grandfather is very, very strong. He's even stronger than my father. Oh, how strong? Mu Yan joked, stronger than a tidal emperor or a tidal god? Yes, yes. That's what my mother said. Little Xianfeng suddenly said excitedly, how do you? No, do you know my grandfather? Then can you tell my grandfather where my father is? I miss him so much. Little Xianfeng said in a gloomy tone. Seeing Xianfeng's sad look, Mu Yan's heart softened for a moment. When they left the human world, Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yun'er, and Jiao were all pregnant. After 10,000 years, the three children should be born, right? Back then, they met Miao Xianyu in the Kuan-Su world. Miao Xianyu was also pregnant. After 1,000 years, Miao Xianyu should have given birth by now. Mu Yan's tone softened and said, I don't know your grandfather. Xianfeng, it's too dangerous for you to be here alone. Is there no way to go out? Xianfeng shook his head. Ji Fu said, since that's the case, come with us. At least we can protect you. Little Xianfeng raised his head and said innocently, but aren't you also being chased? Mu Yan and Ji Fu were very tired at this moment. Children's words carry no harm. Little Xianfeng was right. They were still being chased. Forget it, forget it. I'll go with you. Little Xianfeng waved his hand and said seriously like a little adult, after all, you saved my life. My mother said that saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. No. Little Xianfeng shook his head and said, it's a life-saving grace. I should repay it with a spring. I'll follow you, but I won't be your fighter. If you're injured to the point of death, I can save you. Little Xianfeng looked as if he was very capable. Okay. Ji Fu nodded with a smile. Mu Yan didn't say anything at this moment. Although this little guy spoke without thinking, he was very innocent. She really couldn't bear to leave him here like this. After all, he was only an imperial emperor. If he encountered any of the 12 forces, any one of them could easily kill him. The three of them walked together. At this moment, Snowball was lying on little Xianfeng's shoulder lazily. He looked at Mu Yan and Ji Fu very coldly, but was very intimate with little Xianfeng. Just like that, the three of them walked in a group. Stop. Little Xianfeng suddenly said, there's something good ahead. As he spoke, little Xianfeng had already run over like a gust of wind. Mu Yun and Jifu followed. Not long after, little Xianfeng stopped under an ancient tree. Without saying a word, the little guy reached out with his palm, and like a game of whack-a-mole, he kept digging down. Look! Little Xianfeng waved his hand, and a ginseng appeared in front of Mu Yun and Jifu. 7 hearts ginseng. Little Xianfeng stood up excitedly and laughed. This is the core ingredient for refining the 7 hearts profound pill. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun and Jifu were dumbfounded. The two of them knew about the 7 hearts profound ginseng. It was the core ingredient for refining the 7 hearts profound pill, and the 7 hearts profound pill was an earth-grade supreme divine pill. What surprised the two of them was that this little guy dug up such a big treasure. He was simply a walking treasure hunter. Little Xianfeng said proudly, I told you that I'm very powerful, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? I have the divine pattern elixir body. My mother said that it's an ancient physique. The old man also said that it's rare even in ancient times. Follow? Dream? Calm. I'm very good at refining pills. I became an ancient god alchemist in 100 years. The old man said that I'm not human, but a monster among monsters. I'm even better than my mother. Mu Yun and Jifu didn't believe it at first, but now they did. Little Xianfeng chuckled and wiped the 7 hearts ginseng with both hands. He took a bite and ate it directly. What are you doing? Jifu was surprised. You can't eat it directly. The 7 hearts ginseng is very strong. You're only an imperial emperor. If you eat it. Jifu suddenly stopped talking. Little Xianfeng ate and ate, but there was no reaction from his body. He was like an ordinary child holding an apple. When he arrived, he burped and wiped his mouth. Mu Yun and Jifu were shocked again. This little guy was too unique. Little Xianfeng smiled and said, It's okay. I can eat anything. It's better for me to eat it directly if it's refined into pills. This was the divine pattern elixir body, refining pills to increase one's cultivation. Directly swallowing medicinal herbs. Even Jifu, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was somewhat confused at this moment. It seemed that she had to ask her father about this matter when she went back. Little Xianfeng didn't care. He walked back and forth in the forest and kept digging out some spiritual materials. Even Mu Yun and Jifu had never heard of some of them. Little Xianfeng, how do you know what these are? I don't know. Little Xianfeng smiled and said, I just saw them and I knew. Their names and effects directly appeared in my mind. Snowball, eat it. Little Xianfeng said and threw a fruit in his hand to Snowball, who was on his shoulder. Snowball didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it directly. This guy is so free to cling to you all day. Mu Yun looked at Snowball and couldn't help but laugh. Snowball is very powerful. It's just lazy. Little Xianfeng explained, it's too lazy, but it's very powerful. Previously, when someone bullied me, my mother and aunt went into seclusion, so no one helped me. Snowball directly bit those people to death. Mu Yun was speechless. In the past few days, Mu Yun did not know how many times she had been speechless. This little Xianfeng had brought him too many inconceivable things. Perhaps this little fellow was not spouting nonsense. His parents and grandfather were really extraordinary people. If that wasn't the case, the little guy wouldn't have such knowledge. Wow. Suddenly, the three of them arrived at a forest. Little Xianfeng's eyes widened as he drooled. He looked ahead and said, Uncle, big sister, there's a lot of good food ahead. In front, where? Mu Yun and Jifu were surprised. There was nothing in front of him. There were only mountains and forests. Suddenly, little Xianfeng's face turned bitter. Ah, it's locked, I can feel it, there's so much delicious food, but the two of you are too weak, you can't open it. If only the old man was here, he would definitely be able to open it. As little Xianfeng spoke, he could not help but mutter, if only my father was here, he would definitely be able to open it. If my grandfather was here, he would also be able to open it. Mu Yun and Jifu were already used to it. This little fellow was like this every time. How my father is, how my grandfather is, how he is, completely ignoring their feelings. However, at this moment, Mu Yun frowned and said, "Don't move." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard above the three of them. The sound of something breaking through the air moved forward and landed in the sky above the valley. Seeing the person in the lead, Mu Yun was stunned. Pai Lingchen. At this moment, Pai Lingchen appeared at the entrance of the mountain with dozens of people. "Big brother Chen, it's here." Pai Lingchen looked down and waved his hand. A brush appeared in his palm. The brush danced at this moment, drawing lines of origin power that floated in the air. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the ground rumbled. As the brush landed, a palace suddenly appeared in the empty valley in front of Mu Yun and the others. The palace gradually solidified. At a closer look, a large door stood firmly under the palace's protection. Little Xianfeng said in a low voice, "Uncle, little sister, you are too weak." Look at them, they found the place directly. Mu Yun smiled and said, "It seems that the previous robbery was not thorough. This Pai Lingchen still has a divine artifact on him." "Robbery? Uncle robbed that fellow? He must be bragging." Little Xianfeng did not believe it at all. At this moment, Pai Lingchen stood proudly in the air and looked down. "This place is indeed mysterious." Pai Lingchen said directly, "Go, inform Zisun to come here." "Big brother Chen, there must be some treasure here." "Why do we need to inform Zisun? What do you know?" Pai Lingchen frowned and said, "Our group is not strong enough. If we encounter Mu Yun and Ji Fu, we are not their match." "Zisun, call him along." "Yes." Two people immediately left. At this moment, Pai Lingchen landed in front of the valley. "Let's see if there is anything strange." Pai Lingchen ordered, and the dozen people beside him immediately started to act. Rather than an ancient palace, it was more like a pavilion. A pavilion that was 100 feet tall. The surroundings were empty except for a large door. On the door, light patterns flickered. Little Xianfeng sighed and said, "It's a pity that this big brother can't open it. He is too weak. It seems that stronger helpers are here." At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu. "Should we do it?" "Of course." Ji Fu smiled and said, 17 people, 4 Supremes in Complete Realm, 7 Supremes in Complete Realm, and 6 Supremes in Peak Realm. With the two of us attacking, none of them should be able to escape." Mu Yun also said, "In that case, get ready to attack." "Okay." While Ji Fu and Mu Yun were discussing, little Xianfeng shrank his head. "So cruel. Little Xianfeng, these are the people who are chasing after us." Ji Fu smiled and said, "If we don't kill them, they will join forces to kill us." Mu Yun also said, "Although you are still young, you have to understand that once you enter the martial path, you have to fight. Fight with yourself, fight with others, and fight with heaven and earth. The weak are prey to the strong. Sometimes, it doesn't make sense." "I'm not young anymore," little Xianfeng muttered. Mu Yun smiled and didn't mind. Xianfeng was indeed an anomaly. According to him, he had been born for more than 100 years, but he still looked like a child. This was truly inconceivable. Unless he was the descendant of some divine beast. But he was sure that his parents were humans. Mu Yun didn't think much about it. After all, Qin Mingyau's child had been in his mother's womb for more than 10,000 years, right? He still didn't come out. One day, Mu Yun would ask him, "Why did that little brat take over the nest? If he should come out, wouldn't he be delaying his younger brothers and sisters' activities?" Mu Yun shook off the thoughts in her mind and looked forward. At this moment, Pai Lingchen looked at the door. "Pai He, Pai Shuang, both of you, try to break this door with me." "Yes." Immediately, 2 great perfection supreme martial artists attacked. At the same time, light rose between Pai Lingchen's hands, and a faint golden light beam appeared. At this moment, the light beam shot directly toward the door. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the door. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. It was another supreme artifact. This Pai Lingchen didn't give up everything. At this moment, 3 figures used all their strength to urge the light beam to condense on the door. But the door didn't move. Again. Pai Lingchen didn't give up. He continued to move. Again and again, Pai Lingchen went all out. As time passed, the door actually shook a little at this moment. Do it. At the same time, two low roars sounded at this moment. Bam. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two men standing on either side of Pai Lingchen exploded. Pai Shuang, Pai He. Pai Lingchen's expression changed. But in the next moment, two figures attacked from the left and right. Mu Yun and Ji Fu's sneak attack instantly killed two great perfection supreme martial artists. At this moment, Pai Lingchen's eyes were filled with fear. Mu Yun. Ji Fu. Both of you, die. Mu Yun and Ji Fu didn't bother to say more and directly attacked. Boom. Pai Lingchen's body was severely injured. Two figures landed. At this moment, little Xian Feng ran out and said in surprise, so powerful. Mu Yun and Ji Fu attacked and killed two people in an instant and severely injured Pai Lingchen. According to their strength, they were very powerful. You still dare to appear? Pai Lingchen spat out a mouthful of blood and snorted, you're courting death. Now, the one who will die is you. Ji Fu said coldly. Haha. Pai Lingchen sneered, do you think you can still escape? I've received news that the restriction of earthly venerables at the bottom of the Blood Fiend Sea has been lifted. The earthly venerables can enter. Mu Yun, Ji Fu, both of you will definitely die. I'll wait for you. Noisy. Mu Yun waved her hand and a majestic force raged, directly exploding Pai Lingchen's body. The two of them didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked the remaining people. In front of a great perfection supreme martial artist and an early-stage earthly venerable, the others had no ability to escape. In the blink of an eye, the figures turned into corpses. Mu Yun activated her devouring power and her aura became more vigorous. Eh? Little Xian Feng looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, Uncle, you can increase your cultivation by killing people. Ji Fu also looked at Mu Yun at this moment. Mu Yun nodded but didn't say much. Ji Fu wasn't too surprised at this moment. Mu Yun's secret was only known to himself. She could also vaguely see that Mu Yun's strength increased extremely quickly every time there was a big melee. This guy was indeed not simple. What should we do next? Wait. Mu Yun said directly. Didn't this guy say just now? Mu Yun said with a smile, the restriction of earthly venerables has been lifted. The 12 earthly venerables will definitely enter this place one by one. In that case, let's wait. We can't open this place. The two people who left just now went to inform Zisun. We'll disguise ourselves as Zisun killing people. Although it won't have much effect, it's good to frame Zisun. Ji Fu heard this and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. So bad. But, how do we disguise ourselves? Ji Fu was puzzled. Have you forgotten? Mu Yun smiled and said, we robbed them and found a few of their most precious supreme divine artifacts, especially those that could only be used once. Hearing this, Ji Fu's eyes lit up. Following the dream, Xiaoli said, oh. The two of them immediately started to attack. Xian Feng shook his head when he saw this. These two people were so bad. Mu Yun and Ji Fu did not care. Is the news confirmed? At the same time, in the mountain range, dozens of figures were rushing toward the location of the three people at an extremely fast speed. The one leading them was Zisun. Zisun's face was filled with joy, but she was also cautious. Yes, Brother Lingchen is waiting there. A disciple said respectfully. It should be the secret of this place. This might be the blood sky. The second heaven is related to the secret of the endless blood palace. We can definitely make a fortune. Zisun nodded. This was indeed something that made people extremely excited. It's in front. At this moment, everyone looked ahead. There was a tall pavilion. Under the pavilion, there was a huge door. It was shining, simple and luxurious. Where's Pai Lingchen? Zisun frowned. He was here before. The two warriors from the rhinoceros clan were also puzzled. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, two explosions were heard. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. The two warriors from the rhinoceros clan were killed instantly. Even the dozens of people brought by Zisun were killed by the explosion. The rhinoceros clan's spirit-repelling bullet. Zisun's face changed. She shouted, "Retreat!" However, it was too late. Boom. 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 In an instant, explosions were heard. The spirit-repelling bullet was unique to the rhinoceros clan. It was condensed from the essence of the rhinoceros clan's rhinoceros horn. When it was released, it could cause a powerful explosion. This was unique to the rhinoceros clan. Zisun shouted, "Pai Lingchen, what are you doing? Come out." Zisun's face was gloomy. Pai Lingchen would not harm him now. After all, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were also here. If it wasn't for him, Mu Yun and Ji Fu would have caught Pai Lingchen off guard. "Pai Lingchen, you." Boom boom boom. Another series of explosions rang out. At this moment, Zisun was completely enraged. "Pai Lingchen, you bastard, you harmed me. When Mu Yun and Ji Fu appear, you will definitely die." When these words came out, Zisun was suddenly stunned. No. Indeed, Pai Lingchen had no reason to attack him. After all, the door to the treasure trove had not even opened yet. Mu Yun. Ji Fu. Damn it. At this moment, Zisun had already thought of something. "Mu Yun, Ji Fu, it's all you're doing." At this moment, how could Zisun not understand? Excluding Pai Lingchen, only Mu Yun and Ji Fu were left. Not good. Zisun suddenly thought. Why did Mu Yun and Ji Fu put in so much effort, framing him? Two bastards. Let's go immediately. Zisun shouted angrily at this moment. However, at this moment, a trace of fragrance suddenly appeared in the surroundings. It's the purple leaf-green wind dew. Zisun's expression changed at this moment. Quickly swallow the purple leaf-green pill. All around, the 8-winged purple python clan's warriors hurriedly did as they were told. At this moment, a trace of fragrance spread out. Suddenly, some corpses appeared on the ground. Their skin was greenish-black. Damn it. Zisun understood that they had been tricked. No, to be precise, they had been tricked. Mu Yun and Ji Fu must have arrived here one step earlier than Pai Lingchen and ambushed everything. This time, Pai Lingchen was definitely dead. Mu Yun and Ji Fu intended to frame him. Retreat. As soon as the words fell, Zisun hurriedly retreated and was about to leave this place. However, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out. At this moment, several figures strode over. "Zisun, why are you here?" A confident and mellow voice suddenly sounded. "Senior Pai Shou." Seeing the person who came, Zisun's expression changed. What she was afraid of really came. Why did Pai Shou suddenly come here? Where's Pai Lingchen? I received a message from him saying that he's here. Where is he? Pai Shou was a late-stage earthly venerable expert who led the rhinoceros clan's team this time. Pai Lingchen. At this moment, Pai Shou's expression changed slightly. Lingchen. At a glance, Pai Lingchen's corpse was at the entrance of the pavilion. His whole body was greenish-gray from head to toe. Apparently, he had been dead for a long time. Zisun, what's going on? Pai Shou looked at Zisun coldly. Senior Pai Shou, listen to me. Zisun hurriedly said, I received a message from Pai Lingchen. He said that he found a secret place. 2 of his disciples brought me here. Suddenly, a spirit-shielding bullet exploded and killed the 2 disciples. Dozens of people around me also died. We've been plotted against. Zisun said again, someone found this place before Pai Lingchen found it. He waited for Pai Lingchen to come, then Pai Lingchen sent someone to inform me. That person killed Pai Lingchen and framed me. Then, he used spirit-shielding bullet and purple leaf breeze dew to kill my people. He also made Pai Lingchen and the others look like they were poisoned to death. Zisun said, unable to continue. Shit. Zisun cursed in her heart. She didn't even believe what she said. This was too ridiculous. How could there be such a coincidence? Mu Yun and Ji Fu found the secret place. Pai Lingchen just arrived. The 2 sides fought. Pai Lingchen died. And here he is. What the hell? That's too unreasonable. Senior Pai Shou, I I'll continue to lie. Paisho looked cold and said, Zisun, do you believe what you said? Zisun said bitterly, but it's the truth. It was Mu Yun and Ji Fu who did it. Paisho sneered, Mu Yun and Ji Fu are at the initial stage of Earth Venerable. How could they kill Pai Lingchen and more than 10 Supreme Venerables in such a short time? Do you think I'm an idiot? Zisun's face was bitter. Spirit Shielding Bullet is unique to my clan, while Purple Leaf Breeze Dew is your 8-winged Purple Python clan's unique poison. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, no one would use it. You used it, and so did Pai Lingchen. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. Zisun said hurriedly, we were robbed by Mu Yun and Ji Fu in the City Lord Mansion of Blood Moon City. They took everything we had. Zisun, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Paisho raised his voice, his expression cold. This kind of trick was full of loopholes. Would your 8-winged Purple Python clan give out Purple Leaf Breeze Dew so casually? Spirit Shielding Bullet is kept by every warrior of our Rhinoceros clan. We don't put it in the space ring. Zisun, are you insulting my intelligence? F***ck. Zisun cursed in her heart. Idiot. Do you still have intelligence? At that time, who would have thought that Mu Yun and Ji Fu would dare to rob 12 of them? At that time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were only at the late stage and middle stage of Earth Venerable. But now, Zisun couldn't defend herself. Senior Paisho, since you don't believe me, what do you want? What do you want? Paisho snorted, a life for a life, it's right and proper. You want to kill me? Zisun said coldly, Paisho, I'm giving you face by calling you senior. You're only at the late stage of Earth Venerable. I, Zisun, have great talent. It's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Do you really think you can kill me? Humph, you're only at the early stage of Earth Venerable. What ability do you have? Paisho took a step forward, his aura rising. Vaguely, there seemed to be a wave of air coming from the sky. Earth Venerable, condensing the Earth Venerable real body, allowing the Dharma body to cover the body, transforming the power and greatly increasing the physical strength. Paisho, who was at the late stage of Earth Venerable, was completely different at this moment. Seeing this scene, Zisun didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of her hand, a long sword appeared in her hand. Human-grade supreme artifact, 8 feet azure sky sword. Seeing the long sword, Paisho was even more furious. Didn't you say that Mu Yun took away all your things? Why wasn't this sword taken away? Paisho shouted angrily. Zisun was too lazy to explain at this moment. He was the one who killed them, so he admitted it. But he wasn't the one who killed them, so why should he admit it? Boom. In an instant, Paisho attacked. At this moment, Zisun's face was terrifyingly cold. Boom. The two figures immediately engaged in battle. At this moment, 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were lying on the ground, not daring to breathe. It was a bit too smooth. Paisho, isn't it too coincidental? Ji Fu couldn't help but laugh at this moment. It's not a coincidence. It seems that Pai Lingchen also doesn't believe that Zisun and the Earth Venerables can enter. Pai Lingchen should have contacted Paisho, and Paisho brought people over and just happened to see this scene. Mu Yun exhaled at this moment. Next, let's just watch the show. At this moment, little Xianfeng was lying between the two of them, snoring softly. He had already fallen asleep. This little guy is so carefree. Ji Fu looked at little Xianfeng's cute appearance and couldn't help but touch his face. Father. Little Xianfeng murmured, when are you going to find me? Where are you? I miss you so much. Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart ached for no reason. Ji Fu smiled and said, Mu Yun, to be honest, don't you feel that this little guy has some of your temperament between his eyebrows? Why don't you say that little mouth has some of your temperament? Mu Yun was speechless. Moreover, he said himself that his name is Xian Feng. If he's my son, you've already called me Mu Yun a few times. He's not willing to tell us who his parents and grandfather are, but he can't not know what his father's name is, right? Ji Fu smiled. He said his name is Xian Feng, but he didn't say his surname is Xian. I've thought about it for a long time. In the 9th heaven, there are 9 second-tier forces rooted in the Yuanyuan region, and there's also the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but I've never heard of anyone with the surname Xian. Perhaps he's your son's surname, Mu Xianfeng. Mu Yun was too lazy to bother with Ji Fu. If this little guy was his son, that little pervert who was sleeping and whose little hand was faintly in front of Ji Fu, he would definitely beat him to death. This little guy was completely a little hooligan. He didn't believe that Miao Xianyu would teach such a little bastard. Speaking of which, Qin Mengyao was pregnant back then and hadn't given birth yet, which was also related to his nine-fate son of Heaven Fate. Miao Xianyu was pregnant in the Kuan-Su world, so logically speaking, she shouldn't have given birth yet. Mu Yun shook her head, not wanting to think about it anymore. Follow? Dream? Comet couldn't be her son. Being teased by Ji Fu, she thought too much. Firstly, it was impossible for little Xianfeng not to know his father's name. He worshipped his father so much, how could he not ask his mother what his father's name was? Secondly, this guy was not like her at all. On the contrary, his temper was a bit like Xia Qing, that old bastard. When he first met Xia Qing, that Lai Pai Long was also like this. Sneaky and despicable. In any case, his own son should be like him. Handsome and elegant, with extraordinary vigor. Mu Yun stopped thinking about it and looked at the battle in the field. At this moment, the long sword in Zisun's hand was extremely explosive. With the help of the long sword, although she was suppressed by Paisho, the late Earth Venerable, she still resisted. However, looking at the situation, she would definitely die in less than a cup of tea's time. But even so, it was enough. This point alone was enough to see that Zisun's strength was not ordinary. No wonder she could join forces with hundreds of eight-winged purple pythons and injure Ji Fu. Formation. At this moment, Zisun was at a disadvantage and shouted. Swoosh. Immediately, dozens of people behind her walked forward. Dozens of figures walked out one by one. All of them stood in different positions and dispersed in small groups. Seeing this scene, Ji Fu's eyes narrowed. It was this kind of battle formation that was extremely powerful. At this moment, the Zisun battle formation was formed. One person took the lead, holding a long sword, and the killing intent was stronger. Humph, the eight-winged purple python battle formation, it seems that you are really valued. This battle formation is handed over to you. Paisho suddenly shouted, but Ling Chen is also very valued in my Paichen rhinoceros clan. Since he was killed by you, then a life for a life. He was not killed by me. Zisun said sullenly. Humph. But at this moment, Paisho obviously did not believe it. Boom. The sound of explosion spread out. Paisho was angry. On top of his head, a ray of light gathered, and in an instant, a huge force was directly slapped out. Bang. A deep sound spread out as Zisu attacked Paisho. The two of them collided and a loud explosion spread out. Zisun's face paled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Paisho was at the late stage of the Earth Venerable realm. He was too strong. The supreme martial artist had 6 small realms. The earthly venerable rank also had 6 small realms. As one's cultivation level increased, the gap between each small level would also widen. If Paisho was at Jizuan realm advanced stage while Xianxia was at Jizuan realm primary stage, he might still have stood a chance against Paisho. But now, Zisun was unwilling. He had been tricked and wronged for no reason. Mu Yun, Ji Fu. Zisun roared, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. I do hope that you can become a ghost. Mu Yun was too lazy to say more. At this moment, Paisho didn't care about this. In his eyes, he was certain that Zisun had killed someone. No matter what she said, Zisun was just trying to exonerate herself. Slash. The life-splitting strike was launched. Boom. The strong attack was like a landslide. Not only Zisun, but the dozens of people behind him could no longer resist. One by one, they spat out blood, and some of them even exploded. Late-stage earthly venerable rank was too strong. At this moment, Zisun fell to the ground with a bang. His face was full of unwillingness. Paisho. Zisun shouted angrily, you will die. You will be killed by Mu Yun and Ji Fu. I will wait for you. At this moment, Zisun had no way to escape. He could not resist Pai Shou alone, not to mention there were more than 10 earthly venerables beside Pai Shou. They are just two scoundrels who hide their heads and show their tails. Why would I be afraid of him? But I know that you will die today. As soon as Pai Shou's words fell, his whole body was full of killing intent. Pai Shou, how dare you? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded at this moment. More than 10 figures rushed over at this moment. Uncle Rue. Seeing the people who came, Zisun was happy. He would not die. The 8-winged purple python clan's earthly venerables had come. Zirue. Seeing the people who came, Pai Shou frowned. How majestic. Pai Shou, is your rhinoceros clan trying to start a war with our 8-winged purple python clan? There were about 17 or 18 people in the crowd, all with the aura of earthly venerables. The aura of the leaders was not lower than Pai Shou. The leader's aura was even stronger than Pai Shou. Peak earthly venerables. Uncle Rue. Zisun hurriedly stood up and came to Zirue's side. Humph, Zisun can't get away with Pai Lingchen's death. Zirue, even if you are here and can stop me, you must remember to keep an eye on her at all times. Pai Shou understood that with Zirue's arrival and the peak earthly venerables, he could not kill Zisun. At the same time, Mu Yun and Jifu, who were far away, saw this scene and felt sorry. If Zisun died, the 8-winged purple python clan and the rhinoceros clan would definitely fall out. Now, it was a pity. But even so, it was enough to make the two clans become hostile. Why are you two doing this? Maybe there is some misunderstanding between us. At this moment, more than 10 figures came and the leader advised. Fong family. Xiao family. The two big families of the Antarctic Sea also came. Mu Yun saw that Fong Xing and Xiao Tianzi were also in the crowd. But this time, they were not leading the team. The two leaders of the two big families had powerful auras of the late-stage earthly venerables. Fong Shuahan. Xiao Xianxia. The two big families were led by the earthly venerables this time. Fong Shuahan smiled and said, I also heard from Xing'er that this time, a man named Mu Yun and a woman named Shifu appeared. They have been scheming and plotting several times, and now they are still at the bottom of the sea. Maybe those two are deliberately mystifying and playing tricks. Fong Shuahan wanted to persuade them to stop fighting. Zirue's face was cold, and he did not say much. Pai Shou snorted coldly. It was not their genius who died. Of course, they said it lightly. Xiao Liangzhe looked at the tense atmosphere between the two and said again, it is said that this time, after the restrictions of the earthly venerables were lifted, a large number of earthly venerables were dispatched, and they are already here. If this place is really the Blood Heaven Pass, the second of the 3 heavens built by the endless ancient emperor as we said, I am afraid that all the heavenly venerables will also be dispatched. At that time it will not be a matter of one party's decision. It will be up to the 12 forces, the exceptional earthly venerables, and even the late-stage heavenly venerables to make the decision. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we see where this door leads? As soon as these words came out, Zirue and Pai Shou's faces eased a little. After all, it was okay to go against the enemy. But it was a waste of time to go against the secret place of the treasure. Pai Shou also knew that he could not kill Zisun when Zirue came this time. Only by breaking into this place could he have a chance to kill Zisun. Pai Shou nodded and said, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is not Zisun's doing, I will personally apologize to you in the Antarctic Sea. You better. Zirue's voice was cold. Okay, let's see how strange this place is. The Blood Heaven Pass is the second heaven built by the endless ancient emperor. It is a place for the supremes, earthly venerables, and heavenly venerables to train. It is said that the endless ancient emperor buried many heavenly treasures here. From what I see, this door might lead to a training ground. At this moment, Fong Shuahan and Xiao Liangzhe were trying to persuade both sides. In the Antarctic Sea, it was better for the 5 forces to unite. If there was a fight, it would benefit the Western Wanshan and North Tian Shan origin for no reason. What's the use of quarreling here at this time? An ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out at this moment. A group of men and horses arrived arrogantly. Mu Yun had seen the man in the lead before. The leader of the Candle Dragon clan was a late-stage earthly venerables, Zhu Yi. Brother Zhu, you are not slow. Have you found the two thieves, Mu Yun and Jifu? No. Zhu said sullenly. As far as I know, the two of them can hide their aura and soul traces. It is extremely difficult to find them unless we meet them face to face. Maybe the two of them are not far from us now, watching the show. When these words came out, everyone could only smile bitterly. The two Nine Heavens Supremes had brought them too much trouble. However, the two of them were very good at hiding. Let's not waste time. Zhu changed the topic. If they dare to appear, they will definitely die. Let's open this door quickly and enter. The Golden Horned Beast clan, the Fire Lion clan, the Wudda clan, and the Sky Barbarian sect of the Western Wanshan have already opened a door. The Masked Moon Pavilion, the Fierce Spirit sect, and the Extreme Emperor Palace of the North Tianshan origin have also found a door. If we waste time here, they will succeed. When Zhu Yi's words came out, everyone was extremely surprised. I wanted to enter too, but those bastards are strongly against my clan. We are all forces in the Antarctic Sea. Although there is friction between us, our relationship is not bad. In the face of great things, we should know how to choose. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhu looked at Pai Shou and Zirui and said, "Don't forget that there was once a powerful sect in the eastern wilderness. However, it later collapsed due to internal strife, causing the eastern wilderness to be unable to recover after so many years." When the eastern wilderness was mentioned, everyone sighed. However, when they thought about how Mu Yun came from the eastern wilderness, they gritted their teeth. It is said that the eastern wilderness is unable to break through to the Supremes because of the strangeness of the Wujian Ancient Mountain. If the Wujian Ancient Emperor is really not dead, then the Endless Ancient Emperor may not be dead either. Xianxia said slowly, "Everyone, don't be careless. Rumors can't be trusted," Zhu said. Recently, there have been Supremes in the eastern wilderness, and it is said that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance established by Mu Yun has a divine venerable overseeing it. A divine venerable overseeing it? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. For hundreds of thousands of years, there had not been a Supremes in the eastern wilderness. What had happened recently? A Supremes had appeared, and now a divine venerable? Perhaps the ninth heaven is going to change. Unfortunately, we can't get in touch with the Divine Providence Pavilion. If we can find the Divine Providence Pavilion and ask for a divination, perhaps a great change will come and we can avoid it. Everyone sighed when they heard this. However, everyone knew about it. Little Rui Meng said, "Rui Meng. The Divine Mystery Pavilion was the only first-grade force in the Ninth Heaven realm. It was also allowed to exist by the Ninth Heaven Emperor. The Divine Mystery Pavilion controlled the Divine Mystery Mirror, one of the 13 treasures of the Chaos Era. They had always kept a low profile. Even the Heaven-Sealing God Emperor and the Free and Unfettered God Emperor had never used force against the Divine Mystery Pavilion. As for the Divine Mystery Pavilion, they had always maintained their own attitude and did not involve themselves in the affairs of the Heaven realms and other forces. They were like witnesses to history. Everyone, get ready to start." Zhu stopped talking about this and said, "If the other two forces take the initiative, we will be too slow." Okay. The Candle Dragon clan, the Dust Rhinoceros clan, the Eight-Winged Purple Python clan, the Chao clan, and the Fong clan moved one by one. Hundreds of earthly venerables walked out one by one. Zirui looked at Zisun and said, "Be careful. Pai Shou is not so kind as to let you go." Okay. Zirui said again, "Next time, don't leave any leeway. Don't let anyone catch you, okay?" Zisun's face stiffened. Zirui actually thought that he killed Pai Lingchen. He had reached the early stage of the earthly venerable realm, while Pai Lingchen had not. Did he have to kill him? Zirui was very tired. However, it was obvious that no one believed him now. Even Uncle Zirui said so. Who would believe him? At this moment, the people from the 5 forces gathered around the giant gate and looked at it. On the other side, Mu Yun and Jifu were quietly lying in wait. They could hide their auras, and little Xian Feng seemed to have some kind of divine artifact that prevented others from detecting him. At this moment, the 3 of them were watching the hundreds of people busying themselves. "This is great." Little Xian Feng grinned and said, "When these people open the gate, we can enter and eat all those things. Looking at the little guy's drooling appearance, Mu Yun shook her head and smiled. This guy was also a weirdo. He ate all the herbs and didn't die from overeating. And that snowball was also a glutton. Its whole body was as white as snow. This man and beast together was truly a perfect match. There are so many good things on these earth venerables. Little Xianfeng couldn't help but exclaim. There are even heaven-grade divine artifacts. Mu Yun and Ji Fu also looked over. All kinds of magical treasures appeared in the hands of Zhu Yi and the others. They all had unique appearances and powerful auras. An earth-grade divine artifact. Heaven-grade divine artifact. These earthly venerables came prepared this time. Over 100 people used all kinds of methods to try and open the door. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were not in a hurry. They looked ahead and waited quietly. These people are so stupid. Little Xianfeng said again, there's a key on the door, once we find the key, we can open the door. If we rely on brute force, how long would that take? Mu Yun and Ji Fu were once again surprised by little Xianfeng's observation skills. This little guy didn't just seem to know a thing or two about medicinal herbs, he was also very knowledgeable. At this moment, everyone began to move. About half a day later. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard. At this moment, a crack appeared on the door. He broke through the door with brute force. It really worked. At this moment, all the parties let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. Without wasting any time, Xianxia led the group into the palace. At the same time, Pai Shou, Zi Rui, Fang Xuehan, Xianxia, and the others also entered one by one. For this trip to the Blood Fiend Sea, earthly venerables were the main explorers. However, at first, earthly venerables were affected by the restriction and couldn't enter this place. Now, the restriction was opened inexplicably, and earthly venerables could enter. The earthly venerables who arrived first naturally spared no effort. Moreover, it wasn't just that. When the earthly venerables entered, they found a large amount of supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid. Everyone agreed that there must be better treasures deeper in. All parties had already sent out more earthly venerables. Most of them were on the way and hadn't arrived yet. At the same time, the ninth heaven realm, the abyss realm, inside the abyss region. Bao Qingyu stood still in a long green dress, looking at the garden in front of her in a daze. Her simple and elegant beauty without any makeup made one's heart flutter. Senior Sister Bai, someone is looking for you. He said to meet you at the usual place. A pleasant voice sounded at this moment. Got it. After Bao Qingyu finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in a valley. At this moment, in the valley, two figures stood still. Sister Zimo, Sister Xianyu. Seeing the two of them, Bao Qingyu nodded. The 9 girls beside Mu Yun were ranked. The 9 girls had been decided long ago. They were ranked according to the order of Mu Yun's encounters in this life. Although Qin Mengyao was the first, he thought that Meng Zimo should be ranked first. Although Bao Qingyu was already engaged to Mu Yun in the mortal world and knew her, she was the last one in this life, so she was ranked 9th. Qingyu. Miao Xianyu walked up at this moment. She was tall and slender, with a slender waist and a turbulent body. It was amazing. However, at this moment, Miao Xianyu's tone was a little anxious. She grabbed Bao Qingyu's hands and couldn't help but say, Qingyu, it's not good. Feng'er is missing. Missing. Bao Qingyu's face changed. What's going on? Meng Zimo said bitterly, Xianyu and I are in seclusion, preparing to refine a divine-grade supreme pill. Feng'er has always been in and out of the Pill Emperor Manor freely. Everyone in the Pill Emperor Manor knows. You also know that ever since Feng'er showed the uniqueness of the divine mark elixir physique, everyone in the Pill Emperor Manor has been paying special attention to him. If Xianyu and I weren't already the Pill Emperor's disciples, the Pill Emperor Manor would even want to confer him as the 7th Pill Emperor's disciple to replace the former Lu Qianshan. The Pill Emperor's disciple represented the top figure in the Pill Emperor Manor, and it was very likely that he would become the Pill Emperor Manor's Mansion Master in the future. The Mansion Master also pays great attention to Feng'er, but I didn't expect him to disappear at this time. Bao Qingyu frowned at this moment. This was not a small matter. Back then, the little brat had caused a huge commotion. Even the old antiques of the Pill Emperor Manor had personally taken action. The divine mark elixir physique. It didn't exist in the current body constitution. The Pill Emperor Manor also had a deep understanding of the Pill Tao, which was why they found records in ancient books and verified Feng Er's divine mark elixir physique. But now, he had disappeared. Could he have been held hostage? Bao Qingyu hesitated. After all, Yun has a sensitive identity now, and Uncle Mu's reputation is extremely powerful in the myriad worlds. That shouldn't be the case, Meng Zimo replied. Xianyu and I never told him that his father is Mu Yun and his grandfather is Mu Qingyu. We only said that his father and grandfather are extremely powerful people. What we are worried about now is whether or not it was done by the people of the Pill Emperor Manor. If it was the people from the Pill Emperor Manor who did it, it would be troublesome. Feng Er was only an imperial lord. In the Pill Emperor Manor, his strength couldn't even be considered as a servant. Bao Qingyu asked again, did the little brat leave any message? Yes. Miao Xianyu hurriedly said, he left a line of words, saying that, he wants to travel the myriad worlds alone and become someone like his father and grandfather. It's my fault. Miao Xianyu sobbed as she said, I told him too much. I told him that Big Brother Yun relied on himself all the way from the mortal world and that Uncle Mu was also a heavenly genius. That's why he ran out to prove himself. Bao Qingyu hurriedly said, if that's the case, he must still be in the 9th heaven realm. With his imperial lord Cultivation, it's almost impossible for him to leave the 9th heaven realm. Let's send people to the western myriad mountains, the north heaven origin, and the south pole to ask around. As for the eastern wilderness, Bao Qingyu subconsciously ignored it. The eastern wilderness was relatively weak, and imperial lords were the peak. If Feng Er really went there, no one would be able to touch him. As for these 3 places. Where's Sister Xueqi? Xueqi has been in closed-door cultivation recently and hasn't come out for a long time. Perhaps she's on the path of Sword Dao. Yi Xueqi had entered the Divine Sword Pavilion, a peak second-class sect in the Yuanyuan region, just like the 3 of them. After entering the Divine Sword Pavilion, Yi Xueqi's Sword Dao improved rapidly. For a time, she was highly regarded in the Divine Sword Pavilion. Even Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, and Bao Qingyu were very surprised by this. Yi Xueqi had majored in Sword Dao previously, but compared to Mu Yun and Lu Qingfeng, she was far inferior. But now, she seemed to have discovered talent on the path of Sword Dao. That's strange. Bao Qingyu couldn't help but say, our lunar sect's eldest young mistress Jifu also went missing. Feng Er also went missing. Could it be related? Jifu doesn't know Feng Er, so it shouldn't be. Meng Zimo said again, no matter what, Feng Er might be Big Brother Yun's first child. The 3 of us are in the Yuanyuan region. If we don't take good care of him, how can we face Big Brother Yun in the future? Bao Qingyu and Miao Xianyu nodded. When they left the human world, Qin Mengyao, Jiao and Xiao Yun were all pregnant. Qin Mengyao was the first to give birth, but she never gave birth. Xiao Yun had the ancient bloodline of the Xiao clan, and Jiao was a 9-tailed celestial fox. They might not have given birth to a child. If that was the case, Feng Er might really be Mu Yun's first child. The lunar sect has been looking for Jifu recently. I will ask them to be careful and look for Feng Er. Bao Qingyu looked at Miao Xianyu and comforted her, you were right not to tell Feng Er about Big Brother Yun and Uncle Mu. This way, there will be fewer people who want to harm her. Okay. In that case, let's split up. Okay. After a short discussion, the 3 of them left. At the same time, in the Yuanyuan region's Alchemy Emperor Manor. Unlike the lunar sect, the Alchemy Emperor Manor's buildings were quite high-end and holy. The endless halls were like a heavenly palace. They stood tall and majestic, but they didn't lose the aura of an immortal. At this moment, in the central hall of the Alchemy Emperor Manor. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. At the entrance of the hall, dozens of figures fell to the ground with pale faces. They wanted to cry out, but they didn't dare to. Trash, a bunch of trash. A yell could be heard in the hall. It was filled with anger and irritation. At this moment, nearly 100 people stood on both sides of the hall. In the center, several figures had already become corpses. At a closer look, they were all heavenly venerate experts. A middle-aged man wearing a golden crown stood on the stairs of the hall. His face was pale, and he was panting. "Mansion master, please calm down." A young man cupped his fists and bowed. "These people are incompetent and deserve to be killed. However, Mansion master, please don't be angry." Following dream little say snort. The middle-aged man was none other than the mansion master of the Pill Emperor Mansion, Zhang Wuji. "Calm down?" Zhang Wuji's expression was horrifying as he gritted his teeth. "I've already said that if anything happens to Xianfeng, these people will be buried with him. How could a person disappear from such a big Dan Emperor's mansion, a bunch of useless heavenly venerables?" As soon as Zhang Wuji finished speaking, he looked at the large group of people kneeling outside the main hall and said in a deep voice, "Go and look for him. If you can't find him, I'll destroy all 18 generations of your family." "Father, please calm down." At this moment, a young man with delicate features and a humble expression stood on the left side of the main hall. He looked at the people around him and waved his hand. "All of you can leave first." In the main hall, hundreds of people left one by one. "Father, little Xianfeng's disappearance might not be caused by an outsider," the young man said. "Father is too protective of the divine Mark core physique. I'm afraid some people are worried. Perhaps it's better to investigate this matter from the inside." Zhang Wuji nodded when he heard the young man's words. "Zhang Fengming, why are you still standing there? You're the young mansion master. Who else are you going to do? Quickly go and investigate." Zhang Wuji shouted angrily. Zhang Fengming hurriedly cupped his fists and left. Zhang Fengming stood outside the main hall with a bitter expression on his face. "Am I not the young mansion master? Xianfeng is missing, and you want me, the young mansion master, to look for him personally? What kind of young mansion master is this?" Zhang Fengming muttered to himself. "I've become a coolie? You talk too much nonsense." Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Zhang Fengming's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "I'll do it right away." Zhang Fengming's figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, Zhang Wuji stood in the main hall and looked outside the main hall. The divine Mark core physique. If he can grow properly, he'll definitely become an overlord in the future. He'll help the Pill Emperor's mansion and become a first-rate force. At that time, we won't be restricted by the Imperial Pavilion. Damn it. Who is it? Zhang Wuji was truly furious. Back then, a mysterious man had appeared in the Abyss region and fought him. The two of them were evenly matched, and the man retreated. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire Yuanyuan region. Others laughed at Zhang Wuji for being mediocre and only knowing how to concoct pills. It could be said that he had suffered a great deal of ridicule. Now, a genius alchemist who was even more talented than Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo had finally appeared. At such a young age, she understood alchemy very well. He disappeared again. This is infuriating. In the Pill Emperor Manor, angry roars could be heard continuously. The palace master, who had always been known to be calm and experienced, seemed to have eaten an explosive pill today. His anger was released uncontrollably, and everyone in the Pill Emperor Palace could feel it. And at this very moment, little Xianfeng was completely unaware of the consequences of his momentary playfulness. She also didn't know that the evil uncle who had slapped her awake was her father, who she had been thinking about day and night. "Why did you hit me?" Little Xianfeng covered his little face and said with an aggrieved expression. "It's time to go." Muyan said in all seriousness, "I saw that you were sleeping too soundly, so I couldn't wake you up. You betrayed me." Little Xianfeng was aggrieved, and tears welled up in his eyes. Muyan's heart softened at this moment. She couldn't stand this little guy pretending to be aggrieved. All right. Jifu picked up little Xianfeng and said with a smile, "Let's go and eat something delicious, okay? Little sister is still the best." Little Xianfeng hugged Jifu's neck and buried his whole face in front of Jifu. His appearance was intoxicated. "Pervert." Muyun scolded in a low voice. This kid was still so pitiful just now, but in the blink of an eye, he took advantage of her. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen someone so shameless at such a young age. He was probably just like his parents, not a good person. The three of them didn't delay any longer and came to the door. It had already been half a day since the five forces entered the door. In order to ensure their safety, Mu Yun and Ji Fu didn't rush in. They carefully entered the door. Suddenly, a unique feeling spread throughout their bodies. Little Xianfeng exclaimed, "Ah, bad uncle, little sister, origin power is isolated inside." Isolated from origin power? Yes. Little Xianfeng hurriedly said, "In here, try to use as little origin power as possible. Otherwise, the more you use, the less you have." Mu Yun and Ji Fu both nodded. However, the two of them had a lot of supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid, so they weren't afraid of using it. On the contrary, the strangeness of this place was more beneficial to them. In terms of consumption, they weren't afraid. However, the earthly venerables from the third-grade forces in the Abyss realm might not be so. But now, the earthly venerables had suddenly become the weakest in this place. Mu Yun was also anxious. The most important thing now was to break through to the earthly venerable level first. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't be qualified to fight for anything here. After walking all the way through the door, what appeared in front of them was a wide stone floor. The stone floor extended into the distance, and they couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, Mu Yun was also looking ahead carefully. There were a few corpses on the ground. Earthly venerables. Ji Fu said in a low voice. This place was only 1,000 meters away from the door, and there were already casualties. They had to be careful. The two of them continued forward, and the area in front of them suddenly became wide. Ancient buildings were all made of stone and scattered in front of them. Some were big and some were small, and they were of different sizes. However, each building looked like a single entity, but also like a whole connected together. Moreover, this place had an extremely strong smell of blood. At this moment, Mu Yun's pupils shrank slightly. This place was indescribably strange and evil. The second heaven built by the endless ancient emperor. Blood heaven. Mu Yun murmured, "If this place is a training ground, then you have to pay a price to gain something." "No." Little Xianfeng smacked his lips and said, "I can smell the fragrance of herbs, and there are so many of them." "Where? Where?" Mu Yun and Ji Fu both asked anxiously. Little Xianfeng shrank his neck when he saw the scene. The bad uncle and big sister were so anxious. They were even more anxious than him. The bad uncle and big sister couldn't eat those herbs, and they didn't know how to refine pills. Why were they so anxious, little Xian? Feng hurriedly said, "Let's make it clear first. I'll bring you there. If there are divine beasts that eat humans, you can kill them. I don't care. I want half. No, I want 60%. The remaining 40% is yours. If there are no divine beasts living there, then I want 80%. You two get 20%. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. This little guy really knew how to calculate. If they didn't contribute, each of them would get 10%. Even if they contributed, it would only be 20% each. This guy. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. Whether it was 20% or 10%, it was better than wandering around here like a blind person. Little Xianfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Bad uncle, you have to swear before I bring you there." "Big sister, you don't have to swear." Hearing this, Mu Yun even had the thought of spitting out a mouthful of blood. This rascal. She really wanted to punch him to death. "No problem." Mu Yun narrowed her eyes, smiled, and swore. "Xianfeng. Haha. I'll remember you. When we leave this place, I must beat you up." Little Xianfeng looked ahead happily and put down the snow-white little beast on his shoulder. He patted the little beast's body and smiled. "Snowball, Snowball, quickly bring me to find delicious food." Mu Yun and Ji Fu were both stunned. After all this time, the little beast beside this little guy was the most important. Little Xianfeng saw Mu Yun and Ji Fu's surprise and said, "What's wrong? Snowball is my pet. If it leads the way, of course I'll lead the way." At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. The three of them began to set off. Under Snowball's lead, they entered the stone palace and kept changing directions, heading deeper into the palace. In less than half an hour, 3 figures appeared in front of a stone palace. The huge stone palace was at least 100 feet tall and 10,000 meters wide. At first glance, it looked like a huge square stone that had been hollowed out by someone. The surface of the huge stone was carved with patterns. Uncanny workmanship. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was amazed. Stop sighing. There are people inside. Let's hurry. Little Xianfeng hurriedly said. If we're late and they ruin the herbs, we'll suffer a great loss. Little Xianfeng looked pained. Don't worry. Jifu said. If we meet the people from the 5 forces, there's a higher possibility that we'll be killed by them. Little Xianfeng sighed and said again, there are 3 early-stage Earth Venerables and 10 perfected Supremes inside. How do you know? Snowball told me. Little Xianfeng looked at Mu Yun as if looking at an idiot. Why did you ask me such a simple question? You're all Supremes and Earth Venerables, but you can't sense it. Can I, an emperor, sense it? It must be Snowball who said it. Little Xianfeng was extremely disgusted with Mu Yun. Mu Yun didn't care about this. The 3 of them approached the huge stone palace in front of them. At this moment, exclamations sounded in the stone palace. Purple Leaf 9 Sky Lotus. Chaotic Jade Void Tree. Treasure Lantern Flower. Exclamations sounded in the main hall in disbelief. Why are there so many herbs in this broken stone palace? Hearing that voice, Mu Yun suddenly felt that it was very familiar. It was too familiar. Zisun. He had just disappeared in front of them, and now they met again. Young Master Zisun, let's hurry up and harvest? A simple and honest voice sounded. I'm afraid that if we're too late and others find out, the things here won't belong to us anymore. Okay. Hurry up and harvest. Don't waste anything. Don't leave a single one behind. At this moment, Zisun was overjoyed. The emotions of being slandered by Paisho disappeared at this moment. What was that slander? With these herbs, he could return to the 8-winged purple python clan and cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the heavenly venerable level. Zisun was overjoyed at this moment. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Paisho wants to kill me. This time, I'll collect these herbs and become a heavenly venerable. What's so difficult about that? At that time, I'll make Paisho beg for death. I remember there's a saying that misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Great blessings can also lead to great misfortunes. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Who is it? Zisun's face turned cold as she looked at the door. Sui Meng, the 3 figures stood still. Mu Yun, Jifu. Seeing Mu Yun, Jifu, and a child beside them, Zisun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You still dare to appear? Why not? Mu Yun smiled and said, it seems that you are no match for us. At this moment, Mu Yun was a perfected supreme martial artist, while Jifu was a beginner earth venerable. It was indeed a little strange for the 2 of them to say this to 13 people. But at this moment, no one found it strange. Mu Yun and Jifu were not ordinary people at all. Zisun was very careful at this moment. Don't think of passing the message. Mu Yun was a little troublemaker. I spent some time outside just now to set up a few arrays. Zisun's face was ashen. Mu Yun, don't go too far. Zisun shouted, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're not afraid. Then come on. At this moment, Mu Yun was eager to give it a try. Wait. Zisun gritted her teeth and said, 60-40, we'll split all the herbs and spiritual plants here 60-40, and you get 40. Do you have the right to bargain with me? 50-50. Zisun said again, Mu Yun, don't go too far. I'm going too far, what can you do? You. Zisun's face was ashen at this moment. Mu Yun was really too much. 50-60, I'll take 40, you take 60. Zisun said sullenly. There's no room for negotiation. Mu Yun took a step forward and started to attack. 50-60, even if she gave him 60%, little Xianfeng had a huge appetite. How much did she get? Mu Yun was naturally unwilling. At this moment, Zisun was completely furious. Kill. 13 figures attacked at the same time. Mu Yun and Jifu were not afraid at all and directly attacked. Along the way, Mu Yun went from a beginner supreme martial artist to a perfected supreme martial artist. It could be said that she killed her way up. There was no problem with his realm being unstable. At this very moment, Zisun was extremely aggrieved. With so many earthly venerables here, Mu Yun and Jifu still dared to rob them. Were these two people courting death? But now, no matter how much he cried, there was no one to answer him. They could only fight their way out and try to escape. Zisun deeply understood how powerful Jifu was. Although they were all in the early stage of the Earth Venerable rank, Jifu could fight against 5 of them at once. As for Mu Yun, there was no need to even mention her. No one could stop a sovereign martial artist at the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. Calamity Lightning Slash. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's hands slashed out like blades. The violent thunder shook the entire stone palace. At this moment, Zisun's expression was extremely unsightly. At the same time, waves of light spread out in all directions. Jifu also unleashed her divine might and started fighting with Zisun and the other 2 earthly venerables. The battle in the stone palace was unusually fierce. Ah, this is good stuff, a 500,000-year-old 100 leaves mushroom. Little Xianfeng plucked a mushroom and ate it in one bite. He grinned and said, "Snowball, eat as much as you want this time. It only counts if you eat until you're full." Little Snowball was chattering excitedly. More than 10 people were fighting at the side. Little Xianfeng, on the other hand, was eating non-stop happily. He was really too happy. Boom. A wave of light exploded at this moment. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. With a puff, Zisun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Damn it. Jifu was still so powerful. Last time, relying on the joint attack of 100 people, they could still resist. But this time, it was impossible. There were only a dozen people around him. With a glance, Zisun saw that little Xianfeng was happily eating those treasures, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This little guy was eating raw. Want to kill me? I'll kill this little bastard. At this moment, Zisun thought of a plan. Her face was ferocious. She took a step forward and roared, charging towards little Xianfeng. Xianfeng, be careful. Jifu left the other 2 and immediately charged towards Zisun. But the other 2 also saw a chance of survival at this moment. If they subdued that little guy, perhaps Mu Yun and Jifu would let them go. Mu Yun didn't know why, but she suddenly felt anxious. A wave of worry from the bottom of her heart instantly rushed to her mind. She instantly charged towards Zisun. But at this moment, Zisun's speed was too fast. The 2 were entangled and wanted to rush over, but they were still one step behind. Little guy, die. At this moment, Zisun clawed at little Xianfeng. Oh my god. Little Xianfeng staggered and fell to the ground. He shouted, "Why are you looking for me when you're fighting, bad uncle, you're a bad guy. Little Snowball, this is a bad guy. He deserves to be killed." Roar. Little Snowball bared its teeth and roared angrily. Although that palm-sized body looked ferocious and terrifying, it still didn't have any deterrent force. This little thing was really too cute. It looked like a little white dog and didn't look like a ferocious beast at all. Bastard, get lost. Zisun was furious at this moment. A white-furred dog dared to bare its teeth at him. Snowball, bite him. Don't. Little Xianfeng suddenly hurriedly said, "This person is too dirty. Don't bite him. Just slap him to death." Hearing this, Zisun was extremely angry. Mu Yun and Jifu bullied him. Now, a little brat also came to bully him? Die. Zisun roared and clawed at little Xianfeng. Roar. Snowball roared at this moment. This roar was earth-shattering. In an instant, the palm-sized Snowball's body suddenly expanded. That's right, it expanded. The palm-sized snow-white dog instantly grew to a height of 1,000 feet. Its majestic body was covered with white fur. Its appearance of baring its teeth was quite ferocious. Bang! In the next moment, Snowball slapped out with its paw. A loud bang suddenly sounded. At this moment, Zisun fell to the ground with a plop. He was slapped to the ground by Snowball's paw. A mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, spurted out. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the stone palace. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were completely dumbfounded. Slapping an earthly venerable to death with one slap, what was the origin of this snowball? Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu as if asking for her opinion. But Ji Fu also shook her head at this moment. Guei said at this moment, I have some vague impression, but I just can't remember what it is. Slowly, Guei confirmed, but I can be sure that it is definitely not a divine beast of the present era. Perhaps it came from the ancient times, the archaic times, or even, the prehistoric times. Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. For Guei to make such a judgment, this snowball's origin was definitely extraordinary. It was just that it actually appeared beside little Xianfeng. It was really unbelievable. And from little Xianfeng's tone, his origin was extraordinary. Perhaps this little guy was really not lying. Bad guy, I didn't hit you. I just wanted to eat something delicious, but you wanted to kill me. Little Xianfeng said very seriously, my mother said that I will kill anyone who wants to kill me. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Snowball's huge body slapped down with its paw, causing Zisun to spit out mouthful after mouthful of blood. In the end, all the bones in Zisun's body were shattered, and there was no breath left. At this moment, the rest of the people were horrified. What kind of monstrous combination was this? 3 people, an early-stage earthly venerable was ridiculously strong. A perfected supreme was invincible among those of the same level. A child, accompanied by a group of ferocious divine beasts. It was really a monstrous combination. At this moment, Mu Yun unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the rest of the people, her eyes flickered. It was time to break through to early-stage earthly venerable. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to establish a foothold here. For a moment, in the stone palace, there were continuous explosions. Slowly, the fluctuations gradually weakened. In the stone palace, more than 10 corpses fell to the ground one by one. Mu Yun and Ji Fu also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Quickly pick the herbs and leave this place. Mu Yun immediately said, if the earthly venerable experts of the few clans catch up with us, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. Okay. At this moment, the 2 of them immediately looked into the depths of the stone palace. But with one look, they were dumbfounded. Where were the spiritual materials? Where were the precious herbs? Where were they? The 2 of them looked at each other and were instantly dumbfounded. There was nothing left. Only 2 balls were lying limply on the ground. Little Xianfeng's stomach was bulging at this moment, and he looked intoxicated. And Snowball had really become a ball. Xianfeng. Xianfeng. Ji Fu hurriedly walked up and said, where are the precious herbs? Where are the spiritual materials? Hee hee. Little Xianfeng scratched his head and patted his stomach, saying, I ate them all. Ate. Mu Yun and Ji Fu almost vomited blood. He ate them all. There was nothing left. At this moment, the 2 of them were limp on the ground. Little Xianfeng scratched his head at this moment, looking embarrassed. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself and ate them all. Little Xianfeng struggled to stand up and patted his chest. But don't worry, I have pills on me to compensate you. Hee hee. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to say more. If this guy wasn't a little brat, she would have beaten him to death. Really? Little Xianfeng said extremely seriously, bad uncle, you're about to break through, but your strength is still lacking. I have a Dharma body stabilizing pill here. Dharma body stabilizing pill? Ji Fu was moved. This pill can only be produced by the alchemy the arch residents. How did you get it? Little Xianfeng coughed and said, my mother is very powerful. She has all kinds of pills. As he spoke, little Xianfeng took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Mu Yun. He said seriously, bad uncle, I'll compensate you with 10 Dharma body stabilizing pills. These pills are very rare. It's enough for you to break through to the earthly venerable realm. Ji Fu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This little guy was really very strange. He only ate medicinal herbs and didn't even need to refine them into pills. He just ate them directly. Moreover, there were at least 1,000 types of precious herbs in here. After the little guy finished them, he just felt stuffed. Mu Yan looked helpless at this moment. What else could she do? Even if she really killed this little brat, she wouldn't be able to get the precious herbs back. After taking the Dharma body stabilizing pills, Mu Yan scolded, "1 foodie, no, 2 foodies." Ji-Fu pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at little Xianfeng and asked again, "What about me?" "Ah, I almost forgot about little sister." Little Xianfeng looked at Ji-Fu and chuckled. "Little sister, you're so powerful. Your strength was sealed by someone, but now you're unsealed to the early stage earthly venerable realm. I happen to have a Gale Divine Pill here." "Gale Divine Pill, really?" Ji-Fu's expression changed slightly. "As, dream, Xiaoyan says, dream. Of course it's real." Little Xianfeng said seriously, "Big sister, you're not injured. Your strength is just restricted. The Gale Divine Pill can break your seal. Of course, it has to be done step by step, but it's definitely much faster than you breaking it slowly." Ji-Fu took the pill with a grin. "Brat, don't think that a few pills can get rid of us." Mu Yun said seriously, "If we're injured during this period of time, you have to be in charge of our medicine storage. Do you understand?" "I understand." Little Xianfeng snorted, "Stingy. If I didn't bring you here, you wouldn't have discovered this place at all. Wouldn't everything be mine?" Mu Yun and Ji-Fu were speechless for a while. This little fellow. What he said was very true. Ahem. Ji-Fu coughed awkwardly and said, "Let's leave this place first and find a safe place. Mu Yun and I need to improve our strength. A large number of Earth Venerables are coming. If we want to fish in troubled waters, we need to have some strength." "Okay." After Mu Yun spoke, he looked at little Xianfeng. Little Xianfeng pursed his lips when he saw Mu Yun and Ji-Fu staring at him. "Don't you still have to rely on me now?" He patted his round belly, picked up Snowball, which had already turned into a ball, and walked out of the hall. The 3 figures left the stone palace and began to wander around the halls. Not long later, little Xianfeng chose another stone palace and stopped. This stone palace looked very rundown and ordinary among the other stone palaces. Mu Yun entered the stone palace and set up several array formations. He didn't have time to organize the loot he got from robbing in the Blood Fiend Sea this time. However, he organized the Supreme Array formation and observed it all the time. One technique could lead to 10,000 techniques. His familiarity with the Moon Beheading Ghost Array also increased his understanding of other elementary Supreme Array formations. Therefore, Mu Yun gradually became familiar with various array formations. This kind of transformation surprised Mu Yun herself. The appearance of the 9 Destinies Son of Heaven's destiny made everything about him completely different. At this moment, a Dharma body stabilizing pill entered her stomach, and Mu Yun began her seclusion. 10 complete Supreme Martial Artists. The essence, chi, and spirit of the 3 Earth-level earthly venerables flowed within his body. A Dharmakaya stabilizing pill allowed Mu Yun to quickly enter a state of silence. A Supreme Being had formed a Dharma body. The earthly venerable had condensed his real body. The so-called true God was a kind of extreme suppression of the Dharmakaya. For most Jizuan realm consummation Jizuan realm cultivators, their avatar would grow to a height of 10,000 meters, and that would be the limit. By suppressing the avatar, it would undergo a metamorphosis, causing the avatar to shrink continuously. Eventually, the avatar would gather on the surface of the body, and that was how it came to be known as the true body. And this kind of quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Although the Dharma body was gone, it had become the true body of an earthly venerate. The strength of an earthly venerate cultivator was more than 10 times that of a prime. This was an obvious change in power. There were 6 small realms in the earthly venerate realm. The condensation of the true body would gradually become closer to the body. The closer it was to the cultivator's body, the stronger the earthly venerate cultivator's strength. In the end, when the true body was completely attached to the surface of the body, it would be the limit of a complete supreme martial artist. And at that stage, the Dharmakaya could be locked into the body and the bones, causing the true body to metamorphose into a skeletal body. That would be the Heavenly Venerate realm. For most complete supreme martial artists, their avatar was 10,000 meters long. But Mu Yan's avatar was 30,000 meters long. 3 times the strength made it easy for Mu Yan to kill complete supreme martial artists. But it was also because of this that in order to break through to the earthly venerate realm, she needed to put in 3 times, 6 times, or even 10 times more potential than ordinary people. After a Dharmakaya stabilizing pill entered her stomach, a tyrannical power slowly spread. Mu Yan was completely silent. At this moment, Jifu was not in a hurry to break through. Little Xianfeng was so full that he had fallen asleep long ago. Snowball was also curled up in his arms, motionless. Mu Yan's breakthrough to the earthly venerate realm was of great importance. If she also broke through at this moment, it would be too dangerous. At this moment, Mu Yan was sitting on the spot, and there were no fluctuations in her body. It even made Jifu mistakenly think that Mu Yan was not in seclusion now. With the power that Mu Yan displayed in the complete supreme martial artist realm, there should be no fluctuations at this moment. Bad Uncle's Paragon Dharmakaya is too powerful. It has already reached 30,000 meters, 3 times that of ordinary people. It will be several times more difficult to break through to the earthly venerate realm. Maybe even 10 Dharmakaya stabilizing pills are not enough for him to break through. Jifu was speechless at this moment. Was it that exaggerated? Mu Yan was indeed very strange. As soon as little Xianfeng finished speaking, another Dharmakaya stabilizing pill was swallowed. And then, the frequency of Mu Yan swallowing pills became faster and faster. Gradually, 10 Dharmakaya stabilizing pills were swallowed directly, but there were still no fluctuations in Mu Yan's body. Give me 10 more. Mu Yan said at this moment. Little Xianfeng looked pained. Jifu hurriedly said, is there more? If Mu Yan does not succeed in one breakthrough, it will be very difficult for her to break through again. All right. Little Xianfeng waved his hand, and hundreds of bottles appeared on the ground. All kinds of pills emerged one after another. Little Xianfeng threw a bottle to Mu Yan and said, this is the divine technique Nirvana pill. It is more precious than the Dharmakaya stabilizing pill. Use it sparingly. Mu Yan took the divine pill but did not say anything. At this moment, Jifu was already speechless. Little Xianfeng had too many pills on him, right, and any one of them would cause even earthly venerates and heavenly venerates to go crazy and snatch them. This little fellow carried them everywhere he went. He was simply treating pills like jelly beans. At this moment, little Xianfeng did not care about this, but his pained expression looked very funny. Mu Yan took the divine technique Nirvana pill and swallowed it directly. One pill after another. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura was continuously condensing and releasing. Finally, the Dharmakaya started to transform. Roars sounded one after another. At this moment, Mu Yan's body seemed to have condensed into a world. And at this moment, that world was trembling and roaring. So scary. Little Xianfeng could not help but say, Bad Uncle's breakthrough is so scary. Jifu also nodded at this moment. Mu Yan's breakthrough was indeed a little scary. No one dared to imagine that such a powerful transformation could be triggered at this level. But at this moment, Mu Yan did not seem to care at all. Rumbling sounds continued to be emitted from his body. Gradually, the Dharmakaya was condensing and weakening. But Mu Yan's aura was constantly increasing. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura was restrained, and she seemed to be undergoing a transformation. It's done. Jifu suddenly spoke. Buzz. Instantly, a buzzing sound sounded. The power in Mu Yan's body transformed. At this moment, the source power surrounded Mu Yan's body, but it brought about a qualitative change. Roars sounded, and the earth shook. Mu Yan seemed to have become one with the earth at this moment. Slowly, her eyes opened. Mu Yan stood up. Earthly Venerable. A hint of joy appeared between Mu Yan's brows. Earthly Venerable early stage. After reaching Earthly Venerable early stage, Mu Yan clearly felt that the power in her body was completely different. This was a qualitative change. Boom. Clenching her fists, Mu Yan's eyes flashed. It was completely different. This was Earthly Venerable. It was completely different from Supreme Venerable. The Dharmakaya condensed by a supreme venerable was more like an external force to a certain extent, like a magic treasure that released power. But when an earthly venerable suppressed the Dharmakaya to the surface of the body, it was like a warrior's skin, tightly sticking to the body. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Amazing! Zhifu could not help but exclaim. It was indeed amazing. She watched Mu Yun's strength increase step by step. From earthly venerable early stage to earthly venerable early stage. How long had it been? At this moment, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Yes. How long had it been from earthly venerable early stage to earthly venerable early stage? It had only been a few years. If he had activated the nine-fate son of heaven long ago and had the same talent as the eternal monster, perhaps he would not have wasted thousands of years in the sage and monarch positions. But it was not too late now. Bad uncle, you finally broke through. Why does it look so difficult? Little Xianfeng clenched his little hands and said with a smile, I feel that it's not difficult to increase my strength. Hearing those words, Mu Yun felt an urge to kill Xianxia. Back then, not too long after I was born, my strength suddenly soared. Furthermore, every once in a while, my strength would grow by a notch. Even without cultivating, my strength would still rise. Eventually, when I reached the Saint Monarch realm and God Monarch realm, my growth slowed down. Would this little guy die if he did not speak to choke people? Zhifu smiled and said, you should experience the strength of an earthly venerable first. I'm also preparing to increase my strength. With little Xianfeng's pill storage by her side, she would be letting herself down if she did not seize the time to recover. Moreover, little Xianfeng had an agreement with them previously. The three of them would split the pill 60-20, but this guy was greedy and ate everything. Naturally, they would not be polite. If it was time to slaughter this little guy, they would do it ruthlessly. Zhifu sat down and swallowed a pill, not saying a word. At this moment, Mu Yun did not say anything else. After reaching earthly venerable, one needed to familiarize themselves with the increase in strength. Moreover, it was time to familiarize themselves with the second level of the lightning divine body technique. The first level of the lightning divine body technique had 3 killer moves. Lightning slash. Lightning shield. Lightning split the sky. After reaching earthly venerable, the combination and release of these 3 moves would not be so perfect. And the second level of the lightning divine body technique also had its power. The second level of the true body, 3 major attack moves. Thunder riding wind palm. Spirit turtle heavenly fist. Emperor dragon sky shattering roar. And, once the 3 major attack moves were mastered, they could be combined into one attack, Thousand God Seal. Thousand God Seal combined wind, spirit turtle, and emperor dragon to crush the power of lightning with extreme speed. The most ferocious power was unleashed at the fastest speed. One could imagine the power that erupted. Mu Yun began to comprehend quietly. Zhifu was also preparing for a breakthrough. But at this moment, in Shui Tongtian's stone palace. Who is it? An angry roar sounded at this moment. Zirue's face was ashen as he looked at a dozen corpses in a stone palace. He was furious. Zisun was dead. Just like that, he died without a sound. Sui Meng Xiao 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 Sui 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 Meng Xiao 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 Sui 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 Meng Xiao Xiao Sui 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 Meng Xiao Xiao Sui Sui Meng 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 Xiao Sui Sui Men. At this moment, Zirue only felt like he had been slapped in front of his face. Commander Zirue, this matter must be related to the Rhinoceros clan. An 8-winged purple python clan warrior shouted angrily. No matter how strong Mu Yun and Zhifu are, they can't kill Zisun and the other 2 8-winged purple python clans. 8-winged purple python clans. 8-winged purple python clans warrior shouted angrily. I know. Zirue shouted angrily. Do you really think that our 8-winged purple python clan is afraid of the Rhinoceros clan? Bastard. Zirue waved his hand and shouted, pass down my order. Kill anyone from the Rhinoceros clan you see. If Paisho dares to be so arrogant, then I, Zirue, will be even more arrogant than him. Yes. Immediately, figures in the stone palace passed on the news. The 8-winged purple python clan's genius, Zirua, had died. The eight-winged purple python clan went crazy and started to cause trouble for the rhinoceros clan. This matter caused the other parties to be stunned. However, after hearing about Zirua's death, everyone understood. The two clans were going to fight now. However, everyone was happy to watch the show. After all, having two competitors fighting each other in this place was a good thing for them. At this moment, everyone could see that the stone palace was extraordinary. The inside of this stone palace was extremely extraordinary, and it hid a great secret. At this moment, inside a stone palace, Jifu opened her eyes and stood up. You broke through? Yes. Jifu nodded and smiled. Middle stage earthly venerable. Although it was only the first level, she could feel the power in her body gathering. Her earthly venerable real body was ready to break out of the seal at any moment. In other words, she would continue to improve and recover. Looking at little Xianfeng, Jifu couldn't help but smile. This little guy was really extraordinary. Little Xianfeng looked at Jifu and curled his lips. Why are you only at middle stage earthly venerable? That's so slow. Little sister, isn't your strength sealed? You should be able to break out of the seal. You should be at least a complete earthly venerable. Little Xianfeng was a little disappointed. If little Missy reached the complete earthly venerable realm, she would be the strongest here. He would be able to do whatever he wanted without having to hide like this. Little fellow, don't be greedy. Jifu smiled and said, it will take time. How can you reach the sky in one step? Little Xianfeng didn't reply. In fact, he had an elixir that could restore Jifu to the complete earthly venerable rank, but it was too precious. It was too extravagant to give it to Jifu. Little Xianfeng, where are we going now? Mu Yun and Jifu both looked at little Xianfeng. This little fellow was not ordinary. Beside him, Snowball was even more unique. Even Guai was unable to identify little beast. Mu Yun did not think that it would be an ordinary character. The three of them left the stone palace. Although the earthly venerables from all over the world were on the move now. However, Mu Yun and Jifu were both in the early and middle stages of earthly venerable rank. They were not people who could be easily bullied. As for little Xianfeng, with Snowball around, there was no need to worry. Boom. A series of explosions suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun looked ahead cautiously at this moment. Between the stone palaces, more than 10 figures were fighting. Why are the eight-winged purple python clan and the rhinoceros clan fighting? Jifu was puzzled. Let's wait and see if there's a chance to attack. We'll know when we ask. Okay. The three of them started to wait again. Little Xianfeng pursed his lips when he saw this scene. Ever since he knew these two people, he only knew how to hide and pick up heads. However, thinking about it carefully, these two people were really suitable for hiding. With Snowball around, those guys couldn't find him at all. The two of them could also hide their aura. This was something that most people couldn't do. At this moment, the three of them were watching the battle in the field without saying a word. Looking carefully, Mu Yun also realized that these two sides were mostly in the early and middle stages of earthly venerable rank. As they fought, the aftermath spread to the surrounding stone palaces. However, these stone palaces were extremely hard. Even earthly venerable rank experts could not damage them. However, the battle between the two sides was extremely tragic. Pai Yuanjia, a middle-stage earthly venerable rank expert from the eight-winged purple python clan shouted, "You're courting death. You killed Zisun. Our clan won't let this go." Humph, why didn't you say that Pai Lingchen died in Zisun's hands? A middle-stage earthly venerable rank expert from the rhinoceros clan said coldly, Pai Lingchen was killed by Zisun. Did our rhinoceros clan do the same? On the other hand, Zisun's death was not caused by our rhinoceros clan, but you're blaming us. You're the ones courting death, not us. Do you really think that our rhinoceros clan is afraid of you? Boom. As the two of them spoke, their attacks were swift and fierce. Ah! A scream was heard at this moment. A warrior from the rhinoceros clan exploded and died. I'm going to kill you. A low shout was heard. The battle between the two sides became more and more tragic. Gradually, as time passed, earthly venerable rank experts died one by one. The dozen people in the field gradually became 10, 8, 6. Mu Yun and Ji Fu looked at each other. It's about time. At this moment, the two of them moved at an extremely fast speed. Bang! A low explosion was heard. Mu Yun and Ji Fu moved at the same time, aiming at the two of them. Ah! A scream was heard at this moment. The two figures immediately exploded. At this moment, only 4 people were left. But it was not over yet. Mu Yun and Ji Fu moved again, killing 2 of the remaining 4 people. A loud bang was heard. 2 people died again. At this moment, only the 2 middle-stage earthly venerable leaders were left. The 2 of them reacted at this moment, but the 4 people beside them had already become corpses. You are Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Seeing Mu Yun and Ji Fu, the remaining 2 people reacted at this moment. But it was too late. Mu Yun and Ji Fu came in front of the 2 people. 2 half-disabled middle-stage earthly venerable rank experts were not a problem for Ji Fu. What are you asking? Answer. Ji Fu said directly, why are you killing each other? Is there any secret treasure here for you to fight over? Tell me the truth, or else. Mu Yun and Ji Fu looked for a long time just now and naturally knew that there was no treasure at all. There must be some conflict between the 2 parties. But they deliberately asked so that the 2 of them would tell the truth. No, no. At this moment, the middle-stage earthly venerable aura that Ji Fu displayed was stronger than theirs. The 2 of them fought for a long time and both of them were injured. Even if they were not injured, they could not hold on anymore. Pai Yuanjia hurriedly said, Zisun of the 8-winged purple python clan died, so they thought that the rhinoceros clan killed her for revenge. And they immediately stirred up trouble and killed the warriors of the rhinoceros clan. We had no choice but to fight with them. You killed her, and you still want to deny it? The powerhouse of the 8-winged purple python clan shouted, besides you, who else could it be? Hearing this, Mu Yun and Ji Fu looked at each other. Was it so magical? Right now, the 2 of them were truly astonished. Sui Ming Xiao Shua WW Sui Ming Com. They didn't expect that the rhinoceros clan and the 8-winged purple python clan wouldn't fight when they created the illusion that Zisun and Pai Lingchen were fighting. On the other hand, the encounter and killing of Zisun caused the 2 clans to fight each other. It was truly inconceivable. They didn't expect that the 2 clans would fight each other for such a reason. Are you trying to trick us? Mu Yun said seriously, Pai Lingchen was killed by Zisun. Why are you fighting each other, now Zisun is dead? Did you see that? Pai Yuanjia shouted, even Mu Yun knows that Pai Lingchen was killed by Zisun. Why don't you admit it? Mu Yun, don't talk nonsense. The 8-winged purple python clan warrior shouted, Zisun couldn't have killed Pai Lingchen. I'm talking nonsense? Mu Yun smiled. I saw it with my own eyes. Zisun killed Pai Lingchen. I robbed those 2 guys. I thought they had handed over everything they had. Who knew that both of them had a trick up their sleeves? Pai Lingchen's strange thunderbolt bullet was extremely powerful. That Zisun isn't simple either. She has a very powerful poison. Pai Yuanjia was enraged by Mu Yun's words. Zisun, are you still going to deny it? Zisun's expression was ugly. If Zisun killed Pai Lingchen, then Zisun was killed by the rhinoceros clan. At most, the 2 sides would cancel each other out. Neither side was in the right. In fact, the rhinoceros clan was in the right. Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me if this is a treasure land you know about, then I won't kill you. You all know that I'm a man of my word. At this moment, Pai Yuanjia and Zi Huan looked at each other. Tell us. Pai Yuanjia snorted. Zisun said helplessly, this is a treasure land. Did you see the 3rd stone palace? We saw the rainbow light inside, but there was a formation at the door. However, those spirit formations are extremely powerful. We are unable to breach them. I found this place first. When Pai Yuanjia brought his men here, we started fighting. Mu Yun nodded as she looked at the palace that Zidan mentioned. There was indeed a formation. However, Mu Yun was not sure if there was really anything good in the array formation. Alright, tell me the secret and I won't kill you. Mu Yun smiled. Let's go. Both Xianxia and Zirua were stunned at this moment. Mu Yun really wouldn't kill them? The two of them felt like they were dreaming. Run. However, now was not the time to think about this. The two of them ran at an extremely fast speed. Mu Yun's expression was calm at this moment. Jifu couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not going to chase after him?" "Don't chase." Mu Yun smiled. "These two know a lot of information now." Mu Yun said slowly. "It's better for them to be alive than dead. If they are alive, we can be sure that the two of us came in. This is secondary. The most important thing is that both of them are mid-earthly venerables. Their status isn't low. When they meet the decision-makers of the two clans, they'll tell them how Pai Lingchen and Zisun died. At the very least, there will be some conflict between the Rhinoceros clan and the Eight-Winged Purple Python clan because of this." "I understand." Jifu nodded. As for the pursuit, even if they did not let the two of them go, the clans would not give up on pursuing them. It did not matter. "Let's go see what's inside the stone palace." "All right." The three of them walked toward the stone palace. At this moment, there was indeed a formation circulating on the door of the stone palace. Inside the stone palace, rays of light were circulating. It was indeed unique. There were more than a dozen stone palaces here. Only this one was unique. Mu Yun looked at the stone door and frowned. Mid-level Supreme Divine Formation. He could not open this formation. He was at most half a beginner Supreme Divine Formation Master now. Supreme Divine Formation Masters were divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top-notch levels. The difference between each level was huge. Just the changes in formation patterns were enough. His level could rise very quickly, but the practice of formations was not something that could be achieved overnight. Then what should we do? Jifu was also having a headache. "Why don't we hide for now? When the two clans return, we will find another opportunity. That's the only way." The two of them finished their discussion. After all, this was not the first time they had done this. "But there's a formation diagram inside," little Xianfeng suddenly said. "Not only the formation diagram, but there's also a pool of 7 Dawn Heavenly Spirit Dew." 7 Dawn Heavenly Spirit Dew. Hearing this, Mu Yun and Jifu's eyes flashed, and they instantly became excited. They knew very well what 7 Dawn Heavenly Spirit Dew was. It was a powerful spirit liquid that had been soaked in heaven and earth spirit dew. This spirit liquid had a unique effect on a martial artist's body. "It's such a pity to leave just like that," little Xianfeng said reluctantly. "Little Xianfeng, if you have any ideas, quickly say it," Jifu urged. "Otherwise, if Pai Yuanjia and Zidan find the experts of the two clans, we won't be able to get any benefits." Little Xianfeng was reluctant to leave. "You guys are too weak. So annoying." Little Xianfeng couldn't help but mutter. "Little Xianfeng." Mu Yun smiled and said, "How about this? You take 90% of the 7 Dawn Heavenly Spirit Dew inside, and Sister Jifu takes 10%. I don't want it. I only want that formation diagram you mentioned." "Really?" "Okay." Little Xianfeng unexpectedly agreed quickly at this moment. Mu Yun was speechless. This little rascal already had an idea, but he was unwilling to open it for fear that little Xianfeng and Jifu would covet his things. What a scheming boy. A key immediately appeared in little Xianfeng's hand. "Old Master said that if we're trapped by an array, as long as it's not more powerful than an intermediate-grade Supreme Divine Array, we can break the array by inserting this key into it." Little Xianfeng held the key and said, "But it's a one-time use." "What a pity." As he spoke, he inserted the key into the stone door. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard at this moment. The stone door of the stone palace slowly opened at this moment. 3 figures stepped into the hall. Little Xianfeng ran directly into the depths of the stone palace and stood beside a pool. He giggled and said, "Snowball, let's drink. Leave 10% for little sister." A man and a dog opened their mouths and drank fiercely at this moment. Mu Yun and Jifu were dumbfounded at the sight. These two were really weird. Most cultivators would soak their bodies in the 7 Dawn heavenly spirit dew and absorb it from the outside to the inside. But these two drank it directly. You should start too. Mu Yan looked at Ji Fu and said. What about you? I don't need it. Mu Yan turned around and looked at the wall. At this moment, a scroll was hanging on the wall. And at this moment, the mural was constantly flowing with light, as if it was a moving wall map. This formation diagram is more important to me. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the formation diagram with an intoxicated expression. Follow, dream, WW, Suiming, calm, Jifu also didn't care anymore. For array masters, some formation diagrams could indeed make them go crazy. At this moment, Mu Yun sat down. The so-called formation diagram wasn't for array masters to directly observe. It was a diagram condensed by a powerful divine array master, and it could only be done by an extremely profound and mysterious divine array master. Condensing one's own effort into a formation diagram, there were many formation diagrams in the diagram, and the learner needed to evolve the formations one by one. If he failed, he would die. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely calm. He needed to imprint this formation diagram into his mind, and then continuously carve one formation diagram after another in his mind. At this moment, Mu Yun was collecting the formation diagram. Xianfeng and Jifu were absorbing the spirit dew. The three were silent. But at the same time, in the Abyss Realm. Inside the palace of the Pill Emperor Mansion. Suddenly, Zhang Wuji opened his eyes. This person who could make the entire Abyss Realm tremble with a stomp of his foot, had a smile on his face. Men. Here. A shadow cupped his hands and said. Zhang Wuji spoke at this moment. Xianfeng is in the South Pole Sea. Immediately inform Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo to let Zhang Fengming go with them. Yes. The shadow disappeared, and Zhang Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy used the formation breaking key. This time, I can't hide it anymore. Zhang Wuji was really under a lot of pressure during this period. If something happened to Xianfeng, then the future hope of the Pill Emperor Mansion would be over. Not only him. Those old antiques in the Pill Emperor Mansion would also skin him alive. Not long after, the news was passed to Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo, and the two immediately set off without hesitation. At the same time, Zhang Fengming also received the news. I'm the young master of the Pill Emperor Mansion. Now. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Zhang Fengming's face was bitter, and he set off with the people of the Pill Emperor Mansion. Regarding this, Mu Yun didn't know. Little Xianfeng didn't know either. At this moment, the three of them were preparing to leave. Little Xianfeng's stomach bulged again. The man and the dog drank the entire pool of 7 Dawn heavenly spirit dew. It was truly terrifying. Mu Yun finally understood why this little fellow was so terrifying. Other people would use natural treasures to refine pills and absorb them, but he would use them to drink and eat. He was simply a freak. Leaving just like that? Jifu looked at the stone palace with a sly look in her eyes. Leave something for them. Mu Yun smiled. Slowly, the runes on his fingertips began to spin. Although it was difficult for an elementary supreme god array to kill an earthly venerable expert, it was not a problem to trap them. At the very least, he could create some trouble for them. After doing all this, Mu Yun brought Jifu and little Xianfeng, and the three of them hurriedly left. The three figures left, and after about half a day, a group of people arrived. The 8-winged purple python clan. The person in the lead was Zirue. At this moment, Zirue's powerful aura was on full display. The power of a late-stage earthly venerable rank martial artist revealed a powerful aura at this moment. Beside him, Zirue looked around. Brother Zirue, the stone palace is over there. Zirue pointed in the direction of the stone palace. Zirue was overjoyed when he saw that the stone door of the stone palace was safe and that there was still a 7-colored light in the main hall. It seems that Mu Yun and Jifu did not break the stone door, and the rhinoceros clan did not come either. Zirue said excitedly, let's move quickly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if Bai Shou brings people here. Yes. Zirue did not ask further. Along the way, Zirue had already explained everything to him. Among the crowd, an 8-winged purple python clan member walked out and looked at the stone door. Slowly, lines of formation runes appeared on that person's palm. The runes condensed on the stone door. Buzz. The stone door opened at this moment. Slowly, the stone door opened. "Let's go in and take a look," Zirue said. Everyone entered carefully. Boom. Suddenly, the stone door closed. Suddenly, it was as if ghosts were roaring in all directions. It was incomparably cold. Mournful screams rang out at this moment. Streaks of murderous aura condensed. Oh no! The formation master's expression changed. Someone deliberately set up a formation to trap us. Who is it? Zirue's expression turned cold. There were only two possibilities. Mu Yun and Ji Fu opened the formation, took the supreme treasure, and left the formation to trap them. The other possibility was that Pai Shou and his men had arrived before them and set up a formation to trap them. Zirue's heart was filled with hatred. What formation? An elementary supreme divine formation. I can open it, but it will take some time. After the formation master finished speaking, he looked around attentively. Boom. However, at this moment, another boom rang out. Within the stone palace, in the blink of an eye, sparks flew, and bolts of lightning struck down. Oh no! What's wrong? Zirue said unhappily. This is not a single elementary supreme divine formation, but one connected to another. What's wrong? Zirue was puzzled. In this way, when one elementary supreme divine formation is activated, the other divine formations will be activated one by one. The combined power will surpass the elementary supreme divine formation's power. It can kill earthly venerables. Zirue's expression turned cold. Do everything possible to break the formation. Yes. In the stone palace, the 8-winged purple pythons were trapped one by one. Zirue was also in a sorry state. At this moment, outside the palace, another group of people arrived. The leader was Bai Shou of the Rhinoceros clan. Bai Shou looked indifferently at the stone palace. This is the place? Yes. Beside him, Bai Yuanjia nodded and said, I found it strange that Mu Yun let us go, but now that I think about it, that kid definitely doesn't have good intentions. He said that he saw Zi Sun and killed Pai Lingchen with his own hands. Moreover, he did it methodically. Commander Bai Shou, I think. Bai Lingchen was really killed by Zi Sun. How do you know? Bai Shou said with a sullen expression. Think about it, Bai Yuanjia said. Pai Yuanjia said, Mu Yun could have killed me to silence me, but he didn't. He wanted me to tell you that Pai Lingchen's death was not caused by him. Of course, it could also be that Mu Yun deliberately misled us to fight with the 8-winged purple pythons. Bai Shou nodded and said, this Mu Yun is really not simple. But Bai Lingchen might not be killed by him, but Zi Sun might be killed by him. Now, the 8-winged purple pythons are pushing all the blame on us. Bai Shou felt that something was wrong. In the end, who killed Pai Lingchen? As for Zi Sun, who killed her, now that he thought about it, it was all too unusual. Was the 8-winged purple pythons deliberately looking for trouble, or was Mu Yun sowing discord, or could it be the other parties? This made Bai Shou feel more and more complicated. Commander Bai Shou. Suddenly, a warrior of the Rhinoceros clan couldn't help but say, the 8-winged purple pythons seem to be here. Already here, Bai Shou looked around. There was no one. Inside the stone palace. The warrior hurriedly said, and the situation doesn't seem good. They're affected by the array and can't get away for a while. Sui *Meng Shaoli said. Hearing this, Pai Shou's expression changed. The warrior was obviously an array master. He said again, but those arrays aren't enough to kill them. There's also a powerful array master besides Zirue and the others, and he's breaking the array. Hearing this, Pai Shou's expression changed slightly. We can't let them break it. Pai Shou snorted. No matter what, Pai Lingchen was most likely killed by Zi Sun. Even if he wasn't, Zi Sun wasn't killed by us. These bastards vent their anger on us. Take this opportunity, Pai He, seal their exit from the outside. Let them come out after they're exhausted, and we'll kill them all in one fell swoop. Yes. After Pai Shou's order, the array master immediately started to act. At this moment, it was the best time to kill these people. He immediately acted. At this moment, in the stone palace, the eight-winged purple python clan had already started to resist the array. Commander Zirue, this is bad. The array master of the eight-winged purple python clan shouted, someone outside strengthened the array, and wants to seal us. Damn it, who is it? I can't sense it. Then break the array immediately. Zirue shouted fiercely. A bunch of trash. At this moment, the eight-winged purple python clan and the rhinoceros clan were completely at odds. However, Mu Yun was oblivious to all of this. In fact, even if Mu Yun knew, she wouldn't take it to heart. This was the best. The two clans coincidentally fought, and it was best for her to stir up the water and make the two clans completely fall out. Sometimes, the biggest explosion was because of the accumulation of small conflicts. At this moment, Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and little Xianfeng found a place to hide. Little Xianfeng's stomach was bulging, and he was still digesting. Mu Yun also stopped, and in her mind, she watched the array revolve, and array diagrams appeared in her mind. Mu Yun prepared to start comprehending the intermediate Supreme God array diagrams. As for Ji Fu, she was also absorbing the Seven Dawn Heavenly Spirit due to breakthrough. At this moment, the three of them were busy with their respective tasks. Compared to the current battle between the two great clans, they were much more relaxed. In front of the stone palace. Boom. An explosion rang out at this moment. Suddenly, a figure in a slightly sorry state charged out. It was Zirue. Zirue's figure hadn't yet steadied himself when a palm print pounced straight at him. With a bang, Zirue's complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pai Shou, it really is you. At this moment, Zirue suffered a palm strike. His face was deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. As expected, it was a good deed done by the rhinoceros clan. Whether Zisun killed Pai Lingchen or not, Pai Shou sent someone to kill Zisun. Now, he could no longer hide his fox tail. They had broken through this place and laid an ambush here, waiting for the eight-winged purple pythons to come in. These bastards. Humph, Zirue. Pai Shou snorted. Pai Lingchen was killed by Zirua, but Zisun was not killed by us. You are accusing us wrongly. It's time to settle this score. Pai Shou was at the late stage of the Earth Venerable Realm, while Zirue was at the peak of the Earth Venerable Realm. There was a gap between the two. But now, Zirue was tortured by the formation, his strength weakened, and he was suddenly injured by his palm. Pai Shou was not afraid at all. What a slanderous accusation. Pai Shou, you are really shameless. Zirue was mad at this moment. At this moment, the conflict between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper. Now, it would be nonsense to say another word. Pai Shou directly charged out, vowing to kill Zirue completely. At the same time, the rhinoceros clan also rushed out one by one. At this moment, the eight-winged purple pythons were greatly injured by the formation. Facing the rhinoceros clan, how could they be opponents? For a time, the eight-winged purple pythons were forced to retreat. Hundreds of people kept dying. The battle was getting more and more tragic. It could be said that both sides released their resentment and killed each other indiscriminately. At this moment, Zirue's eyes were cold. If this continued, they would all die. This time, he was tricked by Pai Shou. Damn it. If both of them were in perfect condition, how could Pai Shou be his opponent? Warriors of the eight-winged purple pythons, listen carefully. Even if you die, you must drag them down with you. Can't let this group of bastards be arrogant. Yes. At this moment, a series of shouts sounded continuously. Dong. Dull sounds kept ringing. Both sides were completely bloodshot. It was just that the eight-winged purple pythons were constantly decreasing. Hundreds of people became 70 or 80 people. Gradually, it became 50 or 60 people. In the end, only a dozen people were left. At the same time, the rhinoceros clan also suffered many casualties. Hundreds of people, only 70 or so people were left. But obviously, it was much better than the eight-winged purple pythons. If Mu Yun was here, she would definitely be able to devour vigorously. But now, it was a pity. Pai Shou, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. At this moment, Zirui was really mad with anger. Boom. In an instant, a violent aura appeared in Zirui's body. Faintly, there was a tendency to self-destruct. A peak Earth Venerable expert self-destructed. At this moment, Pai Shou's face was aghast. Even if he was a late Earth Venerable, he couldn't bear it. Retreat quickly. Pai Shou shouted loudly. At this moment, suddenly, Zirui's body, which was about to self-destruct, collapsed. Zirui, how can you achieve great things if you are so impatient? A cold snort sounded. Ah! A series of screams rang out. The people of the Rhinoceros clan suddenly screamed. Looking carefully, a group of people appeared in the Rhinoceros clan at some point in time. Each of them was at the middle, late, and peak Earth Venerable realm. At this moment, they were killing the people of the Rhinoceros clan. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Rhinoceros clan was killed. Zitianlin. Seeing the person who came, Pai Shou's face turned pale. Zitianlin. The eight-winged purple python clan's famous Earth Venerable level commander. He was powerful and had reached the Earth Venerable Great Perfection for nearly 10,000 years. Earth Venerable Great Perfection. In the entire ninth heaven realm, except for the Yuanyuan region, he could be called an expert among experts. It was not a problem to shock a region. After all, even in third-class forces, heavenly venerables were only more than 100 people. Earth venerables were the core. And the Earth Venerable Great Perfection experts were the ones who showed up the most. Seeing Zitianlin's arrival, Pai Shou thought in his heart. A Earth Venerable Great Perfection expert was extremely powerful. Not to mention, Zitianlin also brought a group of Earth Venerables to help. Great Commander. Seeing Zitianlin, Zirui's body trembled. This subordinate did not do a good job, and Zisun was killed by Pai Shou. I already know. Zitianlin said slowly, perhaps, Zisun was not killed by Pai Shou. As Zitianlin's words fell, he waved his palm. The scene before Zisun's death appeared vaguely. Three figures were quite conspicuous. Mu Yun. At this moment, Zirui's face was filled with horror. It was not done by Pai Shou's people, but Mu Yun. Mu Yun again. In Zirui's heart, a monstrous hatred spread. Zirui, what else do you have to say? Pai Shou shouted, I didn't kill Zisun, but you slandered me again and again. Pai Shou, if you shout again, do you believe that I won't kill you? Zitianlin said indifferently at this moment. Asterisk sway asterisk mang asterisk shao star. Pai Shou hurriedly shut his mouth. Zitianlin was extremely famous in the Antarctic Sea. He didn't dare to offend him. After all, if this guy said so, he would really do it. Pai Yanping, since you're here, then come out. Why are you still hiding? Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill Pai Shou? Zitianlin looked forward at this moment and said again. Humph, you can try. A cold snort rang out. A tall and strong figure walked over at this moment. In just a few short steps, he appeared in front of everyone. Brother Ping. Seeing the person who came, Pai Shou's face lit up. The reinforcements of the Pai Rhinoceros clan had come. Zitianlin, you should ask your people to stop now, right? Zitianlin smiled indifferently and waved his hand. The people around him stopped at this moment. In just a short while, the dozens of people led by Pai Shou were only left with 30 to 40 people. Brother Ping, Ling Chen. He wasn't killed by Zisun. You've been deceived. Pai Yanping's nasal voice was quite heavy. It sounded dignified without being angry, making people afraid. Pai Shou's face changed at this moment. He wasn't killed by Zirua, could it be? Mu Yun, Pai Shou was shocked. Zitianlin smiled and said, interesting. When did a little supreme being appear in the ninth heaven realm? She stirred up a storm and almost made our two clans bleed. Zitianlin's words weren't false. Mu Yan's action almost made the two clans erupt into an even bigger battle. If it weren't for the fact that Pai Lingchen and Zisun were both geniuses nurtured by the two clans and had secret treasures on them, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking about this matter carefully, it was horrifying. Tianlin, this matter ends here. Pai Yanping said indifferently, if you feel like continuing, I'll accompany you. You said it's over. Why should I continue? Tianlin smiled and said, however, there is one thing that I have to remind you of. As far as I know, that Mu Yun was only an early-stage supreme being when she entered this place. Now, I'm afraid she's about to become an earthly supreme being. Such a person has great potential. If we can't kill him to prevent future troubles, he will become an enormous problem in the future. Don't worry. If you want to kill him, I will kill him too. At this moment, Pai Yanping said calmly. Moreover, it is not only us. According to what I know, Zhu Tianai, Fang Tong, and Xiao Yun have personally come. They are also determined to obtain Mu Yun. It's not just the three of them. The 10,000 mountains in the west and the North Sky Mountain in the origin land have also sent earthly venerables with exceptional attainment. When the time comes, it won't be just the two of us. Pai Yanping's words caused Tianlin to frown. You guys do your thing, and we'll do ours. Tianlin said again, however, let's put it this way first. Pai Yanping, this time around, if I discover that your Pai Dust Rhinoceros clan is still looking for trouble, I will not show mercy. Likewise. At this moment, there was a feeling of tit-for-tat between the two of them. Tianlin left with his people, and the scene gradually quieted down. At this moment, Pai Shou walked up and cupped his hands. Sir, I am stupid. It's not your fault. Pai Yanping said slowly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Mu Yun and Jifu. Insignificant earthly venerables stirred up schemes and schemes. I am rather interested in these two people. Pai Yanping immediately ordered. Go and investigate immediately. If you find out anything, inform me. Yes. At this moment, the entire Blood Fiend Sea, the land of blood reaching the sky, became lively. This time, it was really very lively. Earthly venerables came and went frequently. As for earthly venerables, there were also many of them. Such a scene was not surprising. When they first entered this place, the earthly venerables were the ones who led the team. However, due to restrictions, they could not enter. Now that the restrictions were lifted, the earthly venerables naturally came one by one. Not only that, but the 12 major forces also called in reinforcements. The 5 major forces of the South Pole Sea region were the closest and arrived first. The top earthly venerables of the 5 major forces, the Candle Dragon clan, the Dust Rhinoceros clan, the 8-winged Purple Python clan, the Fawn clan, and the Qiao clan, gradually appeared. As for the 4 sides of the western mountains and the 5 sides of the north sky mountain source, they also moved out one by one. However, there were some who moved quickly and some who moved slowly. However, these things did not have much to do with Mu Yun. Now, he had already become a must-kill person for all the major clans. He had the supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid on him, and not just a little bit. It would be strange if those people did not kill him. Now, the earthly venerables had appeared one after another. Even if Mu Yun had reached the initial stage of the earthly venerables, if he was not careful and encountered a group of them, he would suffer. These forces reacted too quickly. When the restrictions on the earthly venerables here were lifted, the earthly venerables on the other side moved out one after another. If the earthly venerables of the various forces did not enter, he could kill all the earthly venerables from before. However, it was difficult now. In a stone palace, Mu Yun slowly opened his eyes. Observing the formation diagram for a long time and comprehending the way of formation consumed a lot of his mental strength and soul. At this moment, little Xianfeng also woke up. His round little belly disappeared after a sleep. Jifu also stabilized her aura and reached the middle stage of the earthly venerables. To Jifu, this trip was worth it. Otherwise, it would be boring to stay at home with her strength sealed. In just a few years, she had recovered to the middle stage of the earthly venerables. Perhaps she could recover to the heavenly venerables after this trip. However, even so, seeing Mu Yun's strength at the initial stage of the earthly venerables, Jifu still felt that it was too slow. This guy's realm was lower than hers at the beginning, but now he was almost catching up with her. Moreover, her strength was sealed, while Mu Yun's strength had increased. The significance was different. Bad uncle, little sister, let's go find something to eat. Little Xianfeng opened his mouth and smiled brightly. There must be a lot of delicious food here. Let's continue looking. If we are late, others will snatch it away. Hearing this, Mu Yun was also tempted. The reason he came to the Blood Fiend Sea region this time was to search for treasures. Moreover, it was not needed by him alone, but by the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, millions of people. Okay. Mu Yun smiled and said, Little Xianfeng, where else is there good stuff? Let me ask. Little Xianfeng looked at Snowball and grinned. Little Snowball, where should we go? Little Snowball raised its eyelids and looked at Little Xianfeng, whimpering softly. It sounded no different from a puppy's whimper. Mu Yun really suspected that this snow-white beast might really be a dog. After hearing Little Snowball's whimper, Little Xianfeng became a little discouraged. What's wrong? Mu Yun could not help but ask. I can't take it anymore. Little Xianfeng sighed and said, Snowball said that there are a lot of powerful people outside. *Shuaming *Xiao star. Calm, those guys can kill both of you with a clap of their hands. Sigh. You guys are too weak. Little Xianfeng sat on the ground with a distressed look. Who are they? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. It's the people you met before. The mixed blood dragon, the water rhinoceros, the small python. There are so many of them. They're all earthly venerables of the complete earthly venerables. Many of them are here to kill you too. Little Xianfeng said seriously, I have a feeling that it will be dangerous to be with you guys. Mu Yun understood when she heard this. The reinforcements from the Candle Dragon tribe, the Dust Rhinoceros tribe, and the Eight-Winged Purple Python tribe had arrived. At first, only the strongest earthly venerables in the late stage and peak stage came to the Blood Sea area. Now, there were so many complete earthly venerables and complete earthly venerables. It was unbelievable. If that's the case, we have to go. Mu Yun said seriously. This time, it was different. Last time, they managed to trick the supreme venerables of the 12 forces because they took advantage of a huge loophole. In addition, he had comprehended the elementary supreme divine array. Now, he had reached the early stage of the earthly venerables while Jifu was only at the middle stage. This time, they didn't have the array as their trump card, so it would be difficult for them to be effective. Moreover, the various forces were completely different this time. The complete earthly venerables were dozens of times more powerful than the early and middle stage earthly venerables. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each realm. Most importantly, it would be difficult to take advantage of the situation this time. The various forces had given the order to kill him and Jifu. Mu Yun didn't doubt that if he and Jifu appeared now, the various forces would definitely kill them immediately. It could be said that the 12 forces hated the two of them to the core. In addition, they coveted the supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid on them. Retreating at this time was the best choice. At this moment, Jifu also said seriously, that's right. If we continue to stay here, it will be difficult for us to gain anything. It's better to leave. Speaking of which, you are very famous in the Eastern Wilderness. Why don't I follow you to your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Anyway, Jifu didn't plan to return. This time, she got to know Mu Yun and felt that it was very interesting. As far as she knew, not every genius was like Mu Yun, improving at lightning speed. She was really curious about Mu Yun. Little Xianfeng also smacked his lips and said, You guys are preparing to leave? What a pity. Little Xianfeng could not help but say, Little Snowball said that beyond this stone palace, there is a graveyard of gods. There are many supreme divine artifacts in the graveyard of gods. Many supremes, earthly venerables, heavenly venerables, and even godly venerables died there. Some of their belongings are well preserved. What a pity. Little Xianfeng sighed. Hearing this, Mu Yun and Jifu had strange expressions. This little bastard, he must be doing this on purpose, right? Where? Mu Yun could not help but ask. Aren't you guys preparing to leave? Little Xianfeng asked. Don't talk nonsense. Where is it? Tell me quickly. Little Xianfeng grinned and said, It's very far away. It will take about 2 to 3 days to reach from here. Little Snowball's nose is very sensitive. He can smell some good things with just a sniff. Muyun could not help but look at the little puppy. This little puppy's nose was really sensitive. She wondered if she could trick it. That thought appeared in Muyun's mind, but little Snowball bared his teeth and looked at Muyun. He could even sense this. Wasn't this too strange? Guei said, this little thing is quite extraordinary. Perhaps it has existed since the ancient era or the primordial era. It's just that I can't think of where I have seen it before. Also, this Xianfeng. The reason why he could reach the Imperial Lord realm at such a young age is definitely not just because of the divine pattern core body. This little beast will be of great help to him in improving his strength. You can understand it as a kind of companion beast. Perhaps this little beast formed a mark with Xianfeng when he was born. It's a mark that is closely related to his life. The two of them benefit from each other. As the little beast grows, little Xianfeng's strength increases explosively. As little Xianfeng's strength increases explosively, it can be fed back to the little beast. The source of the strength is the large amount of treasures that this man and beast devoured. Muyun nodded as soon as he heard this. 100-year-old child who was at the Imperial Lord Divine Realm. If he really reached this step just by relying on time, Muyun really had the urge to bang her head against the wall and die. Guei continued, also, there seems to be another kind of power that is also guiding his improvement. No, perhaps there are two kinds. Guei was also a little uncertain. Two kinds of power that come from the bloodline. One of them is the real improvement of the bloodline. Perhaps he's not lying. Perhaps this little fellow's father or grandfather is very powerful and increased his cultivation level, so did his cultivation level. But the other kind of power, it's not too appropriate to say that it's the bloodline. Guei couldn't figure it out for a moment. However, it could be seen that little Xianfeng's background was indeed extraordinary. Let's go. Little Xianfeng stood up and patted his clothes. He smiled and said, bad uncle, little sister, I'll bring you to search for treasures. Let's leave together. It's too dangerous here. Little Snowball said that we have to leave quickly. Let's finish the last job and leave together. Bad uncle, are you very powerful? Little Xianfeng said seriously, I don't want to go home either. It's too boring at home. The old man makes me eat every day, my mother makes me cultivate every day, and my aunt makes me refine pills every day. They're all so annoying. Also, there's a large group of people circling around me in the dark every day. The last time I went to pee, little Snowball told me that there were 48 people watching me. Little Xianfeng was distressed. Muyun was speechless at this moment. How important was this? 48 people watching him. Logically speaking, these 48 people should be little Xianfeng's guards in the dark, right? This little guy might really have an extraordinary background. It's safe now. Let's hurry to the graveyard of gods. As little Xianfeng spoke, he had already set off. Muyun and Jifu followed closely behind. This time, Muyun had been away for a few years. He still didn't know how the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was doing now. He didn't know if the various parties would take action against the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance once his name was spread out. This time, when he returned, he would observe the array diagrams and improve his array skills. It was time for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to be reborn. It was the last fight. Muyun was extremely careful at this moment. Moreover, the two people he met this time were both unusual. Jifu, a first-level godly venerable, was sealed to the supreme venerable level by someone. It was very strange. And little Xianfeng was even stranger. These two people didn't seem to have simple identities. Muyun didn't care about this. At least now, it seemed that Jifu didn't want to harm him when cooperating with him. Although little Xianfeng had lived for more than 100 years, he still looked as young as a child. It was a different experience to be with these two people. The three figures were extremely fast, shuttling between the stone palaces. And as they shuttled back and forth, Muyun's expression became more and more serious. At this moment, not only did the martial artists from the 5 forces of the Antarctic Sea appear in the stone palaces. Sui Mang. There were also martial artists from other forces. Apart from the top 12 third-rate forces, there were also martial artists from the second-rate forces. This place was getting more and more chaotic. Be careful. Little Xianfeng said seriously, there are many people outside asking about you. I think you're very famous now. I'm so envious. Envious? Muyun joked, you take Snowball and rob a group of earthly venerables. They'll keep talking about you. You don't have to be envious of us then. Little Xianfeng shrunk his neck. He had shaken off all the people who peeked at him. If he went to find trouble now, he would die miserably. Bad uncle was evil and wanted to set him up. Boom. At this moment, as the three of them were moving forward, a roar suddenly sounded. The ground rumbled. Figures were fighting in front of them. The fluctuations were widespread. It's the masked moon pavilion, extreme emperor palace, and fierce spirit sect. Jifu said. They had seen the leaders of these three forces, Chao Peng, Shi Chou, and Huang Fengqing. On the other side were the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan. Jin Yongchun and Wuxing. At this moment, the five forces were fighting here. Hundreds of people were fighting. The scene looked a little complicated. Why are they fighting? Jifu was confused. Muyun said calmly, don't care. Let's go around them. If they were discovered by this group of people, they would probably put down the fight and kill the two of them. At this moment, Muyun didn't want to devour anything. The harvest this time was enough. Next, it was better to leave quickly. To avoid being affected. After all, if they alerted these people, the thousands of earthly venerables who entered Shuetong's sky would know where they were. At that time, everyone would probably chase after them. Boom. The roars became louder and louder. At this moment, Jin Yongchun's body was shining with golden light. A light spot condensed on his forehead. Chao Peng, Shi Chou, you two are only early-stage earthly venerables. Huang Fengqing is only mid-stage earthly venerables. Jin Yongchun looked at the three of them and sneered, do you really want to fight with us? At first, the earthly venerable ones from the various forces had only been in the early and middle stages of the earthly venerable realm. Other than the South Pole Sea region, the North Sky Mountain origin, and the West Mountain Range, everyone's main forces were supremes. It was just that no one expected things to develop so quickly. The supremes were gradually not enough. But now, the early and middle stages of the earthly venerable realm did not seem to be of much use. All parties were waiting for the earthly venerable rank experts in their respective forces to come to their aid. Merely, at this moment, the five parties had met. For the sake of fighting over a single item, they had started to fight. Humph, Jin Yongchun, don't you think too highly of yourself? Extreme King Palace's young master Huang Fengqing coldly grunted. You're just a mid-earthly venerable rank. What right do you have to be so arrogant? I'm not qualified? Jin Yongchun laughed heartily. Then let's see if I'm qualified or not. Jin Yongchun charged towards Huang Fengqing. At the same time, Wuxing charged towards Shi Chou and Chao Peng. The earthly venerables of the five parties, as well as the supremes who had not left, totaled several hundred people. At this moment, they were all fighting. For this adventure, the various forces had sent out quite a number of martial artists. It was really a mess now that they were fighting. Muyun, Jifu, and little Xianfeng prepared to go around this place and quickly leave this troublesome place. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard. The three of them were stunned by this shout. A figure was blasted out of the ring and coincidentally landed in front of the three of them. When that person saw Muyun and the other two, he mistakenly thought that the three of them were trying to escape and immediately shouted. Hearing the shout, Muyun stepped out almost instantly with a murderous aura. She could not be discovered. Otherwise, she would not be able to escape. However, as she rushed out, Muyun had a strange expression on her face. What a coincidence! What a coincidence, Jean Lei. It was actually Jean Lei. This pitiful fellow had been robbed twice. Now, they had bumped into him again. However, this time, Muyun could not hesitate. Otherwise, they would be the ones who were finished. Almost instantly, Muyun's murderous aura condensed all over her body. Her aura was so strong that it was unstoppable. Kill. However, at this moment, Jean Lei's expression was aghast. Muyun. damn it. He actually bumped into Mu Yun here. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. The moment Jean Lei saw Mu Yun charging towards him, he completely understood. This fellow had advanced again. She was an earthly venerable. She had the ability to kill him instantly. Mu Yun is here. Jean Lei used all his strength to shout this sentence. He understood that he was unlucky to have bumped into Mu Yun head-on this time. However, even if he was unlucky, he would die here. Mu Yun would also be buried with him. He did not defend himself at all. Before he died, he shouted this sentence. Mu Yun, where is she? What, Mu Yun is here? That bastard Mu Yun actually dares to appear? Almost instantly, the hundreds of people present stopped. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Jean Lei's body exploded at this moment. However, Mu Yun and the other two were exposed as well. At this moment, the three of them appeared in everyone's eyes. It's really Mu Yun. It's him. At this moment, everyone stopped completely and looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Found them. Every time these two fellows appeared, they were either robbing or robbing. Which of the supreme venerables present had not been robbed by them? It's Mu Yun. Kill him. Angry shouts immediately sounded from the crowd. At this moment, everyone rushed towards Mu Yun as if they had gone crazy. This bastard still dares to appear. At this moment, Huadong Tian shouted angrily, "Don't let this fellow out of your sight. He can hide his aura. Once he leaves your sight, it will be difficult to find him." When everyone heard this, they became even more careful. Chase. This time, they must catch up to Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Hundreds of millions of sovereign spiritual liquid. Hundreds of thousands of sovereign divine liquid, it was simply too terrifying. All of it was on Mu Yun and Ji Fu. If they could get it, even if they were the top third grade, their strength would increase greatly. Not to mention other things, just the supreme, earthly, and heavenly venerables alone would increase by a lot. This could only be achieved by sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid. Other treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines could not achieve this. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. Run! Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu and Xian Feng, who were in a daze, and shouted. Aren't you courting death by being in a daze now? Running is the right way. At this moment, the three of them were running wildly without any scruples. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with bitterness. This time, they were really screwed. It was such a coincidence that Jean Lei landed beside them and discovered them in the five-sided battle. Now, even if they killed Jean Lei, they would be exposed. This bastard. Little Xian Feng, go to the burial ground of gods. Mu Yun shouted directly. If we go now, won't those good things be discovered by them? Little Xian Feng looked unhappy. It's not that simple. Mu Yun said seriously, so many supremacy experts have died in the graveyard of the gods. How can the remaining things be so easy to take? Even if the three of us go, I'm afraid we'll die. Let's go. I'm already planning to run away, but they're still chasing me. This time, I'll let them know how to write the word death. Mu Yun was also angry at this moment. Along the way, they had to hide and hide. Although he killed many people, he was chased and killed. It was the same now. Since that was the case, he would do it ruthlessly. He did not believe that the graveyard of the gods was a treasure land. There was no danger, what a joke. As long as there was danger, he would have a chance. There were hundreds of people, and most of them were early-stage or mid-stage earthly venerables. As long as they were separated, he could kill them one by one. Unless they were late-stage earthly venerables. It was just that the late-stage earthly venerables came later. No one in this group had reached late-stage earthly venerables. If they joined forces, they would be a great threat to him. But if they were separated, they would be fish on his chopping board. Mu Yun thought so in his heart, and his feet moved faster. Buzzing sounds kept ringing at this moment. Mu Yun could not care less at this moment. Ji Fu, speed up. Little Xian Feng, you too. Hearing this, little Xian Feng pursed his lips and said, then I'll leave first? Little Xian Feng patted Snowball's head. In an instant, Snowball became more than 3 meters tall. Little Xianfeng rode on it and patted Snowball's head. Whoosh, the man and beast disappeared in front of Mu Yun and Ji Fu in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu looked at each other speechlessly. Damn it. Wasn't it too fast? It was really too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Can you shake them off? Ji Fu looked at Mu Yun worriedly. If you can, I can too. Okay. Ji Fu nodded and sped up. She was already at mid-stage earthly venerables and was not inferior to those people at all. However, the other party had more people, so she had to run. But those people might not be as fast as her. Ji Fu increased her speed and gradually widened the distance between them. At this moment, Mu Yun grinned and looked behind him. A bunch of trash. Mu Yun scolded, so what if it's a third-rate force? Are you trying to kill me, Mu Yun, before you become an Empyrean? A bunch of old dogs, if you dare to chase after me, I'll kill you all. Grandfather, how long did it take for me to become an earthly venerable from a supreme venerable? Since all of you are in a hurry to die, then hurry up. Don't be left behind, haha. A ray of light appeared on Mu Yun's clothes. Pale golden light. At this moment, the pale yellow divine clothes appeared on Mu Yun's body. Boom. In an instant, Mu Yun's speed skyrocketed. At this moment, everyone behind him was stunned. What the hell? The little guy's speed increased explosively in an instant, and he disappeared. Ji Fu was next, followed by Mu Yun. The three of them ran so fast. It was really fast. Behind him, Huang Fengqing, Shi Chou, Chao Peng, Jin Yongchun, Hu Xing, and the others gnashed their teeth. Mu Yun's growth speed was too fast. This time, if they allowed Mu Yun to leave again, there would be endless trouble in the future. This guy was not someone that ordinary people could compare to. They could not let Mu Yun escape again. For a time, everyone used all kinds of methods. At the same time, Hu Xing sent a voice transmission. Inform Elder Hu Xing that Mu Yun is here. Ask the elder to bring people here quickly. Yes. At this moment, it was not only Hu Xing. The other parties also sent voice transmissions to inform the reinforcements from their respective clans. This time, the people who came from the various clans were all peak earthly venerables. They were more than enough to deal with Mu Yun. This time, they could not be careless. They had already suffered too much at Mu Yun's hands. If they continued to be careless, they would be the ones to die. The various clans and forces had already used their lives to prove this point. A chase was taking place in Shuetongtian. Figures came and went, gnashing their teeth as they chased Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Bad uncle, little sister, hurry up. At this moment, the stone palace in front of them disappeared, and ruins appeared. At the edge of the ruins, little Xianfeng waved his hand and said, "This place blocks soul consciousness detection. If you come in, those people won't be able to detect you." Mu Yun and Ji Fu sped up and rushed in. Let's go. Without saying anything, the three of them directly entered the ruins. The huge ruins were incomparably dilapidated. The surroundings were dark, and it was no longer as bright as the bottom of the sea. And that was not all. After entering this place, one could feel an obvious sense of suppression. It was so suppressive that one could hardly breathe. Mu Yun discovered that his soul power could only be restrained on the surface of his body and could not be released. It was not a good thing for his soul consciousness to be restrained. After all, he could rely on the pale yellow divine robe to hide his aura. Those people would not be able to find him at all. But now that his soul consciousness was restrained, he could not detect others in advance. If they faced each other face to face, it would be very difficult to shake them off. This is the only way. Mu Yun looked around and said, "Everyone is blind. If we meet them face to face, we'll just kill them." Running, 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 he was about to become Mu Ran. He was already annoyed. He might as well just kill them. Would he die? He did not know. But now, there was no better way. At this moment, the three of them did not directly enter the depths of the ruins. Instead, they circled back and forth in the ruins. Not long after, the cultivators of the 5 factions all arrived. Jin Yongchun and Hu Xing were still standing together. The 2 factions had a close relationship, and at this time, they naturally had to be united. They went in? Huixing frowned and said, that bastard is hiding again. Humph, this time, they won't be able to escape. Jin Yongchun snorted and said, I've already notified General Jin Sheng. He has already arrived at the Blood Fiend Sea and will arrive soon. At that time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu will definitely die. Huixing also said, Elder Hua is also here. After Huixing finished speaking, he looked to the other side. Masked Moon Pavilion, Fierce Spirit Sect, Extreme Monarch Palace, and the others were all using their own methods to transmit information. Huixing frowned and said, perhaps now, the one who should be most worried is not Mu Yun, but them. This time, Mu Yun was really in a desperate situation. If they joined forces, Mu Yun would not be a match for them. When reinforcements arrived, Mu Yun would definitely die. But what should they do next? The Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan had reinforcements, and complete earthly venerables had arrived. But Masked Moon Pavilion, Fierce Spirit Sect, and Extreme Monarch Palace also had complete earthly venerables. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were dead. How would everything be distributed between the two of them? When the time came, that would be the key. When General Jin Sheng and Elder Huixing arrive, this is what they should think about. Jin Yongchun said directly, right now, we should think more about not letting Mu Yun escape. Huixing also nodded. Mu Yun's improvement was too fast. Although she had been hiding, this guy was really monstrous. It had been less than 10 years since the opening of the Blood Fiend Seas. Sui Meng Shaoli said. However, during this period of time, Mu Yun had reached early-stage earthly venerable. This kind of speed was unheard of. However, even so, Mu Yun was still running. She was still hanging on to them. This guy was too much of a bastard. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were colluding. They deserved to die. This time, all parties were really angry. Mu Yun and Ji Fu had to die. If they didn't die, who knew how much they would grow at this speed? Let's go. Jin Yongchun waved his hand and shouted, everyone, gather together. Don't split up. Once you do, you will be defeated by Mu Yun and Ji Fu one by one. Immediately, hundreds of people from the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan gathered. Among them, there were only a dozen Supreme Venerables. The rest were early-stage and mid-stage earthly venerables. This level of strength was enough for Mu Yun and Ji Fu to not be able to resist. On the other side, Chao Peng, Shi Chou, and Huang Fengqing also led 200 to 300 people. Shi Chou, Huang Fengqing, let's team up? Chao Peng from Yenyue Pavilion said seriously, Mu Yun and Ji Fu have many tricks up their sleeves. Yes. Shi Chou also nodded. This time, he didn't want any more accidents to happen. Mu Yun and Ji Fu really deserved to die. The 5 forces were divided into 2 groups and dispersed. They didn't care about each other. This time, they really didn't want to care about each other. Compared to Mu Yun and Ji Fu, what was a little dispute between the 2 parties? At this moment, Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and little Xian Feng were in front of a palace. They looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. It was true that this place was in ruins. However, the ruins in front of them were very different. The surrounding dim light completely enveloped the ruins. Rays of light gathered and surrounded them. It seemed to have condensed into a large array. This large array gave people the feeling that it was connected to endless time and was filled with ancient vicissitudes. The 3 of them also encountered this place after entering this place. Mu Yun, what array is this? I don't know either. Mu Yun shook her head and said, but it's definitely not a middle-grade Supreme Divine Array. It's not even a high-grade or top-grade Supreme Divine Array. It's far beyond that. It's just that this array seems a little chaotic. Do you want to go in and take a look? Ji Fu was tempted. We have to. Little Xian Feng anxiously said, there are too many good things here. If we don't go in, we will suffer a huge loss. What good stuff? Mu Yun said hurriedly. Sovereign spiritual liquid. Little Xian Feng said matter-of-factly, a lot. Snowball said that there are too many to count. Sovereign spiritual liquid. Mu Yun already had over 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid on her, but who would complain about having too much? Mu Yun would never complain about having too much. If that's the case, why don't we go in and take a look? All right. The three of them did as they were told and immediately set off. The three figures suddenly disappeared at this moment. Boom. A rumbling sound rang out at this moment. Rays of light flickered. Mu Yun and the other two stepped into the array, and the surroundings changed drastically. In an instant, the three figures appeared on a vast square. The square was piled with milky white jade stones. Looking carefully, the surroundings were boundless, as if it was a piece of heaven and earth. Where is the sovereign spiritual liquid? Over there. Little Xianfeng pointed in a direction. Mu Yun looked over and couldn't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. She could only follow the direction little Xianfeng pointed. The three of them and the dog were extremely fast at this moment. At the same time, Chao Peng, Shi Chou, Huang Fengqing, Jin Yongchun, and Huixing also led hundreds of people and discovered the strange array. Although the various forces were hesitant, this was the most peculiar place in the ruins. There were no fluctuations in the other places. The five major forces entered in an instant. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu gradually stopped in their tracks. They had reached the end of the white jade stone ground. A majestic palace appeared in front of them. Seeing the palace, the two of them became even more cautious. During this period of time in the Blood Fiend Ocean, they were already used to it. Previously, they had explored the 5 outer cities, including the ruins where Shui Wenqiong, one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, was at. Now, they were no longer in the first sky, but in the second sky of the Blood Fiend Ocean. Could it be that the 7 Blood Imperial Guards weren't in the first sky? Could this palace be the residence of one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards? Ji Fu looked at the palace and said, "Are we going in?" "It's a pity not to go in." Little Xianfeng said again, "There's a lot of sovereign spiritual liquid inside, at least 100 million drops." 100 million drops. Mu Yun and Ji Fu opened their eyes wide in an instant. They had robbed so many times, and it could be said that they had only obtained 100 million drops after robbing all the outer cities. How could there be 100 million drops in this palace? Little Xianfeng said seriously, "Let's go in and take a look." Okay. Okay. Mu Yun and Ji Fu nodded at almost the same time. It couldn't be helped. They were too tempted. Even earthly venerables and heavenly venerables wouldn't complain about having too much sovereign spiritual liquid. The three of them came to the door and tried to push it open. At this moment, the door slowly opened. There were no obstacles. Mu Yun was even more cautious at this moment. The more there were no obstacles, the more they couldn't let down their guard. Next, the three of them continued to go deeper. The huge palace seemed to stretch on endlessly. The three of them walked out step by step. However, in front of them was still the main palace, supported by 18 stone pillars, and carved beams and painted rafters. It was very exquisite. However, after walking for half a day, it was still the same. "Maybe, we are trapped by an array." Mu Yun frowned and said, "Illusion array." Illusion arrays were the most terrifying. Among the various array formations, illusion arrays were the most difficult to condense and the most exquisite. It wasn't that illusion arrays had great lethality, but that illusion arrays were the most difficult to decipher for martial artists. Once a martial artist was trapped in an illusion array, he might not be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. Moreover, some strange illusion arrays could confuse one's mind and make one believe that it was real. Even their companions would be completely killed. "Ah, it seems like it." Little Xianfeng opened his mouth and said, "Then what should we do? I don't have that lousy needle to break the array." Mu Yun didn't say much. In fact, even if little Xianfeng had it, he probably wouldn't be able to break the array. What should they do? At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Someone else came in. Mu Yun said, "This illusion array distorts time and space. If we are trapped in it, others will also be trapped in it. The more people trapped in it, the more chaotic the illusion array will be." Mu Yun wasn't guessing out of thin air. He observed the array diagram and the changes in the array patterns. He had some subtle senses. However, his control of this array was far from enough. Perhaps only ancient array masters could create a large array that could distort time and space. Supreme Divine arrays were divided into 4 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. It was the same for Supreme Divine array masters. As for those who had surpassed the level of Supreme Divine Array Master, they were known as Ancient Array Masters. Reaching Ancient Array Masters was a completely different world. Array formations could change the time and place for one's own use. That step was the true Invincible Array Master. In fact, when an Array Master reached that step, he could completely become a true Invincible expert. In the 9th Heaven Realm, top-level Supreme Divine Array Masters were already the strongest among the second-class forces. As for Ancient Array Masters, they didn't exist at all. An Ancient Array Master was an invincible existence comparable to a world plane. Sui, Meng, WW, Suiming, calm, Mu Yun looked around and was not in a hurry. Little Xianfeng could not help but say, "Bad uncle, aren't you an array master? You must have a way." Mu Yun said seriously, "This array can't be broken. We can only wait for an opportunity to see if it's possible to break the array." Little Xianfeng sat down on the ground and sighed. "You're too weak, too weak." Mu Yun and Jifu were speechless. This little guy was too good at dealing a blow to others. Not to mention me, even a godly venerable would die if they were trapped here. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Little Xianfeng, why don't we let this puppy try?" "No way." Little Xianfeng shook his head and said, "The price for Snowball to take action is too high. It can eat more than me. Don't let it take action." Snowball leaned on Little Xianfeng's shoulder and whimpered a few times. Little Xianfeng said again, "Snowball also said that even if I give it everything on me, it can't break out of here." Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "In that case, let's wait." "Wait?" Little Xianfeng's face turned bitter. How long would they have to wait? These two fellows were too unreliable. Mu Yun did not say much at this moment. The three of them were not the only ones who entered this place. There were others. If nothing went wrong, they should be the earthly venerables of the 5 forces. What they should be worried about now was not whether they could get out or not. What should they do if they met them here? If the 5 forces appeared together, it would be troublesome. Of course, if they appeared one after another, he and Ji Fu might be able to deal with them. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. Someone was approaching. Suddenly, nearly 100 figures appeared in the hall in front of him. Mu Yun. Almost instantly, a shout was heard. "Chao Peng." Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun was not so nervous. The earthly venerables sent by the 12 forces were the leaders of this operation. However, there were strong and weak people among these people. For example, the Spindle Rhinoceros clan's Pai Shou was in the late stage of the earthly venerable realm. Zi Rui from the 8-winged purple python clan was at the peak of the earthly venerable realm. Man Zhongshan of the Heaven Barbarian sect was at the late stage of the earth realm. This time, the leader of the masked moon pavilion, Deacon Chao Peng, was only at the early stage of the earth realm. This group of people could be said to be the weakest of the 5 parties that had entered this place. What a coincidence. Seeing Chao Peng, Mu Yun grinned. "You can still laugh." Chao Peng snorted, "Hand over the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." "Where did you get such big words from?" Mu Yun could not help but laugh. 87 people. 23 of them are early-stage earthly venerables, while the remaining 64 are in the peak, perfection, and great perfection realms. Mu Yun asked again, "You want to kill us with this little strength?" Mu Yun took a step forward. The aura of an early-stage earthly venerable was exceptionally strong. At this moment, Jifu was also smiling. Middle-stage earthly venerable was fully displayed. Indistinctly, Mu Yun gave people the feeling that she was not weaker than Jifu. Chao Peng's face was cold. Although he was an early-stage earthly venerable, he had been immersed in this realm for many years and had rich combat experience. Facing Jifu, although he could not defeat her, he could still hold her back. More than 20 early-stage earthly venerables, how could they not kill Mu Yun? At this moment, Chao Peng snorted. "Chao Wan, Xiaming." Chao Peng said directly, "You two lead 10 people to surround and kill Mu Yun. I'll personally lead the team to hold Jifu back. Quickly kill Mu Yun and help me kill Jifu." Chao Peng said coldly, "Remember, you must be careful. Mu Yun's strength is not ordinary." "Yes." Immediately, 2 people walked out. They were Chao Wan and Xiaming. These two people could be said to be Xiao Peng's right-hand men. Xiao Peng also trusted these two people very much. These two people were at the peak of the early-stage earthly venerable realm. At this moment, the remaining 60 people dispersed one by one. Be careful. Xiao Peng reminded them, this person is ruthless. If he is not a match for you, he will definitely attack you. More than 60 people gathered together and stared covetously at Mu Yun and Jifu. At this moment, Xiao Peng completely ignored little Xianfeng. At this moment, little Xianfeng was hiding at the side, hugging Snowball. These people only know how to fight and kill all day long. It's too scary. Little Xianfeng could not help but say, Snowball is still the best. You play with me every day. As no one paid attention to little Xianfeng, Mu Yun also had some peace and quiet. Otherwise, she would have to take care of little Xianfeng and would not be able to fight wholeheartedly. Although this little guy was usually calculative, he did not have any bad intentions when he was with them. Kill. As Xiao Peng's words fell, dozens of figures immediately charged out. Xiao Peng led 10 early-stage earthly venerables and surrounded Jifu. At this moment, Qiao Wan and Xia Ming surrounded Mu Yun. Kill. As Xiao Peng's words fell, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yu Linglong, Lu Tongming, and Lu Tongyuan were all supreme-level top geniuses of Yanue Pavilion. Xiao Peng led the team this time and 3 geniuses died. When he returned to Yanue Pavilion, he would have to bear the consequences. Now, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He could just kill Mu Yun and Jifu and take their treasures. Originally, when the 5 parties entered, he, Shi Chou, and Huang Fengqing thought that his chances were not high. But now, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. He met Mu Yun and Jifu here. In this way, if he killed Mu Yun and Jifu and destroyed their corpses, who would know? The things on Mu Yun were too tempting. If he took them, he could even take dozens of people and leave Yanue Pavilion. In less than 100 years, he could create a large number of supreme-level and earthly venerables. Which high-level realm would he not be able to dominate? Thinking of this, Xiao Peng almost used all his strength to attack at this moment. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded. On the other side, the smell of blood spread. What was going on? Xiao Peng's expression changed slightly. They had just fought, and someone had died. Xiao Peng turned to look, but his expression was aghast. Dead. An early-stage earthly venerable was killed by Mu Yun with one punch. How could this be? Xiao Peng's expression was aghast. But immediately after, a cold snort sounded in his ear. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Jifu's expression was cold at this moment, and she directly waved her hand to attack. Boom. A dull explosion suddenly sounded at this moment. Xiao Peng's entire person was in a daze. Jifu, mid-stage earthly venerable, very strong. Terrifyingly strong. This was impossible. It was not that he had never seen a mid-stage earthly venerable, and even Huang Fengqing was a mid-stage earthly venerable. But he knew that he and 10 early-stage earthly venerable experts could definitely tie with Huang Fengqing. But now, Jifu was stronger than Huang Fengqing. Just as Xiao Peng was distracted, another scream sounded in the distance at this moment. Another person died. At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed all over Mu Yun's body, as if the thunder god had descended. Her entire body was filled with power. Deacon Xiao Peng, you think too highly of yourself. Mu Yun shouted across the air, do you really think that we ran because we were afraid of you? Not to mention you, even if Huang Fengqing, Jin Yongchen, and Hu Xing came, they would all die. Do you think that mere dozens of people can kill the two of us? Are you dreaming? As her words fell, Mu Yun attacked again. At this moment, power was condensing all over Mu Yun's body. Crack. Powerful aura spread out in all directions. Lightning divine body technique. Lightning tyrant body. Was it strong? It was invincible. It was overbearing and indomitable. This was the core of the lightning divine body technique. At this moment, Mu Yun was overbearing and invincible. Earth venerable early stage, invincible in the same realm. With a punch, another early stage earthly venerate was completely destroyed. At this moment, Xiao Peng was completely flustered. How could this be? How could Mu Yun and Ji Fu be so strong? This was impossible. But now, there was no time for him to be surprised. Mu Yun punched one by one, killing happily. Ji Fu was also not careless at this moment. She beat Chao Peng until he retreated step by step. Is Xianxia Pavilion very powerful? It's nothing. Mu Yun took a step forward, and the killing began. Continuous screams rang out one after another. At this moment, Chao Peng was suppressed by Ji Fu and could not raise his head at all. Following this, a series of explosions took place. Ji Fu was also angry at this moment. 10 early-stage Earth Venerables besieged her. Did Chao Peng not take mid-stage Earth Venerables seriously, or did he not take her seriously? She was stronger than Mu Yun, okay. At this moment, Chao Peng wanted to cry but had no tears. It's over. It's really over this time. He had completely fallen into the hands of Mu Yun and Ji Fu. These two bastards were bandits and robbers. They were really too despicable. At this moment, Mu Yun was killing to her heart's content. One figure after another fell, becoming part of the energy in his body, helping him to transform his body. This feeling was incomparably comfortable. Time passed bit by bit, and the screams became softer and softer. Nearly 100 people fell one by one. Supreme Venerables, to Mu Yun, Supreme Venerables were too lazy to devour now. There was no other way. They were too weak. Supreme Venerables were really nothing to Mu Yun. Only Earth Venerables were useful. Mu Yun, Ji Fu, Xianxia Pavilion will kill you. Chao Peng's body exploded with a roar of unwillingness. Nearly 100 people and more than 20 earthly venerables were not a threat to Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Those who deserved to be killed had to be killed. At this moment, Mu Yun's gaze was cold and disdainful. This bunch of trash. Slowly, corpses and the stench of fresh blood filled the air. Mu Yun exhaled. The Earth Venerable Earth stage had not changed. Most importantly, there were only over 20 Earth-level Venerable ones. The essence, qi, and spirit that he had devoured and transformed was not enough for him to level up. These people were too weak. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up and slowly exhaled. What should we do next? Find someone. Mu Yun grinned. Since we're all in the illusory formation and not together, let's kill them one by one. Let's kill all the earthly venerables who arrived first. Mu Yun's goal was clear at this moment. He couldn't get out of the illusion array. He couldn't find the way at all. Perhaps if he stayed here for a few decades and studied the formation diagrams, he might still have a chance to grasp some of the secrets within the formation diagrams. But what could he do now? Kill. Only by killing could he increase his strength. And this was an opportunity. Previously, when the 5 parties joined forces, they had no choice but to run. But now, everyone was in the illusory formation. If they caught one party, they would kill them. If they killed one party, the remaining ones would be less of a threat to them. Mu Yun finally understood what was going on. Otherwise, all parties would treat them as treasure troves. Did they really think that they could defeat the two of them just because they were Earth-level venerable ones? Dream on. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ji Fu also nodded. Who was she? She was the princess of an overlord force. How could she not have a temper when she was being hunted down? The two of them made up their minds, but little Xian Feng was currently sitting on the ground lazily. I don't want to kill anyone. I want to eat. Little Xian Feng said helplessly. Supreme spiritual liquid, so much. Snowball said that it's very close to us. Mu Yun and Ji Fu didn't really care. This illusory formation was a little troublesome. It was like a world of its own. Since they couldn't break it, they would find someone to kill. After making up her mind, Mu Yun didn't hesitate either. The two of them walked forward. How would they find those people? Blindly. That's right, they were blindly looking. In this place, nothing was useful. They could only rely on their eyes. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were looking for all parties. All parties were also looking for the two of them. Shi Chou, Huang Fengqing, Jin Yongchun, and Huixing really wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the two of them. But this illusory formation was too big. All parties started to waste their time. At the same time, in the Blood Fiend Sea. The Blood Fiend Sea, which had been peaceful for 1,000,000 years, had indeed become lively recently. In the depths of the sea, where the blood pillar rose to the sky, thousands of figures stood in the surroundings. This scene hadn't appeared in the South Pole Sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Thousands of Earth-level venerables gathered here. This didn't include those who had already entered. At this moment, among the thousands of figures, there was a tyrannical aura. In the midst of the army, there was still a natural majesty. Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi, I heard that you Linglong died. Won't your pavilion master erupt this time? A tall and sturdy man with waist-length hair said indifferently. Heavenly Venerate. In the 9th heaven realm, divine venerables were invincible. Heavenly venerables were already top powerhouses. And powerhouses of this realm were enough to be respected by others. Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi came from the masked moon pavilion. Hearing these words, Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi, who was dressed in green and had the aura of a woman not inferior to men, frowned at this moment. Heavenly Venerate Crimson Spear. Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi said indifferently, your Candle Dragon clan is merely a mixed bloodline of the Divine Dragon bloodline. Do you really think that you are a high and mighty first-class dragon clan? It's not your turn to interrupt how great the losses of my masked moon pavilion are. Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi said indifferently, this time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu are the main culprits for Yu Linglong's death. My masked moon pavilion must have these two people. These words are too big, right? A middle-aged man in golden robes spoke at this moment. Heavenly Venerate Yuezhi, if my extreme monarch Palace Ji Fufeng is killed, Mu Yun and Ji Fu will also have to be buried with him. The person who spoke was from the extreme monarch palace, Huang Miekong. He was also a heavenly venerate. This time, all sides originally thought that dispatching earthly venerates would be enough to stabilize the situation. But unexpectedly, there was a variable. Subsequently, many advanced, peak, perfected, and perfected earthly venerate experts were dispatched. But in the end, all sides still felt that it was not too appropriate. So gradually, heavenly venerates were also dispatched. In third-tier forces, godly venerates were already the top existences overseeing the sects and clans. Heavenly venerates were close to the strongest. In third-tier forces, there were only 100 heavenly venerates. Every heavenly venerate was a figure who dominated a region. In the 9th heaven, apart from the 9 second-tier forces in the Yuanyuan region and the Emperor Abyss Pavilion on the surface, who else surpassed heavenly venerate, it could be said that heavenly venerates were already the strongest people active in the 9th heaven. Heavenly Venerable Sky Destroyer, is it really okay for both of you to be so careless? Another heavenly venerable spoke up. Who among us hasn't died in the hands of Mu Yun and Ji Fu? They're just earthly venerables. Is there a need for us heavenly venerables to fight over them? The one who spoke had white hair and a beard, but his aura was stronger than the others. Sui Ming Xiao say WW Sui Ming Com Heavenly Venerable Bayan, just say what you want to say. A heavenly venerate asked the bearded old man. Everyone is here for the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid. Why don't we just talk it out? Heavenly Venerable Bayan smiled. Hundreds of millions of drops of sovereign spiritual liquid and hundreds of thousands of drops of sovereign divine liquid are the most precious. Since that's the case, we'll split it among ourselves. Whoever catches the two will get 50%, and the rest will get 50%. All the heavenly venerables fell silent. I have no objections. Heavenly Venerable Chi Mao of the Candle Dragon clan spoke up. Heavenly Venerable Yuezhi, Heavenly Venerable Sky Destroyer, and the other heavenly venerables nodded. Since that's the case, let's get ready. A great heavenly venerable was glowing brightly. What was a heavenly venerable? With the supreme bone, one's body could withstand the pressure of a 10,000-foot mountain range without rotting. Even after 10,000 years, there wouldn't be any flaws on one's body. This was a heavenly venerable. Was he strong? He was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, the auras of the dozens of heavenly venerables from the 12 major forces rose. One by one, the earthly venerables rushed down. The Blood Fiend Sea was full of danger. Previously, earthly venerables couldn't enter. But now, the restriction was lifted. This made everyone feel that this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. The Endless Ancient Emperor. He was a peerless figure in the ancient era, or even the primordial era. Even though he had disappeared for 1,000,000 years, they still didn't dare to covet him. At this moment, they could only probe carefully. This was a titled emperor. An invincible existence. Apart from the God Emperor, who would dare to offend him, just like the ninth heavenly emperor, Yuan, who was the only titled emperor in the ninth heaven. His existence ensured that Emperor Pavilion was the strongest existence in the ninth heaven. No one dared to offend him. Swoosh 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 swoosh, one figure after another rushed to the bottom of the sea. This time, the heavenly venerables the weakest. The great heavenly venerables. It was a shocking scene. Heavenly venerables from the heavenly venerables stood. The initial leader, Wu Tashan, retreated to the side. In front of him was a tall heavenly venerate from the Wuda clan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. Emperor Mengfeng. Wuda Mengfeng added, "The high priest said that we should do everything we can to ensure that Muyun doesn't die." Was. Wu Tashan was stunned when he heard that. Was. The high priest had never asked for anything in the Wu Ta clan. Every decision he made was for the sake of the Wu Ta clan's progress. But now, the high priest seemed to have made up his mind to protect Muyun. Wu Ta Shan, you should understand how great the high priest's contribution to our clan is. Even the clan leader worships him as a god. You must listen to the high priest. Wu Ta Shan heard Heavenly Venerable's Mengfeng's words and hurriedly cupped his hands. I swear to obey the high priest's words. I'm just curious. Who is Muyun to be protected by the high priest? We don't need to know. Just follow the high priest's words. Wu Ta Mengfeng said again. The high priest said that he might make a move at the critical moment. What? Wu Tashan was truly shocked when he heard this. The high priest had been in the Wu Ta clan for nearly 1,000 years, but he had never appeared in front of him. Most of the time, he gave silently. This time, he chose to come out for Muyun, this Muyun. Where did she come from? Wind and clouds were surging from all sides. Muyun and Jifu were unaware of this. If they knew that the Earth Venerables of the 12 major forces had sent thousands of people, the two of them would have run away long ago. Chao Peng is waiting for you to accompany him. Don't be anxious. Muyun laughed loudly. And said, do you have any other good things on you? Robbing a supreme martial artist can no longer satisfy me. Chao's face was ferocious. Muyun. Jifu. He was now, the two people he hated the most in his life were now in front of him. However, he couldn't beat them. It was too hateful. Muyun and Jifu were both cultivation freaks. It was fine if their strength improved quickly, but their combat strength was explosive. Let's go. Chao shouted in a low voice. Can you leave? Muyun grinned and said, where can you run to in this big illusion array? Muyun, don't go too far, Chao shouted. The Earth Venerables of the various major forces have sent hundreds of people here. Everyone knows that you have Supreme Spiritual Liquid and Supreme Divine Liquid. This time, you will die without a doubt. Chao understood deeply. Even a top divine-grade supreme artifact couldn't be compared to what Muyun had now. It would be strange if the major forces weren't tempted. Muyun sneered and said, it's good that you're here. A few thousand Earth Venerables is just enough for me to drink blood. All of you came here in a hurry to court death. I'll fulfill your wish. You what? I'll start with you first. As Muyun finished speaking, he punched out. This time, he was really in the mood to kill. Earth Venerables. This time, he went directly from Supreme Martial Artist to Earth Venerables. He was no longer limited to the Eastern Wilderness, but looked at the entire Ninth Heaven realm. This was a broadening of his horizons. With different strength realms, what he saw was also different. When he first entered the Kanglin Myriad world, in the 3 Primordial world and Kuan-Su world, his horizons were too narrow. And from the sage position, to the monarch position, to the honorable position now. Step by step, he broadened his horizons. Muyun also felt it. If this continued, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could face the first real top enemy in his life, the Ninth Heaven Emperor, Yuan. Titled Emperor. Under the heaven-sealing divine emperor. One of the 9 great heavenly emperors, and also one of his 9 sons. Destroy. Mu Yun's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. He punched out, and thunder and lightning roared. Boom. An early-stage Earth Venerable's body directly exploded. At this moment, Mu Yun had become extremely powerful. I'm invincible. With a low shout, Mu Yun punched out. Boom. Another Earth Venerables died. At this moment, Shicho was in complete despair. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were monsters. They were complete monsters. But now, there was no way to go up and no way to go down. How about it? Shicho roared and looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Even if this old man dies, I'll drag you down with me. Boom. An earth-shattering loud sound spread out at this moment. Shicho detonated himself. Boom. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The entire illusion array was filled with blood. Shicho self-destructed. Dozens of supreme beings around him were killed by the explosion. Mu Yun and Ji Fu both retreated. This guy was ruthless. It seemed that he hated them so much that he was itching for them. The remaining dozen people were unable to resist Mu Yun and Ji Fu's thunderous attacks. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu both stopped. Streams of pure energy flowed into his body at this moment. Mu Yun could feel that he was one step closer to the earthly venerable realm. But it was not enough. It was not enough to reach the mid-earthly venerable realm. Most of these people were still early-stage earthly venerable realm. To reach the mid-earthly venerable realm, the benefits of devouring early-stage earthly venerable realm cultivators were too little. Only mid-earthly venerable realm cultivators could bring more benefits. It was not so easy to reach the earthly venerable realm. Especially since he cultivated the lightning divine body technique. It was created by the Thunder Emperor. It was extremely strong and fierce. It was powerful, and the requirement to reach the next level was also domineering. If Mu Yun did not cultivate this divine body technique but something else, he would have reached the late-stage Supreme Being realm by now. But naturally, he could not have such explosive power. Continue to search. At this moment, Mu Yun became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. He smiled and said, "Next, there are only Huang Fengqing, Jin Yongchen, and Wuxing. These 3 parties represented the Extreme Emperor Palace, the Golden Horned Beast Clan, and the Fire Lion Clan." Mu Yun calculated in his heart. It should not be difficult to reach the mid-earthly venerable realm after devouring the warriors of these 3 parties. After making up his mind, the 3 set off again. At the same time, in the Blood Fiend Sea, several figures rushed into the hall. The Supreme Beings began to withdraw gradually. And this time, the top Supreme Being prodigies of the major forces also suffered great losses. Zirua died. Zhu Yaotian, Pai Lingchen, Man Yuan, and so on. These people were the top existences among the Supreme Beings of the 9th Heaven Realm. But now, they died one by one. The major clans and forces also remembered the names of Mu Yun and Ji Fu. It was these 2 people who killed the prodigies of their clans. These 2 people deserved to die. One by one, the Supreme Beings entered the Blood Fiend Sea and received the same order: kill Mu Yun and Ji Fu. There was no exception. Mu Yun and Ji Fu knew nothing about this. At that moment, the 2 of them frowned as they looked in front of them. This time, there was trouble. More than 100 figures appeared before the 2 of them. Golden Horned Beast Clan. Fire Lion Clan. The 2 great clans had appeared at the same time. According to Mu Yun's plan, the remaining 3 parties in the illusion array were not afraid of anyone. However, it would be troublesome if they encountered 2 sides. What a coincidence! Jin Yongchen sneered when he saw Mu Yun. He was not afraid of Mu Yun. On the contrary, he wanted to find Mu Yun. He was a mid-earthly venerable rank cultivator, so why would he be afraid of Mu Yun? Moreover, Wuxing was also present. Both of them were mid-earthly venerables. Even if Ji Fu was a mid-earthly venerable, there was nothing to be afraid of. There were more than 100 of them, and many of them were earthly venerable ones. This is troublesome. Ji Fu frowned. Is it troublesome? Mu Yun smiled and said, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Jifu was slightly stunned when she saw Mu Yan's expression. This fellow's temper was really getting worse as he grew older. However, could this group of people not be dealt with? Not necessarily. Jifu smiled at this moment. I've been crazy enough with you during this period of time. Let's continue to be crazy. Jifu was holding the ancient mirror with a solemn expression. Kill. At this moment, there was nothing to say when the two sides met. Jifu directly attacked. She rushed into the crowd. Mu Yun did not waste any time. Both of them were mid-earthly venerable rank cultivators. Their real bodies were powerful and extraordinary. At this moment, the two of them attacked at the same time. They were extremely fast and instantly killed two early earthly venerable rank cultivators. Kill them. Jin Yongchun snorted. More than 100 people surrounded Mu Yun and Jifu. How could the two of them turn the tables? It was impossible. For a time, the two sides exchanged blows, and both sides went all out to kill. Don't let that little one off either. Jin Yongchun snorted. Little Xianfeng immediately cried out, I'm just here to watch the show. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Kill them all together. How could Jin Yongchun care so much at this moment? These people were going to die anyway. Kill them all and be done with it. Roar. At this moment, little Snowball showed its might and its body. Transformed into more than 10 meters tall. Its 2 rows of fangs were exceptionally ferocious. Puff puff puff. The few supreme venerables who rushed towards little Munchkin were immediately torn apart. Little Xianfeng had a look of disgust. I already said, don't kill me, why don't you listen? As soon as these words came out, Jin Yongchun and Huixing's expressions changed. This kid was unusual. Come, continue. Little Xianfeng giggled and said, Snowball, bite them to death. Woo woo. A low whimper sounded. Snowball was now staring around covetously. It seemed that whoever got close to Xianfeng would be killed. Mu Yun was no longer worried about Xianfeng at this moment. This little guy was safer than them. Looking at the people in front of her, Mu Yun took a step forward. Thunder and lightning flashed in her body. The rumbling sound shook everyone's eardrums. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Mu Yun's early-stage Earth Venerable didn't seem like an early-stage Earth Venerable at all. The Earth Venerable true body gave them the feeling that it was abnormally powerful. Wasn't it too terrifying? At this moment, the aura of Mu Yun condensed from head to toe. Boom. A fist smashed out, and waves rolled. A figure fell with a sound. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, dripping with blood. At this moment, Mu Yun's murderous aura was getting heavier and heavier. Even Jifu was extremely surprised at this moment. This guy, his control of the true body was improving. The Earth Venerable true body wasn't as simple as condensing the so-called Earth Venerable true body. It was a kind of change in power. This kind of change in power required the martial artist to be proficient in controlling it. The strength of the control was also related to the strength of the display of power. After 2 battles, Mu Yun's control of power had increased by several times. This was very terrifying. Generally speaking, to be able to learn something from one battle was already a proud son of heaven. To be able to do it twice, it was incredible. Moreover, to be able to quickly apply this knowledge to the next battle. Mu Yun was really unfathomable. Boom. An explosion sounded. At this moment, the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan lost more and more martial artists. The number of people was less than 100. But at this moment, Jin Yongchun and Huixing didn't seem to care. Those dead martial artists, even if it was just to exhaust Mu Yun and Jifu, they thought it was worth it. As long as they killed Mu Yun and Jifu in the end. What was this little loss? At this moment, everyone charged out one by one. Jin Yongchun and Huixing held the line and fiercely attacked Jifu. At this time, they absolutely couldn't let Jifu free up. Otherwise, there would be variables. But Mu Yun didn't care. Jifu was a mid-earthly venerable and was extremely powerful. How could Jin Yongchun and Huixing do anything to her, and that group of early earthly venerables was just an appetizer for her. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. The battle had been going on until now. The supreme venerable martial artists below the earth venerable were all dead and injured. There were only 40 to 50 people left in the team of hundreds. It was just that all of them were early earthly venerables. Facing these people, Mu Yun did not panic. Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword. A sword appeared in her hand, and Mu Yun's aura surged. Among earthly venerables, there was not much difference in the early stage. 40 to 50 people besieging Mu Yun could wear her down. This was what Jin Yongchen and Huixing thought. But at this moment, Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit. Power flowed in her heart. It lingered in her body. At this moment, Mu Yun could feel that the breakthrough was coming soon. It was almost there. It was not difficult to break through, but it was not easy either. She just had to kill all these people in front of her. At this moment, Mu Yun shouted in a low voice and swung her palm. Boom. Buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword, an earthly supreme artifact. It had completely merged with Mu Yun at this moment. Slash. With a swing of the sword, Mu Yun's speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. At this moment, everyone felt that Mu Yun's sword energy fluctuation was strange. It was incomparably powerful. Sword Soul. Sword Soul. Almost at the same time, Jin Yongchen and Huixing shouted. Sword Soul was divided into 5 levels of comprehension. Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Top, and Divine. Previously, Mu Yun had already reached the advanced Sword Soul realm. At this moment, holding the Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword, Mu Yun's mind moved slightly for some reason. At this moment, the Sword Soul also showed an increase in power. The power of the soul became more condensed and powerful. The Sword Soul transformed. An illusory figure stood on the ethereal soul and became real. Top Sword Soul. At this moment, Mu Yun felt the increase in power. It was an increase from the bones. The Sword Soul had evolved. This time, it was strange that Mu Yun did not take the initiative to improve. Instead, the Sword Soul took the initiative to improve. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Mu Yun stood still with her sword. Top Sword Soul. How much could its power increase? Previously, the power of the advanced Sword Soul could increase by more than 10 times. What about now? At this moment, Mu Yun directly attacked. His power erupted at this moment. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly rang out. 2 Earth-level venerables had been killed in one strike. How comfortable. The increase in power control was an increase in explosive power. On the other hand, the improvement of the Sword Soul was an increase in Mu Yun's strength. With the combination of the two, Mu Yun could feel waves of tyrannical energy emanating from his body at this very moment. Today, I will kill all of you. Mu Yun raised her sword and attacked. In an instant, it was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. Cries of agony could be heard. At this moment, Jin Yongchen and Huixing's expressions changed completely. This bastard. It was too terrifying. One sword for one life. Was this the Sword Soul? It was simply too terrifying. Damn it. At this moment, Jin Yongchen also felt that he could no longer suppress Jifu. This woman was just brushing them off in the beginning. But now, they were starting to get serious. Damn it, damn it. Huixing was also furious at this moment. These 2 bastards really deserved to die. Kill them. Jin Yongchen and Huixing looked at each other. Suddenly, Jin Yongchen's whole body surged with golden light. A sharp golden dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the dagger appeared, the world was filled with golden light. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that her origin energy was greatly disturbed. It was fine if that was all. The power kept condensing, as if it was going to shatter at any moment. At the same time, Huixing also moved. A ring of fire appeared in Huixing's hand. The ring of fire flowed with light, releasing waves of power. Waves of scorching aura spread in all directions. These 2 divine artifacts both showed unusual power. Be careful. Mu Yun warned. Don't worry, they can't harm me. Jifu was indeed very confident at this moment. She had the strength to be confident. At this moment, the ancient mirror emitted rays of light. Jifu snorted, and ripples spread out from the ancient mirror. Break! In an instant, Jifu rushed toward the two. Jin Yongchang and Huixing each held a treasure and attacked Jifu. Thump! A thump sounded at this moment. The three figures separated as soon as they touched. At this moment, Jifu had the upper hand. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was not worried about Jifu. After all, Jifu was once a divine venerable and was sealed here. Although her strength was not there, her combat experience was not something an earthly venerable could compare to. In that case, you, help me break through to the middle earthly venerable realm. Mu Yun looked at the several figures in front of her and attacked one by one. No one in the early earthly venerable realm could stop her. As the power gathered, Mu Yun's aura became stronger and stronger. She was only a step away from the middle earthly venerable realm. If she devoured a few more people, she would definitely be able to enter the middle earthly venerable realm. Boom. However, at this moment, a huge roar sounded. A loud sound rang out at this moment. A muffled groan sounded. Jifu's figure retreated, her face pale. Huang Fengqing, what are you waiting for? Jin Yongchun and Huixing's faces showed a trace of pain. They self-destructed. Two earthly supreme divine artifacts self-destructed. It was really a pity. But when they thought of killing Mu Yun and Jifu, it was worth it. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded. With a puff, light flashed, and blood burst out. Jifu's face was pale, and she fell to the ground. Huang Fengqing. At this moment, a figure appeared. A strange iron fan appeared in his hand, and Huang Fengqing looked at Mu Yun and Jifu mockingly. It's not just the two of you who know how to scheme. We also know how to do it, Huang Fengqing sneered. This illusory formation has a wide area, but in reality, it's just inside the main hall. Chao Peng and Shichou have died. Do you really think we can't sense it, Mu Yun? You're not the only supreme divine array master. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huang Fengqing's words were filled with confidence. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold and disdainful. This guy had been preparing for a long time. No. It was Jin Yongchun, Huixing, and Huang Fengqing who had been preparing for a long time. This time, it wasn't him who was looking for trouble with them. It was them who had been waiting for him for a long time. Jifu. Mu Yun looked at Jifu. I'm fine. Jifu's face was pale, and a bloody hole appeared in her abdomen. She stood up with difficulty. She didn't expect Jin Yongchun and Huixing to self-destruct their divine artifacts. Huang Fengqing's attack was a sure kill move. If it wasn't for the fact that her realm was high, it would have been impossible for a true mid-earthly venerable to dodge it. You can still stand up? Huang Fengqing sneered. Not simple, but that's all. Can you still resist the next attack? As soon as Huang Fengqing finished speaking, he held the iron fan and attacked. Clang. Suddenly, a sword light spread out. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold, and she appeared in front of Jifu. Little Xianfeng, protect Jifu. Okay. Little Xianfeng nodded. With Snowball around, no one could get close to them. Mu Yun's gaze turned, and she looked at Huang Fengqing, Huixing, and Jin Yongchun. I'll play with you. Mu Yun's lips curled up. The three mid-earthly venerables were all looking at Mu Yun at this moment. Sui Meng Xiao Shua WW Sui Meng comment had to be said that the current Mu Yun was very confident. However, could confidence feed him? Jin Yongchun, Huixing, and Huang Fengqing were all mid-earthly venerables. Even though Mu Yun was at the early earthly venerables, he was very powerful. However, facing the three of them, Mu Yun was still not enough. The three figures surrounded him. The rest of the people dispersed at this moment. Now was not the time for them to throw their lives away. Mu Yun's previous attack had already proved it. This guy was an early earthly venerables. In front of him, he was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, the four figures' auras were strong. Little Xianfeng muttered, "Bad uncle, you can do it." He did not want Mu Yun to lose. If Mu Yun lost, Snowball would have to take action. Snowball could not casually take action. Every time it took action, it would swallow a large amount of his treasures. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. Before playing with you guys, let me prepare first? You still want to prepare? Huang Fengqing sneered. Are you dreaming? As soon as he finished speaking. Boom. Huang Fengqing directly charged towards Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold and disdainful as he also attacked. Boom. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure disappeared at this moment. In the next moment, a miserable scream was heard. An early earthly venerable's body was split open. At this moment, Mu Yun's speed was extremely fast. He dodged the three people and charged towards the others. You're courting death. Huang Fengqing was furious. However, Mu Yun did not care at all and continued to charge forward. Boom. Once again, a loud boom was heard. Mu Yun's speed was extremely fast. Huang Fengqing and the others could not catch where he was at all. Beside him, 1, 2, 3, people kept dying. Gradually, Mu Yun's aura gathered and transformed. Surround him. Huixing shouted at this moment. They could not let Mu Yun continue. Otherwise, who knew how many people they would lose? At this moment, the three of them exerted all their strength to stop Mu Yun. Boom. As their fists collided, Mu Yun's figure retreated. Three figures seized the opportunity and surrounded Mu Yun. Brat, you can't run away. Huang Fengqing snorted. Now, I'm not going to run anymore. Mu Yun smiled. In the next moment, an aura rose to a higher level. Suddenly, power gathered in Mu Yun's body. Inside his body, waves of aura rose. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have gathered all her strength. An overwhelming aura was slowly born. His true body condensed at this moment, sticking close to the surface of his body. A true body seal was imprinted on his body. Middle Earthly Venerable rank. At this moment, Mu Yun waved his arms and grinned. I'm now a Mid-Earthly Venerable. Everyone. Do you want to fight? Mu Yun grinned. Her aura changed from head to toe. Sublimation. At this moment, Mu Yun was sublimating. The transformation of her strength was incomparably obvious. You're courting death. Huang Fengqing, Huixing, and Jin Yongchen were completely enraged. Mu Yun was courting death. Taking a step forward, Huang Fengqing's aura surged. His iron fan attacked Mu Yun. His strength transformed and condensed. Boom. A muffled explosion rang out. Mu Yun waved her palm. Wind Thunder Heaven Palm. In an instant, a palm print gathered, surrounded by lightning. Boom. Huang Fengqing retreated. Huixing and Jin Yongchen attacked from the left and right. Another palm. With a punch, Mu Yun's aura condensed. It was as if the earth was rising and sinking, and her strength was focused on one point. Boom. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura changed completely. She became strong and profound. From the early earthly venerable rank to the middle earthly venerable rank. It sounded like a leap of one small realm. But to Mu Yun, it was a transformation. Every level of the lightning divine body technique was a metamorphosis. She was reborn. Aren't you very arrogant? Looking at Huang Fengqing, Mu Yun didn't say anything and directly punched out. Spirit Turtle's sacred heavenly fist. The fist was covered with lightning. With a rumbling sound, Xiaochen punched out, causing Huang Fengqing to stagger and retreat continuously. You what? Mu Yun sneered. Today, I'll destroy all of you. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura became incomparably strong. When Jifu saw this scene, she was stunned. This guy reached the middle stage in one step. He became even more terrifying. Jifu couldn't help but murmur. Little Xianfeng said, Bad Uncle is very powerful. He can take people's cultivation. Take people's cultivation, what did he mean? Jifu was puzzled. Little Xianfeng didn't say anything and continued to watch the battle. But at this moment, Jifu suddenly felt something. Something was wrong. Xianfeng's aura was also changing. You are going to level up? Jifu looked at little Xianfeng in shock. Ah, it seems like it. Little Xianfeng said in surprise. Old Master said that my body is very strong. If I keep eating, I can level up. Jifu was completely speechless. There was such a thing, little Xianfeng said again. And little sister, let me tell you a secret. Little Xianfeng was very mysterious. Sometimes, I can level up even when I'm sleeping, but it's very irregular. Anyway, it seems like a sudden force is born, and I level up. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly. Jifu was completely speechless. What did this mean? Looking at Mu Yun and little Xianfeng, Jifu only felt that it was unbelievable. This was too mysterious. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded. At this moment, Huang Fengqing was being taken care of by Mu Yun. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, Huang Fengqing's face turned pale. What was going on? What was going on? Huang Fengqing was really stunned. Even if Mu Yun leveled up, she couldn't be this fast, right? Who would be able to withstand this speed? However, the current Mu Yun didn't care about it at all. Jin Yongchun and Huixing retreated. Mu Yun had changed. She had become too strong. They couldn't continue to waste time. Retreat. The two's expressions changed, and they instantly retreated. Can you run away? At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flew out, heading straight for the two. Emperor Dragon's sky-shattering roar. A dragon's roar sounded at this moment. The Lightning Divine Body Technique second level, True Body Realm, had 3 major killing moves. The third move was the Emperor Dragon's sky-shattering roar. The Emperor Dragon's sky-shattering roar wasn't just an attack of the lightning spirit, but also a dragon's roar. Mu Yun could already transform into a dragon now. Combined with this move, the power would be doubled. A dragon's roar sounded at this moment. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. The earth rumbled, and sound spread out. The two figures paused at this moment. The dragon's roar directly disturbed Huixing and Jin Yongchun's thoughts. Puchi! Mu Yun held her sword and attacked. The two figures' foreheads were pierced, and their bodies exploded. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Dead. 2 mid-earthly venerables. They died just like that. At this moment, Mu Yun frowned. Whoosh. Where was Huang Fengqing? Looking around, Huang Fengqing's figure had already disappeared. The rest of the people were leaderless and completely panicked. Kill. At this moment, Mu Yun directly rushed out to kill. Huang Fengqing, can you escape? Mu Yun. A voice seemed to come from afar, saying angrily, you will die without a doubt, you will die without a doubt. Now, thousands of earthly venerables and more than a dozen heavenly venerables are gathered outside. You can't escape. Huang Fengqing almost roared. I'll wait for you to die. That voice gradually faded into the distance until it disappeared. He ran away. Mu Yun was a little surprised. This illusion array was extremely powerful, but Huang Fengqing could actually escape. However, at this moment, she looked at the remaining people. The earthly venerables were not here. These supremes had no way to escape. Mu Yun wielded her sword and charged out at this moment. The battle was staged again. But this time, no one could stop Mu Yun's footsteps. Time passed bit by bit. The ground was dyed red with blood. The aura of the figures completely dissipated. Mu Yun activated her devouring power and exhaled. It was over. At this moment, Jifu also stood up and looked at Mu Yun with a complicated gaze. She had watched Mu Yun rise step by step. Early stage supreme venerables to mid-stage earthly venerables. The time was too short. And Mu Yun did not have any gaps in her realm at all. On the contrary, as she improved, her strength became stronger and stronger. Huang Fengqing ran away. Jifu sighed at this moment. It's okay. Mu Yun looked around at this moment and said, he ran away. Perhaps this place can be solved. Jifu was stunned. Mu Yun seemed to have discovered something. Mu Yun looked around and said, we are all blinded by the fog. This place looks dangerous, but in fact, it's not. You can understand it if you sense it carefully. Hearing this, Jifu closed her eyes. Slowly, around her, streams of power condensed. Huh? Jifu opened her eyes and looked in one direction. Over there. There's a power spreading out. Yes. Mu Yun smiled and said, let's go and take a look. All right. the three of them immediately set off. In fact, from the moment she made her breakthrough, Mu Yun had sensed that the flow of her power was very irregular. But when he carefully sensed it, he found that the power was spreading out from a single direction. As expected, that place should be the core point. If not for Mu Yun's breakthrough, she would not have been able to sense this minute difference. 3 figures moved out at this moment. This trip took a few days. As the 3 of them proceeded forward, the illusions around them began to fade. The 3 figures walked into the real hall. The surrounding light dimmed. Inside the hall, 12 jade pillars stood tall, supporting the hall. Mu Yun looked ahead and her eyes flickered. Little Xianfeng started chirping, its spirit liquid. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at the center of the hall. At this moment, streams of water flowed out of a pool. Sovereign spiritual liquid. All of them were sovereign spiritual liquid. At this moment, Mu Yun was shocked. The pool in the hall looked like it was used for decoration. It was just like how some rich families built fake mountains and gardens in their courtyards. This pool did not look like it was used to store treasures. It looked more like a pool. At this moment, Mu Yun was a little cautious. Using the sovereign spiritual liquid as decoration, what kind of move was this, not to mention a third-class force? Even a second-class force would not dare to do this. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around with a vigilant gaze. Hey, drink it quickly. At this moment, little Xianfeng rushed out and lay beside the pool, gulping down the liquid. Snowball also hurriedly ran over. A man and a dog, with their butts sticking out, lay by the side of the pool and drank big mouthfuls. Mu Yun and Jifu looked at each other, dumbfounded. This works too, aren't these 2 fellows afraid of death? In fact, little Xianfeng and Snowball did not think so much. The 2 of them kept drinking, and the pool of sovereign spiritual liquid was emptied very quickly. But not long later, the sovereign spiritual liquid appeared again. As if it was endless. Little Xianfeng and little Snowball continued to drink. At this moment, Mu Yun and Jifu were no longer watching. Hurry up and pretend. The sovereign spiritual liquid was a precious item that any honorable realm martial artist would need. However, after reaching the supremacy realm, the effect of the sovereign spiritual liquid would be greatly reduced. Only the sovereign spiritual liquid would be effective. But now, the sovereign spiritual liquid was already precious enough. At least, that was the case for Mu Yun. With the sovereign spiritual liquid, he could strengthen the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance step by step. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were bright. Panga spirit, come out and pretend. Mu Yun wished she had 8 hands. Little Xianfeng and Snowball were drinking at a really fast speed. These 2 fellows were completely bottomless pits. Natural treasures were constantly swallowing and devouring. They were not human. At this moment, Mu Yun's speed was not slow. At the same time, Mu Yun and Jifu were not idle either. In the hall, a strange scene appeared at this moment. Mu Yun, Jifu, and Pangu Ling continued to pretend. Xianfeng and Snowball, on the other hand, continued to drink. It was just that their speed was too fast. Gradually, the speed at which the sovereign spiritual liquid appeared slowed down. At this moment, Mu Yun stopped and allowed the Panga spirit to continue to store it. He, however, looked at the surroundings. The main hall was empty. Only a throne appeared at the end. The throne emitted a blood-red glow and stood upright. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. When Mu Yun looked at the throne, she was suddenly stunned and stood rooted to the ground. In the next moment, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the hall. But, it was no longer the same one. It was another one. At this moment, figures stood on both sides of the hall. But if one looked carefully, they were all illusory figures. A figure came in front of Mu Yun and stared at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that there was a suffocating feeling all over her body. That oppressive force was too strong. It made her almost unable to breathe. At this moment, Mu Yun looked ahead and narrowed her eyes. Follow me. Suddenly, the illusory figure spoke. Mu Yun's body trembled. Was this illusory or real? However, before Mu Yun could think too much, the illusory figure took a step forward. Mu Yun subconsciously followed. Around them, on both sides of the hall, the illusory figures did not move at all. At the same time, the illusory figure brought Mu Yun to the end of the hall. But suddenly, a stairway to heaven appeared in front of the two of them. The stairway to heaven went straight to the sky, one step after another, as if it was endless. At this moment, the illusory figure took a step forward. Mu Yun followed at this moment. At this moment, on both sides of the stairway, figures walked out at this moment. "It's you!" a figure suddenly sounded. Mu Yun looked at the illusory figure. As it was just an illusory figure, Mu Yun did not see who the person in front of her was. The illusory figure smiled and said, "Thank you for bringing me the message." Mu Yun was stunned. The 7 Blood Imperial Guards. This person was definitely one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards. When Mu Yun saw that one of the 7 Blood Imperial Guards was actually standing at the bottom of the stairs, he was completely stunned. The stairs extended to the sky. In the palace in the sky, even from far away, a trace of scarlet could be seen. As for the 7 Blood Imperial Guards, they were exalted level experts. At this moment, they only had the qualifications to stand at the very bottom. Although their status was slightly higher than the people in the hall just now, it seemed that they were still not worth mentioning here. "You." Mu Yun was about to speak, but the shadowy figure leading the way looked to the side. "Xuefancheng, silence." "Yes." The shadowy figure standing next to him no longer spoke. The guide continued to move forward. Mu Yun did not say much and followed closely. At this moment, the higher they went, the more pressure Mu Yun felt. As they moved forward, the pressure became greater and greater. Halfway up, Mu Yun could not move at all. The shadowy figure stopped at this moment and looked around. "Everyone, why do you have to do this?" The guide frowned and said, "The great emperor invited him here because he has something to say. Don't you know when to stop? If the human emperor knows, I'm afraid you will suffer a little." As soon as these words came out, the pressure of the surrounding people slowly dissipated. Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, the pressure was too strong. He could not even take a step forward. At this moment, the guide continued to lead the way. Finally, they came to the end of the stairs. At this moment, at the end, a palace that covered the sky towered above the sky. Around the palace, the crowd stood still. The guide looked at Mu Yun, cupped his hands, and said, "Young Master Mu, please." Mu Yun looked at the guide and frowned, "Do you know who I am?" The great emperor can still see some clues about the human emperor's son. After all, your every move in the blood fiend sea can be seen. The guide said indifferently, "The human emperor's cultivation is strong because of his devouring power. If you are not his son, it is impossible for you to have such power." Devour. Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Wasn't that the bloodline talent of the shepherds? How did it become a father's instinct? "You know my father?" The shadow smiled and said, "Back then, Human King came here. Old me has seen him before." At this moment, all Mu Yun could see was an illusion. It was impossible to tell that this fellow was an old man. "Who's inside, the endless ancient emperor?" The shadowy figure said again, "Young master, you will know once you enter." At this moment, Mu Yun nodded. If they didn't enter, they probably wouldn't be able to. This guy had made up his mind that he would be here. He had brought him here so politely because he was obedient. If he didn't comply, he wouldn't be so polite. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward. The door of the temple opened like a mountain. Mu Yun's figure entered the door. The entire hall was empty. Mu Yun went deeper and deeper into the hall. A throne stood quietly on top of a platform that was 100 zhang tall. It was empty all around. Slowly. Inside the main hall, waves of aura fluctuated. A blood-robed figure appeared at this moment. Seeing the blood-robed figure, Mu Yun felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Gradually, on both sides of the hall, figures stood still. Dozens of figures stood on both sides. However, this time, it was no longer an illusion. It was a mass of darkness. He couldn't see anything at all. "Who are you?" Mu Yun said, "The endless ancient emperor?" "Hee, you can call me that too." The blood-robed man smiled indifferently and said, "This is the endless hall, where I was in the past. Why did you ask me to come here?" Mu Yun said cautiously, although I am the son of human king, his whereabouts are unknown. I don't know where he is. Prince Mu, why are you so nervous? The blood-robed man said again, since I asked you to come here, I will be honest. I have endless blood, known as the Emperor in ancient times. Now, later generations call me the Endless Ancient Emperor. If I wanted to kill you, why would I bring you here? Then what do you want to do? Mu Yun asked again. Just chatting. The blood-robed man laughed and said, it's quite boring here, so I just want to chat with you. Then tell me, I'm listening. Mu Yun said indifferently. At this point, life and death were no longer in his own hands, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The Endless Ancient Emperor smiled. Prince Mu does have some majesty of a human king. I can't compare to my father. Mu Yun smiled and said, my father is an emperor, and I'm just an earth venerable. It's just time. The Endless Ancient Emperor said again, Prince Mu only lacks time. If Prince Mu is willing, I can help you reach the sovereign realm in one step. How about it? That's not necessary. Mu Yun shook her head and said, it's better to take one step at a time on the path of cultivation. You have courage. Mu Yun heard this, but did not say much. Bullsh *T courage. It would be better if he could reach the heavens in one step. Then, why did his father wait for him for so many years? With his father's human emperor cultivation, couldn't he just let him advance directly? This meant that reaching the heavens in one step would not work at all. Or, even if it worked, it would cause one's strength and foundation to be unstable. Reaching the emperor realm, becoming a god emperor, or even becoming a god emperor would cause great harm. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? I said, it's just a chat. The Endless Ancient Emperor said again, I'm sure Prince Mu is also curious about our Kanglan world? Speak. Mu Yun sat down at this moment. The Endless Ancient Emperor smiled. The current era opened 1,000,000 years ago, and the period between 1,000,000 and 10,000,000 years is the Ancient Era. The period between 10,000,000 and 100,000,000 years is the Primordial Era. 100,000,000 years ago is the Primordial Era. The Endless Ancient Emperor looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Prince Mu, do you know how long the Primordial Era was? Mu Yun looked at the blood-robed phantom as if looking at an idiot. If I knew, why would I listen to your nonsense? The Endless Ancient Emperor laughed and said, 300,000,000 years. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. 300,000,000 years. 300,000,000 years in the Primordial Era, even a god emperor could live for 300,000,000 years. Mu Yun knew that after reaching the monarch realm, one's lifespan would be extended by almost 10,000,000 years. However, ever since he stepped into the god realm, his lifespan had not increased at all. 10,000,000 years of lifespan was a threshold. It was too difficult to increase one's lifespan. A god emperor can live for more than 100,000,000 years? Hearing Mu Yun's question, the Endless Ancient Emperor smiled and said, as long as you want, a god emperor can live as long as the Kanglan world. This was something Mu Yun did not know. Didn't that mean that the heaven-sealing god emperor was immortal? The Endless Ancient Emperor said again, actually, there were god emperors in the Primordial Era. And there was more than one. Mu Yun was shocked when he heard this. He only knew of 2 god emperors. The heaven-sealing god emperor, Di Ming. The carefree god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao. There really were god emperors in the Primordial Era? The Endless Ancient Emperor continued, this is something that truly exists. Actually, your father might have once received the inheritance of an emperor god. That's why he could progress 1,000 miles a day and achieve the title of human emperor. The title is not randomly given. There are many humans who call themselves emperors and gods, but no one can bear the title of human emperor. Your father is capable of bearing such a title. It is not a simple title. Mu Yun raised her eyebrows at this moment. The Endless Ancient Emperor's words once again refreshed her understanding of her father. To sum it up, he was strong. Mu Yun even felt that. The reason why the Endless Ancient Emperor could pull a small earthly venerable like her here was not because of his 9-fate son of heaven. Perhaps the Endless Ancient Emperor did not know his 9-fate son of heaven. He only knew that he was the son of human emperor. What did this mean? It meant that her father was really strong. Actually, along the way, Mu Yun's worldview had been refreshed by Mu Qingyu. She thought that Mu Qingyu was strong enough. In the end, who knew that she was even stronger? There were too many things that her father had hidden from her. In the primordial era, there were emperor gods who oversaw Kanglan and were incomparably powerful. And the emperor gods ruled Kanglan and no one could compare to them. But then, suddenly, in one day, the emperor gods disappeared, and there was a gap in the culture of the primordial era. From then on, the world called it the primordial era. In the primordial era, martial arts rose again, and Kanglan gradually prospered. There were many titled gods and emperors, but no one became an emperor god. Even the strongest, Chang Tian, was not called an emperor god. Then, in the primordial era, there was another turmoil. Chang Tian died, and Huang Tian became the ruler, but he still did not become an emperor god. There was the appearance of the primordial era. In the primordial era, for millions of years, Huang Tian was the ruler, and many titled gods and emperors appeared. But still, no emperor god appeared. At this point, there was a tinge of regret in the endless ancient emperor's voice. Until Huang Tian died, and Di Ming seized the heavenly Tao and became the heaven-sealing emperor god. But at this moment, a genius appeared out of nowhere and became an emperor god. Yi Xiaoyao? Mu Yun said in surprise. Yes. Endless ancient emperor murmured, Di Ming becoming a god emperor has exceeded the expectations of all the ancient gods and ancient emperors. As for Yi Xiaoyao becoming a god emperor, many ancient gods and ancient emperors call it a miracle. Originally, your father might have been the third emperor god. However, something went wrong. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. In this way, the timeline was more or less clear. During the Great Desolate Era, god emperors existed, and there was more than one. In the immemorial era, Chang Tian had become the overlord, but he had yet to become the god emperor. However, he was the strongest among the titled emperors and titled gods. After that, it was the primordial era. Yellow sky replaced blue sky and became the new ruler. However, he did not become the divine emperor. After that was the current era. Two god emperors appeared at once. Heaven-sealing god emperor, Di Ming. Free and unfettered god emperor Yi Xiaoyao. There was even a reserve emperor god, Mu Qingyu. Mu Yun finally had a clear understanding in her heart. Endless ancient emperor continued, regarding the Great Desolate Era, everyone only knows about the World Tree and the 13 treasures of the Great Desolate Era. As for the rest, they know nothing. However, the World Tree has been shattered, and no World Tree has appeared in the ancient Kanglan world. The 13 treasures of the Great Desolate Era are controlled by the major forces of the current era. Mu Yun interrupted. Go and snatch them, aren't you good friends with ancient Emperor Wu Jian? I think if you really go and snatch them from those first-tier forces without titled gods or titled emperors, you can win, right? Mu Yun could not wait for these ancient gods and ancient emperors to appear and fight. At that time, the balance of the 9 great celestial emperors would be broken. Then, the myriad realms would be interesting. Endless ancient emperor seemed to have seen through Mu Yun's thoughts and smiled. The 13 treasures of the Great Desolate Era are all sentient. Even if you get them, you might not be able to control them. Just like the 4 great origins, they are invincible. Apart from god emperors, who can control them? Hearing this, Mu Yun thought of Guai. Suddenly, she felt that Guai had been so awesome in front of her. Now it seemed she was so weak. Of course, it was not that Guai's foundation was weak, but now, she was so weak. This guy even mocked her every day. She was also a weakling now. At this moment, Guai did not speak. Mu Yun did not even sense where Guai was. This guy probably did not dare to show his face now. Otherwise, the endless ancient emperor would sense it. Perhaps today, both of them would be finished. A great origin. An ancient emperor could not possibly not be tempted, right, even if it meant risking offending the human emperor. At the same time, Mu Yun still had the World Tree, the Sparrow God fan of the 13 treasures of the Great Desolate Era, and the Heaven and Earth Furnace. If the endless ancient emperor knew, he would have skinned her. Actually, other than that, there are other things that we do not know. The endless ancient emperor continued, back then, when God Emperor Xiaoyao became a god emperor, he opened a door. We all thought that it was the heavenly door of the 4 directions. We all thought that the great Tao of the god emperor was about to open, and that we would have a chance to become a god emperor. But we did not expect that every time the great Tao of the god emperor opened, Xianxia would die. Mu Yun could not help but ask, Heavenly Door of the Four Directions? Yes. The endless ancient emperor said again, rumor has it that when the heavenly door of the four directions is opened, one can find the history of the great desolate era. What happened during the 300 million years when countless legends were born? The ancient gods and ancient emperors are all waiting for the heavenly door of the four directions to reappear in the world. Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression turned solemn. She knew that the so-called heavenly door of the four directions that Xianxia opened was the door of reincarnation. When the nine-faced son of heaven awakened, he opened the door of reincarnation. Could it be that the door of reincarnation was the heavenly door of the four directions? Mu Yun asked again, what exactly is the heavenly door of the four directions? The endless ancient emperor said slowly, a door. Rumor has it that it leads to the great desolate era, to ancient times, and to immortality. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart could not calm down. The door of reincarnation that she opened could really lead to the great desolate era, lead to the martial arts world 300 million years ago. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart was in turmoil. Did father know about this? In this world, what he saw was ultimately too narrow. The current titled gods and titled emperors can be divided into three factions. The endless ancient emperor said again, gods and emperors like me are waiting for the heavenly door of the four directions to appear, wanting to take the opportunity to break through to the god emperor realm. Another faction relies on the heaven-sealing divine emperor, hoping to follow him and achieve the great Tao of the god emperor. Another faction only looks at fate and does not fight for the great Tao of the god emperor. The endless ancient emperor continued, perhaps there is a fourth faction, which is the current titled gods and titled emperors. They do not know much about the past and are confused. Then according to what you said, there are more ancient gods and ancient emperors than just the few of you, there are many? The endless ancient emperor smiled but did not answer. Sui Meng, not answering was a kind of answer. Mu Yun said again, if Di Ming and Yi Xiaoyao can become god emperors, you should be able to too, right? No way. The endless ancient emperor shook his head. It has been nearly 100 million years since the desolate age. Other than Di Ming and Yi Xiaoyao, no one can become a god emperor. A kind of shackle is locked on the heads of all the ancient gods and ancient emperors, locking their hopes and making them go crazy. Hearing this, Mu Yun could clearly feel. The endless ancient emperor was also one of them. Mu Yun was even more curious about this. If Di Ming and Yi Xiaoyao could reach the path of god emperors, why couldn't the other titled gods and titled emperors? Moreover, once, her father was also very likely to become a god emperor. You will understand these things when you reach the path of the sovereign. The endless ancient emperor chuckled. If you meet your father in the future, I hope you can tell him that I don't have any ambition. I just want to take that step. As for refining the 10,000 races, I can't do it. I also hope that your father won't be too hostile towards me. Mu Yun finally understood when she heard this. This fellow was just trying to get him to pass on the message. Pass the message to her father. Human Emperor. Mu Qingyu. Are you afraid of my father? Mu Yun said. As soon as these words came out, cold snorts sounded from all around. The endless ancient emperor waved his hand. The surrounding people looked at Mu Yun, but their auras were unfriendly. You can understand it that way. The endless ancient emperor chuckled. So, in order to show goodwill, I think you can take this person away. As the endless ancient emperor finished speaking, he waved his hand and a figure appeared at this moment. Ren Gangang. Seeing that figure, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Cho Chien. Ren Gangang. Her father's left and right protectors. He had once appeared in the immortal world. There had been no news of him. And previously, she had met Cho Chien. At this moment, he bumped into Ren Gangang again. Endless ancient emperor smiled and said, I have to say, human emperor is amazing. The bone guards are willing to risk their lives for him. Ordinary people would not be able to do that. This person's injuries are extremely serious. During this period of time, he has been recuperating here, and barely managed to recover some of his strength. Consider this my gift to human king. As soon as he said that, Mu Yan's eyes flickered. Slowly, Mu Yun looked towards the endless ancient emperor. Actually, in order to save my mother, my father was seriously injured. You should know that, right? Mu Yun said this on purpose. There were elements of probing and questioning. Haha. The endless ancient emperor chuckled but did not reply. After pausing for a moment, the endless ancient emperor spoke up. You don't understand your father at all. The endless ancient emperor chuckled. Since we're meeting today, I hope you can keep your mouth shut. The ninth heaven realm is Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan's ninth heaven realm. As for what you do in the future, I won't care. When Mu Yun heard this, she did not say much. The endless ancient emperor. The endless ancient emperor. At this point, it was certain that these two ancient emperors were still alive. It was just that the two ancient emperors did not seem to covet the Kanglan world. Of course, Mu Yun would not let her guard down. Actually, there is one thing I can tell you. In the Kanglan myriad world, the heaven-sealing divine emperor can't be unrestrained. Your father is not as weak as you think. There are some things that you can do freely. Mu Yun still wanted to ask something. The endless ancient emperor waved his hand. The periphery of the Blood Fiend Sea is a wasteland. This opening is enough. You can leave. The next time we meet, I hope you can see where my real body is. As the endless ancient emperor's words fell, Mu Yan's figure dissipated. In the ancient palace, Ji Fu and Xian Feng both stared at Mu Yun. Mu Yun? Slowly, Mu Yun woke up and was still standing in the ancient palace. Ji Fu and Xian Feng stared at her, sizing her up. What happened to you? Nothing. Mu Yun shook her head and sat on the ground. Without paying much attention to the two, Mu Yun's consciousness entered the heaven exterminating diagram. At this moment, under the world tree, a figure stood calmly. It was Ren Gangang. Greetings, young lord. Ren Gangang saw Mu Yun and immediately cupped his hands. Long time no see. Mu Yun said directly. Cho Chien is very safe now. Seeing that you are fine, I am relieved. Ren Gangang also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Cho Chien can't remember many things. I think you should remember them, right? Mu Yun was really curious about this. What exactly happened? Back then, in the human world, he led the shepherds to fight against the Blood Clan. His father had been with him all the way. But in that battle, his father left in a hurry. Later, when he came to the Kanglan myriad world, he gradually knew. His father wanted to save his mother. But why did it have to be at that time? Ren Gangang scratched his head and said, Young lord. This matter was planned by the human emperor himself. I have no right to ask. But at that time, the battle with Di Yuan was indeed a little hasty. The helpers that the human emperor invited were also greatly injured. Cho Chien and I were, after all, weak, so we couldn't participate in the core battle. Moreover, our sovereign bodies were destroyed early on. Mu Yun said. Can you contact my father? Ren Gangang shook his head. You heard what the endless ancient emperor said. What does that old thing mean? Young lord, it's best not to trust these ancient gods and ancient emperors. According to the human emperor, everyone has their own thoughts. None of them are thinking for the myriad worlds. Everyone has their own plans. Mu Yun asked again, what's the situation in the carefree sacred ground now? What realm are the three sovereigns in? Ren Gangang looked troubled and said slowly, Young lord, it's not a good thing to worry too much now. Anyway, the Kanglan myriad world is in chaos now. Perhaps chaos will erupt. Young lord, the most important thing now is to increase your strength. When Ren Gangang said this, Mu Yun's mouth twitched. Damn it. He was despised again. He relied on his devouring talent to increase his realm rapidly. But wherever he went, he was despised. Forget it, forget it. You and Cho Chien are the same. You don't answer anything I ask. It's my fault for being weak. Mu Yun waved her hand and said helplessly, What nine-fate son of heaven, sigh. Young lord. Ren Gangang hurriedly said, Young lord, don't be discouraged. Others can rely on inheritances and treasures to increase their realm. But young lord, you are different. Moreover, I heard from the human emperor that if young lord is strong, the people around you will be even stronger. what's the reason? Ren Gangang scratched his head and said, I'm not too sure. Anyway, the human emperor's words are quite mysterious. I don't really understand. Mu Yun was a little tired. If I'm strong, will the people around me be strong too? Mu Yun asked herself. Sui Meng. Perhaps it was because of the fate of the Nine-Fate Emperor. Mu Yun stopped thinking about it and looked at Ren Gangang. You're seriously injured. This endless ancient emperor is not a good person either. How's your recovery? Early stage heavenly venerable. Early stage heavenly venerable, not bad. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, follow me. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, Mu Yun opened her eyes and looked at Ji Fu and Xian Feng. Are you okay? Ji Fu asked worriedly. From the beginning, Mu Yun looked a little strange. I'm fine. Mu Yun smiled and said, let me introduce a friend. Ren Gongong's figure appeared at this moment. The executioner painting was a combination of the Scroll of the Gods and the Blue Sky Underworld map. The Tree of World was in charge. The Heaven and Earth Furnace and the Sparrow God Fan were in it. Now, the world in the executioner painting had a radius of 3,000 miles. This was created step by step as Mu Yun's cultivation level increased. However, the human race could not survive in the executioner painting. But the other races were not affected. Ren Gangang walked out at this moment, giving Ji Fu and Xian Feng a shock. At this moment, Ren Gongong's aura was exceptionally strong. This is, my friend, Kiran said. Mu Yun smiled and said, okay, this time, we should go. This time, it's over. The endless ancient emperor made it very clear. If they continued, it would not be something he could do with his current strength. There must be an even stronger existence in the depths. If they provoked it, they would really be courting death. Ji Fu and Xian Feng nodded at this moment. The two of you, where are you going after leaving this place? Mu Yun looked at the two and asked. I don't want to go home. Don't you have some 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance in the eastern wilderness? Bring me there to take a look. Ji Fu giggled. Okay, I want to go too. Little Xian Feng hurriedly said, my mother is in seclusion every day, cultivating every day. Other than Snowball, no one plays with me. I'm bored to death, I don't want to go back. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and did not know what to say for a moment. Since that's the case, let's leave together. At this moment, with Ren Gangang by her side, Mu Yun was rather confident. There were too many earthly venerable ones outside. Although he had reached the mid-earthly venerable rank, it was still not enough. The 12 major forces reacted quickly. Once they sensed that something was amiss, they immediately sent a large number of earthly venerable ones over. This was not the way to go. Now that Ren Gangang was here, he had to leave as soon as possible. Mu Yun brought Ji Fu and Xian Feng back the way they came. Along the way, Mu Yun could not calm down. He desperately wanted to know what this world was like. He wanted to know where his father was and whether he was safe. How are the wives now, especially Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yun'er, Jiao and Miao Shanyu? Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yun'er, and Jiao were once pregnant and came to this Kanglan world. Was the child born safely? Miao Shanyu too realized more and more how difficult it was for her father. Mu Yun also vaguely felt that she was also carrying a heavy burden. Along the way, Mu Yun did not say anything. Ji Fu and Xian Feng also felt that something was not right with Mu Yun, so they did not say much. At the same time, at the bottom of the Blood Fiend Sea, in the Heavenly Palace, a figure in blood-red clothes was sitting proudly at this moment. This time, it was no longer an illusion, but a real person. It was just that that face was buried under the hood, and one could not see his true appearance clearly. At this moment, in the Heavenly Palace, dozens of figures below stood still. Emperor, this child is nothing special. Why are you so careful? Endless Ancient Emperor smiled. Back then, Di Ming was able to become a god emperor because he absorbed the luck of the two guardians of heaven and heaven. He went against the heavens and became a god emperor in one fell swoop. But Yi Xiaoyao became a god emperor with the 9-Fate Son of Heaven. In fact, Yi Xiaoyao's path was right. He followed the path of heaven and earth. We all thought that Xiaoyao would open the mystery of chaos and that everyone would be able to step onto the path of a god emperor. But no one thought that Xiaoyao would die. The nine-fate son of heaven has been dead for 1,000,000 years, but the second nine-fate son of heaven has yet to appear, Endless Ancient Emperor said bitterly. If the nine-fate son of heaven does not appear, how can we open the 4 heavenly gates and understand the mystery of chaos? Someone below was puzzled. Emperor, you mean, this Mu Yun is very likely to be the second nine-fate son of heaven? Who can say for sure? Endless Ancient Emperor said slowly. It's just that the human emperor is willing to sever his own Tao for this child and spend so much effort. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a relationship. Back then, the 9 heavenly emperors worked together to hunt down the human emperor and the Azure Emperor. Now, they've imprisoned the Azure Emperor but did not kill him. Perhaps they've received some news. Nine-fate son of heaven, Mu Yun. At this moment, everyone below felt that it was unlikely. Back then, Yi Xiaoyao had been a genius. That was the true strength of a nine-fate son of heaven. But Mu Yun was a little weak. Whether or not he is, this child will be an important figure in the future. The human emperor, the Azure Emperor, the 3 sovereigns, this child is the key. We'll just wait quietly. We've waited for so many years, a little more time won't make a difference. That's right. We've waited for millions of years. What's the point of waiting? Besides, he wasn't the only one. Perhaps in the near future, his old friends would also appear one by one. When that time came, Kanglan would be a different world. Heaven sealing divine emperor. Human emperor. Endless ancient emperor muttered. Who will be able to rule the world? Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and Xianfeng returned along the way. This time, with Ren Gangang around, Mu Yun was nothing to be afraid of. She was just an earth venerable. What was she? At this moment, Mu Yun was quite confident. Was she weak? Not at all. In just a few years, she had reached mid-earthly venerable from early stage supreme. Venerable. Who could be more powerful than her? Those people's realms improved quickly, but they didn't improve step by step like her. What was the use of being fast? Was there anyone in the same realm as her as she was? Not long after, the group arrived at the bridge at the bottom of the sea. Following the bridge back, they could reach Blood Moon City and leave this place. Mu Yun exhaled. This time, they were going back. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance would definitely undergo some changes. Supremes would be born one after another. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance would become a truly powerful force. While the group was walking on the bridge, several figures approached them. Mu Yun frowned and looked ahead. Those people had strong auras and were in groups. They were extremely different. Mu Yun. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Suddenly, hundreds of figures looked at Mu Yun and the others. Mu Yun and Ji Fu looked at the crowd, but they were puzzled. These people, they didn't know them. Bastard, you still dare to appear. Sway Meng Xiao say star. Calm, a loud scolding was heard at this moment. It was Commander Zi Rui of the 8-winged purple python clan. When Zi Rui saw Mu Yun and Ji Fu, the anger in his heart burned. This time, the great clan suffered an avalanche of losses. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were still alive and well. At this moment, Zhu Tianai of the Candle Dragon clan, Pai Yanping of the Dust Rhinoceros clan, Zi Tianlin of the 8-winged purple python clan, and the Fang and Qiao clans all had complete earthly venerables here. Seeing this scene, they were all slightly stunned. This was Mu Yun, middle stage earthly venerable. Her strength was average, but before Mu Yun entered this place, she was only an early stage supreme venerable. Now, she had reached mid-stage earthly venerable. This speed was too fast. How could she be so fast, relying on talent? That was not realistic. It could only be said that she had definitely encountered a great opportunity here. Zhu Tianai revealed his aura and looked at Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Kid, now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. First, you will be killed by us immediately. Secondly, tell us what fortuitous encounter you encountered here, and we might consider sparing your life. Don't forget about your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. With a wave of our hands, your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will be defeated without a doubt. At this moment, when Zhu Tianai finished speaking, the other complete earthly venerables immediately understood. that was right. If they simply killed Mu Yun, their losses would still be great. Mu Yun was now a turtle in a jar. Encountering them here could only mean that Mu Yun would definitely die. Now, what they should consider was to dig out Mu Yun's secrets to the greatest extent. At this moment, the few figures looked at Mu Yun one by one. Speak quickly. Pai Yanping also spoke at this moment. Mu Yun must have obtained some kind of treasure to reach mid-stage earthly venerable from early-stage earthly venerable. It must be the same for Ji Fu. It was normal for one person's talent to improve in a short period of time, but it was very strange for both of them to do the same. What can you do if you don't tell me? If you don't speak, die. At this moment, Zirui said again, Mu Yun, you've killed so many of us. Do you think you still have a way out? It's impossible for me to let you go, but I might be able to let your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance go. Make your own choice. As soon as he said that, hundreds of people walked out one by one and looked at Mu Yun. In their eyes, this guy was no longer human. Instead, it was sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid. If they let Mu Yun go, they would suffer a huge loss. And now, there was a chance to capture Mu Yun and interrogate her for more information. This was the most correct way to do it. Hee hee. Mu Yun sneered. In my eyes, there is a third type. For example, if I capture you and force you to hand over your belongings? Mu Yun joked. Anyway, it's not the first time I've robbed. I think you should have a lot of Earth-grade supreme divine artifacts, elixirs, martial arts. As soon as Mu Yun said that, a few people's expressions turned strange. It's not the first time I've robbed. There was nothing wrong with her words. But now, Mu Yun said that in front of them, which was tantamount to slapping their faces. This bastard was courting death. Didn't she see the situation now? If there were hundreds of supreme martial artists, there was nothing wrong with Mu Yun's words. But what about them? There were hundreds of earthly venerables. From early-stage earthly venerables to perfected earthly venerables. Was Mu Yun serious? At this moment, Mu Yun looked at everyone and swept her gaze across them. If you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Zirui was ruthless. His peak earthly venerable's cultivation was fully displayed. He took a step forward and grabbed Mu Yun with one hand. In his eyes, Mu Yun, who was only at early-stage earthly venerables, had no chance of resisting him. Who's courting death? Mu Yun took a step back and stood with her hands behind her back. Whoosh! A figure rushed out at this moment. That figure waved his hand, and a thick source power enveloped Zirui's figure. At this moment, Zirui had no power to resist. An explosion was heard at this moment. Zirui's body directly exploded. Waves of chi rolled out in all directions. A peak earthly venerables died without a burial place in front of them just like that. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who? At this moment, Ren Gangang stood in front of Mu Yun. If you want to touch young master, walk past me first. A surging aura bloomed at this moment. Heavenly venerables. The domineering heavenly venerables' majesty suppressed everyone until they couldn't breathe. Robbery. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces turned completely cold. What was going on? When did a heavenly venerables appear beside Mu Yun? At this moment, everyone was completely flustered. It was really too terrifying. At this moment, power condensed all over Ren Gongong's body. Rays of light kept converging. Heavenly venerables. Even if it was the early stage, it was completely not something an earthly venerables could contend with. There was a huge gap between supremes, earthly venerables, heavenly venerables, and divine venerables. The gap between the realms was even greater. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused. Looking at Ren Gangang, they only felt their bodies trembling faintly. Heavenly venerables. What should they do? And this heavenly venerables were clearly helping Mu Yun. At this moment, everyone was silent. Mu Yun. Zhu Ti and I couldn't help but say, are you really going to do this? A heavenly venerables is very powerful, but there is no lack of heavenly venerables in our clan. Our clan leaders are all divine venerables. You can escape today, but what about the future? This time, we won't argue with you. Everyone is well. Everyone is well? Mu Yun sneered, don't treat others as fools if you look like a fool yourself. Let me go, can I believe it? Mu Yun said again, since your people provoked me, I won't rest until I die. If I don't kill you today, you're talking as if you'll let me go. Do you really think you've got us? The commander of the eight-winged purple python clan, Xianxia, stepped forward and snorted. An Earth-level celestial master at the eight-winged purple python clan. Really? Ren Gangang took a step forward. Give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Gangang directly punched out. Bang! Xianxia waved his hand to block. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. At this moment, Xianxia's arm suddenly exploded and blood flowed out. Trash! Ren Gangang said indifferently. Xianxia's face was deathly pale. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a single word. It wasn't that he had never seen a celestial venerable before. There was also an Empyrean overseeing the eight-winged purple python clan. But such a domineering Empyrean was indeed unseen before. The early Empyrean Rengongong's aura was even stronger than that of a middle Empyrean. This was inconceivable. What kind of freaks were gathered around Mu Yun? Go! At that moment, a voice sounded. The Qiao clan's Earth-level perfected purple python clan leader turned around and ran without saying a word. What were they waiting for? To wait for death? There were so many people here. No matter how strong Ren Gangang was, it was impossible for him to stop all of them at the same time. Can you run away? At this moment, Ren Gangang pointed his finger. Following, Dream, Shaoli's command. A jade-colored bone shot out from the ground. The bone was like a stone bead, extremely fast. In an instant, it flew behind the Qiao family Earth Venerable and exploded with a bang. The complete earthly Venerable rank did not even have time to scream before he died. At this moment, the surroundings were dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. Now, no one knew why a celestial venerable suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea where celestial venerables could not enter. But everyone knew. The current Ren Gangang was invincible. Zhu Tianai, Pai Yanping, Xianxia, and the others had ugly expressions at this moment. What should they do now? Mu Yun did not have such thoughts at this moment. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Gangang attacked. Mu Yun took a step forward and followed at this moment. At this moment, Jifu also attacked at the same time. The killing instantly began. Ren Gangang was merciless. These people were chasing after Mu Yun. In his eyes, all of them were already dead. Suddenly, the smell of blood on the bridge became stronger. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the sound of killing gradually dissipated. On the bridge, the smell of blood was extremely strong. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around and was also very surprised. Ren Gangang was indeed very powerful. His qi and blood burst out, and those earth venerables could not resist at all. Was this the strength of a celestial venerable? And Ji Fu, who was beside Mu Yun, was shocked. She was very sure. This was definitely not the strength of an early-stage celestial venerable. Even an early-stage celestial venerable could not kill these earth venerables in a short time. The gap between a celestial venerable and an earth venerable was very big. But it was not to this extent. Where did this mysterious man who suddenly appeared come from? The cultivation of a celestial venerable was extremely powerful. The most important thing was that he called Mu Yun young master. This was very strange. Young master, where are we going now? Don't worry. Mu Yun looked around and said, don't all the major forces want to kill me? There are so many earth venerables here. Kill them all. Mu Yun had also thought it through. It started after Pai Lingchen, Zi Sun, and Yu Linglong died. These people would keep trying to kill him. Earth Venerable was not enough. The Empyreans moved out. If there were not enough celestial venerables, even god venerables would appear. Since that was the case, he might as well kill him. Ren Gangang was here. If he didn't kill them, he would be letting Ren Gangang down. Find more people and continue killing. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she walked away. When Jifu heard this, she was also elated. She was the proud daughter of the heavens. Since when was she being hunted down like this? Now, if he did not kill those guys, he would be letting himself down. Mu Yun unleashed her devouring power. Hundreds of earthly venerables, ranging from early stage to consummate divine realm. A vast aura surged into his body. However, at that moment, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to break through to the late-stage earthly venerable rank. His rapid breakthrough had already attracted Jifu's attention. If he broke through now, Jifu would be suspicious. Moreover, he had just reached the middle-stage earthly venerable rank, so he still needed to master some power. At this moment, Mu Yun made up her mind. She would not leave this place first. She would continue to waste time here. She would exhaust all the earthly venerables from all sides. Blood-fiend seabed. Dilapidated cities, bridges, and wastelands. Hunt, continuously pulled up. At this moment, all the major forces gradually discovered the problem. The earthly venerables suffered heavy casualties. Someone was planning to kill the earthly venerables. This was too terrifying. Who was it? However, those who died could not speak at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed in a flash. In 3 months, the killing never stopped in the huge blood-fiend seabed. Gradually, the earthly venerables of the major forces began to withdraw. They did not dare to stay any longer. If they continued to stay, they would die very miserably. At the same time, on the surface of the blood-fiend seabed, the heavenly venerables of the 12 forces gathered one by one. What, they're all dead? At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear's expression was shocked and angry. The Candle Dragon clan's warriors were all dead. What a joke! Who did it? Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear roared. It's not one of us. An earthly venerable was panting at this moment and said, a powerhouse attacked. The battle was very fast and ended very quickly. Maybe it's a heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerable. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned. How could it be a heavenly venerable? This passage entered the seabed. At first, even the earthly venerables were rejected. Finally, the earthly venerables were no longer rejected. However, the heavenly venerables could not enter. How could there be a heavenly venerable? I saw it. Suddenly, an earthly venerable who escaped shouted, it's Mu Yun. Mu Yun. As soon as this name appeared, everyone's expressions changed a few times. Speak carefully. That earthly venerable was immediately watched by all the heavenly venerables. With a slightly nervous expression, that earthly venerable said, we were chased by Mu Yun and all died. I pretended to be dead and muddled through. Pretended to be dead, everyone looked at this earthly venerable. To be able to muddle through by pretending to be dead, this guy seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. That earthly venerable said again, beside Mu Yun, there's not only Jifu, but also a little child. Other than that, there's also a heavenly venerable. It must be a heavenly venerable. That earthly venerable said with certainty, with a wave of his hand, a perfected earthly venerable was killed. As soon as these words came out, everyone was horrified. With a wave of his hand, a perfected earthly venerable was killed. This was probably not as simple as an early-stage heavenly venerable. Moreover, it was by Mu Yun's side. How could this Mu Yun have such a person by her side? At this moment, everyone was a little shocked. Heavenly Venerable Buy-in. Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear transmitted his voice at this moment. This matter needs to be reported to the higher-ups in the clan. In fact, when one reached the Heavenly Venerable realm, he was already a higher-up in a third-class force. The higher-ups that Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear mentioned. Heavenly Venerable Buy-in frowned slightly at this moment. The loss is too great. Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear transmitted his voice at this moment and said again, hundreds of Supreme Venerables have died, and now hundreds of Earthly Venerables have died as well. If we don't catch the culprit, this time we will return empty-handed. Heavenly Venerable Buy-in's eyes flickered slightly. Heavenly Venerable Zifeng, what do you think? Heavenly Venerable Zifeng. It was a Heavenly Venerable expert dispatched by the 8-winged Purple Python clan this time. It's time to ask for instructions. Heavenly Venerable Zifeng whispered at this moment. If this continues, it will be a bottomless pit. At this moment, the 3 Heavenly Venerables were wary. They could not enter the bottom of the sea. They also did not know what was going on. Moreover, for now, even if they entered, they did not dare to say that they were invincible. What was the origin of that person by Mu Yan's side? It was too terrifying. In that case, I'll send the news back. Me too. The three heavenly venerables were secretly planning at this moment. It was not just the three of them. A few heavenly venerables from the western Wanshan and a few heavenly venerables from the northern sky origin were also discussing at this moment. If this continued, it would be too dangerous. Now, they should immediately stop the loss. Immediately, the various heavenly venerables began to spread the news. Follow? Dream? Calm at the same time, at the bottom of the Blood Fiend Sea. Mu Yan stood up at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura fluctuated again. Late-stage Earth Venerable. Mu Yan had reached the late-stage Earth Venerable realm. Beside her, Jifu's aura also condensed. Late-stage Earth Venerable. In these 3 months, as Ren Gangang killed enemies, their auras changed again. However, compared to the two of them, the most surprising one was little Xianfeng. This little guy. They didn't see him cultivating at all. But he had already reached the early-stage Earth Venerable realm. Mu Yan and Jifu were so shocked that their jaws dropped. But thinking about it carefully, this little guy had eaten too many heavenly treasures this time. Now, they have all run away. What should we do? Jifu asked. That's right, they had all run away. Moreover, he had been killed and fled. It was simply unbelievable. But it really happened. Ren Gongong's terror was terrifying. Wait. Mu Yan smiled and said, since heavenly venerables can't enter this place, we will wait here. Anyway, heavenly venerables can't enter. If Earth venerables dare to enter, they will be courting death. Let's just cultivate here. I have supreme spiritual liquid with me. You recover your strength and I will increase my strength to heavenly venerable. We can kill our way out. Although Mu Yan's words were very torturous, it was indeed reasonable. Young master. Ren Gangang said, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. Can't wait any longer? What did he mean? Mu Yan was a little surprised. This place is about to close. Ren Gangang said, I can already feel a repulsive force. As soon as he said that, Mu Yan's expression changed. The endless ancient emperor was chasing them away? F***ck. Mu Yan cursed, endless ancient emperor, if you chase me out now, aren't you sending me to my death? If I die, you can wait for me to come knocking on your door. Mu Yan understood that the endless ancient emperor was somewhat afraid of his father. Since that was the case, he didn't mind using his father as a shield. Perhaps that old bastard didn't do it on purpose. The Endless Blood Palace has been sealed for too many years. The formation is not complete. This is considered an accidental opening of the outer circle. However, without the protection of the outer circle, the inner circle formation will operate on its own to make up for the defects in the outer circle. Mu Yan's expression was ugly. So, we can only go out? Yes. Ren Gangang nodded. Young master, don't worry. Ren Gangang said again, as long as there is no one above the mid-stage heavenly venerable realm, I can bring young master out of here safely. Ren Gangang was confident. Mu Yan paced back and forth. After a while, she said, let's take a gamble. He didn't expect this place to be so troublesome. It was activated by itself. Surprisingly, it was able to close itself again. From Renbachian's words, it seemed like even the endless ancient emperor would not be able to reverse the situation. How did this old thing set up this place back then? But now was not the time to think about this. In that case, get out. Mu Yan exhaled. He had no choice but to leave. They were starting to chase people away. The only person he could count on right now was Ren Gangang. He hoped that the heavenly venerables that came from the various clans were not high level. Otherwise, he would really fall today. Ren Gongong's eyes were firm at this moment. Unless he died. Otherwise, it was impossible for Mu Yan to be hurt. When Jifu saw Ren Gongong's expression, she was even more amazed in her heart. This guy was loyal to Mu Yan to the point of death. The four of them were ready to set off at this moment. At this moment, they arrived at the passageway above Blood Moon City. On the surface of the sea, thousands of figures stood still one by one. The martial artists from the 12 major forces were currently surrounding the surroundings, all on guard. Are you ready? N. Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and Xian Feng. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Gongong's speed exploded. In an instant, he pulled Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and Xian Feng up, his speed skyrocketed, and he rushed out at this moment. Swish. In an instant, a flame soared into the sky. In an instant, the martial artists of the 12 major forces were all in a daze. A moment later, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Chase, they are going to run. Almost instantly, thousands of figures chased out one by one. The dozen or so Empyreans in the lead were the fastest. Not long after, they caught up with Ren Gongong's figure. Young master, with you, my speed will be much slower. Don't say any more. Mu Yun said seriously, I know what you mean. The two of them are with me, I can't abandon them. Ren Gangang frowned at this moment. He was Mu Qingyu's subordinate and knew deeply what Mu Yun meant to Mu Qingyu. Therefore, Mu Yun must not be in any danger. But at this moment, those two people were indeed in the way. When Xian Feng heard this, he simply hugged Mu Yun's thigh. Good uncle, don't leave me behind, please don't leave me behind. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Hearing this, Ren Gangang said, in that case, let's fight. At this moment, Ren Gangang also realized. The dozen or so people who caught up the fastest were all at the early stage Empyrean realm. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with them. Kill. Without saying a word, Ren Gangang put down Mu Yun and the other two, turned around, and punched out. Boom. In an instant, a pillar of seawater soared into the sky from the blood-colored sea. The roar was deafening. The martial artists of the various forces stopped one by one. It's indeed a heavenly venerable. Heavenly Venerable Crimson Spear said coldly. About 7 to 8 heavenly venerables from the Candle Dragon clan, the Dust Rhinoceros clan, the 8-winged Purple Python clan, the Feng family, and the Chao family stopped one by one. And on the other side, 7 to 8 heavenly venerables from the Golden Horned Beast clan, the Fire Lion clan, the Wooda clan, and the Sky Barbarian sect also stood together. The 9 heavenly venerables from the Masked Moon Pavilion, the Fierce Spirit sect, and the Extreme Monarch Palace also stood in one direction. There were more than 10 heavenly venerables from the 3 forces, 12 major forces, and more than 10. They glared at Ren Gangang covetously and surrounded him in the center. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little Xian Feng sobbed. I don't want to die. My mother will definitely be very sad if she knows that I'm dead. I haven't even seen my father. Hearing this, Mu Yun patted little Xian Feng's head. Don't worry, bad uncle is here. He definitely won't let you die. At this moment, Ji Fu was also worried. But now, it was indeed a desperate situation. It was unrealistic to expect Ren Gangang to fight against more than a dozen people alone. Moreover, this was the Blood Fiend Sea. As long as these people delayed Ren Gangang, the experts of the 5 major forces in the Antarctic Sea would quickly arrive. The situation was too bad. Mu Yun looked in front of her at this moment. More than a dozen heavenly venerables and thousands of earth venerables. It had to be said that the lineup was very big. At the moment, it was obviously not enough to count on Ren Gangang alone. However, if he was forced into a corner, he could really do anything. Now that he was a late-stage earth venerable, his vitality had recovered to the limit. 10 million years of lifespan. 10 million years of lifespan. If he used the great life-stealing technique, burning a million years, he would have the strength of a heavenly venerable. At the moment of life and death, he couldn't care less. Young master, don't be rash. Ren Gangang seemed to understand Mu Yun's thoughts at this moment and suddenly said, I will definitely protect young master's safety. Mu Yun nodded her head at this moment. Follow? Dream? He naturally would not do so unless it was the last step. Right now, he could only see Ren Gongong's strength. You think you can stop us all by yourself, courting death? Empyrean Crimson Spear sneered at this moment. Empyrean Zifeng, Empyrean Pian, Empyrean Yuezhi, and more than a dozen Empyreans walked out one by one. No matter how strong Rengangang was, how strong could he be, fighting against more than a dozen people alone? Don't joke around. Not to mention an early-stage Empyrean, even a mid-stage Empyrean would find it difficult to achieve this step. Rengangang was hitting a rock with an egg. At this moment, powerful forces were transmitted one after another. The surface of the sea was trembling, and forces spread out. Kill. Almost in an instant, more than a dozen figures charged toward Rengangang. The Empyreans from the 12 major forces swore to kill Mu Yun this time. If such a person did not die today, she would definitely become a great threat in the future. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes turned slightly cold. Still too weak. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Renganggang's body was full of power, giving people an incomparably gloomy feeling. At this moment, his entire person seemed to be emitting a trace of faintly discernible death aura, and his figure was illusory, with a trace of unfathomable murderous aura. Boom. In one exchange, more than a dozen figures collided completely at this moment. A rumbling sound suddenly sounded. Renganggang's figure retreated. But at this moment, it was already too late. More than a dozen figures directly surrounded and bound Rengangang within. At this moment, Renganggang's power was condensed to the extreme. Boom. The battle had completely begun. More than a dozen Empyreans had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and at this moment, they were completely released. All of you, capture Mu Yun and Ji Fu. A Empyrean shouted at this moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, those perfected earth venerable experts from the 12 major forces flew out one by one and charged toward Mu Yun. Now was the time. No matter how strong Rengangang was, what could he do? Even if he could defeat more than a dozen Empyreans, it was not something that could be done in an instant. And Mu Yun and Ji Fu could not resist the siege of thousands of people. Mu Yun, prepare to die. At this moment, the martial artists of the various large clans charged over. At this moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were on the verge of despair. Ji Fu, protect Xianfeng. Mu Yun ordered. Since they want to kill, then I'll accompany them. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. It had been a long time since he felt like this. With that, Mu Yun took a step forward. Streams of energy began to condense at this moment. Great death-snatching technique. It's time to appear. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. How dare you? Just as the dozen or so figures were about to arrive in front of Mu Yun and the other two, a furious shout suddenly sounded. Bang! Almost instantaneously, the sound of an explosion rang out. More than 10 figures exploded at this moment. 2 figures appeared at this moment. Those 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, stood in front of Mu Yun and the other 2. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen figures died. Celestial Venerable. Another Empyrean had come. At this moment, another change occurred. 2 Empyreans arrived at this moment. Uncle Wei. Uncle Lei. Seeing those 2 people, little Xianfeng suddenly shouted. Young Master Feng. At this moment, the 2 figures looked at Xianfeng and secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, young Master Feng was fine. Otherwise, they would have been skinned alive. Quickly kill them all. Those are all bad people. They want to kill me, little sister, and bad uncle. At this moment, everyone was very careful. Why did 2 more Empyreans appear? At this moment, Mu Yun also stopped in her tracks. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang looked around. What kind of trouble did this young master get himself into this time? It actually caused such a big commotion. The 2 of them stood on the left and right side of little Xianfeng carefully. Quickly go and help that uncle. He's surrounded. Okay. Little Xianfeng spoke, and Wei Xinghong immediately charged out. Bang. However, at this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded. Wei Xinghong's figure that rushed out retreated at this moment. Friend, why are you interfering in this matter? A figure appeared on the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. He stood in midair and looked at Wei Xinghong with a smile. Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan. Heavenly Venerate Crimson Spear was pleasantly surprised. Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan was a high-level Heavenly Venerate of the Candle Dragon tribe. He was extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even a late-stage Heavenly Venerate powerhouse was dispatched. Wei Xinghong's face darkened after being repelled. This group of third-grade forces was really arrogant. However, Wei Xinghong was more worried that if he revealed his identity now, these people would shed all pretense of cordiality and go all out to make them stay. If that was the case, they would be in big trouble. The two of them were only one of the search teams. Currently, the others in the residence still did not know that young Master Feng was in the Blood Fiend Sea. Wei Xinghong retreated and came in front of Xian Feng. "Why don't you go?" "Young Master Feng." Wei Xinghong had a bitter expression. "I'm not that person's opponent. The person who came was a late-stage Heavenly Venerate. And he was only an early-stage Heavenly Venerate." "Hee, that's right. Friend, don't interfere in this matter." A cold chuckle sounded at this moment. Suddenly, from the side, a figure directly charged towards Mu Yun and Ji Fu. "Be careful." At this moment, Mu Yun reacted quickly. Pale yellow divine clothes appeared on the surface of her body. She hugged Ji Fu. Boom. However, it was too late. A palm print landed directly on Mu Yun's chest. With a bang, an explosion sounded. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that the bones in her chest were about to shatter. The pain almost swallowed her consciousness, causing her to faint. Mu Yun. Ji Fu also had lingering fear at this moment. She looked at Mu Yun with a worried expression. Someone else came. Swoosh swoosh. Immediately, 4 figures landed steadily at this moment. Heavenly Venerate Pai Feng. Heavenly Venerate Ziheng. Heavenly Venerate Feng Duan. Heavenly Venerate Xiao Yun. 4 great Heavenly Venerates arrived in an instant. 4 late-stage Heavenly Venerates. At this moment, the martial artists of the various major forces were in high spirits. This was a third-grade force. Every third-grade force had hundreds of Heavenly Venerates. At this moment, another 5 Heavenly Venerates appeared, all from the Antarctic Sea region. At this moment, the atmosphere was even more strange. In order to deal with Mu Yun and Ji Fu, third-grade forces were about to appear. This was simply inconceivable. But now, it happened in front of everyone. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about this. Her chest was stuffy and painful, and she felt that she could hardly breathe. Her vision was dark for a moment. A casual blow from a Heavenly Venerate almost destroyed all of her life force. Too powerful. The gap between late-stage Earth Venerate and late-stage Heavenly Venerate was really a chasm. If not for the pale yellow divine clothes and the dragon body protecting her, she would have died by now. She actually didn't die. Heavenly Venerate Pai Feng, who attacked, had a face full of surprise at this moment. Mu Yun suffered a blow from him and actually did not die. It was quite strange. 669747370 Divine Supreme Alliance welcomes everyone. Ji Fu was supporting Mu Yun at this moment. Little Rui Meng said, Rui Meng. Little Xian Feng cried out anxiously, Uncle Wei, Uncle Lei, quickly go and save bad uncle and little sister. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang both had bitter expressions. They were only early-stage Heavenly Venerables. However, 5 late-stage Heavenly Venerables suddenly appeared. There was no way to save them. The two of them stood beside Xian Feng and looked ahead cautiously. The two of you. Heavenly Venerable Pai Feng looked at Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang and smiled. We will only take Mu Yun and Ji Fu this time. You can leave. We will not make things difficult for you. However, if you attack, you will be our enemy. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang heaved a sigh of relief. Xianfeng's safety was what they were most concerned about. As for Mu Yun and Ji Fu, they naturally would not risk their lives to save them. The two of them nodded and wanted to leave with Xian Feng. However, little Xian Feng was unwilling to leave. Xian Feng. Mu Yun said, leave. I'm not leaving. Bad uncle saved my life before. I'm not leaving. As little Xian Feng spoke, he actually started crying. He did not know why. He clearly hated Mu Yun. However, he really wanted to cry now. He did not want to see Mu Yun die. He felt terrible in his heart. Seeing Xianfeng cry, Mu Yun's heart ached even more for no reason. Don't worry, I won't die. You leave first. Mu Yun said again. However, little Xianfeng cried loudly and refused to leave. At this moment, Jifu looked at the people in front of her coldly. Are you really going to be so decisive? Jifu walked out. Little girl, you killed my race's genius and earth venerables. How can I let you go? Heavenly Venerable Ziheng of the eight-winged purple python race snorted. Heavenly Venerable Feng Duan and Heavenly Venerable Qiaoying also had cold expressions. The 5 Heavenly Venerables surrounded the 2 of them. As for Ren Gangang, being tangled up by more than a dozen Empyreans at this moment, he was seriously at his wits' end. Moreover, those 5 people had just arrived and brought a few more mid-stage Empyrean powerhouses to join the battle. At this moment, Ren Gangang was also in danger. At this moment, the situation was very clear. Ren Gangang was besieged by more than 20 Empyreans, unable to split his attention. Xianfeng was protected by 2 early-stage Empyrean powerhouses who rushed over and stood at the side. Mu Yun and Jifu were surrounded by 5 late-stage Empyreans. Jifu's expression changed several times as she looked at the 5 of them. Late-stage Heavenly Venerables, you dare to kill me? Try it. Jifu smiled faintly and stepped forward. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing to hide. I am the leader of the lunar sect, the lady of the underworld Yin Jifu. At this moment, Jifu said loudly, if you don't believe me, then try to kill me. If I die, the Antarctic Sea will be filled with blood. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. The lunar sect. Of course they knew. In the Heavenly Yin sect, one of the 9 overlords of the Abyss region. It was one of the strongest second-tier forces in the 9th heaven realm. Together with the Pill God Mansion and the Divine Sword Pavilion, they were known as the 3 overlords of the 9th heaven realm. This woman was from the lunar sect. Haha. Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan laughed loudly when he heard Jifu's words. Little girl, even if you want to save your own life, isn't this method a little too low level? The moment Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan's words, everyone reacted. Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan smiled and said, you're from the lunar sect, do you really think we're idiots? The lunar sect is noble. Why would they come to the Antarctic Sea? Although Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan's words were belittling the Antarctic Sea. However, this was the truth. The Abyss region was the core of the Abyss world and the entire 9th heaven realm. Who didn't know that the Abyss region was bigger than the entire eastern wilderness, the western mountains, the Antarctic Sea, and the northern heavenly mountain origin combined? That place was a paradise for top experts. Even if an utmost being was there, he wouldn't be worth a mention. Also, you said you're the daughter of a lunar sex leader? We've heard of the dark sex leader. He's an invincible peak ultimate god. No matter how weak his only daughter is, it's impossible for her to be a late-stage earthly venerate. Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. That's right, it was impossible. The lunar sex young master was only a late-stage earthly venerate. People would laugh their heads off if they heard about this. This was simply impossible. Mu Yun laughed and cried. She said with difficulty, I didn't expect your identity to be so scary. You don't believe me either? I believe you. You're only a supreme stage 1 ultimate god because your cultivation level is sealed. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, I didn't expect you to be from the lunar sect. After saying this, Mu Yun asked again, do you know a person in the lunar sect? Who? Bao Qingyu. Eh? Yin Jifu exclaimed, that's my junior sister. Junior sister? Mu Yun was stunned. Yin Jifu was puzzled. How do you know? She's my wife. Hearing this, Jifu sighed helplessly. What I said just now is true. Jifu subconsciously thought that Mu Yun was lying to her. She thought that Mu Yun did not believe her identity and deliberately said this to tease her. Forget it. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. It seemed that her current appearance was not very convincing. Kill her. Several heavenly venerates attacked at the same time. Mu Yun grabbed Yin Jifu and said, run when you have the chance later. Huh? Yin Jifu was puzzled. What other choice did Mu Yun have? At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body was gradually changing. She had killed many people in the past few months. The essence, energy, and spirit that she had devoured had not been completely digested. Just now, Mu Yun had been absorbing it continuously. Of course, it was impossible for her to break through now. However, she could at least recover a portion of her injuries. This time, it was really a dead end. At this moment, 5 figures instantly charged over to kill each other. How dare you! A roar could be heard all of a sudden. Boom. In an instant, once again, a powerful fluctuation appeared at this moment. Following this, 2 figures arrived at the scene. A tyrannical aura that suppressed everyone was released at this moment. Mu Yun frowned at this moment. Who had come this time? It was not just Mu Yun. At this moment, the earthly venerates from all sides had long gone crazy. What was going on today? The heavenly venerates had come one by one. Would the godly venerates appear later? How dare you touch the young master of the lunar sect? You deserve to die. Boom. A figure landed and directly punched out. The sea surface was turbulent. The 5 late-stage heavenly venerates instantly retreated at this moment. 2 figures appeared on the sea surface and looked around. It seems that third-tier forces don't even want to have a foothold. A bunch of trash who live in the border areas dare to attack the young master of the lunar sect? The 2 figures' auras were exceptionally powerful. They were peak heavenly venerates. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. From the initial earthly venerates to the current heavenly venerates, and then to the peak heavenly venerates. The matter was getting out of hand. At this moment, Jifu looked at the 2 people who had arrived. Song Mingliang. Cui Yanggan. Jifu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the 2 of them, but she was not too happy. Young mistress. Young mistress. The 2 peak heavenly venerables cupped their hands and greeted Yin Jifu respectfully. Follow? Dream? Calm, you're just in time. Yin Jifu's aura changed, and she exuded a lofty aura. Kill these people. As soon as Yin Jifu's words fell, everyone's expression turned cold. Yin Jifu. She really is the lunar sect's young mistress. Yin Ming's daughter. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. When they heard Yin Jifu's words, Song Mingliang and Cui Yonglan's expressions changed. Song Mingliang came to Yin Jifu's side and whispered, Young mistress, although we're peak heavenly venerables, we're not strong enough. I'm afraid we can't kill them all. Yin Jifu frowned. If that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem to kill those 5 people, right? Yin Jifu pointed at Zhu Yuan, Baiyan, and the other late-stage heavenly venerables. Song Mingliang glanced at Cui Yanggan and nodded. The 2 of them stepped forward. 2 peak heavenly venerables could kill 5 late-stage heavenly venerables. Zhu Yuan and the other heavenly venerables' expressions changed. Yin Jifu was really from the lunar sect. And her status was not low. At this moment, their expressions changed several times. Zhu Yuan suddenly said loudly, We were blind to not know that the young mistress of the lunar sect was here. We deserve to die. However, Mu Yun and Miss Yin killed more than 1,000 of our utmost venerables and earthly venerables. They also stole more than 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid and more than 100,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid from our subordinates. Sirs, please investigate this matter thoroughly. Song Mingliang and Cui Yonglan's eyes lit up. Young mistress, this matter. Humph, if you didn't hunt us down, why would we kill your people? Yin Jifu snorted. Don't put yourself in the position of a victim here. Since we're already fighting to the death, don't be afraid. After Yin Jifu said this, Song Mingliang and Cui Yonglan's hearts trembled. These people were telling the truth. More than 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid. 100,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid. It was on Mu Yun. The 2 of them looked at Mu Yun, and their eyes moved slightly. What are you waiting for? Yin Jifu shouted, Kill them. Yes. The 2 of them did not hesitate. My 2 friends, why are you being so aggressive? At this moment, a few more piercing sounds could be heard. Another expert had arrived. At this moment, everyone felt like they were going crazy. What was going on today? One by one, they arrived. That's Celestial Sovereign Scarlet Dragon. There's also Celestial Venerable Life Killer, Annihilation. Qi Long was a veteran expert of the Illumination Dragon clan. As for Pai Shaxing, he was a famous figure in the Pai Chen Rhinoceros clan. The two lords were at the peak of the Empyrean realm. In the Illumination Dragon tribe, he was definitely a famous figure. At the same time, several peak heavenly venerables followed the two of them. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Haha, the two of you, we have no intention of offending Miss Yin Jifu. However, this time around, our losses are extremely disastrous. I hope that the lunar sect can understand. As soon as Qi Long arrived, his tone softened. The other party was also at the peak of the Empyrean realm. He was not afraid at all. However, the other party represented the lunar sect. The lunar sect was a top second-tier force. Compared to them, the third-tier force was not even worth mentioning. The two of you, Miss Yin, can leave now. We will consider this matter settled. At the same time, we apologize to Miss Yin. However, Miss Yin can leave, but he can't. At this moment, Qi Long looked at Mu Yun. He could not afford to offend Yin Jifu. However, Mu Yun was not. This time, a heavenly venerable had personally come because of a mere late-stage earthly venerable. If they did not get back some benefits, the third-tier force would lose all face. At this moment, Yin Jifu frowned. Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan also raised their eyebrows. If this group of people really went all out, it would be difficult for them to leave. At this moment, Yin Jifu immediately said, "That won't do. Mu Yun must leave with me." Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan looked troubled. "Miss, it's a little difficult." Song Mingliang said slowly, "However, it's not impossible. I have a divine weapon that is extremely fast. It can bring us away. However, it will require a large amount of sovereign spiritual liquid." "How much do you need?" "A lot." Song Mingliang looked at Mu Yun and smiled. 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid is enough. Hearing this, Yin Jifu frowned. Mu Yun also had a strange look on her face. Were these two people plotting against her? However, Yin Jifu was here. Although these two people were powerful and were peak heavenly venerables, they should have obeyed Yin Jifu's orders, right? However, at this moment, they did not seem to have such intentions. This was very strange. Yin Jifu said coldly, "Song Mingliang, Cui Yangan, do you know what you are saying?" "We know." Song Mingliang smiled. "Miss, we have no choice. Otherwise, with our abilities, we can only bring you away." Hearing this, Yin Jifu's face turned even uglier. This was too much. Were these two not afraid of death? "Song Mingliang," Yin Jifu said again. "Don't think that just because Ming Yishuan is backing you, you can be unscrupulous. I am the daughter of the sect leader. You two are too presumptuous. Miss, you have wronged us. We really have no other choice." Cui Yangan said bitterly. Seeing this scene, Yin Jifu was even angrier. Good, good, good. Yin Jifu shouted. "I don't need you to save me. Get lost. If I die here, the two of you will die even more miserably." Hearing this, Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan looked at each other. "Sorry, miss." Song Mingliang immediately attacked. Yin Jifu's figure was immediately blocked, and she could not move. A peak heavenly venerables had no problem dealing with a late earthly venerable like Yin Jifu. Cui Yangan looked at Mu Yun and smiled. "Kid, your life is more important than money. Give us the sovereign spiritual liquid, and we will save you." Yin Jifu's face was frighteningly gloomy. These two bastards were crazy. At this moment, Mu Yun could also see it. These two had powerful backing in the lunar sect, so they were not afraid of Yin Jifu. However, threatening him, Mu Yun smiled. "Thank you for your kindness. Jifu has gone through thick and thin with me. Since you two are from the lunar sect, take Jifu away from me. As for me, I have my own methods." Hearing this, Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan looked at Mu Yun curiously. Have his own methods? He was just a late earthly venerable. Even if he had his own methods, what could he do? It was just a dead end. For the sovereign spiritual liquid, he was really risking his life. At this, moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to say more. These two bastards. Taking the opportunity to blackmail, thinking too much. He had risked his life to get the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid. Give it to them, then he might as well kill them. Everyone. Song Mingliang looked at Qi Long, Yu Bai, and Sha Xing. My young mistress is not in danger. As for this kid, you can deal with him yourselves. Qi Long and Pai Shaxing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Song Mingliang's words. Sui Meng, fortunately. If the lunar sect had interfered, their efforts would have been in vain this time. Now, the two of them would not make a move. Capturing and killing Mu Yun would be a piece of cake. At that time, they would obtain the supreme divine liquid and supreme spiritual liquid. This time, the loss was not that serious. Hundreds of supremes and earthly venerables had died. With hundreds of millions of supreme spiritual liquid and hundreds of thousands of supreme divine liquid, they would be able to recover in less than 100 years. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Qi Long and Heavenly Venerable Pai Shaxing were glaring at Mu Yun. Song Mingliang, Cui Yangan, the two of you will pay the price. Jifu was restrained by the two of them and could not move. She said coldly, to tell you the truth, this Mu Yun is the man that my junior sister Bao Qingyu yearns for day and night. If he dies, just wait for Bao Qingyu to kill you. Yin Jifu was naturally bluffing at this moment. She did not believe Mu Yun's words at all. But now, she could only use it to scare Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan. Oh? Song Mingliang said in surprise, if that's the case, then he deserves to die. Senior brother Ming Yishuan yearns for Bao Qingyu, but Bao Qingyu has been ignoring him. This kid deserves to die even more. Hearing this, Yin Jifu's heart sank. These two bastards deserve to die. They definitely did not intend to make a move. At this moment, little Xianfeng was also blocked by Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang. Yin Jifu was restrained by Song Mingliang and Cui Yangan and could not move. Mu Yun stood alone in the middle of the group. Qi Long and Pai Shaxing led a few heavenly venerables and surrounded Mu Yun. Kid, if you don't want to suffer, hand it over. Qi Long said indifferently, otherwise, you will die a horrible death. I will die? Mu Yun sneered and looked at the crowd. Even if you die, I won't die. At this moment, a sinister expression appeared on Mu Yun's face. Arrogant bastard, die. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan took a step forward and charged towards Mu Yun. She was a late-stage Heavenly Venerable, while Mu Yun was merely a late-stage Earthly Venerable. She was simply courting death. At this moment, when she saw Zhu Yuan charging over, the sinister smile at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth became even clearer. You will die, but I won't. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura bloomed from head to toe. Big. Sua. Life. Technique. As soon as he said that, the sky suddenly changed color. Above the sea, thunder and lightning rumbled. With Mu Yun as the center, the waves became completely violent at this moment. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. The entire surface of the sea seemed to have sunk into rolling waves. At this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared and surrounded Mu Yun's figure. 1,000,000 years of lifespan, kill all of you. With a murmur, Mu Yun seemed to have some kind of power in her body dissipated in an instant. What replaced it was a tremendous force from the heavens. Waves of vast and holy aura rushed into Mu Yun's body with a loud bang. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was constantly changing. Peak Earthly Venerable. Peak Earthly Venerable. Peak Earthly Venerable. Mu Yun's strength was constantly rising and rising. Peak Heavenly Venerable. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was unparalleled. A pale yellow divine robe appeared at this moment. Golden divine robe and light golden crown. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was terrifying. Peak Heavenly Venerable. In the blink of an eye, as if performing a magic trick, she reached the peak Heavenly Venerable realm in front of everyone. Die. Mu Yun directly grabbed out with her hand. Bang. In an instant, Heavenly Venerate Zhu Yuan's figure that was flying over exploded. At this moment, the sea was dead silent. What happened? How could Mu Yun suddenly skyrocket at this moment? Heavenly Venerate Qi Long and Heavenly Venerate Slaughter were also shocked at this moment. When Injifu saw this scene, she also felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of method was Mu Yun using? She had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable without any hindrance. This was too terrifying. At this moment, little Xianfeng, who was blocked by Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang, was even more stunned. Father? Little Xianfeng looked at Mu Yun in a daze for a moment. He remembered that mother said that father was very powerful, able to erupt with very strong strength in an instant. Exchange life with the heavens. At this moment, Mu Yun's lifespan was disappearing from her body. And with powerful strength. Wasn't this what mother said? Mu Yun is my father? Little Xianfeng was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. You are not qualified to kill me. 1 million years of lifespan. For her current 10 million years of lifespan, the loss was huge. But today, she was already in a desperate situation. All the heavenly venerates had moved out. If she did not do so, she would definitely die. Damn it. Qi Long cursed softly at this moment. No one expected Mu Yun to have such a move. The two peak heavenly venerate powerhouses looked at each other at this moment. Both of you, retreat. Slaughter snorted coldly at this moment. He took a step forward, and a Dharma wheel appeared in his hand. The Dharma wheel emitted a faint green light as it spun and instantly charged towards Mu Yun. Qi Long also flew up at this moment and directly charged out. The two peak heavenly venerates instantly rushed forward. Mu Yun's expression did not change at this moment, and her hands were clenched tightly. This is the power of a peak heavenly venerable. It is indeed powerful. Mu Yun's face was filled with shock at this moment. A peak heavenly venerable was invincible. Seeing the two charging towards her, Mu Yun laughed sinisterly. You are not enough to kill me. As her words fell, Mu Yun's figure rushed out. The waves under her feet roared and rolled at this moment. At this moment, the sea roared and the sky darkened. This was the battle of heavenly venerates. Boom. A fist smashed out, and the three figures exchanged blows at this moment. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Today, no one expected that such a thing would happen. The development of this step was really beyond everyone's expectations. Wind Thunder Heavenly Palm. A palm struck out, and the huge palm expanded to thousands of feet and directly slammed down. After all, Heavenly Venerate Qi Long and Heavenly Venerate Slaughter were both peak Heavenly Venerates. The two of them joined forces to block Mu Yun's attack. For a moment, the three of them exchanged blows, and the victor was still undecided. At this moment, little Xianfeng was in a dilemma. Is it my father? But mother said that father is very powerful, but he doesn't look powerful. No, he looks very powerful now. Mother named me Xianfeng and never told me what my surname is. Could it be that my surname is Mu Xianfeng? Is it or not? If not, what if it is? At this moment, little Xianfeng had a conflicted expression on his face as he kept talking to himself. At this moment, Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang were shocked by the battle in front of them and did not notice little Xianfeng's expression at this moment. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. At this moment, Rengangang was besieged by dozens of figures. Early stage, mid-stage, and even late stage. Heavenly Venerate powerhouses were all involved in the battle. Rengangang's body was constantly cracking, and he vomited blood. But he was still holding on. Seeing Mu Yun being besieged, Rengangang only felt aggrieved. Nothing must happen to young master. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out again. Asterisk sway asterisk mang asterisk shao star. Calm Mu Yun's figure retreated. Celestial Venerable Qi Long and Pai Shaxing's attacks were swift and fierce. Mu Yun was also panting as she kept retreating. Suddenly obtained some kind of powerful power, but you can't completely control it. Celestial Venerable Qi Long said indifferently, Kid, this kind of secret technique is a priceless treasure, you better hand it over. I'll hand it over to your grandmother. Mu Yun cursed. Rengangang, come back. At this moment, Mu Yun summoned Rengangang back with one hand. No. It's not up to you. Mu Yun grabbed with one hand, and Rengangang disappeared. Rengangang, who was caught into the heavenly punishment diagram, was furious at this moment. Young master, don't get in the way. Mu Yun shouted, I won't die, don't worry. Ren Gonggong's face was ugly at this moment. Trash. I'm a trash. Ren Ganggang roared angrily in his heart, extremely unwilling. He couldn't help the master, and now he couldn't even protect the young master. Ren Ganggang was unwilling. At this moment, outside, Mu Yun looked at Celestial Venerable Qi Long and Pai Shaoxing. Just as the two of them said. These two old things had been immersed in the peak Celestial Venerable for God knows how many years. And he reached this step with the great life confiscation technique. Between them, the control of the power in battle was completely different. However, the two of them thought that they could beat him like this. Mu Yun sneered at this moment. Don't use your ability to figure me out. Die. As soon as the words fell, Mu Yun took a step forward. Buzz, the next moment, his right eye changed at this moment. Pale green light gradually condensed. Puff puff puff, in an instant, in front of Qi Long and Pai Shaoxing, a series of space blades attacked at this moment. What? At this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Space blades. Using space blades at the Celestial Venerable Realm, what a joke. Shuttling through space and using space attacks, that was something that only God Venerables could do. The four realms of Venerable, Supreme, Earth Venerable, and Celestial Venerable, these three realms were all a process of the physical body's extreme. Only after reaching the ultimate God realm would one's physical body truly transform. It could resist spatial attacks and teleport through space. To a certain extent, an Empyrean was able to resist space slicing. But only to a certain extent. At this moment, when Mu Yun's attack landed, their expressions changed drastically. Swoosh. Mu Yun also charged out at this moment. Holding the huge cauldron in his hand, he smashed it down. Bang. The sound of an explosion rang out at this moment. At this moment, Pai Shaoxing was forced back by Mu Yun's cauldron. The power of the heaven and earth furnace was invincible. Although Mu Yun only controlled 20%, it was enough. In fact, he wasn't even able to fully unleash 20% of the heaven and earth furnace. Die. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Pai Shaoxing kept retreating. But in the next moment, Pai Shaoxing felt a sharp pain on his back. Sharp blades were cutting into his Empyrean body. Pai Shaoxing was unwilling to accept this. He roared in rage. But to no avail. A spatial vortex appeared behind Pai Shaoxing. At this moment, the destruction of life had completely returned to the spatial vortex and was torn apart. At this moment, there was dead silence all around. Pai Shaoxing, a peak Empyrean, died just like that. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Don't even think about running. Seeing Empyrean Qi Long retreating at this moment, Mu Yun rushed out directly. All around, a series of spatial blades cut the space. A series of spatial vortexes condensed at this moment. Empyrean Qi Long was terrified. What kind of monster was this? No. A roar sounded at this moment. However, it was already too late. Mu Yun controlled the spatial vortex and completely minced half of Qi Long's body. At this moment, Empyrean Qi Long felt the threat of life and death. He was going to die. Die in the hands of Mu Yun. No. Presumptuous. Suddenly, an angry roar came through the air. In an instant, the giant palm fell at this moment. Bang. The giant palm that supported the sky was too fast. Mu Yun couldn't stop it at all. The palm fell. Mu Yun's body almost collapsed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Suddenly, a figure appeared, grabbed Empyrean Qi Long in his hand, and pulled half of his body out of the spatial vortex. At this moment, half of Qi Long's body was dripping with blood, and his vitality was greatly damaged. However, he still managed to survive. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Today's battle was simply too horrifying. Empyrean Yuezhi, Empyrean Xionghui, Empyrean Huang Miekong, and other early-stage Empyrean did not expect that they had no right to intervene now. Because they were not qualified at all. Elder Qi Hong. Seeing the person who came, Qi Long heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Qi Hong had arrived. Fortunately. Otherwise, he would be like Pai Shaoxing, whose million years of bitter cultivation would turn into nothingness. Elder Qi Hong. Hearing this name, the expressions of the various Empyreans in the crowd changed drastically. One of the top powerhouses of the Illumination Dragon clan, Elder Qi Hong, who was ranked among the elders. Empyrean Great Perfection. An existence second only to the Illumination Dragon clan's patriarch. This time, it was really a complete uproar. A Great Perfection Empyrean had appeared. Humph. At this moment, Mu Yan's physical body was crumbling, and his bones and internal organs were clearly visible. If not for the pale yellow divine robe, he would have become dregs by now. Great Perfection Empyrean. An invincible figure second only to a god venerable. In this era, a powerhouse at the level of a Great Perfection Empyrean has fallen to the point where he needs to sneak an attack on a peak Empyrean. The Illumination Dragon clan is nothing more than this. As soon as these words came out, all the Empyreans shut their mouths. Everyone in the Antarctic Sea region knew of Qi Hong's prestige. Who dared to offend him? Looking at Mu Yan, a hint of solemnity appeared between Elder Qi Hong's brows. After learning the cause and effect of the matter, Elder Qi Hong was even more shocked. A mere supreme had reached the Earth venerable level. And now, he had stirred up the Antarctic Sea region, causing a storm of blood. It was unbelievable. However, Mu Yan had to pay the price for this. There's no need to use any honorable methods to kill people. Elder Qi Hong said indifferently, this old me is stronger than you. No matter what method is used, if I kill you, you deserve to die. Hee hee. Mu Yan sneered. A peak Empyrean was not enough. It was far from enough. Since that was the case. A hint of coldness appeared in Mu Yan's eyes at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this moment. Four rays of light suddenly appeared from the north, south, east, and west directions. Fast. It was so fast that some early-stage and mid-stage Empyrean powerhouses did not notice it at all. It was too fast. At this moment, Mu Yan was unable to use the great death-demanding technique and burn another 1,000,000 years of her lifespan. At this moment, the four figures had already charged over. Damn it. As soon as her words fell, all the power in Mu Yan's body condensed. However, it was too late. The four figures, whose auras were comparable to Elder Qi Hong, instantly attacked from the dark. They were so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. An extremely tyrannical attack landed at this moment. Die. Die. Almost at the same time, the four figures' palm and fist prints came crashing down. When Mu Yan saw this scene, her eyes turned red. Was she going to die here? She was unwilling. Boom. In an instant, a deafening roar completely exploded at this moment. The wave soared into the sky. At this moment, there were even waves of blood in the sky. The entire blood fiend sea was rolling and roaring. At this moment, everything seemed so apocalyptic, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Today's battle. It was enough to shake the entire Antarctic Sea and the entire Ninth Heaven realm. At this moment, four figures landed safely on the ground. Elder Pai Xiao. Zizatian. Deacon Fang Hun. Sword of Ceasing and Arising, Qiao Mieshing. At this moment, four figures landed on the ground. Each and every one of them was recognized by the crowd. Elder Pai Xiao from the Rhinoceros clan, an old monster who had lived for 3,000,000 years, a celestial master of the exceptional realm. Zizatian, the deputy clan leader of the eight-winged purple python clan, a celestial master of the exceptional realm. Fang Hun, the deacon of the Fang clan, in charge of all external affairs of the Fang clan, was also a celestial master of the exceptional realm. Sword of Ceasing and Arising, Qiao Mieshing. The younger brother of the Qiao clan, a celestial master of the exceptional realm. At this moment, the appearance of the four figures shocked everyone. These four people, together with Elder Qi Hong, could be said to be the top experts of the 5 major forces in the Antarctic Sea, second only to the leader. Celestial masters of the exceptional realm. At this moment, 5 figures were looking at the place where the explosion had occurred. For celestial masters of the exceptional realm attacked Mu Yan at the same time. And they attacked at the same time. This method was really shameless. However, no one would say anything. Mu Yan was too terrifying in their hearts. If this person was not eliminated, there would be endless trouble in the future. At this moment, everyone was looking at the center of the circle. On the surface of the seawater was evaporating, and the sky was raining. The surroundings were slightly quiet. But gradually, as everything calmed down, the waves calmed down. Elder Qi Hong and the other four frowned at this moment. No. Mu Yun was not dead yet. The crashing seawater fell at this moment. The sky was like a torrential rain. At this moment, a figure landed from midair. She landed steadily on the surface of the sea. It was Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was holding a figure in her arms. Looking at that figure, Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang's expression suddenly changed. Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng. The two of them rushed out at the same time. At this very moment, Mu Yun was carrying little Xian Feng in her arms. What a clever brat. What a cowardly brat. Greedy brat. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a daze as she hugged little Xian Feng. Why, he had thought that he was dead for sure. But suddenly, little Xian Feng appeared. An extremely powerful aura burst out from within his body, protecting him. But, why did little Xian Feng protect him? Mu Yun's figure landed on the surface of the sea. She gently hugged little Xian Feng and muttered, "Silly child, why? You." Little Xian Feng opened his mouth, but a drop of blood fell from his mouth. Mu Yun could clearly see that the little fellow's power was flowing away inch by inch. His internal organs were all shattered. Stop talking. Mu Yun could not help but ask. At this moment, it was as if his heart had been shattered. It was painful. The pain came from the bottom of his heart. Little fool, what are you doing? Mu Yun could not help but scold, do you want to die? Are you my father? Little Xian Feng stretched out his little hand and coughed up blood. You are my father, right? If you are not, I will suffer a great loss. I am not your father. Mu Yun scolded, who knows who your father is? Didn't you say that your father is very powerful? Do you think I am? You idiot. You must be. Little Xian Feng said with difficulty. If you are not, I will suffer a great loss if I die. I haven't seen my father yet. Little Xian Feng suddenly grinned as he spoke, but a mouthful of blood flowed out at this moment. His weak body had turned into a bloody body at this moment. Stop talking. At this moment, the power of the world in Mu Yun's body flowed out continuously. The power of the world born from the world tree had a strong vitality. Streams of vitality flowed into little Xian Feng's body. Young Master Feng. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang were terrified at this moment. It's over, it's over. They should have left with young Master Feng just now. This kind of thing would not have happened. However, neither of them expected that young Master Feng would suddenly help Mu Yun and block a fatal blow. What was going on? Little Xian Feng's eyes were unfocused as he grinned and said, My mother said that my father is a hero of the world. One day, he will bring thousands of troops and horses to pick us up. My father is very powerful. He has a method that can instantly obtain the power of the heavens. My mother said that only my father can do it. Aren't you my father? You must be my father. Even if you are not my father, I don't want to see you die, so I ran over. Little Xian Feng said as he kept coughing up blood. Mu Yun raised her head and looked at Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang in front of her. Where are you from? Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang felt chills all over their bodies when they were stared at by Mu Yun. Alchemy Emperor Mansion. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun froze in place. Alchemy Emperor Mansion. Looking at little Xian Feng in her arms, Mu Yun said in a daze, Your mother is called Miao Xianyu? Little Xian Feng chuckled when he heard this. Are you really my father? Your aunt is called Meng Zimo? You are really my father. At this moment, little Xian Feng's face revealed a happy expression. He held Mu Yun's hand and smiled again. Father. For a moment, Mu Yun choked with sobs. Damn it. Damn it. Mu Yun clenched her fists tightly. Pfft. Little Xian Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was terrifyingly pale. Four celestial venerables in the full circle attacked together. He had only just entered the supreme realm. Even if he had a divine mark core body, it was still an indelible injury. I am not your father. I don't have such a stupid son like you. Mu Yun scolded. She slowly put down little Xianfeng's body. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. Buzz. At this moment, the light suddenly flickered. A ray of green light gradually appeared. Gradually, a sapling appeared from Mu Yun's abdomen. In an instant, Mu Yun's face was as pale as wax. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which flowed down her clothes. Father, what are you doing? Shut up, idiot. Mu Yun scolded, are you my son? You are so stupid. Aren't you afraid of death? Just stay here and watch the show. Why did you rush up? Is this what your mother taught you? Little Xianfeng ignored Mu Yun's scolding. What are you doing? Saving your life. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, you stupid boy. Buzz. The buzzing sound became louder and louder. At this moment, power gathered in Mu Yun's body. The world tree was peeled off from his body. The world tree had long been connected to his flesh and blood and had become a part of his body. Peeling it off like this was tantamount to skinning him. Blood gradually seeped out of Mu Yun's body. However, at this moment, Mu Yun didn't care at all. What is that? At this moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. A tree was actually peeled out from Mu Yun's body. It was a giant tree that was covered in green light and contained rich vitality. What kind of divine item was that? At this moment, everyone was in disbelief. There were too many secrets hidden in Mu Yun's body. What's this? It looks delicious. Little Xianfeng's eyes flashed. Mu Yun's expression was strange. You can't eat it. Mu Yun looked at the injuries on little Xianfeng's body, and her heart was bleeding. It's fused. With that, the world tree peeled off. It slowly fell into little Xianfeng's body. Strings of power condensed. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was rapidly declining. All this time, he had painstakingly cultivated the world tree, and it had become one with him. Now that it was peeled off, it was no different from cutting flesh from his body. Little Xianfeng's face regained some color. What is this? What a strong vitality! Little Xianfeng smiled and said, but I still have to die. Huh? Old Master said that my divine pattern elixir body is an ancient existence. I can't activate the divine pattern too early, so I have to keep eating spiritual treasures. I activated the divine pattern just now, and the divine pattern will continuously devour my vitality until I die. Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart ached even more. Idiot! She couldn't help but curse again. Mu Yun said, you are my son. How can I let you die? With that, strings of power condensed in Mu Yun's body again. 1,000,000 years of lifespan burned again. But this time, it wasn't in exchange for the power of heaven and earth. Instead, streams of powerful vitality descended from the sky. The vitality transformed from 1,000,000 years of lifespan poured into little Xianfeng's body. 2 strands of white appeared between Mu Yun's temples. Don't give it to me. Little Xianfeng hurriedly said, are you stupid? It's useless. I activated the divine pattern and can't control it. I will die eventually. You are just delaying my death now. Hearing this, Mu Yun's chest tightened. I'm sorry, I'm useless. It's okay. Little Xianfeng giggled, you're my father, of course I can't watch you get killed. Mu Yun clenched her fists. But don't worry, with this tree and the power you just injected into me, I can live for another 100 years or so. Maybe there will be a way by then. You're quite open-minded. Of course. Little Xianfeng grinned and laughed very happily. They all have fathers, but I don't. When I was young, they all laughed at me. Now that I have a father, let's see who will still laugh at me. Little Xianfeng said seriously, although you're a little weak, you're still very powerful when you go all out. Hearing this, Mu Yun finally could not help but hug little Xianfeng in her arms. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Today, he suddenly understood. How heartbroken must his father have been back then. For him, she was willing to sever her own great Tao as a god emperor. This was fatherly love. Today, he finally experienced his father's helplessness. It's all Dad's fault. It's all Dad's fault. If I had tried my best from the beginning, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Mu Yun felt bitter in her heart. But more than that, she felt heartache. Dad, I'm fine. Little Xianfeng said again, don't cry, I'm very happy to see you. It doesn't matter even if I die. Bullshit. Mu Yun held the little guy's cheeks with both hands and said seriously, Dad will definitely have a way to cure you. Divine Vein Elixir Body. He did not know. But in the Pill d'Arche manor, there should be someone who knew. If 100 years is not enough, Dad will give you another 100 years. Dad can give you 900 years now. Dad will definitely find a way within 900 years. At most, I'll become a god emperor. Even God won't dare to let you die. I don't want it anymore. Little Xianfeng shook his head and said, the Divine Vein Elixir Body is very painful. I've been in pain since I was young. If it wasn't for the great increase in my strength, I would have died from the pain. Now, it's better to die. Nonsense. Mu Yun scolded, if you die, can you still be with Dad? Little Xianfeng scratched his head. That's right. Then I won't die. Little Xianfeng wiped away the tears on Mu Yun's cheeks and looked at the terrible wound on Mu Yun's chest. Dad, your injuries are so serious. Aren't you serious? As Mu Yun spoke, she took off the pale yellow divine robe and put it on Xianfeng. The pale yellow divine robe shrunk at this moment and emitted a faint golden light on little Xianfeng's body, repairing his flesh and blood. Father and son reunited? A cold laugh sounded at this moment. What a good day. But it ends here. 5 figures surrounded them at this moment. 5 perfected heavenly venerables. Powerful and unparalleled existences. At this moment, they were staring at Mu Yun covetously. At this moment, anyone could see that Mu Yun herself was a treasure trove. What were the sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid? The martial arts technique Mu Yun used was too powerful, and her strength had increased tremendously in an instant. As for that sapling, it contained a strong vitality, and anyone could see that it was a treasure. At the same time, the clothes on her body were even more peculiar. Mu Yun herself was an extremely powerful treasure trove. She was not inferior to the sovereign divine liquid and sovereign spiritual liquid. Compared to the current Mu Yun, it was not worth mentioning. The 5 perfected heavenly venerables were staring at Mu Yun at this moment. Dad, they want to kill you again. It's okay. Mu Yun looked at her son and said, watch me kill them all. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely regretful. If she had directly burned 2 million years of her lifespan at the beginning, perhaps little Xianfeng would not be like this. In the end, it was still her own fault. At this moment, she looked at the 5 people. Mu Yun's eyes were cold and disdainful. You deserve to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura changed drastically. He wants to continue. Stop him. At this moment, the 5 people were extremely fast and would not give Mu Yun such a chance at all. 5 figures rushed out in an instant. In an instant, 5 afterimages were left on the spot. At this moment, the 5 people had already charged over. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the sky. At this moment, the sea roared again. Heaven and earth changed color again. But suddenly, the 5 figures retreated in a sorry state at this moment. An extremely tyrannical force that could tear space spread out and did not dissipate for a long time. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened this time? Today's events could be said to be one wave after another, making it unbearable. Now, there was actually another unforeseen event, the waves rolled, and the force spread. But the force was tyrannical, and it was also extinguished quickly. It was as if someone had suppressed all the force out of thin air. The sea surface calmed down. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun at this moment. The person who came was wearing a long purple dress, and the long dress wrapped around her curvaceous body. She was tall and had an enchanting figure. Her face was slightly cold. Her slightly powdered face was devastatingly beautiful. Her face was like the full moon, and her eyes were like green lotuses. She had starry eyes and white teeth, and her almond-shaped face was very attractive. But it could not produce any blasphemous thoughts. This woman should only exist in heaven. Noble and elegant, making people have a sense of submission and feel ashamed of their inferiority. Now, even third-tier forces have the guts to do this? A slightly cold voice sounded slowly. First, set a small goal, such as 1. Second. Remember, book guest residence. Everyone felt a pain in their eardrums. The earthly venerable even spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. Powerful. This woman had an extremely powerful cultivation. The earthly venerable could not resist at all. Not to mention the earthly venerable, there were already hundreds of heavenly venerables present. However, their faces were still pale. Elder Qi Hong and the other 4 turned pale at this moment. They had felt this kind of power before. Godly venerable. Godly venerable was invincible. The beautiful woman in front of them had the aura of an invincible godly venerable. Godly venerable was invincible. She was the top existence in the third-class forces. At this moment, when a godly venerable appeared, everyone felt a strong pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Feng Er. A delicate voice suddenly sounded at this moment. At this moment, a figure with fluttering clothes descended. The newcomer was dressed in a pink dress. Her top was tight to her body, revealing her slender waist and stunning curves. She had a delicate and beautiful face. Her lower body was in a short skirt. Her slender legs were slim and graceful. She looked a little mischievous. It was yet another peerless beauty. At this moment, the woman in the short skirt stepped into the void and came to Xianfeng's side. She hugged little Xianfeng in her arms. Feng Er. Mother. Little Xianfeng grinned at this moment, but his face looked pale. It was really heart-wrenching. Feng Er. When the woman saw this scene, she could not help but cry. What's going on? Mother, I saw father. Look, that's father. Little Xianfeng pointed at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun turned around. His black robe was tattered. The bones in his chest were exposed, and his internal organs were clearly visible. His face was frighteningly pale, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked young, but at this moment, his hair was slightly white, and he looked like he was about to die. Husband! Husband! Almost at the same time, the 2 figures blurted out in shock. Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them and murmured with a smile. Zmo Xianyu. At this moment, there was dead silence. Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and then at Xianfeng. She only felt anger rising in her heart. What's going on? With that, he turned to look at Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang. Bang bang. At practically the same time, Miao Xianyu did not move at all. However, at this moment, the 2 figures were lifted up by 2 streams of origin energy, grabbed by their necks, and bound by their bodies. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang's faces turned pale as their eyes reddened. Speak. My lord, we also don't know. That guy was surrounded by a third-tier power. We could only protect the young master, but the young master suddenly rushed out and blocked a fatal blow for that person. We also don't know. He's young Master Feng's father. My lord, please spare us. The 2 of them felt like they couldn't breathe. The oppression of a supreme god. Another ultimate god. I failed to protect my master, damn it. Miao Xianyu said indifferently. Mother. At this moment, little Xianfeng tugged on Miao Xianyu's sleeve and said, Don't blame Uncle Wei and Uncle Lei. I did it myself. Don't kill them. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu's expression softened. She touched little Xianfeng's cheek and forced a smile. All right, mother won't kill them. Turning to look at the 2 of them, Miao Xianyu said indifferently, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Bang bang. 2 explosive sounds rang out. Wei Xinghong and Lei Qingguang's arms exploded. The 2 figures knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Even if you beat them to death, they would never have thought that young Master Xianfeng would suddenly rush out. Even in their dreams, they would never have thought that Mu Yun was young Master Xianfeng's biological father. All along, no one in the Pill Emperor mansion knew who young Master Xianfeng's father was. Even the mansion master had never asked. How would they have thought? Shut your mouths. Otherwise, even if I can spare your lives, the mansion master will definitely kill you. Hearing this, the two of them immediately nodded. Brother Yun. At this moment, Meng Zimo came to Mu Yun's side. She stretched out her palm and a gentle force entered Mu Yun's body bit by bit. But even so, the injuries on Mu Yun's body still couldn't be healed. Meng Zimo frowned. It's just a side effect. She needs to slowly recuperate. You used that technique again? Meng Zimo frowned. I can't just watch my son die. Mu Yun smiled and said, it's okay, he won't die. Meng Zimo didn't say much. Great death-demanding technique. In the past, Mu Yun had used it several times in the immortal world, and every time she was on the verge of death. The power of this technique was extremely powerful, but the backlash was even more powerful. What was cut off was lifespan. And lifespan was the foundation of a martial artist. Auntie, father is so powerful. Little Xianfeng hurriedly said, he's only a late-stage earth venerable, but he's already a peak heavenly venerable, and he can even extend my life. Father, can you teach me later? No. No. Almost at the same time, Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu shouted. Being reprimanded by the two of them at the same time, little Xianfeng was stunned and teared up. You won't be able to learn it. Mu Yun said gently, only father can use this technique. At this moment, Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and scolded, you're already in the abyss realm, why didn't you look for us? Mu Yun paused for a moment and said, you should at least leave me some face. Seeing that you're all divine venerables, and I'm only an earth venerable. I can't rely on you and just eat rice, right? Do you still need to be so polite to us? Meng Zimo said unhappily. The two of them had indeed improved rapidly. But most of the reason was that the Pill Emperor mansion had a strong foundation, and the inheritance left behind by several generations of ancestors had been absorbed by them. Mu Yun had risen step by step. And the two of them were more proficient in alchemy. At the same time, the surrounding people were already stunned. The two stunning women were both divine venerables, invincible. They were actually Mu Yun's wives. What kind of joke was this? What realm was Mu Yun at? She was only a late-stage earth venerable. The wives of the two peerless geniuses were actually divine venerables. It was simply unbelievable. Right now, I really need to live off a woman. Mu Yun looked around and said bitterly, the great life confiscation technique is not unlimited. Leave it to us. Meng Zimo looked around and said, a third-class force is so arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you're the king of this small place? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Elder Qi Hong, Elder Pai Xiu, and the others changed one by one. The two of you, we're not looking for trouble, but this child. How about it? Meng Zimo said indifferently, robbing you is also thinking highly of you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless. This was too domineering. If you touch him, you're courting death. Meng Zimo flicked her finger. Boom. In an instant, the world changed color. On the surface of the sea, waves swept out. The blood-colored seawater wrapped around thousands of figures around them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, screams rang out continuously. The entire sea surface was completely dyed red at this moment. The might of a divine venerable. It was earth-shattering. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. This was a divine venerable. With a wave of her hand, thousands of earthly venerables and heavenly venerables were annihilated. At this moment, broken limbs and body parts were everywhere on the sea. The seawater had turned into blood. Only nearly 100 figures stood in the center, trembling. It was too terrifying. This was a divine venerable. However, Meng Zimo frowned at this moment. Just a moment ago, someone seemed to have broken through the void and left. It seemed to be the people of the Wuda clan, Elder Qi Hong said in a low voice, the two of you, we are not people who will be captured without a fight. Do you really want to be so unreasonable? So what if I'm unreasonable? Meng Zimo said domineeringly, not to mention you, even if your clan leader comes, what can he do if I'm unreasonable? As soon as Meng Zimo finished speaking, she waved her hand. In an instant, the 5 celestial venerables in the great perfection resisted with all their strength. Bang! However, the tyrannical power sent the 5 of them flying in an instant. A divine venerable was too strong. The gap between a celestial venerable and a divine venerable was not small. Die! Meng Zimo grabbed with her hand. Boom! In the void, an explosion suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure broke through the air and waved his hand, blocking Meng Zimo's attack. Friend, aren't you going too far by being so arrogant in the Antarctic Sea? A cold and stern voice sounded. That figure came in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Zhu Fangtian. The few celestial venerables' expressions relaxed when they saw the person who came. A divine venerable was invincible. A divine venerable of the Candle Dragon clan was invincible. At the same time, the sound of breaking through the air also sounded at the same time. 4 figures rushed over at this moment. 4 divine venerables. At this moment, 5 divine venerables of the 5 major clans of the Antarctic Sea were dispatched. Mu Yan also frowned when she saw this scene. If this continued, the 5 clan leaders would be dispatched. After all, this was the Antarctic Sea. The experts of the Western Wanshan and North Tian Shan origin arrived slower, but the top experts of the 5 forces in the Antarctic Sea were not slow. Candle Dragon Clan, do I need to give you face? Meng Zimo snorted. Today's matter will not end until I kill a few of your divine venerables. Meng Zimo was really angry. Zhu Fangtian and the other 4 supreme gods frowned. The 2 of them came from the Pill Emperor Manor. The Alchemy Emperor Manor was a second-class sect in the 9 worlds. This wasn't someone they could afford to offend. However, now that things had come to this point, if they were to completely shrink their heads and behave themselves, then how would the 5 parties still have a foothold in the Antarctic Ocean? It was Mu Yun who killed him first. Zhu Fangtian said angrily. So what if I kill him? Meng Zimo said again, if I want to kill you, what can you do? Meng Zimo was too lazy to reason with him at this moment. Seeing Mu Yun's miserable appearance, her heart ached for her. This was her man. Since that's the case, the 2 of you can stay here today. Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu were just 2 ultimate gods. And there were 5 of them. Who would live and who would die was still uncertain. Oh, it turns out that the South Pole Sea region is already so arrogant that they even dare to kill the Pill Emperor's son of the Pill Emperor? A mocking laugh could be heard. The rift was torn apart as a figure stepped out from it. It was a young man, dressed in a white robe, with a slender figure and a smile on his face. The young man smiled faintly and said, has the world changed? There are 9 classes in the myriad worlds, and the 3rd class has become more domineering than the 2nd class? Zhang Fangming, if you have the time to talk about useless things, why don't you just make a move? Miao Xianyu snorted. Hearing this, the young man staggered and looked embarrassed. Cough cough. Zhang Fangming said awkwardly, Prince Miao, I'm also the young master of the Pill Emperor Mansion, can you give me some face? No. Miao Xianyu snorted. At this moment, Zhang Fangming's expression was very ugly. So sullen. The way of the world had really changed. The young master of the Pill Emperor Mansion. If his father didn't love him, no one would love him. He had completely become an errand boy. Hee hee. Uncle Ming, don't put on airs, I've seen it several times, the old man hung you up and beat you. Hee hee. Zhang Fangming looked at little Xian Feng, smiled coldly, and pretended to threaten, little Xian Feng, do you still want to drink spirit wine? Of course I do. Then you have to be more polite to me. Zhang Fangming smiled proudly. No need. Little Xian Feng smiled and said, see, this is my father. My father will find one for me in the future, I won't be threatened by you anymore. Zhang Fangming shook his head at this moment. He looked at Mu Yun and smiled slightly, we meet again. Mu Yun nodded. Back then, in the human world, various major forces appeared and said that they relied on the prophecy of the divine secret pavilion to take away the 9 women. Zhang Fangming represented the Pill Emperor Mansion. The 2 of them also met once at that time. You talk too much nonsense. Miao Xianyu said again, don't waste time. Got it. Zhang Fangming roared and took a step forward. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the void. A sword slashed out from the crack. With a puff, one of the 5 supreme gods couldn't dodge in time and was split into 2 by the sword light. Sister Zimo, Sister Xianxia. A soft voice could be heard at this moment. Yi Sanyang. Little Xianfeng smiled happily when she heard this. Little Xianfeng. A figure landed at this moment. She was dressed in a green dress with her long hair tied up, looking quite capable. At this moment, she carried a trace of domineering sword aura. Looking at her face, her skin was whiter than snow, her figure was slim, and there was a ribbon tied around her waist. Her face was like a fairy's. Xueqi. Huh? Yi Xueqi was stunned when she heard this shout. Yun. Yi Xueqi's figure flashed and landed beside Mu Yun. Yi Xueqi's eyes turned slightly red when she saw that Mu Yun's body was not intact from head to toe. How did you end up like this? You did things a little too fiercely. Mu Yun smiled and said, It's not a problem. How is it not a problem? After saying that, Yi Xueqi was so angry that she wanted to pull Mu Yun's ear. However, she raised her hand and gently put it down to caress Mu Yun's cheek. Does it hurt? It hurts. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Little Xianfeng couldn't help but say, It hurts so much, Yi Sanyang. When little Xianfeng said that, the others couldn't help but laugh. This little troublemaker. Brother Yun. A voice sounded at this moment. Another figure walked out from the void. She was dressed in a long green dress and had an oval face. She was demure and quiet, as delicate as a pretty girl from a humble family. She was so beautiful that she could topple a city. Even her voice had a trace of tenderness that made one feel numb. You Jianyang. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun smiled. Who would have thought that he would meet these 4 beauties in such a miserable state? It seemed a little embarrassing. Little junior sister. A voice sounded at this moment. It was Yin Jifu. Yin Jifu saw Bao Qingyu arrive. Her body, which was already in a daze, completely stiffened. This Mu Yun didn't lie to her. Bao Qingyu's husband was really this guy. How was this possible? Jifu. Bao Qingyu looked at Yin Jifu and said in a reproachful tone, Sect master and madam are so anxious. You'll be beaten up when you go back. Let go of me. Yin Jifu looked at Bao Qingyu and said hurriedly. Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Bao Qingyu flicked her finger. Yin Jifu flew over at this moment. Sister Yu, kill these 2 B***. Stards. Yin Jifu looked at Song Mingliang and Chui Yangon and snorted. What's wrong? Bao Qingyu was puzzled. These 2 B** stards didn't listen to my orders and dared to imprison me. I asked them to help Mu Yun, but these 2 actually took advantage of the situation. Yin Jifu was panting with anger. She was really angry. Mu Yun didn't believe that she was the first miss of the lunar sect. It was all because of these 2 B** stards. Is that so? Bao Qingyu looked at the 2 of them, and a trace of murderous aura appeared on her body. Commander Bai. Song Mingliang hurriedly said, We are only responsible for the safety of the 1st Mississippi. We have no obligation to save the others. Yes, we have no obligation. Bao Qingyu said indifferently, but does being responsible for the safety of the 1st Miss mean imprisoning the 1st Miss? How dare you? As soon as Bao Qingyu finished speaking, killing intent filled the air. They are both good and bad. Little Xianfeng hurriedly said, They didn't help and didn't listen to this little sister's orders. They even wanted to blackmail my father. As soon as these words came out, Song Mingliang and Chui Yongan's expressions turned ugly. Commander Bai, we were also forced to do this. We can't kill the 2 of us just because we didn't help this child. I think if Commander Ming was here, he wouldn't be so decisive. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu sneered. Don't use Ming Yishuan to pressure me. He is the commander of the Sun Divine Guards, and I am the commander of the Moon Divine Guards. What can Ming Yishuan do to me after killing 2 perfected heavenly venerables? As Bao Qingyu spoke, she grabbed out with her fingers. The 2 of them immediately fled at this moment. However, how could they escape Bao Qingyu's speed? The difference between a heavenly venerable and a divine venerable was huge. Moreover, Song Mingliang and Cui Yangon were only peak heavenly venerables. Bang, bang. The two figures exploded at this moment. Bao Qingyu didn't even look at them. Yin Jifu finally let out a sigh of relief. She was the first miss of the lunar sect. He was being questioned. Yin Jifu looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Now, do you believe what I said? I've always believed it. Mu Yun smiled and said, I told you, Qingyu is my wife, but you didn't believe me. Yin Jifu was stunned at this moment and couldn't say a word. There was nothing wrong with what Mu Yun said. At this moment, Bao Qingyu and Meng Zimo were supporting Mu Yun. Miao Xianyu carried little Xianfeng. This scene looks. Who would dare to believe it? Pill Emperor Manor's two great Pill Emperor's sons, Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo, were Mu Yun's wives. It was the same for Bao Qingyu. It was the same for Yi Sueki. But the key point was. Mu Yun was only a late-stage Earth Venerable. At this moment, Meng Zimo was checking Mu Yun's physical condition and couldn't help but frown. The great life-snatching art consumed one's lifespan, exchanging one's life with the heavens. The damage was too great. Especially in the Zun realm. A lifespan of close to 10 million years was the limit. Mu Yun burned 2 million years of her lifespan in one breath. It could be said to have shaken her foundation. It was too difficult to make up for it. Yi Sueki looked at Mu Yun at this moment. She wanted to hit her, but she couldn't bear to. This scene made Yin Jifu feel that she was superfluous. Boom. In an instant, there was a loud explosion. The remaining celestial venerables exploded one by one at this moment. Dead. Zhang Fangming was dressed in white at this moment, looking elegant and graceful as he looked at the few of them. You guys have a big family, so I'm redundant by myself. Zhang Fangming smiled and said, Miss Yin, why don't I send you back? There's no need. Yin Jifu snorted and said, my father dared to seal my strength. This time, I must let my mother give him a good beating. That's not necessary. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, Master, I'm afraid you can't beat the sect master now. My father broke through? Yin Jifu said in surprise. That's not true. It's just that it's loose. Hearing this, Zhang Fangming smiled bitterly. All right, Commander Bai, I understand. You're saying this for me. Zhang Fangming said helplessly, the Pill the Arch Manor's pills are a little expensive, but we don't make much from selling them to the lunar sect. Do you think I'll believe you? Bao Qingyu smiled like a flower. Don't look at me. Miao Xianyu also said at this moment, the Pill the Arch Manor's pills are not under my control. Meng Zimo also said at this moment, it's not under my control either. Zhang Fangming felt a headache coming on. As the young master of the lunar sect, he was too aggrieved, wasn't he? Bao Qingyu said that the dark sect master's cultivation base had loosened. Wasn't that just for him to hear? Miao Xianyu, Meng Zimo, and Yi Sueki were all her close friends. Yin Jifu was the dark sect master's daughter. When did she say that she couldn't do this? Why did she have to say it now? It was for Zhang Fangming. In other words, she was telling Zhang Fangming that the lunar sect was going to improve, and the Pill the Arch Manor should stop being greedy. But what did this have to do with him? In the Pill the Arch Manor, he wasn't even as popular as the Pill Thearch's son. Young Mansion Master. He didn't want this name. Zhang Fangming felt that he couldn't stay any longer. Prince Miao, Prince Meng, I'll go back first. As for little Xianfeng, take him with you. I have to report this matter to the old man. There's a problem with little Xianfeng's divine pattern pill body. The old man will probably kill me. When the time comes, you have to plead for me. Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo both nodded. Zhang Fangming's figure flashed, and he had already left. Let's go too. Meng Zimo frowned at this moment. As for the third-tier forces, there's no hurry to settle the score with them. Meng Zimo looked at Mu Yun with a worried face. This time, Mu Yun was in big trouble. Not only Mu Yun, but Xianfeng too. This father and son were really the same. They were trying to be brave. At this moment, several figures left together. The Antarctic Sea gradually calmed down. Not long after, the sound of air being torn apart sounded at this moment. Above the sea, hundreds of figures arrived from all directions. Looking at the entire sea, the seawater was filled with the smell of blood. The group of people's faces changed in shock. What happened? A heavenly venerable asked in horror. Thousands of people were dead. And there were nearly 100 heavenly venerables. Who did it? Quick, go back and inform the patriarch. Go and inform the pavilion master. For a moment, the heavenly venerables who rushed over from the western Myriad Mountains and North Heaven Origin were all shocked. They had received the news and came here. But they didn't expect that they would all die here. Not a single one was left alive. What exactly happened? This was too shocking. In the Antarctic Sea. At this moment, all parties were shocked. In the sea, on a huge island. Patriarch, something bad happened. Elder Qihong is dead. A figure reported. On the island, in a hall, a burly figure suddenly stood up. Where's Zhufang Tian? Dead. That person immediately said, in the sea, all the warriors are dead. Not a single one is alive. I don't know who did it. As soon as these words came out, Dragon King Zhu Hao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Zhufang Tian was a first-level ultimate god, but he was also dead. Investigate. Report any news at any time. Someone killed the ultimate god of the Candle Dragon clan in the Antarctic Sea. This matter was too sensational. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At the same time, on the huge island of the Rhinoceros clan. Pai Chen Kuan's expression was even uglier at this moment. Trash, a bunch of trash. As the patriarch of the Rhinoceros clan, Pai Chen Kuan rarely got angry. But today, he had to be angry. The supreme god was dead. He still didn't know who did it. Such a thing had never happened in hundreds of thousands of years. It wasn't just these two top experts. The 8-winged purple python clan's 8-winged purple king, the Fang clan's patriarch Fang Jingming, and the Qiao clan's patriarch Qiao Yuanshan. At this moment, they were all in shock. Who was it? No one was left alive. They didn't have any information to investigate at all. The 5 forces sent heavenly venerable experts to investigate. Not only the 5 forces, but the Western Myriad Mountains and North Tian Shan Origin also received the news one by one. For a time, chaos. The 3 regions were in complete chaos. At this moment, in the Blood Fiend Sea, Zhang Fangming's figure returned and appeared at the battlefield. I don't know which expert almost fooled me. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Zhang Fangming was in midair as he shouted to the surroundings. However, as Zhang Fangming's words fell, the surroundings were silent. Zhang Fangming grinned and punched out. Above the sea, the surrounding space was torn, but no figure appeared. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Zhang Fangming scratched his head. With a swoosh, this time, Zhang Fangming's figure completely disappeared. Not long after, the void trembled. At this moment, a figure stepped out. The person who came was dressed in a purple robe, with a purple belt around his waist and a purple cloak on his body. The brim of his hat covered his cheeks. On his back, there were 2 long swords that looked quite spiritual. High Priest. Behind the purple-cloaked man, the experts of the Wuda clan all stood still at this moment. Thank you for your help, High Priest. Otherwise, we would have died in the hands of that Bao Qingyu. The purple-clothed man didn't speak. High Priest seems to be very concerned about that Mu Yun. However, this time, all sides suffered heavy losses. When that Mu Yun returns, all sides will definitely interrogate her. When that time comes, does our clan need help? No need. The High Priest spoke. His voice was calm and gentle like jade, making those who heard it feel comfortable. This time, the Wu Ta clan has taken advantage of the fluctuations in the curse seal within their clan to seal their clan and not come out. The High Priest spoke, return to your clans. The 9th heaven might be in chaos. Cultivate in peace. Yes. We will definitely work hard to cultivate and help the High Priest. Everyone spoke one after another. No need. The High Priest said indifferently, I'm not helping you because I want you to risk your lives for me. It's just fate. If you really want to help, then help him. the high priest said calmly. Everyone was even more curious. What was the relationship between this Mu Yun and the high priest? Moreover, the high priest was very strong. Even the Pill Emperor Mansion's young mansion master, Zhang Fangming, couldn't detect the existence of the high priest. It was just a slight reaction. With the high priest's strength, he would definitely be a powerhouse in a second-class force. Mu Yun. His progress is indeed very fast, but compared to the high priest, he's still far behind. Hearing this, the high priest smiled. This is just a temporary thing. I'm destined to walk in the darkness and protect him. Only he can walk under the light. A tree has a shadow, a person has a shadow, like a shadow following the body. I only need to be his shadow. Hearing this, everyone couldn't accept it for a moment. The high priest was like a god. How could he only be worthy of being Mu Yun's shadow? You all leave. As the high priest spoke, he waved his hand. The Wu Ta clan disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the high priest stepped out and looked at the blood fiend sea. The blood pillar had already retreated at this moment. The high priest waved his hand. Two long swords appeared behind him at this moment. Buzz. The two long swords appeared, emitting endless light. One of them was like the sun shining down, radiating light in all directions, making the world lose its color. As for the other one, it was filled with a gentle light that poured forth in droves. The bodies of the two long swords were rather strange. At this very moment, the feeling it gave off was that of an inexhaustible sharp intent. It was as if the sword had existed since the birth of heaven and earth, eternal and indestructible. Slash. As the high priest's words fell, he waved his hands. The two long swords slashed down at this moment. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the entire blood fiend sea was shaken, and the entire Antarctic Sea was trembling. The people of the 5 major forces looked at the southernmost point with a shocked expression. What happened? A tsunami. At this moment, the high priest waved his two swords down. A 10,000-foot crack was cut in the sea, and the seawater avoided it. The younger generation will surpass us in time. A voice sounded at this moment. Hearing that voice, the high priest stood with his hands behind his back. Senior is the one to be feared. Although he said so, the high priest didn't have any expression of reverence. On the contrary, his expression was arrogant. Young man, it's not good to be so arrogant. The old voice sounded again. I have no intention of provoking you. Although you are much stronger than me, do you dare to come out of your turtle shell? If you come out, Diyuan will definitely kill you. Perhaps if you kill Diyuan, the ancient gods and ancient emperors will appear in advance, and you won't be able to bear the consequences. If you don't come out, you can't kill me. The high priest said confidently. Young man, I have underestimated you. The old voice said slowly, you should have the solar godly sword and the lunar godly sword in your hands, right? The solar godly sword, one of the 13 primeval treasures. Rumor has it that when the first godly emperor died in battle, the solar godly sword was unwilling to be controlled by the godly emperor and split into 3 swords. The solar godly sword, the lunar godly sword, and the starry godly sword. Even if the solar godly sword is split into 3 swords, it is still a top-notch invincible godly weapon. Since you can control it, it seems like you have a great opportunity. I don't need you to tell me this. The high priest said slowly. The old voice laughed and said, in that case, I am curious. Prince Mu's talent is not as good as yours. Why are you willing to protect him, and not replace him? At these words, the high priest waved his hand. The 2 swords slashed down again. The 10,000-foot-long crack widened at this moment. At this moment, tyrannical auras appeared at the bottom of the sea. The high priest was unmoved and said coldly, you don't need to provoke me. I have my own way of doing things. Prince Mu is the son of the human emperor. Even you, endless blood, don't dare to kill him. Why should I steal his opportunity? I have my own opportunity. The old voice was silent for a moment. I only ask you, did you leave any tricks on him? The high priest said indifferently. No. That would be for the best. The high priest said slowly, if I find out, endless ancient emperor, I will be the first to kill you. Don't think that you are so great just because you are an emperor. With my talent, I will reach the Emperor realm in less than 1,000 years. Killing you will be like killing a dog. If I find out that you did something to him, the human Emperor won't have to kill you. I will kill you. The old voice had yet to speak, but several powerful auras were already suppressing the high priest. A bunch of hold-up honorables, world thrones, and sovereigns. If not for the endless ancient emperor, I can kill you all. Don't pretend to be angry here. The high priest said indifferently, I will say the ugly words first. As for whether you did anything or not, you know it yourself. Humph. A rough snort sounded and shouted, you are so disrespectful to the Blood Emperor. Ignorant child, do you dare to leave your name? Why not? The high priest turned around and slowly took off the long hat on his head, revealing an exquisite and elegant face. There was some vicissitudes of life, but it still looked so mesmerizing. My name is Lu Qingfeng. 1,000 years later, my name will be in Kanglan Myriad Realms. Trash like you only need to remember that 1,000 years later, I will be the Emperor. Unparalleled Sword Emperor. With that, Lu Qingfeng stepped on the sea and his figure gradually disappeared. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The cracks in the blood evil sea gradually disappeared. Deep in the sea, in a strange space. A brawny man roared, Lord Blood Emperor, this man is too arrogant. I am willing to go and kill him. Forget it. The endless ancient emperor said slowly, the Kanglan Myriad Worlds is really going to fall into chaos. Lu Qingfeng. Unparalleled Sword Emperor, only I am unparalleled under the heavens. What a great unparalleled Sword Emperor. I would like to see if this kid can proclaim himself as an emperor after 1,000 years. A titled great emperor was being blocked at his home like this, spouting nonsense. It was impossible for such a thing to happen in the primordial age and the ancient era. Titled gods and titled emperors were existences that ruled over everything. However, Lu Qingfeng had done just that. The endless ancient emperor murmured, rumor has it that when the carefree divine emperor died, the sun-moon stellar sword disappeared. For this kid to be able to obtain the illusory Sunstar Godly Sword and Moonstar Godly Sword, he must have a great opportunity. Could it be? Could it be what? Could it be that he's the nine-fate son of heaven? Suddenly, the endless ancient emperor's face changed. No one knew who the nine-fate son of heaven was. Now that Yi Xiaoyao had died, the second nine-fate son of heaven should have appeared long ago. It was rumored that back then, the 9 celestial emperors had besieged the human emperor and the azure emperor precisely because the azure emperor and the human emperor's son, Mu Yun, was most likely the nine-fate son of heaven. But that was just a rumor. Seeing the human king's son this time, that was all. Although his experience was not as good as human kings, he was not as experienced. The rumors of the nine-fate son of heaven might not be true. Perhaps only the divination pavilion knew who the nine-fate son of heaven was. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Divination Mirror. A single glance at the mysteries of the heavens, and nothing was missed. However, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion had always kept their mouths shut about this matter. Even if the heaven-sealing God Emperor were to make a move, he might not necessarily be able to force the information out of them. This was a mystery, a huge mystery. Who was the nine-fate son of heaven? Human king, Lu Qingfeng, or this? Mu Yun. I've waited for millions of years. When will the 4 directions heavenly gates open? The endless ancient emperor felt a sense of loss in his heart. The Bloodfiend Sea was completely peaceful now. Other than thousands of lives, there was nothing else. It was as if nothing had ever happened. However, the entire 9th heaven realm felt a different aura. In the Bloodfiend Sea, a powerful aura was released. It was like the explosion of an ultimate god. In the 9th heaven, other than those in the Emperor Abyss Pavilion, where else could there be other unparalleled characters who could surpass the exalted level? The strongest expert in a top second-class force was only at the peak of the 9th level godly venerable realm. Who was it? For a time, all parties began to secretly investigate. Zhang Fangming had just left when the Bloodfiend Sea became completely irritable. F***CK. Zhang Fangming couldn't help but curse. There was indeed someone. Moreover, his strength is much stronger than mine. Who could it be? Were they from the Imperial Abyss Pavilion? Zhang Fangming felt like a monkey that had been tricked. There were countless realms in the deep-sea realm. All realms of various sizes had spatial barriers. It was like a beehive. However, there was a limit to the size of the honeycomb. The 9 great celestial realms were undoubtedly the most vast. Other than that, there were also the various first-class forces. Deep-sea myriad realms, within the Phoenix realm. The figure of a young man stood proudly at this moment. 2 burly figures stood in front of him. Slash. The young man had starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes. He had a heroic aura. His body wasn't strong, but it contained great power. Under his solemn expression, that trace of delicateness was completely buried. Only sharpness was left. Bang! The 3 figures exchanged blows at this moment. At this moment, the young man's figure was like an eagle, fast and accurate. Thud. Thud. A dull sound rang out. The 2 figures retreated at this moment, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Young master is mighty. Young master is mighty. The 2 stood up and said respectfully. It's not that I'm mighty, but that you don't dare to use your full strength. The delicate-looking young man said indifferently, I'm only a late supremacy. You 2 are perfected supremacies. If you use your full strength, you can definitely defeat me. Young master, you must be joking. Even if we use our full strength, we won't be a match for you. Hearing this, the young man shook his head helplessly. Chen. A figure walked over leisurely at this moment. She looked to be about 40 years old. Her appearance was still as graceful and elegant as before. Grandmother. Seeing the person who came, the young man trembled. Meat. Grandmother, I don't want to eat. The young man said helplessly, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to eat meat now. No, you have to eat. The woman waved her hand, and the surrounding people dispersed. Only then did the woman say, Your mother is the princess of the Phoenix clan. Her bloodline is noble. However, your father is a human. Your bloodline is mixed. You have to nourish it when you're young. Otherwise, what if you become a freak in the future? Grandmother. The young man said helplessly, My father has inherited the bloodline of the human emperor. He also has the bloodline of the Azure Emperor and the carefree God Emperor. He's not as bad as you say. Then what's wrong? The woman said angrily, They are them, and your father is your father. That bastard mooching you has bad intentions. When he said that he would save your mother, it was a trap. He put your mother at the beginning of his son's life. He planned to let your father save your mother. Then, when they met, he would kidnap his daughter. He even made me and your grandfather owe him a favor. I think he owes us a favor. Your grandfather is a bad person. He schemed and schemed for his son. Your father is not a good person either. Don't learn from him in the future. When the young man heard this, he scratched his head. He could not help but curse in his heart. My father is very weak. But my grandfather and grandmother are very powerful. Grandmother, isn't it too irresponsible to kill him with a single blow? At this moment, Lan Yingbao was working hard. She hoped that her good grandson would not learn from her. You have the dragon and phoenix souls. You're also a 9-fate son of heaven. In the future, you will definitely be an incomparably powerful existence. Becoming a god emperor will not be a problem. Remember, good child. Before that, you must keep a low profile. Don't let anyone know that you are a 9-fate son of heaven. The young man scratched his head. But sooner or later, people will find out. They won't. Have you forgotten that your father is also a 9-fate son of heaven? If they want to kill someone, they will kill your father. They won't kill you. Mother. A helpless cry rang out at this moment. At the side of the palace, a beautiful figure with a graceful figure and a peerless face walked over at this moment. Her aura was like ice and frost. You're teaching nonsense again. How am I teaching nonsense? Lan Yingbao snorted and said, Your father was tricked by mooching you to the point where I don't know where he is. This is my grandson, not mooching you's grandson. Hearing this, Qin Chen's scalp went numb. Grandmother's resentment was so great. Grandmother, don't worry. I will find grandfather and bring him back. With my current speed, I will definitely be able to reach the realm soon. Good child, don't let me down. Lan Yingbao praised. Qin Mengyao just smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, at this moment, Qin Chen's face suddenly turned pale and his body trembled. Suddenly, his body tilted and fell to the ground. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book house Chen. Lan Yingbao and Qin Mengyao panicked. What's going on? Qin Mengyao sent a wisp of origin power into Qin Chen's body and frowned. What's wrong? Lan Yingbao was worried. It's nothing serious. Qin Mengyao said slowly, it's just that, the power suddenly dissipated. Suddenly the power dissipated, Lan Yingbao said hurriedly, how can this be? This is not the first time. Qin Mengyao frowned and said slowly, perhaps it has something to do with Brother Yun. That kid? Chen is also a 9-Fate Emperor. 2 9-Fate Emperors coexist in the world. This is not right. Chen's realm has increased too quickly. Moreover, after reaching the supremacy level, Chen's realm has increased very slowly. If I'm not wrong, perhaps Chen's realm increase has something to do with Brother Yun. Lan Yingbao said in surprise, how can that be? This is because Chen is very talented. Mother. Qin Mengyao shouted helplessly. Didn't you say that father had seen how terrifying Uncle Mu's realm increase was? This reminds me of Brother Yun's realm increase. His devouring power can devour other people's cultivation to strengthen himself. According to what you said, Uncle Mu's power has drawbacks. However, Brother Yun's devouring power has no drawbacks. This might have something to do with Emperor Qin. Qin Mengyao spoke tirelessly. Lan Yingbao listened and nodded repeatedly. Since Uncle Mu's power can be transmitted to Brother Yun, why can't Brother Yun's power be transmitted to Chen? I estimate that Brother Yun should be in the earthly venerable realm. Hearing this, Lan Yingbao curled her lips and said, he's really bad. Qin Mengyao had a headache. His mother's prejudice against Mu Yun was too great. Yao look at you. Your analysis is clear and logical. If you hadn't become the daughter-in-law of the Mu family, you would definitely be a qualified patriarch in the Ice Phoenix race. Now, aren't I the same? Now. Lan Yingbao said helplessly, the Ice Phoenix bloodline is fine, but the Fire Phoenix bloodline is very fussy about Chen's origins. Originally, the marriage between the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix would be the best. Your father and I also had this idea. Mother, since it's impossible, then forget about it. Qin Mengyao said slowly, as for the Fire Phoenix bloodline and our Ice Phoenix bloodline, they have no right to tell us what to do. As for Chen, Mu Chen's name must never be mentioned. If someone thinks about the Mu family and finds out that Chen is the 9-Fate son of heaven, it will be a disaster. Even my Ice Phoenix bloodline cannot protect him. I know. Qin Mengyao wanted to continue speaking. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly woke up. Mother. Qin Mengyao murmured, Father. Father seems to have suffered great injuries. As soon as he said this, Qin Mengyao's face slightly changed. When Lan Yingbao saw her daughter's expression, she sighed silently. Her daughter, who had always had a sense of propriety, handled the matters of the Ice Phoenix clan in an orderly manner. However, when it came to Mu Yun, she lost her sense of propriety. Logically speaking, Mu Yun was the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qin, and the grandson of the free and unfettered God Emperor. Although he was a human, his status was considered noble. However, this guy was too weak. It was fine if he was weak. The key was that he was a womanizer. In addition to her daughter, he had 8 wives. Mu Qingyu was too much of a bully. Was he preparing to make the top women in the myriad of worlds his daughter-in-law? The old one was not a thing. The young one was not a thing either. Mu Qingyu was such a devoted person, and he only married Yi Yushir in his life. Why couldn't he let her son be more focused when it came to him? The more Lan Yingbao thought about it, the angrier she became. Qin Mengyao suddenly said, Mother, I'm going to the Divine Mystery Pavilion. You want to inquire about Mu Yun? Lan Yingbao said, Impossible. Lan Yingbao shook her head and said, when your father found out that you and Mu Yun had become husband and wife, he went to the Divine Mystery Pavilion. However, the people there refused to say anything. Now I finally understand. If it's related to the nine-fate son of heaven, they won't reveal any information no matter who goes. Your father also thought about asking for some information about you. However, as long as it involves Mu Yun, the Divine Mystery Pavilion will change the topic. They won't let anyone think about it at all. Nine-fate son of heaven, they. Lan Ningbao smiled bitterly and said, there's a reason why the Divine Mystery Pavilion can stand tall and not fall. Even the God Emperor won't use force against them. Divine Mystery Mirror, one of the 13 treasures of the primordial world. Qin Mingyao felt uneasy at this moment. He looked at Qin Chen and said, Chen is your father's life in danger? I don't think so. Qin Chen shook his head and said, it's just that I can feel that father is very, very far away from me. He must have used some method to harm himself. Great death-demanding technique. Qin Mingyao's heart trembled. She had seen Mu Yun use the great death-demanding technique before. Burning one's lifespan to exchange one's life with the heavens. An extremely powerful divine art. What kind of desperate situation was Mu Yun in for her to use this technique again? Chen if you sense any information about your father, tell me immediately. Do you understand? Okay. Qin Mingyao said and turned to leave. Where are you going? Unfettered sacred ground. Qin Mingyao said, Sister Yun is in the Xiao family of the unfettered sacred ground. I have to tell her that if Brother Yun goes to the Kanglan Myriad Domain, he might appear in the unfettered sacred ground. The Xiao family has deep roots in the unfettered sacred ground. It's not impossible for them to get the news. Then you have to be careful. Lan Ningbao reminded that Xiao Yun'er has the bloodline of the Xiao family's patriarch and is extremely powerful. The Xiao family treats her like a treasure. I heard that she gave birth to a daughter? Little Yudan. Yes, it's that Yudan. The Xiao family also treats her like a treasure. However, someone wants to kill that little girl. Kill my sister? Qin Chen clenched his fists and said, Mother, then I'll go and see Sister Yudan. You can't go anywhere in the Phoenix clan. Lan Ningbao scolded. Qin Mingyao said again, Chen you can't go out until you're a divine venerable. Have you forgotten what Mother said? I understand. Qin Mingyao nodded and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, Lan Ningbao looked at Qin Chen and said, Xiao Yun'er is valued in the Xiao family. That little you. Dan is valued by some people in the Xiao family, but some people want to kill her. Good grandson, you're only a sovereign now. You can't go out and take risks. I understand, grandmother. Lan Ningbao said again, good child, remember, your father is a playboy. In the future, you must not learn from your father and have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You must be like your grandfather and only love one person in your life. Yes. I can't learn from your grandfather. Your grandfather isn't a good person either. Qin Chen felt helpless. Grandmother really has a lot of resentment towards grandfather and father. However, father has 9 wives. In the future, I'll have 9 mothers, from first mother to 9th mother. In the future, I can't be worse than father. At least 10. Yes. At least 10. First, I'll set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Lan Ningbao looked at her grandson who was in a daze and nodded in satisfaction. Qin Chen was very talented. When he was born, he had both the dragon and phoenix souls, which was rare in the world. No, it wasn't rare in the world, it was unique in the world. The dragon race was the top of the 10,000 races in the world. It was the same for the phoenix race. It was basically impossible for 2 souls to coexist in one body. In the future, Qin Chen would definitely have greater achievements than Mu Yun. The 9-fate son of heaven would become a god emperor. Maybe when Qin Chen became a god emperor, Mu Yun would still be in some unknown realm. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt a chill in her body. She would never have thought that her mother-in-law would scold her in front of her son. The Kanglan 10,000 realms was vast and boundless. The division of the 9 heavens was too general. There were all kinds of strange things in these 10,000 realms. The 9th heaven realm had 9 great forbidden lands. In the entire Kanglan 10,000 realms, there were more than 9 great forbidden lands, the endless sea in the sky, the vast underground grassland, the flowing river of sand. There were countless dangerous forbidden lands. In some places, even titled gods and titled emperors had to avoid. At this moment, in a dark space-time crack, space was in chaos, and time flowed in reverse. This place was like purgatory on Earth. Not long after, there were beasts that were as black as ink and looked like crocodiles. There were even monsters with human bodies and lion heads wandering around. This was an unknown place. It was full of the unknown and strange. At this moment, two figures were supporting each other and moving forward together. One of them was dressed in a blue robe and had a long breath, but at this moment, he showed a trace of fatigue. The other person was lying on this person's shoulder. He was weak and his face was slightly pale. However, his eyes contained traces of light as he observed his surroundings. "Mooching you, how long have I been carrying you? Haven't you recovered yet?" The man in the blue robe said angrily. "I'm the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race, and now I've become your personal mount." Xianxia's face was full of anger. "Why don't you try taking a full blow from a god emperor? If I wasn't lucky, I would have died. If I die, you'll be alone in this space-time turbulence. You'll be lonely to death." Mooching you said weakly. Xianxia was speechless. He was the human emperor. How could someone who was known as the #1 great emperor below the god emperor be so shameless? "Speaking of which, have you recovered yet?" Ice Howling Dust is shocked. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. I keep having the feeling that you're lying to me." "Of course not." Mooching you immediately said, "I'm really badly injured. If you hadn't carried me on your back, I would have died. I wouldn't even be able to walk." Xianxia looked suspicious. "Don't look at me like that." Mooching you said helplessly, "In any case, we're in-laws. It's not a big deal to carry me on your back, right? Get lost, I'm not your relative. Don't be stubborn. My daughter-in-law has already given birth. What's done is done. How can you deny it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xianxia was stunned and stopped. "Something's wrong. What happened?" Mooching you looked cautious. "How do you know Yaoer has given birth?" "When we took action, Yaoer had not given birth yet." "How did you know?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "You're here, but you can still communicate with the outside world?" Mooching you lied to me. This is not your real body at all." Thinking of this, Xianxia felt chills all over his body. This was not Mooching Yu's real body. Could it be that the clone had led them to kill Di Yuan? The clone had resisted the full-strength attack of a god emperor? Then how powerful was the real Mooching Yu? Have you repaired your great path? Are you ready to step into the god emperor realm? Xianxia wondered. At this moment, Xianxia only felt chills all over his body. This was 2F** King terrifying. Mooching Yu was setting up a trap. He was setting up a huge trap. "What are you thinking?" Mooching Yu was speechless at this moment. "I'm just guessing. When did you become so neurotic? If I can become a god emperor, why would I be in a hurry to attack Di Yuan? I'll save you, sure. When I reach the god emperor realm, I'll just slap Di Yuan to death." "Bah!" Xianxia snorted. "Don't you know why you're doing this? For your son, you've made Di Yuan miserable and let your son destroy him. When the time comes, your son will shock the 9 realms. You're paving the way for your son. Do you think I can't tell?" Mooching Yu was speechless. "If I'm really so powerful, would I have endured for hundreds of thousands of years?" Xianxia snorted. "How would I know what you're thinking?" The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Human Emperor Mooching Yu. He had always been calm. Back then, when the carefree god emperor died in battle, the entire carefree sacred ground was shouting and fighting with the heaven-sealing god emperor. Mooching Yu was the calmest. This guy was not someone who would mess around. But this time, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Gathering a group of experts to attack Di Yuan Pavilion. How terrible! Although the two of them had severely injured Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan had risked his life and sent them to this godforsaken place. They did not know where this was. The two of them did not know how many years they had been wandering here. So impulsive, was he still a human emperor? Just as Mooching Yu said, he had been holding it in for hundreds of thousands of years. When his son grew up, wouldn't it be more confident if father and son fought together? Why was he in a hurry? The more he thought about it, the more Bing Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. Be careful. At this moment, Mu Qingyu's figure sounded in his ears. A black shadow suddenly charged toward the two of them. Bing Xiaochen's face turned cold, snorted coldly, and punched out. The black shadow exploded with a bang. It's over. Mu Qingyu suddenly spoke at this moment. Right at this moment, black shadows attacked from all directions. Each one was stronger than the last. They did not have a physical body, just black shadows. What the hell is this? A race similar to the Soul Clan. They only have souls and no physical body. They live in groups. This is troublesome. How do you know? Bing Xiaochen could not help but curse. Look, still not admitting it, Mu Qingyu was tricking him. I observed for a long time just now. There were those lurking around. I didn't expect one to suddenly appear. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bing Xiaochen did not say a word at this moment. With a roar, he took a step forward. With Mu Qingyu on his back, his speed was affected. At this moment, there were those monsters in all directions. He could not kill his way out at all. Whoosh whoosh, right at this moment, the sound of cold wind suddenly sounded. It's over, this time it's really over. Bing Xiaochen's face changed slightly at this moment. An illusionary figure that was 10,000 feet long drifted over at this moment. The black shadows in all directions were so small compared to the 10,000 feet long shadow that they could be directly ignored. Mu Qingyu, this time, both of us are going to die. Bing Xiaochen sighed at this moment. It was just that Bing Xiaochen was suddenly stunned at this moment. Mu Qingyu, where was she? There was no one behind him at this moment. Bang bang bang, an explosion took place at that instant. At this moment, the 10,000 feet long shadow gradually dissipated. A figure, dressed in white, stood in the dim void. If it was not Mu Qingyu, who else could it be? This chapter ends, F***ck. You lied to me. Bing Xiaochen cursed angrily. He was indignant, he was the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan. Bing Xiaochen. Even a titled god or a titled emperor would have to be wary of him. Mu Qingyu dared to trick him. Ahem, Mu Qingyu landed and coughed. His face was pale, and he waved his hand. In-law, I just recovered some of my strength. The explosion just now consumed all of it. I can't do it now, keep pretending. Bing Xiaochen scolded, I'll believe you one more time. I'm not human. You're not human either. You, at this moment, Mu Qingyu stepped forward and smiled awkwardly. In-law, I'm only doing this for safety reasons. This place is really creepy. He comforted Mu Qingyu. Haha. Bing Xiaochen sneered. Mu Qingyu, let's go our separate ways. When I return to the Ice Phoenix clan, be careful not to let your grandson die. After Bing Xiaochen finished speaking, he turned around and left. Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly. In-law, why do you have to do this? I really just recovered a bit of my strength, really. Don't go. This place is so dangerous. Let's go together. In-law, Mu Qingyu waved his hand, but Bing Xiaochen was already far away. Looking at the direction Bing Xiaochen went, Mu Qingyu shook his head and sighed. It's very dangerous over there. Slowly, after a short while, a figure retreated in a sorry state. It was Bing Xiaochen. Seeing Mu Qingyu standing there, Bing Xiaochen straightened his clothes and coughed. I thought about it. Although you tricked me, it's really dangerous here. 1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1/1 no matter what, you're my grandson's grandfather. I can't watch you die, so I'll forgive you generously. Otherwise, my grandson will blame me in the future if you die here. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, that's right. Roar, behind them, a roar sounded at this moment. It shook the mountains and didn't dissipate for a long time. It was getting closer and closer. It's not safe here. Let's leave this place first. Bing Xiaochen said anxiously. Over there. Mu Qingyu stepped forward and appeared 1,000 meters away. He said slowly, it's safer over there. F***ck. Bing Xiaochen cursed in a low voice. You're still denying it? Bastard, you must have been here before, right? You deliberately let Diyuan blast you here. You borrowed Diyuan's power to help you open this place and let you in here, didn't you? 1 ton, I and 1 t/I mooching you, don't run. Explain yourself. Bing Xiaochen cursed. Roar, *1, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, the roar echoed once again. Bing Xiaochen's expression changed, and his figure flashed as he hurriedly followed Mu Qingyu. This place is too dangerous. If he didn't follow Mu Qingyu, he might really die. One of them was a titled emperor, and the other was someone who was comparable to a titled emperor. At this moment, they were continuously going deeper into the endless void. Compared to Mu Qingyu's current situation, Mu Yan's current situation was undoubtedly much better. Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, Yi Sueki, and Bao Qingyu. 4 beauties accompanied him. 1 ton, I and 1 t/I Yin Jifu followed them. When she saw this scene, she almost vomited blood. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't dare to believe it. Mu Yun, isn't this too exaggerated? 4 beauties surrounded him. An earthly venerable was surrounded by 4 godly venerable wives. Who would believe it? As a woman, she was a little jealous when she saw Mu Yun like this. What ability does this guy have? Yin Jifu looked at Mu Yun suspiciously, from top to bottom, from bottom to top, and finally stopped in the middle. This was the only explanation. Well, it was very reasonable. Where are we going now? Little Xianfeng couldn't help but ask. 1 ton, I and 1 t/I let's go to the eastern wilderness first. Dad will show you the place I set up. Mu Yun said with a smile. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Little Xianfeng couldn't help but say, I heard that it's very poor, and there are pitifully few supremes. Hearing this, Mu Yan's eyelids twitched. This little guy's mouth is so vicious. Even though she knew that this was her son, Mu Yun still couldn't help but want to beat him up. A few figures were heading towards the eastern wilderness at this moment. Gradually, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance's magnificent palace appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the palace surrounded by the ancient divine array. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly felt that it was very laughable. The formation that he was so proud of back then, now it seemed that it wasn't enough. 1 ton, I and 1 t/I the eastern wilderness was too different from the other areas of the 9th heaven realm. This is the place. Mu Yun looked ahead and said. Bao Qingyu and Yi Sueki stepped out and looked around. Who are you? A shout suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure rushed into the sky. A powerful aura was displayed. Are you done? Let me tell you, I'm the leader of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance here. Don't use some third-rate force to suppress me, I'm not afraid. A snort sounded. At this moment, several figures also appeared one by one. Not long after, hundreds of supremes appeared in the sky above. You're the leader? Then what am I and 1 ton, I and 1 t/I, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Mu Yun walked out at this moment and looked at the leader. Young master. When Chou Qian saw Mu Yun, his eyes tightened and he heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun returned safely. Mu Yun? Shan Yuanke was also stunned at this moment. Ha ha ha, Shan Yuanke laughed and said, I knew it, how could you die, ha ha. Shan Yuanke, Chou Qian looked helpless at this moment. He didn't know who was the one who said that if he couldn't beat everyone, he would run away. He brought Qi Lingyue back to the inner area of Wujian Ancient Mountain to give birth to a child. Now that he saw Mu Yun return, was it necessary? 1 ton, I and 1 t/I Shan Yuanke flew closer. Mu Yun ignored him, looked at Chou Qian, and said with a smile, look who this is. She waved her palm. Ren Gang appeared. Left guardian. Right guardian. When Chou Qian saw Ren Gang, he was extremely surprised. Many Osteopyrum were also extremely excited at this moment. The Osteopyrum that had once dispersed had now gathered again. Where did these 4 beautiful celestial immortal sisters come from? Shan Yuanke came in front of Bao Qingyu and the others at this moment. There was no choice, these 4 people were really too eye-catching. I am Shan Yuanke, the deputy leader of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, and also the only divine venerable in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. I am in charge of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, helping Alliance leader Mu to guard the headquarters. Sisters, may I know your names? How old are you? Are you married? Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Father, this little brother wants to snatch your wife. Little Xianfeng said at this moment. Father, huh? Xianxuan's face was full of question marks. Greetings to the 4 young madams. Greetings to the 4 young madams. Many osteopyram were kowtowing at this moment. Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Miao Xianyu, and Bao Qingyu stood still. Young madams, Xianxia looked at the 4 of them, looked at Mu Yun, and looked at the many osteopyram. F*ck, impossible, Xianxuan's face was full of shock. Mu Yun looked at Xianxuan at this moment. Cuckoo, I haven't been around for these years, and you seem to be very arrogant? Where is Ji Lingyue? Why don't I see her? Brother, don't. Actually, I already knew that these 4 beauties are, of course, your wives. Xianxuan laughed and said, I'm just joking, everyone, don't mind me, I'm just joking. Greetings to the 4 sisters-in-law, greetings to the little nephew. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but laugh. End of this chapter. First set a small goal, for example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence Mu Yun returned. The huge 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance became lively. After entering the alliance, Mu Yun felt an oppressive atmosphere. What's going on? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask as she looked at Qiu Qiyin, Xianxuan and the others. We were threatened. Xianxuan said directly. A heavenly venerable came over and shouted outside the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance as if he was the boss. I killed a few of them, and those people said some harsh words. They said, your alliance master offended a 3rd-class force and will definitely die. The next time he comes, we'll destroy his lair. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. Yanue Pavilion? Not only that. Qiu Qiyan said seriously, Yanue Pavilion is just one force. There are also Extreme Emperor Palace, Fierce Spirit Sect, and the various forces in the Western Mountains. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Ignore them for now. Let them come. That's right. Xianxuan said proudly, I'm the Alliance Master, cough cough. I'm the Deputy Alliance Master, 2nd level Supreme God. Whoever comes will die. You've reached 2nd level Supreme God? Of course. It's a bit slow. Mu Yun sighed. It was indeed a bit slow. After all, Xianxuan was also a descendant of Xianxuan Jia. The Xianxuan clan oversaw the unbroken ancient mountain and was accompanied by the 9 great wild beasts. Previously, it was said that there was no way to improve his strength. After finding Ji Lingyue, wasn't the improvement of his strength too slow? Xianxuan was a little embarrassed. Do you think a supreme god is a cabbage that is difficult to improve? In less than 10 years, I reached 2nd level supreme god. My speed is so fast that it makes one's hair stand on end. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun said slowly, I only reached late-stage Earth Venerable from early-stage Supreme God in less than 10 years. Xianxuan was very tired. I don't want to talk anymore. What the hell, is the 9 Fate Emperor for fun? Besides, what's the use of your fast improvement, you're only late-stage Earth Venerable. Mu Yun didn't dwell on this. She looked at Bao Qingyu and the others. Show some of your strength to appease the people. Bao Qingyu and the other 3 nodded. Buzz, a powerful aura was released at this moment. Instantly, figures from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance walked out of their cultivation grounds and looked at the sky in horror. Did someone come to kill him again? Everyone, please calm down. Xianxuan flew into the sky and said, Alliance Master Mu Yun has returned. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Not only that, the 4 wives of Alliance Master Mu Yun have arrived. The 4 Divine Masters are only in our 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Everyone, there's no need to panic. For ultimate gods, at this moment, everyone was shocked. Since when did the Alliance Master have 4 supreme gods as his wives? At this moment, Mu Yun appeared. He looked at everyone. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was created by me. Naturally, I will not abandon it. I'm back. From today onwards, the Cloud Alliance will go into seclusion. I want all of you to become emperors and supremes. Since our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, we cannot fall behind the other 4 regions. Mu Yun shouted, as long as you have confidence, I can satisfy your cultivation conditions. I'll say it again. I, Mu Yun, am a protective person. My people are my people. As soon as Mu Yun said that, she waved her hand. In the sky, it started to drizzle. It was not the real drizzle. It was a drop of supreme spiritual liquid. F*CK Xianyuan Ku was stunned. Don't waste it. Mu Yun did not care at this moment. Supreme spiritual liquid is a necessary item to reach the Supremes. Everyone, use it freely. Use as much as you can. Later, I will set up an array. Everyone, just keep cultivating. The world is so big. We should have a place. At this moment, the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance went crazy. The Alliance Master returned. 4 Supreme Gods accompanied her. And there was an endless amount of supreme spiritual liquid. At this moment, Xianyuan Ku went to Mu Yun's side. Alliance Master, I've been overseeing the Cloud Alliance during this period of time. It's so tiring, even if there's no credit, there's still hard work. Give me this supreme spiritual liquid. I guarantee that I'll reach the 9th level of Supreme God in less than 100 years. It's too wasteful to give it to them. They might betray us one day. Glancing at Xianyuan Ku, Mu Yun smiled and said slowly, you're so shameless. The Cloud Alliance cheered. At this moment, Mu Yun led everyone into the Nine Heavens Hall. In the huge hall, there were only a few figures at the moment. Mu Yun sat on the Alliance Master's seat. Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Bao Qingyu, and Miao Xianyu stood on both sides. Little Xianfeng lay in Mu Yun's arms and fell into a deep sleep. A pair of small hands grabbed onto Mu Yun and didn't let go. Ren Gangang and Chou Qian stood on the left and right. And below them, Xianyuan Ku. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ku, Qi Lingyue, Luo Tianqing, Panga Ling, and the others stood one by one. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance still needs time. This time, we don't lack treasures. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a torrent flew towards Qi Shihe and Lu Baiyue. Distribute these divine arts, divine weapons, and the like. Qi Shi and Lu Baiyue felt the things that Mu Yun sent over, and their hearts were in turmoil. Where did Mu Yun go this time? These things were too much, right? Mu Yun didn't say much. Wave after wave of robberies, there were indeed quite a lot of robberies. It was enough for a new batch of supreme gods to be born in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance for a period of time in the future. I said just now that you can use the supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid as you wish. Mu Yun said again, if the divine cloud guards want to use them, don't be reluctant. More than 200 osteopyrum were Mu Yun's core. 9 Heavens Guards, continue to choose and expand to 10,000 people. Remember, loyalty is more important than talent. Qi Lingyue nodded when she heard this. She was in charge of the 9 Heavens Guards. From now on, Supreme Gods will be the core of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. In the future, this will continue to be promoted to Earthly Venerable, Heavenly Venerable, and even Godly Venerable. Mu Yun gave the instructions one by one. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance immediately became busy. Mu Yun wasn't around, and the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance seemed to lack a backbone. Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun and wanted to say something but stopped. What do you want to say? Young master. Ren Gangang cupped his hands and said, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance means the 9 Heavens. I know what you're thinking, but now, it's better to call it the Cloud Alliance or the Cloud Palace. Chou Qian also nodded when Ren Gangang said this. It's just a name. Why do you care so much? Xianyuan Ku didn't care. Don't tell me that old thing Mu Qingyu told you this again? Ren Gangang and Chou Qian both glared at Xianyuan Ku. This guy's mouth was very cheap. Okay. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun nodded. Then from today onwards, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will be renamed the Cloud Palace. Cloud Palace, it sounded quite nice. Mu Yun looked deeply at Ren Gangang and Chou Qian. These two guys had been with his father for longer than him. There was definitely something fishy. But ever since he came to the Kanglin Myriad world, he hadn't even seen his father's face. Was his father seriously injured and dying, or was he plotting something again? End of chapter. Rengangang, Cho Chien. Muyan looked at the two of them and said, I'll leave the Cloud Divine Guards to you. The effect of the Seal of Life and Death can make them improve along with me. However, they are the Bone Clan's heavenly guards after all. They shouldn't be so slow. Rengangang and Cho Chien nodded. Cho Chien smiled and said, Young master, don't worry. This time, Guardian Ren is also here. We are confident that the Cloud Divine Guards will improve greatly in a short period of time. Muyan nodded as soon as he heard this. Distribute the tasks. Do what you need to do. Muyan continued, perhaps it won't be long before the news of my return spreads. At that time, the third-rate forces should come looking for me. This time, I will kill whoever dares to run away. It won't be like last time. Everyone nodded. Qi Shi and Lu Baiyue were in charge of the big and small matters in the alliance. Qi Lingyue was in charge of the 9 Heavens Guards. Ren Gangang and Cho Chien were in charge of the Cloud Divine Guards. As for Shan Yuanku, he was useless. This guy was really useless. He didn't know how to manage things and handled things as he pleased. If he was in charge, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance would be in chaos without anyone knocking on their door. Muyan also heard that this guy had formed an elite team of the Xianyuan family. He said that he was at least a deputy leader, although it was a self-proclaimed position. However, he should have guards. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Muyan couldn't be bothered to care. As long as Qi Lingyue was watching him, she would be able to make him behave himself. The hall gradually emptied. Muyan looked at little Xianfeng in her arms and was silent for a moment. She just looked at her son like this. For a moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. When he returned to the human realm's shepherds, he fused with a piece of memory. When he was in his infancy, he was carried by his mother and surrounded by the 9 celestial emperors. His father and mother had nowhere to go. Helplessly, his mother stayed behind and let his father escape with him. The world had changed. Now, he, who had experienced 9 lifetimes, had returned. Once upon a time, he thought that he was an immortal king and was invincible in the world. He was very happy. He never thought that the world was vast and endless. He had never thought he would be the son of Human King and Green King. He was the grandson of the unfettered God Emperor. It would be the 9 destined son of heaven. He would carry the mandate of heaven. Back then, he and Xia Qing had roamed the immortal world freely. What was a woman, what is a child, he had never thought about it. But now, he had to shoulder all the responsibility. How could he not bear it? No. His parents, his wife, his children, he was no longer able to abandon them. Along the way, some people were left behind. Yi Qiu, Moyang, the shepherds, and the others were now in the mortal world, perhaps living and working in peace. But if one day, his father died, he was dead. Then, everything would vanish into thin air. This was his responsibility. She hugged Xianfeng tightly. Muyun murmured, good son. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to see his child being born. However, he had never thought that the meeting between father and son would be such a fortuitous encounter. Blood is thicker than water. It was not a lie. Even if he hated the little guy at first, every time he saw the little guy's aggrieved look, he would feel depressed in his heart. Now, he finally understood. This was his child. Muyun looked at Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, Yi Sueki, and Bao Qingyu and said with a smile, it's been hard on you all these years. You're the one who suffered the most. Miao Xianyu said playfully, we're not suffering. Is that so? Muyun asked with a smile, in that case, let's talk about it one by one. According to the order of the 9 of you, it seems that Zimo is the eldest? The 4 women pursed their lips and smiled at this moment. Meng Zimo was wearing a long dress. Her aura was otherworldly, noble and elegant. Back then in the mortal world, Zhang Fangming took me and Shanyu away. Later, we entered the Pill Emperor Mansion. We gradually learned that the Pill Emperor Mansion was a top force in the 9th Heaven Realm. In the beginning, the 2 of us were just the most ordinary disciples. The Pill Emperor Mansion didn't care about us. It's just that our alchemy skills improved at a godly speed. Gradually, we stood out in the Pill Emperor mansion and became the Pill Emperor's son. We were valued by the mansion master. Miao Xianyu continued, actually, in the beginning, I guessed that perhaps the Pill Emperor mansion was trying to build our prestige. The 7 great Pill Emperor's sons of the Pill Emperor mansion are all people with heaven-defying alchemy skills. Sister Zimo and I are ranked second. Meng Zimo smiled and said, now it's only the 6th. Lu Qianshan was killed, and the Pill Emperor mansion lost a lot of face because of this. Mu Yun said in surprise, a Pill Emperor's son was killed, but the Pill Emperor mansion didn't explode? The mansion master was furious and personally took action, but that person escaped. When Meng Zimo mentioned it, she also felt surprised. Yi Sueki said at this moment, maybe it's senior brother. Senior brother Lu? At this moment, Mu Yun still couldn't accept it. At that time, he had just entered the throne. Lu Qingfeng fought with the Pill Emperor mansion's mansion master and retreated unscathed. This gap was too big. If it was said that the strength of the few women increased rapidly, he could understand. He must have seen with his own eyes that Qi Lingyue received the inheritance power and directly stepped into the sovereign realm. Moreover, that inheritance was only the inheritance of an earth venerable, and it was incomplete. The inheritance that the 4 women received was at least a god venerable's. To be able to grow to such a level in 1,000 years, it was understandable. But Lu Qingfeng? Why? Mu Yun sighed helplessly at this moment. She hoped that Xia Qing, that kid, wouldn't be so fast. Yi Sueki continued, I have nothing to say. After entering the Divine Sword Pavilion, he just cultivated step by step, but his swordsmanship became stronger and stronger. Then, in the Divine Sword Pavilion, he became a god venerable. Yi Sueki really had nothing to say. She had always felt that when she killed Tianyan's 3 disciples, Lu Qingfeng, Yi Sueki, and Mu Yun. In terms of swordsmanship, Lu Qingfeng was the strongest, and Mu Yun wasn't bad either. Instead, she was the worst. But after entering the Divine Sword Pavilion, she didn't know what was going on. In terms of swordsmanship, she advanced 1,000 miles in a day. Even she herself was very surprised. Bao Qingyu said rather shyly at this moment, when I was in the lunar sect, the sect master's wife took me as a disciple, and then she took me to cultivate. She said that the lunar bloodline in my body has an extraordinary origin, and told me to just focus on cultivating. When I become a god venerable, I will gradually know the secrets. What does the commander of the Moon Guards mean? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. Sister Yu is amazing. Miao Xianyu praised. The Sun Guards and the Moon Guards are controlled by the sect master and wife of the lunar sect. The Sun Guards are controlled by Ming Yixuan, and the Moon Guards are controlled by Sister Yu. In the lunar sect, no one dares to provoke Sister Yu. Looking at Bao Qingyu, a little embarrassed, Mu Yun smiled and said, Qingyu has always been so outstanding. The 4 women recounted their experiences in a few short sentences. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. When there was time in the future, they could talk about it slowly. Looking at Xianfeng in her arms, Mu Yun said, what exactly is the divine vein core body? Feng'er said that once his divine vein core body touches the divine vein, he will definitely die. What's the reason? This was what Mu Yun was most concerned about at the moment. It wasn't easy for him to meet his son, but he was about to die. What he did was really heartbreaking. Miao Xianyu said seriously, I'm not sure about the details. It was said by a few old antiques in the mansion. Although the Elixir Emperor mansion is second class and not as good as first class, it seemed to have a glorious moment in the past and has a strong foundation. Even the mansion master didn't discover this divine vein elixir body back then. Miao Xianyu said again, you used the great life abduction technique to extend his life for 100 years, and the world tree provided vitality. This matter still needs to be investigated by the mansion master. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. He could tell from Xianfeng's tone. The old man that the little guy talked about all day should be the mansion master of the Elixir Emperor mansion. The Elixir Emperor mansion valued the divine vein elixir body so much that they definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. However, as his father, he was at a loss of what to do. It was really embarrassing to talk about it. Mu Yun hugged Xianfeng and couldn't bear to let go at this moment. She couldn't wait to return all the hugs that she owed him before. Brother Yun, Xianfeng needs to rest. You need to rest too. Miao Xianyu said at this moment, leave it to me first. I'll check his body. I'm afraid that the world tree in his body isn't stable. Okay. Mu Yun stood up. However, in the next moment, the world spun. Mu Yun only felt that her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. In the endless darkness, Mu Yun only felt that her head was hurting. A figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind at this moment. Yuner. Yuner. Calls sounded at this moment. Mu Yun was slightly dazed. Mother? Yuner. Mu Yun rarely heard that voice, but it was unforgettable. Yi Yushir. Mother? Mu Yun looked at the void around her, but she couldn't see anything. Yuner. A soft voice said slowly, don't come, don't come. Mother, where are we going? For Symbol Sacred Mountain. The illusory voice murmured, don't go to the Four Symbol Sacred Mountain. Mother. Mu Yun suddenly stood up. Mu Yun. At this moment, a figure walked over gracefully and sat beside the bed. ZMO. Mu Yun looked around. There was only him and ZMO in the bedchamber. What happened? Meng Zimo said worriedly. This time, Xian Feng was injured, but Mu Yun suffered a greater loss. 2 million years of lifespan was enough to shake one's foundation. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would not be able to reply. My mother told me not to go to the Four Symbols Sacred Mountain. Mu Yun muttered, For Symbols Sacred Mountain. The place where the Azure the Arch is imprisoned, one of the 9 great forbidden lands. Meng Zimo said in surprise. She had just found out. Yi Yushir was actually imprisoned in the Four Symbols Sacred Mountain, the 9th Heaven Realm, one of the 9 great deadlands. The 9th Heaven Realm's Emperor Yuan Pavilion was built by Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan. Meng Zimo said slowly, Emperor Yuan Pavilion is very, very strong. Emperor Yuan Pavilion. Yes. Meng Zimo said again, in the 9th Heaven Realm, the strength of the 3 great human forces and the 9 great beast clans combined can't compare to the Emperor Yuan Pavilion. If you want to save the Azure the Arch, I'm afraid you can't do it unless you reach the realm. Realm. Beyond the 9th level of the Divine Venerable Realm was the realm. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. This world was too mysterious. Title God, title Emperor. Mu Yun exhaled and said slowly, this also made me understand that some things are not as simple as they seem. This time, Mu Yun really understood. Ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Endless Ancient Emperor. Just in the 9th Heaven Realm, how many hidden title gods and title emperors were there? Could it be that each of the 9 great forbidden lands had one? If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. Shaking her head, Mu Yun stopped thinking about it. Eat this pill and recover some of your strength. Meng Zimo comforted her. All along, the 9 women had been accompanying Mu Yun. Meng Zimo had always been like an elder sister. She treated Mu Yun with more understanding. After the pill entered her stomach, Mu Yun felt her body become lighter. Meng Zimo sent a wisp of origin energy into Mu Yun's body. Slowly, she felt that the aura in Mu Yun's body gradually stabilized and she heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was fortunate that she had arrived in time. Otherwise, it might not be as simple as 2 million years. Oh right, there's something. Meng Zimo said at this moment, when I was killing those people, the people of the Wu Ta clan ran away. Ran away? Mu Yun was shocked. The strongest person in the Wu Ta clan was a late-stage heavenly venerable. They ran away from a divine venerable? Someone must have saved them. Meng Zimo said carefully, and this person is stronger than me. That's not right. Meng Zimo thought for a moment and said again, it should be stronger than Zhang Fangming. After all, Zhang Fangming had also arrived, but he did not sense the existence of that person. This meant that this person was stronger than Zhang Fangming. Mu Yun nodded. The Wu Ta clan is a 3rd-class force. It seems that someone is secretly supporting them. Forget it. Let's not think about these things for now. Mu Yun exhaled. Right now, Yun Hall should be improved. I also need to improve. Late-stage earthly venerable. I originally thought that I was very strong, but compared to you, I realized that I was really too weak. Mu Yun said helplessly, eldest senior brother is stronger than me, and you are also stronger than me. My son is about to surpass me. Mu Yun suddenly felt that she had cultivated in vain. Now that I think about it, Xianfeng's improvement has a lot to do with you. Meng Zimo said seriously. The little guy was lazy and refused to cultivate. The mansion master forced him to cultivate, but it was useless. But who knew that after the little guy was born, his realm increased rapidly, even if he didn't cultivate. It's just that after he reached the imperial emperor, his speed slowed down. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. In that case, they were really father and son. Could it be because of the nine-fate emperor? Perhaps it was more because of the mystery of the bloodline. After all, Yi Xiaoyao's 4 children, Emperor Qing and the 3 emperors, were all top-notch powerful. Mu Yun sighed at this moment. Even so, there's still a fire in me. Your son is strong. Shouldn't you be happy? I'm happy, but I can't let him surpass me. Mu Yun said helplessly. Moreover, I'm not talking about this fire, but that fire. Which? Meng Zimo blurted out regretfully. Mu Yun was acting shamelessly again. At this moment, she looked at Meng Zimo. She was wearing a long purple dress and sitting by the bed. Her figure was enchanting, and her expression was dignified and elegant, like a noble princess. Such a woman inevitably made people want to conquer her. Mu Yun slowly reached out her hands. She held Meng Zimo in her arms. Feeling her body trembling slightly, Mu Yun chuckled and said, "First madam, have you missed your husband after so many years?" Meng Zimo nodded and caressed Mu Yun's cheek with her jade-like hand. She said, "I've been worried about you day and night. I was worried that you would be in danger and that no one would be able to help you. Now, it's great to see you. I have something better." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I've been accumulating strength for a long time. I'll be the first to transmit it to you. You've taken advantage of me. You." At this moment, Mu Yun pounced forward. Meng Zimo didn't resist. In the room, the atmosphere gradually changed. After the great battle ended, Mu Yun felt refreshed and refreshed. It had been a long time since she had been so free. All these years, she didn't live like a man with 9 wives. In the room, Meng Zimo leaned lazily in Mu Yun's arms and fell into a deep sleep. This time, Meng Zimo didn't directly consume the essence that Mu Yun had injected. Xianfeng was born. Mu Yun already had someone to worry about. Since that was the case, she didn't mind having one more worry. Moreover, one son was already so special. The second one wouldn't be bad, right? Mu Yun was satisfied. In the next few days, little Xianfeng gradually recovered under the care of Miao Xianyu. He was also quite curious about the Cloud Palace. He ran around all day long, announcing his identity as the young palace master. Mu Yun was surrounded by Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu every day, asking about her well-being. Every time, she would swallow a pill. Naturally, after a while, Mu Yun inevitably had some side effects. She had to pull the 2 of them and be affectionate with them. During this period of time, it could be said that she was completely released. During this period, Shanyuan she wanted to chat with Mu Yun a few times. Every time she was rejected, she was extremely envious. Mu Yun was living the life she yearned for. During this period of time, the entire Cloud Palace also became active. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance changed its name to Cloud Palace. For many disciples, there was no difference. The Alliance Master became the Palace Master. But this time, the Palace Master returned and brought back things that broadened everyone's horizons. Supreme Spiritual Liquid. Mu Yun didn't keep a single portion. All of it was used for the disciples' cultivation in the palace. Now, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Cloud Palace. However, the vast majority of them were still at the monarch level. As for the Supremes, other than more than 200 Cloud Divine Guards, there were only dozens of them. It wasn't so easy to reach the Supremes. After all, not everyone was Mu Yun, who could quickly increase their cultivation by devouring. But this time, the supreme spiritual liquid that Mu Yun brought back could allow those talented disciples to no longer be restricted by resources and could cultivate freely. There were even many supreme divine artifacts, divine arts, and divine pills. It was enough to support the emergence of hundreds of supreme martial artists in the Cloud Palace. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. Mu Yun was not anxious about this. This trip was worth it. Within 100 years, the Cloud Palace would definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. There was no doubt about that. About half a year. Every day, other than recovering, Mu Yun spent time with Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, Bao Qingyu, and Yi Sueki. In all these years, he had never been so relaxed. On this day, in the Cloud Hall, in the Hall Master's bedroom. In a room, Mu Yun was lying lazily on the bed. Beside her, Bao Qingyu was nestled in Mu Yun's arms. From the messy scene, it was clear that a great battle had just ended. Bao Qingyu looked a little tired, but Mu Yun's hands were still mischievous. You stayed in the Shepherds for a long time. Was my father always in the Shepherds? Actually, I didn't see Uncle Mu much. Bao Qingyu said lazily, I asked several times when you would return, but Uncle Mu said that he would continue to wait and that the time was not right. Actually, later on, I wanted to go to the immortal world to see you. Mu Yun smiled when he heard this. Mu Yun now suspected that her father had arranged many things for her along the way. How could Bao Qingyu be so coincidental that she had the lunar bloodline of the lunar sect? Meng Zimo's alchemy skills were unique. It was Meng Zimo's talent. Miao Xianyu was so coincidental that she had the 9 orifices spiritual heaven heart. There were also Wang Xingya and Xiao Yuner, 2 obedient girls. Xiao Yuner had 2 souls in one body and the bloodline of the Xiao clan. And the Xiao clan was a powerful family in the Xiaoyao sacred ground. Even Jiao Mingyue Xin, that strong woman, and Yao all of them had extraordinary backgrounds. How could they all meet her so coincidentally? And, most importantly, it was the same. The 9 Spirits Heaven-Snatching Tablet. The 9 Spirits Heaven-Snatching Tablet that was originally revered as the sacred object of the Shepherds. Her father placed it in the bodies of the 9 women and fused with them. According to Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, Yi Sueki, and Bao Qingyu. Over the years, their rapid improvement had a lot to do with the 9 Spirits Heaven-Snatching Tablet. A stone tablet could cause such a huge change when fused with their bodies. Where did this 9 Spirits Heaven-Snatching Tablet come from? Mu Yun now had too many questions to ask her father. Uncle Mu has always planned well. This time, perhaps he didn't really encounter a calamity. Bao Qingyu thought for a moment and said, I have a feeling that Uncle Mu lied to everyone. That's possible. Mu Yun nodded and said, but now, father hasn't come to look for me. He probably has something more important to do. He doesn't discuss it with me now. Perhaps I can't help him at all. Bao Qingyu laid on Mu Yun's chest and raised her exquisite face. She looked at Mu Yun and said with a moving smile, in the future, you will definitely be able to do it. Looking at Bao Qingyu, Mu Yun gently stroked her hair and said gently, actually, among the madams, I spend the least time with you. You have a quiet personality and never express your opinions. It's easy for people to ignore you. But I hope you understand that you are also very important to me. I know. Bao Qingyu moved closer and rested her head on Mu Yun's shoulder. She said, I only hope that you can be safe. I only hope that I can see you again. Mu Yun patted her gently and said, I've decided this time. Now, Yao Xianyu, Jiao and Yuner are all pregnant. This time, while there's still time, you, Zimo, and Shuiqi must also get pregnant. Mu Yun said seriously. Di Ming called himself the heaven-sealing divine emperor. He has 9 sons and is conferred the title of the 9 great celestial emperors. Then I, Mu Yun, will also have 9 children in the future. What is a celestial emperor? If we fight, the Di family will be on one side and the Mu family will also be on the other side. For this reason, we can't fall behind them. Bao Qingyu blushed and said, You're not being serious. How am I not being serious? Mu Yun said seriously, little Xianfeng is already a supreme martial artist now. How did he reach that level? It's because of me. The transmission of the bloodline power may be different from the others. When we see Yao Jiao and Yuner's children in the future, we will know whether it's like this or not. If that's the case, then how many years of cultivation will my children be spared when they are born? This is the power of the heavens. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use it? Bao Qingyu heard this. She nodded weakly. What Mu Yun said seemed to make sense. So, the few of you have already reached the supreme martial artist realm. Don't think about that little bit of power of mine. Go and improve your cultivation. Making children is the most important thing. That's not a little bit of power. Bao Qingyu hurriedly explained. I know, it's not a little bit, but children are more important. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Alright. Bao Qingyu felt that Mu Yun was right. With Mu Yun's current strength, she would not encounter the 9 great celestial emperors. If she gave birth to a son for Mu Yun now, she would be able to help Mu Yun in the future. If Mu Yun succeeded, it would be a happy family. If Mu Yun failed, how could there be eggs when the nest was overturned? But at that time, life and death were not important. More importantly, she would be able to be with Mu Yun. Are you going to give birth or not? Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu and smiled. Yes. Alright, let's get to work. With a leap, the atmosphere became dense. Mu Yun had made up her mind and naturally would not change it. This was a big plan, a grand plan. Although it was tiring, Mu Yun was willing to endure it. Time passed day by day. Mu Yun also began to cultivate in the Cloud Hall. The huge Cloud Hall began to operate at high speed. The Cloud Divine Guards and Cultivation. The selection of the 9 Heavens Guards also began in a grandiose manner. The martial artists of the Cloud Hall were united. After experiencing a baptism of blood, everyone became more united. Mu Yun also saw all of this. Back then, Qiu Qiyan had once told him that if he needed confidants, more than 200 Cloud Divine Guards would be the best confidants. It was not worth it to nurture these people. But Mu Yun still did it. To a certain extent, the Cloud Divine Guards were left to him by his father. And he needed a guard that he had personally created. A guard whose name shook the Kanglan world. On this day, in the Cloud Hall, a magnificent aura slowly rose into the air. Outside the hall, little Xianfeng came bouncing. Sensing the aura in the hall, he could not help but giggle and say, Daddy has broken through. In the hall, the aura condensed in Mu Yun's body. A powerful aura filled her entire body. Peak Earth Venerable. During this period of time, the pills that Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu had refined were not for show. Mu Yun ate them like candy. Now, she had finally taken a step forward. She was one step closer to becoming a celestial venerable. Only by becoming a celestial venerable could one be considered a true expert in the 9th heaven realm. Mu Yun had clearly sensed this. In the 9th heaven realm, 2nd grade forces had 9th level godly venerable realm experts at their peak. Among them, those between the 1st level and 9th level ultimate gods were important figures in 2nd class forces. Celestial venerables were experts. For a 3rd class force, 1st level ultimate god was already considered the pinnacle of existence. Other than that, there was also the celestial venerables. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, celestial venerables could not be ignored. In truth, whether it was a 2nd or 3rd tier influence, Empyreans were the most important existences. Little Xianfeng ran into the palace. She threw herself into Mu Yun's arms. Father, you've improved again. So fast. Little Xianfeng giggled. You're not slow either. Mu Yun said dotingly. Feng Miao Xianyu said, your father reached the peak of the earthly venerable realm by himself. You should be like your father and work hard on your cultivation. I don't want to. Little Xianfeng objected. If father improves, I can also improve. I don't want to cultivate. It's too tiring. How dare you? All right. Mu Yun smiled. If I improve, Feng can also improve. There's no need to work so hard. Look, even father said so. You're harming him. Miao Xianyu said angrily. How can this be harming him? Feng'er's alchemy skills are as good as yours. If he didn't work hard, would he be so strong? Isn't that right, Feng'er? Yes, yes, yes. Little Xianfeng immediately said, father is right. I cultivate alchemy skills all day long. Cultivate alchemy? Miao Xianyu snorted. You call that cultivating alchemy, awakening the memory of the pill formula in your dream? You call that cultivating alchemy skills? Sleeping is also very tiring, okay? Little Xianfeng said sullenly. You. Alright, alright. Picking up little Xianfeng, Muyan smiled and said, when father becomes a divine emperor one day, I will confer you as the divine emperor's son. At that time, no one will dare to bully you. What's the point of cultivating? Isn't it good to just eat and sleep every day? Okay. Little Xianfeng said happily, then father, when will you become a divine emperor? Muyan coughed. Soon, soon. You lied to me. Little Xianfeng said faintly, mother said that above the earth venerable is the heavenly venerable. Above the heavenly venerable is the divine venerable. After the divine venerable, there is the world seat and the 5 great rulers. Then there are those title gods, title emperors, and finally the divine emperor. You're still far from it. It will take at least hundreds of thousands of years, maybe millions of years. Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. This little guy was so smart. Don't worry, father. Boom. Before Mu Yun could finish her sentence. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, there was a loud explosion. The sky above the entire 9 heavens cloud alliance seemed to have been torn open by someone. At this moment, in the hall, Miao Xianyu and Meng Zimo both frowned. The divine venerable is here. The 2 women said at the same time. Oh? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. North Tianshan origin, Western Wanshan, or people from the Antarctic Sea? It seems that, they're all here. Meng Zimo frowned and said, they're quite bold. They didn't go to find trouble with them, but delivered themselves to our door. Young master. Cho Chiyan and Ren Gangang also walked into the hall at this moment. The 2 of them were now at the heavenly venerable level, so they could still sense this kind of violent commotion. However, the 2 of them were most concerned about Mu Yan's safety. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Yan smiled slightly and said, hide, you can't hide. She stepped out of the hall and looked up at the sky. Above the sky, dark clouds pressed down. An oppressive aura made it impossible for people to breathe at this moment. 11. Meng Zimo said at this moment, North Tianshan Origin's Fierce Spirit Sect, Masked Moon Pavilion, and Extreme Emperor Palace. Antarctic Sea's Candle Dragon Clan, Dust Rhinoceros Clan, 8-Winged Purple Python Clan, Fong Family, and Xiao Family. Western Wanshan's Golden Horned Beast Clan, Fire Lion Clan, and Heaven Barbarian Sect. Eh? What's wrong? Meng Zimo said in surprise, the people from the Wu Ta clan didn't come. Meng Zimo felt it that day. The moment she killed the people of the Wu Ta clan, they were taken away. And that person didn't appear. To be able to do this, his strength must be incomparably powerful. And today, 11 forces came and gathered together. The Wu Ta clan didn't come again. It was very strange. It seemed that the Wu Ta clan didn't want to be enemies with Mu Yun. The Wu Ta clan was the overlord of the third-rate forces. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be afraid of Yun Hall or Mu Yun. The Wu Ta clan has only been slowly recovering in the past 1,000 years. Perhaps they feel that they don't want to get involved in this mess. Miao Xianyu guessed. Maybe. At this moment, Yi Sueki and Bao Qingyu also rushed over one by one. How many divine venerables are there? Mu Yun said. Nearly 40. There are 3 second-level divine venerables. Yi Sueki said at this moment. 40 invincible first-level and second-level divine venerables. Third-rate forces were almost all out. Mu Yun smiled and said, it seems that they really don't want to give up on me. In the past few months, Yun Hall has probably received the news and rushed over immediately. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Do you really think that I'm that easy to kill? Yi Sueki looked at Mu Yun, then turned to look at the horizon and said, you just watch the show this time. No matter how many people come, we'll block them all. Mu Yun couldn't help but look at little Xianfeng in her arms. Little Xianfeng was also a little embarrassed and said, Father, third mother is right. You're too weak. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face darkened. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residents get lost. Mu Yun reprimanded and continued, I think your mother is right. You should cultivate properly and not waste your cultivation. Mu Xianfeng was completely obedient at this moment. He laid on Mu Yun's shoulder and no longer spoke. That's right. First aunt, third aunt, ninth aunt, and mother were all ultimate gods. Only father was at the peak of the earthly venerable realm, and he had just broken through. And he didn't even allow others to talk about it. At this moment, the horizon was rumbling. The 11 major forces were getting closer and closer. There were hundreds of figures coming from the west. Their auras were incomparably powerful. The weakest one was at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm. There were 3 figures with exceptionally powerful auras. The one on the left was wearing golden armor and a cloak. He had a burly figure. The one in the middle was wearing a single layer of clothing. He was close to 3 meters tall and was terrifyingly strong. On the other hand, the person on the right had yellow hair. He was also very majestic. Compared to the other 2, he appeared a little weaker. Lion King, the Wooda clan is indifferent this time. Could it be that they are afraid? The man on the left sneered, "What's Wooda clan doing now?" Since the mysterious grand priest of the Wooda clan came, I think the entire Wooda clan has become a sacrificial clan. Jean Kunyu, how would I know if you ask me? The Lion King was the patriarch of the Fire Lion clan. The ultimate god realm was incomparably powerful. Patriarch man, what do you think? Jean Kunyu looked at the patriarch of the Sky Barbarian sect and smiled. I have never seen the grand priest, but according to the Wooda clan's people, this person is very strong. His origin is unknown, but he has never done anything that is disadvantageous to the Wooda clan. Therefore, the Wooda clan listens to him. The patriarch of the Sky Barbarian sect, Manchong Tian. Speaking of this, Manchong Tian couldn't help but say, in fact, 1,000 years ago, the Wooda clan almost fell to the 3rd class. In the end, this grand priest appeared, and reversed the situation. We have to be on guard against this person. Hee hee. The Lion King couldn't help but laugh. I heard that patriarch man once wanted to obtain the Wooda clan's divine weapon and fought with the grand priest? Yes. Manchong Tian didn't hide it and said slowly, I'm at the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. I'm not his match. As soon as he said that, the Lion King and Jean Kunyu's smiles disappeared. Manchong Tian was stronger than the 2 of them. The 2 of them were at the 1st level of the ultimate god realm, but Manchong Tian was at the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. However, to be able to make Manchong Tian feel inferior, the great shaman was at least a 3rd level ultimate god. This was no small matter. We have to guard against the high priest, and we have to guard against the 9 heavens cloud alliance as well. Manchong Tian said, a 2nd level divine exalt has silently appeared in the alliance. Since when did the Eastern Wasteland have a divine exalt overseeing it? In the 9th world, the Eastern Wasteland is the weakest. Now that an opportunity has appeared, perhaps we should not ignore this place. Instead, we should pay attention to it. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be 13 of the 12 Tier 3 sects. Hearing those words, the Lion King and clan chief Jean Kuan nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the southern sky, 5 groups of people were flying in the sky. The 5 of them had powerful auras. The Candle Dragon clan's patriarch, Dragon King Zhu Hao. The strongest expert in the Antarctic Sea, an unparalleled 2nd level ultimate god. The Dust Rhinoceros clan's patriarch, Pai Chen Kuan. The 8-winged purple python clan's patriarch, 8-winged purple king. The Fang clan's patriarch, Fang Jingming, and Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yuanshan. The 5 unparalleled ultimate gods. At this moment, they were leading hundreds of heavenly exalts. Purple King, this time, don't let your subordinates do anything foolish. Pai Chen Kuan looked at 8-winged purple king and sneered, it'll be too embarrassing if they make a fool of themselves again. Same here. 8-winged purple king had a slender figure. His eyes had a faint purple glow, and his voice was sharp. Zixuan is my great-grandson. He has won my heart. Now that he's dead, my subordinates can't help but be excited. However, I don't know why you're so nervous now that Pai Lingchen is dead. 8-winged purple king laughed, could it be that Pai Lingchen is also your great-grandson? I remember that Pai Lingchen is your brother's grandson. What do you mean? Nothing. 8-winged purple king didn't care. They say that snakes are the most lustful, but from what I see, your rhinoceros clan likes to do some indecent things. Purple King, do you want to fight me? Enough! A shout rang out. Dragon King Zhu Hao looked at the two and said, we still don't know what happened in the Blood Fiend Sea that day. Can't the two of you restrain yourselves? More than a dozen heavenly exalts and hundreds of earthly exalts. They're all elites. Don't you want to think about it? Who is it that can kill those people so easily? At least an ultimate god. Dragon King Zhu Hao said in a low voice, there might be more than one ultimate god in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This is also the main reason why all 11 of us came out this time. You want to fight before facing the ultimate gods of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Moreover, we received intermittent news that Mu Yun went from a mere prime to an earthly exalted in less than 10 years. Aren't you curious about this matter? Dragon King Zhu Hao snorted, this matter can't be underestimated. Otherwise, the losses will be even greater. How can you let your guard down? Eight-winged Purple King and Pai Chen Kuan stopped talking after hearing Dragon King Zhu Hao's words. Fang Jingming and Qiao Yuanshan didn't say anything either. The Blood Fiend Sea suddenly opened and closed. This matter itself was very strange. However, the Prime, Earthly Exalted, and even Heavenly Exalted who were sent to explore had all died. Only the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had people who were still alive. They had to get to the bottom of this matter. The last news they received was that Mu Yun was killed. However, they didn't know who killed those Heavenly Exalted, Earthly Exalted, and Prime Exalted. If they didn't get to the bottom of this matter, they wouldn't be able to calm down. There were also 3 major forces that came from the north. Fierce Spirit Sect, Masked Moon Pavilion, and Extreme Emperor Palace. Fierce Spirit Sect Master, Ling Tianjia, was an invincible first-level ultimate god. He personally led the team this time. Beside him, Masked Moon Pavilion Sect Master, Goddess Masked Moon, had an ugly expression. It was said that Goddess Masked Moon's newest disciple, Yu Linglong, had been killed. Moreover, it was said that when the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was formed, her rival, Liu Baiyue, had been taken in by the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This was a slap to her face. Everyone knew what happened back then. Goddess Masked Moon didn't kill Liu Baiyue because she wanted to disgust her and make her live a life worse than death in the eastern wilderness. However, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had taken in Liu Baiyue. This made Goddess Masked Moon very angry. Huang Haozong, the palace lord of the Extreme Monarch Palace, also had a dark expression. Little Prince Huang Fengqing had died. Although this little prince's father was a prince of the Extreme Monarch Palace, in reality, his biological father was this palace lord. It was said that this palace lord had done his brother's woman in a moment of lust. However, in order to cover it up, Huang Fengqing continued to follow that prince. Now, he had died in the Blood Fiend Sea. Huang Haozong was also very angry this time. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. At this very moment, all 11 parties had come with anger. They came from 3 directions. Before they arrived, their terrifying aura caused the world to change. Hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Cloud Palace looked up at the sky. The terrifying aura could crush them in an instant. It was too terrifying. Was this the strength of a third-class force? One person was enough to destroy all of them. The 11 forces came with the momentum of the sky. The entire Cloud Palace seemed to be covered by dark clouds. At this moment, the martial monarch had been reduced to an ant-like existence. There was no dignity to speak of. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. This was the strength of a third-class force. Such a powerful lineup. And, it was not the top force. In the Kanglin Myriad world, there were hundreds of second-class forces and more than 10 first-class forces. That was the top force. At this moment, the 11 forces stood in the air. They're here. Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Miao Xianyu, and Bao Qingyu stood elegantly, looking into the distance with an indifferent expression. Where is Mu Yun? A shout sounded at this moment, surrounding the entire Cloud Palace. Do you think you can call the name of the Cloud Palace's palace master? A shout sounded at this moment. All of a sudden, a huge dog appeared in the sky. It was a dog. However, it was an enormous dog that was over 10,000 feet tall. Die. The dog spoke in human language. At this moment, it rushed out with a bang. 9-guard divine art? Mu Yun looked at Chou Qian and Ren Gangang beside her. Yes. Chou Qian nodded and said, the Xianyuan clan only has one heir. Back then, Xianyuan Jia was the most outstanding disciple of Emperor Xiaoyao. Xianyuan Jia was arranged by the carefree divine emperor to guard the streamless ancient mountain and get along with the 9 wild beasts. He created this 9-guard divine art. Its power is indeed domineering. Mu Yun naturally saw that the person who attacked was Xianyuan Ku. At this moment, Xianyuan Ku's figure was above the giant dog. The giant dog bit and attacked the person who spoke. It was the sect master of the Heaven Barbarian sect, Manchong Tian. 2nd level ultimate god. Manchong Tian's face turned cold. He snorted and waved his palm. Bang. Suddenly, the giant palm slapped on the head of the dog. The dog's head directly exploded. But even so, it still rushed out. A series of explosions rang out around Manchong Tian. Even the space around him was torn apart. Screams of agony rang out one after another. Several Empyrean experts died at this moment. Xianyuan Ku snorted and shouted, the Cloud Palace master of the Eastern Cloud Palace, Mu Yun, leads millions of people. How can you call her name? As soon as he said this, even Mu Yun felt embarrassed. Since when did Xianyuan Ku know how to flatter? Are you the ultimate god of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Manchong Tian. Xianyuan she was a 2nd level divine venerable, and so was he. However, he actually failed to block it, causing the people around him to be killed. Are you deaf? Xianyuan Ku said proudly, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is now renamed as the Cloud Palace. Did you not hear it? Humph. Manchong Tian shouted, be it the Cloud Palace or the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Today, the Cloud Palace should come up with an explanation. Where is Mu Yun? Manchong Tian shouted, who killed the disciples of the Sky Barbarian sect, shouldn't your palace master come out and say something? Our palace master has a lot of things to do. Does he have time to explain this to you? Xianyuan she snorted, there's nothing to answer. What do you mean by blocking the entrance of the Cloud Palace? Let's go wherever it's cool. Manchong Tian's face became even more gloomy. Xianyuan Ku. A shout sounded at this moment. Huang Haozong, the palace master of the Extreme Monarch Palace, said indifferently. He was also a 2nd level ultimate god expert. Huang Haozong snorted, what you said doesn't count. Today, the 11 parties are not here for you. Mu Yun, come out. Otherwise, I'll kill all the warriors of the Cloud Palace. There were more than 500,000 people in the huge Cloud Palace. However, the majority of them were monarchs and imperial emperors. There were only a few hundred ultimate gods. Most of them were in the ultimate god realm and were nothing to worry about. The only one worth paying attention to was Xianyuan Ku. However, no matter how strong Xianyuan Ku was, he was not invincible. At this moment, everyone's eyes were cold. Dozens of ultimate gods from the 11 parties crushed down with their auras. Everyone, isn't it unreasonable to come to the Cloud Palace with such fanfare? A figure walked out at this moment. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun was dressed in a black robe and his long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he looked much calmer. Peak Earth Venerable. At this moment, many ultimate gods sensed Mu Yun's aura in an instant. Peak Earth Venerable. From early stage ultimate god to peak Earth Venerable in less than 10 years. Mu Yun's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it made people's hearts cold. At this moment, everyone looked at Mu Yun. This child definitely had a big secret. Mu Yun, since you've appeared, it's time to settle the score. Dragon King Zhu Hao spoke at this moment. In the Antarctic Sea region, you killed our ultimate gods and robbed our warriors. In the end, everyone died, but you survived. You should give us an explanation for this matter. Explanation? Mu Yun smiled. What explanation? Don't play dumb. Dragon King Zhu Hao snorted. Kill? Mu Yun said again. If they didn't kill me, why would I kill them? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. You came so aggressively because you think you're stronger than the Cloud Palace. Are the warriors of the Cloud Palace afraid of death? Mu Yun looked around slowly. No. A shout sounded at this moment. No. No. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded at this moment. In the eastern wilderness, all the 4th grade and 5th grade forces were originally standing proudly. The Cloud Herders had taken down millions of members. But now, there were only 500,000 left. These 500,000 were the core. After experiencing a baptism of blood, in addition to the sovereign spiritual liquid that Mu Yun brought back this time, the Cloud Palace had become the core of the Cloud Palace. And the arrangement of Cho Chien and the others in the Cloud Palace. It emphasized the tragic price that Mu Yun paid this time to bring these things back. Sometimes, the human heart didn't rely on actions, but more on guidance. Mu Yun wanted to become the true soul of the Cloud Palace. There were some things that he didn't do, but Cho Chien and Chu Gang did for him. It wasn't that easy to win people's hearts. At this moment, Mu Yun was also a little surprised when she saw the scene. One had to know that the Cloud Palace had only been formed for 100 years. It was far from the gathering of the major forces. But at this moment, Mu Yun could clearly feel the hearts of the people. Mu Yun, do you have to be so ungrateful? A cold yell could be heard at that instant. Goddess Masked Moon's eyes were cold. Below, in the crowd, Lu Baiyue looked at Goddess Masked Moon with a murderous gaze. What's wrong? Mu Yun smiled and said, I've always been ungrateful. What can you do? First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. End of chapter 2870. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.